Name: Ning Chen. Inside the Heavenly Demons sect, the demonic elder responsible for assigning captured disciples looked at the young man in black robes. How strong are you? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment. Before the age of 3, I was invincible under heaven. The demonic elder fell silent. A complete good-for-nothing. Send him to Burial Peak. As soon as those words were spoken, the countless captured cultivators nearby turned toward him with sympathetic looks. What kind of place is Burial Peak? Ning Chen looked completely unfamiliar with the place. A place where the dead are buried. The demonic elder gave a cold laugh. Take him away. Yes. Several demonic disciples soon arrived and led Ning Chen away. Half an hour later, Ning Chen was brought bewildered to Burial Peak. Others cross over and receive a system at the beginning. I cross over and get captured by a demonic sect. Ning Chen felt somewhat depressed as he looked around. At the foot of Burial Peak stood rows of black, Xianwood coffins. Many other disciples had also been brought there, most with despair covering their faces. It's over. We're finished. Not only were we captured by the demonic sect, we were assigned to Burial Peak too. It was said that the Heavenly Demon sect refined the cultivation essence of the dead at Burial Peak, causing corpses to produce vast amounts of death energy. It corroded the body. At best, one's cultivation would dissipate, and the body grow frail. At worst, the death energy would consume one's life through endless suffering. We're doomed. We're all doomed. Despair spread through the crowd. People can die just from burying the dead. Hearing the disciples' discussion, Ning Chen finally understood his situation. All of you be silent. An old voice thundered across the area. A terrifying aura instantly pressed down on the frightened people until they could barely breathe. A blood-robed old man appeared before them. Everyone choose 3 Xianwood coffins and take them to the rear mountain for burial. If even one is not sealed properly, and even a trace of death energy leaks out, you will bear the consequences. Under the pressure of his overwhelming aura, no one dared disobey. The disciples, their faces filled with despair and resignation, began choosing coffins and carrying them toward the rear mountain for burial. Ning Chen joined them. Half an hour later, he pushed 3 coffins panting heavily to the rear mountain. Ning Chen could not help complaining inwardly. Others crossed over and awakened systems or arrived to mine. He alone had to begin by burying the dead. With a faint sigh, Ning Chen picked up the shovel he had been given and began digging a pit for the coffin. Soon he buried 2 coffins in one stretch. Just as he was about to push the last Xianwood coffin into the pit, a wave of icy energy suddenly flowed from inside it. Ning Chen instinctively shuddered. Feeling liquid at the corner of his mouth, he wiped it away without thinking. The next moment, his pupils contracted. Black blood. Was this the corrosion of death energy? Ning Chen's expression changed dramatically. This was only a little exposure from burying 3 coffins, but what would happen after prolonged contact? This cannot continue. As he pushed the Xianwood coffin into the deep pit, his body suddenly weakened. His foot slipped, and he fell straight into the grave. Bang! Ning Chen winced in pain and climbed up while holding onto the coffin. Only then did he realize that the coffin lid had been knocked open by his fall. The dead deserve respect. Forgive me. Ning Chen picked up the coffin lid and was about to close it when he instinctively glanced inside. His pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the coffin lay a beautiful woman in a red dress, perfectly still. Apart from the absence of breath, she looked nothing like someone who had died. What a beautiful woman! A flash of astonishment crossed Ning Chen's eyes before he shook his head. It is a pity that someone so beautiful has died. As he spoke, he covered the coffin. Then he tried to climb out and bury it. But at that moment, a faint clicking sound came from inside. A strange sound rang out. Ning Chen reacted as if shocked and instinctively looked toward the Xianwood coffin. He swallowed nervously. Had the corpse come back to life? The next moment, the coffin lid seemed to be pushed open. A delicate hand reached out from within and grabbed Ning Chen, pulling him into the ancient coffin. When the slender hand pulled Ning Chen into the coffin, his body landed across the woman in the red dress. His heart raced and cold sweat covered him. What was happening? Had the corpse come back to life, or had it transformed? Ning Chen's mind raced. But soon he noticed something was wrong. If the woman beneath him were a lifeless corpse, her body should have been stiff. Yet the woman in red was astonishingly soft. Their bodies were pressed close together in the cramped coffin, and Ning Chen could see the woman's flawless skin. He also felt her icy body gradually returning to warmth. Before Ning Chen could react, the woman in red suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and stared directly at him. Miss, please do not misunderstand. You were the one who pulled me into the coffin. Ning Chen felt uncomfortable under her gaze and tried to rise, but the coffin was so narrow that it could only hold one person lying down. He could find nowhere to brace himself, so he could only remain there, unable to move away. The woman in red said nothing. Yet her beautiful face quickly flushed visibly. Ning Chen could feel her body growing warm, and then heard her cold, melodious mutter close by. Damn it. Even after the ninefold substitute death, this tribulation of human desire still refuses to disperse. Ning Chen was bewildered by the terms. Before he could think further, the woman's beautiful eyes fell upon him again. With a wave of her slender hand, she seemed to isolate everything around them. You may consider it a favor. The woman's cold voice sounded again. The woman's beautiful face grew larger in Ning Chen's vision. Her cool, soft lips briefly touched his, and her warm breath brushed across his face. Ning Chen was stunned. He made a symbolic attempt to struggle. Soon the coffin began to tremble. After an unknown number of hours, when Ning Chen woke up, the woman in red had already climbed out of the coffin, stood beside the pit, and quickly dressed herself. Miss. Ning Chen struggled to rise, but found his whole body aching, especially his waist, which was sore. Thinking of what had just happened, he couldn't help lamenting that this woman was simply too ruthless. However, before he could finish his words, a long sword pressed against his neck, and the red-dressed woman's cold, indifferent voice followed. What just happened only you and I know. If a third person knows, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Yes, Senior. The nearly tangible cold killing intent made Ning Chen realize the woman was not joking at all, and he quickly nodded. Only after Ning Chen agreed did the red-dressed woman sheath her sword. Are you a disciple of the Burial Peak of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Yes. I was abducted. Ning Chen didn't hide anything. What's your name? The red-dressed woman asked coldly. I didn't call out, that was you who just called out. Ning Chen answered honestly. The red-dressed woman. Ning Chen seemed to see a twitch on her stunning face. I'm asking your name, she said, restraining her killing intent. Ning Chen. Ning Chen. Your body cannot withstand the death energy. Within a month, at most, you will die. The red-dressed woman glanced at Ning Chen indifferently, almost saying the word weakling. I know. Ning Chen's tone was bitter, but what could he do? The woman hesitated, then flipped her jade-like hand and tossed a pill to Ning Chen. This is a pill to nourish your body. At night, the guards on Burial Peak are weaker. Whether to stay or leave is up to you. As her words fell, she stepped into the void and vanished in an instant. Shattering the void, Ning Chen lay in the coffin, watching in astonishment. Being able to walk through the void showed that the woman's cultivation was considerable. Yet a woman of such cultivation would choose the 9-turn death substitution and even fall victim to that despicable tribulation of human desire. But this was not something he could ponder. His immediate priority was to survive. Looking at the pill given by the female demon, Ning Chen hesitated, then finally swallowed it. If the female demon had wanted to kill him, she would have cut him down with a sword just now. The gap in their strength was too great. There was no need for such pretenses. Soon the pill entered his body, and a warm sensation spread throughout Ning Chen's whole body. It works. Night. In the Heavenly Demon Sect, a full moon hung high, and it was eerily quiet. A graceful figure in a red dress suddenly appeared under the moonlight. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked toward the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Mo Sha, it's time to settle accounts with you. Her name was Luo Shangwu, the former leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. 3 years ago, she was ambushed by the deputy leader Mo Sha, greatly reducing her strength. Moreover, the tribulation of human desire from cultivating demonic arts happened to appear at that moment. In desperation, she used the forbidden technique 9-turn death substitution, faking her death to deceive Mo Sha. She had planned to gradually recover her strength in the fake death state, but unexpectedly the tribulation of human desire still lurked in her body. That was why what had just happened occurred. At the Saint Realm, you dare to rebel. Mo Sha, you have audacity. As her cold words fell, Luo Shangwu vanished in an instant under the moonlight. In the main hall, a middle-aged man in black robes sat on a high seat looking at the blood-robed elder below. It was the Burial Peak elder who had been responsible for assigning Ning Chen and others today. How is the task I assigned you going? Mo Sha asked the blood-robed elder coldly. Reporting to the leader, everything has been arranged. The blood-robed elder showed a flattering smile and quickly replied, all the coffins have been buried, and they are all newly captured disciples. They know nothing about the former leader. That's fine. Mo Sha seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then snorted with dissatisfaction. That woman Luo Shangwu, even when ambushed, even with demonic backlash, refused to benefit me, even in death. It's a pity her corpse cannot be refined. After Luo Shangwu's self-destruction, the Imperial might covered her corpse, making it impossible to approach. Even a deceased great emperor was this troublesome. Indeed, if the leader could refine the cultivation essence from her body, becoming a great emperor would be within reach. The blood-robed elder also sighed. Oomph. Mo Sha snorted coldly and waved his hand carelessly. No matter. Without that woman suppressing me, I can use all the sect's resources and prove myself as an emperor sooner or later. As long as that woman is dead. These elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect would never imagine that the leader missing for 3 years has actually been dead all along, and now has been buried by a mere Burial Peak disciple. Mo Sha laughed wantonly in a great mood. Starting tomorrow, I will use all the sect's resources to break through to the Emperor realm. Is that so? Shall this Emperor help you along? However, at that moment, a cold female voice rang out in the hall. Immediately after, under the incredulous gazes of Mo Sha and the blood-robed elder, a graceful figure in a red dress appeared in the hall, holding a sword, her eyes looking at them coldly and indifferently. Luo Shanwu. You're not dead. Even your tribulation of human desire has been resolved. When he saw the woman's face and felt the terrifying imperial aura, Mo Sha's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost, and he cried out involuntarily. Thanks to you. As Luo Shanwu's indifferent words fell, two sword lights containing imperial might flashed. The next moment, two screams resounded through the hall. Burial Peak. Inside the coffin. Everything has recovered, and even I have an extra strand of special energy in my body. Is this spiritual energy? Ning Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power in his body. With the help of the red-dressed woman's pill, he not only fully recovered from his injuries, but even had stepped into the Dao entry realm. Surviving a great disaster brings good fortune, but I'd better leave first. Ning Chen climbed out of the coffin and immediately decided to escape. Though he had entered the path of cultivation, staying on Burial Peak would surely lead to death, so he fled first. She was actually a virgin. When he got up and saw the striking spot of red in the coffin, he was momentarily dazed. However, this coffin was truly sturdy, though after all that tossing it hadn't collapsed. I'll treat it as a spring dream. Ning Chen shook his head, picked up the coffin lid, and was about to close the coffin, but at that moment his mind suddenly felt a sharp pain, and then a panel invisible to others appeared before his eyes. Burial God Coffin. Current unlocked layers 19 layers. Burial blood, energy 0. The blood energy required for the next layer. His golden finger had arrived. After a moment, Ning Chen finally understood what his golden finger could do. Divine Burial Coffin. Bury people and become stronger. The Divine Burial Coffin had 9 layers in total, each corresponding to a different function. The only layer that was unlocked was the one that allowed him to bury vital energy and receive spiritual energy in return. Then there's no need for me to leave this demonic sect. Ning Chen's eyes grew increasingly bright as he immediately abandoned the thought of fleeing the demonic sect. Staying here meant burying people, and now with the Divine Burial Coffin, burying people made him stronger. Why the hell would he leave? He glanced at the pitch-black ancient coffin, and with a thought, the Divine Burial Coffin shrank to the size of a palm. He then tucked it away before climbing out of the deep pit. The sky outside had already darkened. The Burying Life Peak disciples who had been dragged to the back mountain during the day had long since left. That woman really knows how to make things difficult. Ning Chen muttered, remembering that when he had finished burying the 2 coffins, it was only noon. He could only imagine how long that demoness had dragged him around. He shook his head and walked down the mountain. As soon as he left the back mountain and arrived at the square from earlier, Ning Chen saw dozens of corpses scattered on the ground. Clearly they had failed to bury the bodies properly and were killed by the blood-robed elder. The demonic sect is truly brutal. Ning Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't encountered that demoness, his fate would likely have been the same. Perfect chance to test the Divine Burial Coffin. With a thought, he looked around, and seeing no one nearby, walked toward the corpses of the cultivators. He dragged them to a spot in the back mountain, then took out the Divine Burial Coffin and began burying them one by one. With each person buried, a stream of red vital energy surged into the Divine Burial Coffin. Moments later, waves of rich spiritual energy flowed back into Ning Chen's body. Half an hour later. So satisfying. Ning Chen gripped the grave-digging shovel, feeling the surging power within him, and even his cultivation had improved significantly. 4 minor realms in one go. His cultivation had now reached the 5-star level of the foundation entry stage. Although this was only the beginning of cultivation, and progress was easier jumping 4 minor realms at once. Wasn't that practically cheating? Moreover, through his recent burials, Ning Chen discovered that the stronger the person was in life, the more vital energy could be buried, and the stronger the feedback. Putting away the Divine Burial Coffin, Ning Chen began his descent down the mountain. He soon encountered a demonic sect disciple at the foot of Burying Life Peak. The demonic sect disciple looked Ning Chen up and down, casting a disdainful glance at the shovel in his hand. You're new to Burying Life Peak. Although they were all disciples of the Black Demon Church, the status of Burying Life Peak disciples was extremely low within the sect. Because most Burying Life Peak disciples were ordinary people captured by force, or even cripples with poor talent, while he had joined the demonic sect on his own merit. Ning Chen nodded. All of Burying Life Peak's disciples have already gone down the mountain today. Why are you still here? The Black Demon Church disciple looked at Ning Chen suspiciously. I was too tired and fell asleep. Ning Chen made up an excuse. What a waste. Falling asleep while burying people. But then again, trash like you is only good for burying people. The The Black Demon Church disciple sneered. Follow me. Yes. Ning Chen followed silently, showing no emotion. Along the way the disciple cursed and grumbled while Ning Chen simply listened without a word. Half an hour later. We're here. This area is where all the Burying Life Peak disciples live. The two arrived at the foot of a mountain on Burying Life Peak where there were many dilapidated small courtyards, a clear sign of how poorly the burial disciples were treated in this demonic sect. The disciple pointed to a spot and said to Ning Chen, "You'll live there from now on." "Yes. Senior brother, let me escort you." Ning Chen lowered his head and replied calmly, "No need. You reek of death, bad luck. Stay away from me." The Black Demon Church disciple cursed in disgust. He turned to leave, but at that moment a shovel suddenly pierced through his chest. He turned in disbelief to see the Burying Life Peak disciple who had been so obedient moments ago now smiling at him, saying helplessly, "Senior brother, since you won't let me escort you, I'll just have to send you off myself." "You?" He clearly never imagined that this insignificant Burying Life Peak disciple would dare to kill him. But no more curses could escape his lips now. The demonic sect disciple's life force quickly faded away. Ning Chen took a deep breath, pulled the shovel out of the corpse, and suppressed the excitement of his first kill. He cautiously looked around, and seeing no one, dragged the body into his dilapidated courtyard. Since this man had discovered that Ning Chen had only just come down from the back mountain, he had to be eliminated. In the demonic sect it was all deceit and betrayal. One misstep could mean disaster. Ning Chen couldn't leave his life in someone else's hands. Divine Burial Coffin. Closing the courtyard gate, Ning Chen called softly. The next moment a blood-red light appeared on the palm-sized Divine Burial Coffin, and it transformed back into a mysterious pitch-black, bronze, ancient coffin 1 zhang in length. Then he opened the coffin lid, revealing a space that had become a chaotic void. Ning Chen picked up the corpse of the Black Demon Church disciple and buried it inside. As the corpse was devoured by the chaos within the coffin, a stream of red vital energy was buried into the Divine Burial Coffin. But this time no spiritual energy flowed back to Ning Chen. What a pity. The guy was at least at the peak of the foundation entry stage. If his spiritual energy could have been fed back, it would have been some improvement. Seeing this, Ning Chen sighed. Currently those he killed himself could only provide vital energy to the Divine Burial Coffin and couldn't return spiritual energy. But this was only temporary. Once the second layer of the Divine Burial Coffin was unlocked, those he killed would be able to feed back spiritual energy. And as more layers were unlocked, he could even comprehend the cultivation techniques and martial arts of his clients in life. At this thought, Ning Chen rubbed his hands in anticipation. In the blink of an eye several days passed. Burying Life Peak Rear Mountain. Of the nearly 1,000 burial disciples initially captured, only a few hundred remained. Most had been eroded by death energy after just a few days of sending off the dead and had long since passed away. Amidst the dense crowd, Ning Chen, dressed in dark robes, buried several coffins into the ground, covering them carefully with soil, then skillfully lit 3 incense of rebirth. His movements were fluid and practiced, with no death energy leaking out. After burying people for these past few days, his burial technique had reached at least national-level proficiency. When the 3 incense sticks were lit, 3 streams of blood-red vital energy quietly surged into the Divine Burial Coffin, hidden in his palm, followed by 3 surges of rich spiritual energy feeding back into his dantian. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Ning Chen let out a long breath, then called up the panel. Only he could see name Ning Chen. Cultivation Foundation Entry Stage Peak. Cultivation Technique None. Martial Art None. Burial Art Divine Power None. Currently unlocked layers 19. Buried Vital Energy 20100. After burying people for several days, Ning Chen's cultivation level had reached the peak of the 5-star entry Dao realm, but the burial blood energy required to unlock the next layer was merely 20 points. It was not that burying a client would yield 1 unit of blood energy. Rather, it depended on the client's strength before death. The stronger the client, the greater the blood energy. For instance, among those he had buried in recent days, some yielded a pitiful 0.01 blood energy. "I must bury the strong," he murmured. "It's good for me and good for the burial god coffin as well." Ning Chen murmured softly. The burial god coffin in his palm seemed to tremble slightly, as if agreeing with his words. However, burying the strong would still be difficult. Currently, the burial life disciples were only burying ordinary disciples who had died in battles against the righteous path, far from being considered strong. However, when some elder-level experts of the heavenly demon sect fell, their bodies would also be handed over to Burial Life Peak for interment. But whether they would be given to burial life disciples, Ning Chen had no way of knowing. As for unlocking the second layer, which allowed one to bury those they had killed themselves, that would require building a foundation of strength. First bury people. First become strong. Having made up his mind, Ning Chen put away the burial god coffin, ended his burying work for the day, and walked toward the training square of Burial Life Peak. On the training square, many of his colleagues had already finished burying and were sitting cross-legged, circulating their spiritual energy to expel the death chi from their bodies. Ning Chen come quickly. When he saw Ning Chen passing by, a young man in yellow robes immediately waved at him. It was his next-door neighbor, Zhou Yuan. According to this fellow, he was a holy son of some fourth-rate sect. While trying to rob the rich to help the poor at the Spring Fragrance Pavilion and rescue fallen girls, he was tricked by a female disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect with a honey trap and was captured. Ning Chen walked over. Quick, circulate your spiritual energy and expel the death chi from your body. As he approached, Zhou Yuan urged impatiently, "You idiot, you've overloaded yourself these past few days by burying so many. The death chi must have already invaded your body. Expel it quickly. I only have one friend in this demon sect, and I don't want you to die." Ning Chen nodded slightly. He sat down cross-legged and symbolically circulated his spiritual energy to expel the death chi. In truth, with the burial god coffin in hand, the death chi could no longer harm him. That Ning Chen kid is too hardworking. I see him burying several more bodies every day than the ordinary Burial Life disciples. Yeah. Burying more people does nothing for Burial Life disciples except earn a few extra contribution points, and it only increases the risk of death chi erosion. Why bother? The surrounding colleagues also tried to persuade him. They could not understand Ning Chen's almost suicidal behavior. Other Burial Life disciples wished to bury as few as possible to reduce the risk of death chi erosion, but Ning Chen, on the contrary, actively buried several more each day. To this, Ning Chen merely responded with a smile. If not for the fear of exposing the burial god coffin, he would have buried them all. Since burying people made him stronger, why would he not bury more? Ning Chen, if you lack spirit stones to buy healing pills, you can come to this holy sun, Zhou Yuan whispered as he leaned in. Burial Life Peak disciples could earn one sect contribution point for each corpse they buried, and contribution points could be exchanged for pills or cultivation techniques and martial arts. Besides contribution points, one could also purchase with the universal currency of spirit stones. However, most Burial Life disciples chose to use contribution points to exchange for pills to suppress the death chi eroding their bodies. So when Zhou Yuan saw Ning Chen burying people so laboriously, he mistakenly believed that he was earning contribution points to exchange for healing pills to suppress the death chi in his body. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Ning Chen did not refuse and cupped his hands towards Zhou Yuan. It was fine to let him misunderstand. You're welcome. I only have you as a friend in this demon sect. Zhou Yuan sighed, his face showing dejection. Whether we can ever escape this demon sect in this lifetime is still uncertain. Ning Chen said nothing. Just then, many of the Burial Life disciples nearby began to discuss. Have you heard? Something huge has happened in the Heavenly Demon sect these past few days. It's said that the former sect master who had been missing for several years has returned and killed the Mo Sha sect master. What? The Mo Sha sect master was killed? It's said that the Mo Sha sect master was a Saint Realm powerhouse. Saint Realm? How you probably don't know, the former sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect is an Emperor Realm powerhouse. An Emperor Realm powerhouse. The surrounding Burial Life disciples instantly fell into a dead silence. An Emperor Realm existence was utterly unattainable for them. For a moment, the voices of discussion dwindled and no one dared to talk further. The former Heavenly Demon sect master. Ning Chen looked at Zhou Yuan with confusion. Who is this former Heavenly Demon sect master? After all, he was an outsider and had to ask Zhou Yuan, a local, about anything he didn't understand. Well, Zhou Yuan coughed awkwardly and then said vaguely, just the previous Heavenly Demon sect master. Very strong, said to be one of the top experts in the Tianling realm. Zhou Yuan was at best a holy son of a fourth-rate power. How could he have had the chance to meet the sect master of a top demon sect? It was as if he had said nothing at all. Ning Chen shook his head and chose not to press further. After all, the Emperor realm was still far beyond his reach. When it grew late, Zhou Yuan finished circulating his spiritual energy to disperse the death chi, and the two finally descended the mountain together, returning to the dilapidated little courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Late at night, in the main hall of the Heavenly Demon sect, a graceful figure in a red dress sat in the main hall. It was Luo Shangwu. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with displeasure. She was currently dealing with the mess left by that fool Mo Sha. These past few days, she had thoroughly purged the entire Heavenly Demon sect. All those associated with Mo Sha had been killed by her. Thus, the Heavenly Demon sect finally returned to her control. At that moment, an aged voice came from outside the main hall. Sect Master, you called for this old man. Enter. Luo Shangwu put down the matters in her hands and looked toward the outside of the hall. Soon an old man in a green robe with white hair quickly walked in and respectfully bowed to Luo Shangwu. Greetings, Sect Master. Elder Guxuan, no need for formalities. Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes fell on the white-haired elder and her red lips parted. I have called you here today to ask you to take over the management of Burial Life Peak, one of the 7 peaks of our heavenly demon sect. Bloodrobe is dead and Burial Life Peak currently has no one in charge. It urgently needs someone to oversee it. Bloodrobe was the Bloodrobe elder who had captured Ning Chen and others at the beginning. Today happened to be the 7th day after his death. Burial Life Peak. Guxian was startled then nodded. Although Burial Life Peak was also one of the 7 peaks of the heavenly demon sect, its overall strength was vastly inferior. This was mainly because of its different nature. The other peaks were primarily focused on cultivation. Burial Life Peak had only one goal, to bury the dead. After burying, these disciples still had to resist the death chi. How could they have time to cultivate? Already lacking in natural talent, they fell even further behind the disciples of other peaks. Over time, Burial Life Peak became far inferior to the other 6 peaks. The 7 peaks of the heavenly demon sect were originally from the same source. No peak should be left to waste. Elder Guxian, after you take over Burial Life Peak, you may keep an eye out for any outstanding disciples. If there are any, you can cultivate them well. Luo Shangwu's voice was cold and carried a full sense of oppression. Yes. Guxian nodded, but inwardly he gave a bitter smile. However, he also knew that the sect master's plan would likely come to nothing. The disciples of Burial Life Peak were all either ordinary people who had been captured or those with low natural talent. How could there be outstanding disciples among them? After receiving orders, Elder Gu Xian hurriedly departed. In the main hall, only the solitary graceful figure in a red dress remained. After instructing Elder Gu Xian, Luo Changwu was about to continue handling matters, but as she picked up a scroll, she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her palm. She lowered her gaze and frowned. In her fair palm, a blazing fire seemed to be rekindling. This is... The next day, Ning Chen woke up early, called Zhou Yuan, and began another day of the grueling life of hauling and burying corpses. Zhou Yuan was responsible for the drudgery, while he was responsible for the burying. Upon arriving at Zongxing Peak, some colleagues were discussing something. Zhou Yuan insisted on eavesdropping, so Ning Chen had to follow. It seemed that the blood-robed elder from before had been killed by the returning sect master, and the demon sect had sent a new elder to oversee Zongxing Peak. As soon as the news spread, the disciples of Zongxing on the training square erupted in cheers. They didn't care who came to manage, or as long as the blood-robed elder was dead, they were happy. All they could say was, good riddance. After that minor episode, they began the day's burying. It wasn't until dusk that they finished. Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged nearby, circulating his spiritual energy, desperately dispelling the death aura within him, as if afraid of death. Ning Chen meanwhile pretended to do the same, but was actually reviewing the day's gains. Today they buried 10 clients, yet the burial chi of the Zongxing coffin increased only a pitiful amount. As for cultivation, he was still at the peak of the Dao entry realm. In fact, he could have broken through from Dao entry to the spirit gathering realm days ago, but he had been suppressing it, because he hadn't yet cultivated any cultivation technique. When a cultivator reaches the spirit gathering realm, they must guide spiritual energy through their meridians, open spiritual channels, and temper their body. The most crucial element in this step is the cultivation technique. The stronger the technique, the more powerful the spiritual channels it can open, paving the way for subsequent cultivation. Brother Zhou, how many contribution points does it take to exchange for a visit to the scripture pavilion at Zongxing Peak? While sitting cross-legged, Ning Chen asked Zhou Yuan beside him. He usually devoted all his attention to burying, so he knew little about some aspects of Zongxing Peak. After all, with that leisure time, he might as well bury 2 more high-quality clients. Zhou Yuan casually said 800. 800. Ning Chen frowned and murmured, then I'm still short by 200. I need to work harder. What a... Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression changed. His eyes widened, and he stared at Ning Chen in shock, forgetting to expel the death aura. He grabbed Ning Chen's shoulder and said, you're only 200 short. How many people have you actually buried? Brother Ning, you haven't developed an addiction to burying, have you? Improper burying leads to tearful families. Ning Chen. Brother Zhou, you misunderstand. I simply haven't cultivated a technique yet, and need to study one, so I'm rushing to bury people to earn contribution points. A technique? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, patted Ning Chen's shoulder, and said, that's easy. This holy son practices the strongest technique in our sect. Although it's forbidden to pass it on, you are my only friend in this demon sect. Besides, we can't leave anyway, so who would know if I passed it on? Old Zhou. Ning Chen was a bit moved. Lao Ning. The two looked at each other. Then Zhou Yuan took out a scroll from his storage ring, placed it in Ning Chen's palm, and waved his hand. No need for words. This virgin heart technique is yours. Virgin heart technique. Ning Chen took it and looked at Zhou Yuan in astonishment. You practice this kind of thing, yet you go to Chuanshan Pavilion to rob the rich and help the poor save fallen girls. Wait, could he actually be going to save those fallen girls? But this technique. If you had given it to me a few days earlier, perhaps I could have practiced it. But now, he handed the scroll back and shook his head. Brother Zhou, I can't practice this virgin heart technique. You can't practice it. Zhou Yuan's voice suddenly rose as if betrayed. He stared at Ning Chen with anguish. Brother Ning, don't tell me you've already. No, I haven't. Ning Chen told a small lie. He did it for Zhou Yuan's own good. If Zhou Yuan learned that he had been reverse pushed by a beautiful, powerful female demon, he would be devastated. That's fine. Zhou Yuan let out a sigh of relief, his righteous anger gone, and his face broke into a smile again. As long as you're still a virgin, you'll always be my good brother Zhou Yuan. Although Zhou Yuan's virgin heart technique solved his immediate need, unfortunately, he didn't meet the requirement. He felt sorry for failing to protect himself back then. It seems I need to bury people even harder these next few days. Ning Chen planned secretly. He needed to exchange for a technique that could open spiritual channels as soon as possible, or his cultivation would be stuck at the peak of the Dao entry stage, which was somewhat awkward. Over the next few days, Ning Chen worked even harder at burying. His diligent appearance made many colleagues exclaim that this kid truly didn't care about his life. He even snatched Zhou Yuan's share of work. Zhou Yuan wanted to dissuade him, but knowing that Ning Chen needed to exchange for a technique and break through to the spirit-gathering realm, he could only secretly grind a few death-repelling pills into his meal. No help for it. Who made him my only friend in this demon sect? Finally, a few days later, after burying the last corpse, Ning Chen's contribution points finally reached 800. At Zhangxing Peak on the training square. Brother Zhou, I'm going to the scripture pavilion. Ning Chen pretended to expel death aura, then immediately stood up, said to Zhou Yuan, and hurried away. Zhou Yuan waved at his departing figure. Go for it, Brother Ning. If his brother became an emperor, he would definitely worship him as his godfather. But the prerequisite was, his brother had to remain a virgin. Meanwhile, on a high peak of Zhangxing Peak, Elder Gu Xian, dressed in a green robe with white hair, fixed his gaze on Ning Chen, seeming thoughtful. Then he stepped forward, transformed into a shooting star, and vanished. At the Celestial Demon Sect on the main peak, Luo Changwu sat in the courtyard, staring blankly at the sea of clouds before her. At that moment, a figure appeared behind her. It was Gu Xian. He saluted respectfully. Sect Master, this is a list I compiled from my recent observations of the disciples at Zhangxing Peak. As he spoke, Gu Xian handed over a scroll. Please have a look, Sect Master. Luo Changwu nodded slightly and took it. She quickly glanced at the scroll. It contained a list of disciples that Elder Gu Xian considered promising, along with their identities before being captured. Qin Shou, a loose cultivator at the 3-star Spirit Gathering Realm. Hu Wei, an outer disciple of the third-rate one-sword sect at the 3-star Spirit Gathering Realm. Zhou Yuan, the holy son of the 4th-rate Star Moon Holy Land at the peak of the Spirit Gathering Realm. Luo Changwu glanced over it and lost interest. The people on the list had decent talent enough to become mid-tier disciples in the Celestial Demon Sect, but they could hardly reach the upper echelon. Just as she was about to roll up the scroll and return it to Gu Xian, she suddenly noticed something. Her beautiful eyes lingered on one spot, where she saw a familiar name, Ning Chen, origin unknown. Ning Chen. A handsome, youthful face surfaced within Luo Changwu's vision. As if recalling the absurd incident that had occurred in the coffin that day, her slender brows furrowed slightly, and even her aura grew restless. Didn't this emperor order him to leave? How could he still be here? Truly reckless with his life. Elder Gu Xian. Luo Changwu calmly rolled up the scroll and pushed it onto the wooden table before her, tapping it twice before speaking in a cold voice. The names recorded on the list may continue to be observed. Though not exceptionally gifted, they can still be beneficial to our Tianma sect, if properly cultivated. Yes. Elder Gu Xian nodded. However, just as Gu Xian was about to roll up the scroll and depart, Luo Changwu's red lips parted slightly, as though speaking casually. Who exactly is this Ning Chen? Why is his background listed as unknown? Reporting to the sect master. Elder Gu Xian slowly explained. This Ning Chen is also one of the burial disciples captured by the blood-clad elder in this batch. I investigated his background, but found nothing. Not even enough to qualify as a rogue cultivator, for he lacked even a place to cultivate. As if he appeared out of thin air. Though he has only reached the peak of the entry path realm, he has displayed twice the effort of other disciples. Peak of the entry path realm. A flicker of astonishment flashed across Luo Changwu's beautiful eyes, but she concealed it skillfully. She clearly remembered that fellow having not the slightest cultivation, merely an ordinary mortal. Though she had given him a pill, its primary purpose was to heal injuries, at most helping him cross the threshold into cultivation. And yet now, in barely 10 days, he is on the verge of breaking through an entire realm. Could it be? She had misjudged him. Reporting to the sect master, though Ning Chen's talent at the entry path realm is merely average, his diligence more than compensates. Elder Gu Xian hurriedly explained. To go from a cultivation less mortal to nearly breaking through to the spirit gathering realm in less than 10 days. If that were ordinary talent, there would be no prodigies left in the entire Tianling realm. Luo Shangwu shook her head inwardly. By the way, there is one more matter. Elder Gu Xian looked toward Luo Shangwu, as if seeking permission. Sect Master, I have been keeping watch on Ning Chen these past few days. He has been burying corpses with even greater diligence, no doubt seeking to earn contribution points to obtain the cultivation techniques required for the spirit gathering realm. Should I extend a helping hand to him? Elder Gu Xian had always cherished talent. Though Ning Chen's natural gifts were mediocre, his diligence far surpassed that of ordinary disciples, earning his deep appreciation and desire to assist. No need. Luo Shangwu said faintly. Yes. Since the sect master had not permitted it, Gu Xian said nothing more and hurriedly departed. At the ancient pavilion amidst the sea of clouds, Luo Shangwu glanced once more at the burning flame patterns on her pale palm, her slender brows furrowing slightly, before she stepped forward and vanished. Before dusk, Ning Chen finally arrived at the Tianma sect scripture pavilion. The ancient tower before him stood 9 stories high, magnificent and grand. Many demonic sect disciples had already formed a long queue entering the scripture pavilion one by one. Ning Chen joined the line as well. After half an hour of waiting, it was finally his turn. Name and affiliated peak. The Tianma sect elder in charge of registration at the scripture pavilion's entrance did not even glance up. Ning Chen burial peak. Ning Chen replied. Whoa. At these words, many demonic disciples behind him turned pale with shock and hastily retreated dozens of meters away from Ning Chen, as though encountering a demon star itself. A disciple from Burial Peak. He is from Burial Peak. I was standing so close to him just now. Could his death energy have already corrupted me? Why would a Burial Peak disciple leave the peak to bury corpses and wait for death, instead of coming out to harm others? That death energy is so ominous. In an instant, complaints rang out continuously. Most of the crowd looked at Ning Chen with disgust, keeping their distance. The reason Burial Peak disciples were unwelcome in the demonic sect, besides their low talent and weak strength, was primarily because of their exposure to death energy. Once death energy entered the body, it became extremely troublesome. Thus, disciples of other peaks avoided Burial Peak disciples altogether. Shut up, all of you. This is sacred ground of the scripture pavilion. What is all this noise? The elder guarding the scripture pavilion glared fiercely at the surrounding demonic disciples, his powerful aura instantly pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Only after handling everything did the scripture pavilion elder turn his gaze to the young man in dark robes before him, asking in a tone of certainty, "You are a Burial Peak disciple?" "Yes," Ning Chen replied. "If I recall correctly, Burial Peak accepted a new batch of disciples 10 days ago. Did you join Burial Peak 10 days ago?" The scripture pavilion elder asked again. Ning Chen nodded once more. "Then you may return." The scripture pavilion elder waved his hand dismissively. Ning Chen frowned. Could Burial Peak disciples' status have fallen so low that they were not even permitted to enter the scripture pavilion? Entry to the scripture pavilion requires at least 800 sect contribution points. How could a newly arrived disciple like you possess 800 points, let alone a new Burial Peak disciple? The scripture pavilion elder explained coldly. Disciples of other peaks could accept sect missions to earn contribution points. But Burial Peak disciples could only earn points by burying corpses, all while risking death energy corruption. 800 burials in less than 10 days. That was sheer fantasy. If one could truly bury 800 corpses, they would long have died from death energy corruption. I will overlook this since you are new. Should it happen again, do not blame me for being merciless. The scripture pavilion elder gave Ning Chen a cold glance and waved him away. Return home. Truly overestimating himself. In barely 10 days, and he wants to enter the scripture pavilion. Who does he think he is, the chosen one? Ha! Around them many demonic disciples sneered mockingly. Why have you not left yet? When the scripture pavilion elder saw Ning Chen still standing in place, he frowned. Ning Chen took out his Burial Peak disciple token and placed it on the table, smiling faintly. How does the elder know I do not have 800 contribution points? The scripture pavilion elder was taken aback, his brows knitting tightly, as he hurriedly picked up the disciple token Ning Chen had placed on the table. He then quickly sensed it with his divine sense. The next moment his face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? 800 contribution points? How could you possibly earn 800 points in merely 10 days, and not die from death energy corruption?" At these words, the demonic disciples who had been eagerly anticipating a good show now stared in utter disbelief. Less than 10 days. He buried 800 corpses. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered no torment from death energy corruption. No such disciple had ever appeared on Burial Peak. It was simply unbelievable. The scripture pavilion elder fell silent for a moment, then, as if recalling something, a glint of sharp light flashed in his aged eyes. Before Ning Chen could react, he swiftly grabbed his hand and carefully sensed within. Oh, there is indeed death energy within your body, not entirely absent, but bearing traces of death energy corrosion. You actually resisted it. Hearing this, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief internally. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Though death energy corrosion could no longer harm him, he deliberately left a small amount of death energy within his body each day. This was precisely to handle sudden situations like this. If these demonic cultivators sensed that his body contained absolutely no death energy, it would inevitably raise their suspicions. Only after the scripture pavilion elder let go of his hand with an astonished expression did Ning Chen ask with a smile, "Elder, may I now enter the scripture pavilion?" Of course. The elder in charge of the scripture pavilion reacted and returned the disciple token to Ning Chen, in which the 800 contribution points he had painstakingly earned by burying bodies over the past few days had been fully deducted. Then he looked at Ning Chen again and reminded him, "But I must remind you, 800 contribution points only grant you access to the first and second floors of the scripture pavilion, and you may borrow only one cultivation method or martial art. This disciple understands." Ning Chen took back his disciple token and nodded. Then, under the astonished gazes of the demonic disciples behind him, he walked toward the scripture pavilion. Inside the scripture pavilion, rows of bookshelves stood tall, lined with one cultivation method and martial art after another. Ning Chen scanned them one by one, carefully selecting. After all, this concerned the opening of his spirit veins in the spirit-gathering realm. The more veins opened, the stronger he would become, and the greater his combat power would be in the future. So the choice of a cultivation method could not be taken lightly. Yellow rank intermediate blood demon art. Yellow rank intermediate earth soul technique. All of them are yellow rank methods. Ning Chen looked and frowned slightly. Through his understanding over the past few days, he had learned that the world's cultivation methods were ranked from high to low as Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, and the methods on the first two floors were all the lowest yellow rank. To obtain higher grade methods, he would need to go further up, but that required more contribution points. He was already at the peak of the Tao realm, and the opening of his spirit veins was urgent. He simply didn't have time to earn more contribution points. I can only choose a suitable one from the yellow rank methods, and hope to make up for the gap later. Having made his plan after touring the first floor, Ning Chen headed to the second floor. Half an hour later, he finally selected a method that seemed acceptable. Tiangang Heart Art Yellow Rank High Grade. If cultivated properly, it can open up to 15 spirit veins. Ning Chen didn't know whether 15 was considered a lot, but compared to other methods that typically opened 11 or 12 veins, this one was already more. After storing the Tiangang Heart Art and registering it, Ning Chen left the scripture pavilion and headed toward the shabby little courtyard at the foot of Burial Peak. Though dilapidated, it was at least his first home in this world. By the time he returned to the shabby courtyard, dusk had already fallen. Zhou Yuan from the neighboring courtyard was already snoring loudly, so loudly that Ning Chen could hear him from afar. "Looks like I'll have to cultivate with my ears plugged tonight." Ning Chen felt a bit helpless. He didn't plan to sleep tonight, but instead to cultivate through the night, comprehending the Tiangang Heart Art and opening his spirit veins. Creak. Pushing open the shabby gate of the courtyard, Ning Chen had just stepped inside when his pupils constricted. Standing in the courtyard was a woman in a red dress, bathed in moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. It was that demoness. Ning Chen's heart jolted. Could she have changed her mind and still intend to kill him? But he forced down his panic, closed the courtyard gate, and then approached, asking, "Senior, why have you graced my humble abode tonight?" The demoness ignored him, simply sitting on the stone chair in the courtyard, casually picking up the teacup and pouring herself a cup of tea. "Senior, this tea." Ning Chen had just begun to speak when a single glare from the demoness silenced him. Her voice as crisp and pleasing as colliding ice sounded. "Can I not drink it?" "I wouldn't dare." Ning Chen lowered his head. The demoness seemed to let out a proud snort, then raised the teacup and took a light sip, only to furrow her delicate brows slightly. Seeing this, Ning Chen braced himself and said, "Senior, that's the leftover from last night." Luo Shangwu silently put the teacup down. Would she fly into a rage and draw her sword to kill him? Ning Chen instinctively kept his distance. After a moment, Luo Shangwu rose, her beautiful eyes landing on Ning Chen, and said coldly, "Did I not tell you to leave? Why haven't you left? I get stronger by burying people, so why would I leave this cultivation paradise?" Of course, Ning Chen didn't reveal his true thoughts. Instead, he changed his words. "The demonic sect is dangerous. If I leave rashly, I'll be caught and killed. Staying here might offer a glimmer of survival." "You mean you want to carve out a path to survival in this Tianma sect?" Luo Shangwu raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. Hearing this, the demoness crossed her arms over her proud chest and emphasized coldly, "This is a demonic sect. The demonic sect is fraught with peril. It won't give you the chance to grow stronger slowly. One misstep and you'll either die at the hands of righteous cultivators who come to exterminate us, or at the hands of your own fellow disciples." "I know." Ning Chen met the demoness, gaze his expression calm. Luo Shangwu's brows knitted slightly. She saw not a trace of fear in the young man's eyes. "As you wish." With that she turned as if to leave. "Also, you must not breathe a word of what happened that day. Rest assured, senior." Ning Chen nodded slightly. After all, it had been his first time too, and he had no such perverse interest in bragging about it. When Ning Chen finished speaking and looked back into the courtyard, he found the demoness figure had already vanished. She must have left the moment he finished. Did this demoness come in the middle of the night just to warn him? Her strength was not to be underestimated. She was likely at least an inner elder of the Tianma sect. "Let's continue cultivating." Ning Chen shook his head, returned to his room, climbed onto the bed, sat cross-legged, and took out the Tiangang heart art to begin his all-night training. Boom. But at that moment the door was violently blasted open. In the next instant the demoness who had just left returned, once more her gaze fixed on Ning Chen. "Senior, what are you?" Ning Chen felt a pang of distress for his door, then looked at the demoness, noticing her aura seemed restless, much like the day he first met her. A chill ran down his spine. A sudden sense of dread welled up. He felt that his waist tonight would surely suffer. "Senior, today I happen to be having my male period, so it's inconvenient." However, his response was met with the demoness' icy voice. "Shut up." The breath Luo Shangwu exhaled was scorching hot, and the flame-like patterns on her fair palm were burning ever more fiercely. This was her Desire Tribulation, a side effect of cultivating the Tianma heart art. It would stay with her for life. Only by crossing the chasm of the great emperor and gaining a trace of divinity could she suppress it. But gaining divinity was easier said than done. In the past she could rely on her formidable cultivation to forcibly suppress this Desire Tribulation, but ever since that absurd night with this fellow, she could no longer suppress it. She had endured for days, but it was difficult to contain. Today, when she heard Elder Gu Xian mention this fellow's name, she decided to come and see for herself. Of course, she only meant to look. But just as she left, the Desire Tribulation flared up again. During the eruption of the Desire Tribulation, one's cultivation would struggle to advance even half a step, as all would be consumed by the burning desire. She was the sect master of the Tianma sect. If her strength faltered, how could she fend off the righteous sects when they attacked? Luo Shangwu gritted her teeth, her gaze resting on Ning Chen's handsome face. She walked toward him, taking a deep breath. "Senior." Ning Chen stepped back, repeatedly realizing what was about to happen. He still wanted to resist. I, who had devoted myself to cultivation, was repeatedly overpowered by that female demoness. However, before Ning Chen could finish his words, Luo Shangwu waved her jade hand, and an overwhelming aura instantly pressed Ning Chen onto the bed. Spirit chains formed from spiritual energy bound him spread-eagled on the bed. Then she walked over. "Senior." As Ning Chen was about to say something, his mouth was sealed by the female demon. He strongly protested against this. Was this female demon addicted? And why was she always the one taking the initiative? The experience was terrible. However, under Luo Shangwu's formidable cultivation, Ning Chen had no right to resist. In an instant his clothes were shattered by her powerful aura, instantly left naked. "You don't have to shatter my clothes every time, do you?" Ning Chen was full of question marks. Could it be that you want me to take them off for you?" Luo Shangwu snorted coldly. She could not bring herself to help a man undress, nor did she have the patience to wait for Ning Chen to do it slowly, so the best method was to shatter his clothes with her aura. "Close your eyes." Her icy voice sounded. Clearly she was about to remove her red dress. After all, wearing clothes was not suitable for resolving the human Desire Tribulation. "No." Ning Chen, pinned beneath her, looked stubborn. Last time he was overpowered, he saw nothing and felt nothing. This time, he had to experience it. A man must stand up for himself. "You." Luo Shangwu was currently sitting on Ning Chen's stomach. Hearing his words, she furrowed her delicate brows. She was about to circulate her qi to forcibly close Ning Chen's eyes. But at that moment, the flame brought by the human Desire Tribulation suddenly surged within her body. A burning pain and an unbearable sensation caused a muffled groan mixed with a tempting moan to escape from her bright red lips. The sound had just emerged. A flash of humiliation crossed Luo Shangwu's cold and elegant face. She, the lofty heavenly demon empress, actually made such an indecent sound. However, under the influence of the human Desire Tribulation, she increasingly lost control of herself. When she saw Ning Chen, who was beneath her, staring wide-eyed at her, she could not force anything. "You? If you dare look around, I will definitely kill you." She threw out these words. She could no longer restrain herself. Her jade fingers brushed the sash that bound her red dress at her slender waist, then gently pulled. The red dress along with the belly band drifted down onto the bed. That exquisite and alluring figure appeared before Ning Chen's eyes, without any reservation. So beautiful. For a moment Ning Chen was stunned. Neither in his past life, nor in this one had he ever seen such a beautiful woman. Absolutely stunning, flawless like a piece of art carved from white jade. This female demon was simply too beautiful. The first time he was overpowered he was too weak, so he saw nothing, felt nothing, and it was over in a hurry. He felt sorry for his muddled first time. You still dare to look around. I'll kill you. Luo Shangwu gritted her teeth. Although her tone seemed cold and murderous combined with her weak voice and her peach blossom-like, flushed face, it was impossible to take her seriously. Ning Chen swallowed his saliva. In for a penny, in for a pound. Senior, you seem to be a bit poisoned. Let me help you. As he spoke, Luo Shangwu's oppressive aura had already dissipated. He forcibly broke free from the restraints and gently placed his hands on her soft, slender waist. You dare? Luo Shangwu spoke words full of murderous intent, but her body softened, and she collapsed onto Ning Chen's chest. For a while the room was filled with the sounds of chirping orioles and swallows. After an unknown amount of time inside the courtyard's barrier, boom, a terrifying murderous intent surged up. Luo Shangwu in her red dress stared at Ning Chen with ice-cold, beautiful eyes, her murderous intent almost solidifying. Senior, I was just helping you detoxify. Besides, after the beginning, weren't you the one taking the initiative? Looking at the murderous female demon, Ning Chen said softly. You. At these words, the female demon's murderous intent grew even stronger. She glared at Ning Chen. It was because her heart would not allow it. Would not allow this guy to take the initiative. If there is a next time, I will not let you off. With that, Luo Shangwu seemed unwilling to stay another second, turned around and left. Then next time, senior, just don't get poisoned. Behind her, Ning Chen muttered softly. Luo Shangwu paused, gritted her teeth, then raised her hand, and a black object shot toward Ning Chen, grazing his head and embedding itself heavily in the beam. Oomph. With the cold snort, her figure had already vanished. So brutal. Ning Chen pouted. Then he glanced at the object the female demon had thrown onto the beam. This is... He walked over, and after great effort pulled it out from the beam. He looked at it. It was an ancient-looking sheepskin scroll. When Ning Chen opened it, paragraphs of ancient and complex characters appeared in his mind. Supreme Demon Art. What a domineering name. This is a cultivation technique. Ning Chen's gaze gradually turned serious. He had not expected the female demon to give him a cultivation technique. Continuing to read the ancient text, it detailed the key points for opening spiritual meridians, cultivation precautions, and so on. Quite comprehensive. This is at least a high-grade profound stage, or even earth stage technique. Anyway, it's stronger than the heavenly gang heart method I borrowed from the scripture pavilion. I'll practice this. Ning Chen took a deep breath, carefully stored the sheepskin scroll, then sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate the supreme demon art, attempting to open his spiritual meridians. Half an hour later, Ning Chen's aura suddenly surged. The accumulation of several days finally broke through. His cultivation had reached the spirit-gathering realm. He had just comprehended the supreme demon art and could now begin opening spiritual meridians. As he began to open his spiritual meridians according to the key points of the supreme demon art, streams of dense spiritual energy started to flow within his body, and it became smoother and smoother. Then Ning Chen sensed that a channel seemed to open inside him. One spiritual meridian opened. Ning Chen rejoiced, then pressed on, intending to open more meridians. 1, 2, 3. As time passed, the number of meridians in Ning Chen's body increased. The opening of meridians lasted until the dead of night. 121 spiritual meridians. When the last meridian was opened, Ning Chen was completely stunned. He had actually opened over 100 meridians in one go. Although he did not know what level that represented compared to the heavenly gang heart method he had borrowed today, it was more than 100 meridians more. Previously, spiritual energy had to be actively absorbed, but now it was as simple as breathing. Is this the improvement brought by over 100 meridians? Ning Chen's eyes sparkled, and then he tirelessly began to circulate his spiritual meridians, cultivating through the night. It was not until the following morning that Ning Chen finally ceased his cultivation. After a night of battling the female demon, arduous training, and the accumulated spiritual energy rebounding from burying the dead, while at the peak of the Dao entry realm, he successfully broke through to the 2-star level of the spirit-gathering realm. Not only had his strength advanced, but after these days of burying the deceased, the burial spirit coffin's blood and chi had reached 95, leaving only 5 points needed to unlock its second layer. Being able to bury those he had slain was a satisfying prospect. In a demonic sect who could avoid killing. I'll strive to unlock the second layer within these next few days. Ning Chen made his plans. Several days later in the rear mountain of Burial Peak. With practiced ease, Ning Chen interred the last client into the earth. A surge of blood energy flowed into the burial spirit coffin concealed within his palm, then transformed into spiritual energy that surged into his body. 99 points. Glancing at the final burial blood chi value on the panel, anticipation flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. Unfortunately, today's assigned tasks had all been completed. Damn it, I'm dying. Brother Ningyu, you bury this last one for me. At that moment, Zhou Yuan panicked and shouted, black chi billowing from his body. Leaving behind that sentence, he rushed out of the rear mountain, sat cross-legged in the training square, and frantically began to expel the death energy. Ning Chen would naturally not refuse such a fortunate opportunity. He stepped forward and pulled over Zhou Yuan's last client. It appeared to be a disciple from another peak of the heavenly demon sect, dead for only a few days with a cultivation base of the 2-star spirit gathering realm. The body had just been refined to extract its cultivation essence, and the death energy was extremely dense. No wonder Zhou Yuan had screamed after merely touching it. But, thought Ning Chen, this suits me perfectly. As he calculated whether burying this corpse could unlock the second layer, a commotion stirred in the rear mountain. Several people swaggered in, carelessly flipping open the coffins beside the burial peak disciples that had not yet been interred, as if searching for something. Who are they? How dare they be so arrogant? A burial peak disciple looked over in confusion. Chill. Keep your voice down. A colleague immediately gestured for him to be quiet. Those are disciples of the Nether Puppet Peak, one of the 7 major peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Nether Puppet Peak's overall strength ranks among the top 3 of the 7 peaks, so we can't afford to provoke them. The Nether Puppet Peak specializes in refining puppets, so it's common for their disciples to come to our burial peak to request a few corpses. Nether Puppet Peak. That burial peak disciple indeed fell silent. Not bad. This corpse is quite decent. It reached the peak of the Dao entry realm in life. I'll take it back to practice on. At that moment, the leading Nether Puppet Peak disciple had spotted a promising target and smiled in satisfaction. Yes, Senior Brother Lu. The others nodded cheerfully, rubbed their hands together, and prepared to lift the coffin. No, you can't take it. If you do and the elder investigates, what will happen to me? However, the burial peak disciple stood in front of the coffin. Although he feared the men before him, he dreaded punishment even more. Burial peak disciples had a daily quota of burials they must complete. Failing to meet the quota would also bring punishment. What's the problem? Lu Ming chuckled. That's your problem, not mine. No, you can't take it. The burial peak disciple hugged the coffin. Get lost. A worthless burial peak disciple dares to block my way. Lu Ming frowned, stepped forward and slapped the disciple blocking the coffin onto the ground, then proceeded to kick and beat him. 5-star spirit gathering realm. Witnessing this, the surrounding burial peak disciples' expressions changed, their eyes filled with dread. Although burial peak had disciples with spirit gathering realm cultivation such as Zhou Yuan, Qin Shou, and Hu Wei, they were either sect disciples abducted from other sects or rogue cultivators who had trained on their own. The majority were at the Dao entry realm, or even ordinary people who had never cultivated. The gap between them and Lu Ming, a Nether Puppet Peak disciple, was far too vast. Pa, reckless fool. Lu Ming spat on the dying disciple, then selected a few more good materials for puppet refining before preparing to leave. The burial peak disciples were indignant, but dared not speak out. Edge. Suddenly Lu Ming seemed to sense something, and quickly led his group toward a certain spot. Hold on. I want that corpse. Lu Ming shouted. However, the burial peak disciple acted as if he hadn't heard, digging a burial pit and preparing to push the darkwood coffin in for burial. Seeing this, Lu Ming grew anxious. Channeling his spiritual energy, he stamped his foot, generating an air vortex beneath him. He quickly reached the darkwood coffin and struck it with a palm blast. Bang! The next moment, the darkwood coffin shattered under the immense force and the corpse within tumbled to the ground. This is... I knew my perception was right. A 2-star spirit gathering realm corpse. Perfect material for refining a puppet. I'm taking this corpse. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with joy, not even glancing at the burial peak disciple before him. But at that moment, a calm voice rang out. Pick it up. Lu Ming froze, lifting his head instinctively. Before him stood a burial peak disciple in dark robes, handsome features, and a face utterly serene, looking at him calmly. Pick it up. Ning Chen repeated in a flat tone. He held deep respect for the deceased, for they helped him grow stronger. Therefore he felt obliged to bury them properly, lighting a rebirth candle for each corpse to signify peace for the departed. But this fellow before him had desecrated his client. When Lu Ming understood Ning Chen's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ning Chen, let it go. He's a Nether Puppet Peak disciple with a 5-star spirit gathering realm cultivation. We can't afford to provoke him. The surrounding burial peak colleagues urged him. They knew Ning Chen worked hard at burying the dead every day, but what use was hard work? In a demonic sect, or anywhere for that matter, strength was everything. Lu Ming sneered, looking disdainfully at Ning Chen. If I refuse to pick it up, what can you do to? Before he could finish, a figure flickered before him like a ghost, and a fist slammed heavily into his body. Bang! The next moment Lu Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree. What? The Burial Peak disciples around were astounded, their expressions shifting dramatically as they stared at the dark-robed Ning Chen, astonishment written all over their faces. A single punch had sent a 5-star spirit-gathering realm cultivator like Lu Ming flying. All this time, senior brother Ning, who only seemed to work hard at burying the dead, was actually this powerful. Even Ning Chen himself was surprised. After cultivating the technique given by the female demon, the explosive power he could unleash in an instant was truly formidable. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Amidst the stunned gazes of the Zhongshan Peak disciples, Ning Chen, with an expression of serene composure, dragged over a new black xianwood coffin from the side, then carefully placed the client into the coffin. Lu Ming struggled to rise from the ground, a mixture of shame and irritation stirring within him. How could he, a dignified disciple of the Han Kuei Peak, be sent flying by a single punch from a mere Zhongshan Peak disciple? You have quite the nerve. How dare you injure me? Before his words could finish, a mouthful of pitch-black blood sprayed from his lips. Elder brother Lu Yu, you're spitting black blood. The several Han Kuei Peak disciples beside him changed color and hurriedly reminded him. Shut up. I'm not blind. Lu Ming glared at them, then wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth with a harsh motion. How despicable, using poison. As a disciple of the demonic sect, isn't it perfectly normal for me to use poison? Besides, Ning Chen said calmly, I didn't use poison. Bullshit. Lu Ming roared, if you didn't use poison, then why am I spitting black blood? Ning Chen raised his hand, revealing a faint wisp of pitch-black icy death energy swirling around his fingertips. It's merely a bit of death energy. Ever since obtaining the burial god coffin, death energy could no longer corrode Ning Chen. But since the death energy would go to waste anyway, Ning Chen pondered whether he could use it as a means to fight his enemies. Judging by the results, it seemed quite effective. What? Death? Death energy? Lu Ming's voice instantly turned shrill. Staring in horror at the death energy swirling around Ning Chen's fingertips, his face twisted with fury. Death energy. Even more despicable. I'd rather you had used poison. With that, Lu Ming hastily led his Han Kuei Peak disciples down the mountain. If it were poison, a few antidote pills could have resolved it. But death energy, once it invaded the body, it would be a serious trouble. So he dared not linger a moment longer and hurried down the mountain. Put down their coffins as well. Behind him, Ning Chen's voice rang out. Oomph. Lu Ming snorted coldly but obediently set down the coffin, then hurried down the mountain with his Han Kuei Peak disciples. Thank you, elder brother Ning Chen. Several Zhongshan Peak disciples whose coffins had been snatched quickly bowed in gratitude to Ning Chen. Nearby, the other disciples now looked at Ning Chen with a newfound sense of awe. They had always thought Ning Chen was just an ordinary Zhongshan Peak disciple like themselves, only more diligent in burying people. But they never imagined that elder brother Ning Chen could send Lu Ming, a spirit-gathering realm 5-star cultivator, flying with a single punch. Just then, from the foot of the mountain, Lu Ming's sinister voice echoed. Ning Chen, is it? Just you wait. I won't let you off. Oh. However, before Lu Ming could finish his words, his screams rang out. Ning Chen is the only friend this holy son has in the demonic sect. You dare lay a hand on him? Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding your grandmother's leg. Down on the training square, Lu Ming's miserable screams continued without end. On the rear mountain, hearing the screams, Ning Chen immediately understood what had happened. It seemed Lu Ming had been throwing threats on the training square only to be overheard by Zhou Yuan, who was expelling death energy there. A single beating would have sufficed. But he had to go and make threats. Now he'd gotten 2 beatings. Zhou Yuan's blows were no lighter than Ning Chen's. After all, that child brother of his was at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. Everyone continue with the burials. Ning Chen glanced at the Zhongshan disciples who had gathered to watch the commotion and said softly, Yes, elder brother Ning Chen. The surrounding Zhongshan disciples nodded and returned to their tasks. After the others had left, Ning Chen pushed the coffin into the pre-dug burial pit and began the funeral rites. When the 3 incense of rebirth were lit, a stream of blood energy silently flowed into the burial god coffin hidden in his palm. Then, as a surge of concentrated spiritual energy nourished his body, Ning Chen's aura swelled abruptly. Spirit gathering realm 3 stars. Ning Chen murmured softly. More than the realm advancement, he was more interested in the burial panel that had reached 100 blood energy points. Name Ning Chen. Realm spirit gathering realm 3 stars. Art supreme demonic art. Martial skills none. Unlocked layers 19. Burial blood energy 100. Finally, I can unlock the second layer, able to bury those I have killed myself. Ning Chen muttered, carrying a coffin and slaying gods, officially online. As a demonic sect disciple he would inevitably have to kill. And since he had killed, he might as well bury them. He both killed and buried. Wasn't he a good person? My. At that moment Ning Chen suddenly sensed something. Frowning, he looked at the panel before him. Burial Divine Ability 1 can be learned. Burial Divine Ability. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Previously, all Burial Divine abilities had been absent. Now, with one available to learn, it was likely related to the impending unlocking of the second layer of the Burial God Coffin. I'll unlock it back at my residence. Ning Chen made his decision. Unlocking the second layer might cause a commotion and the Burial God Coffin might undergo changes. With too many eyes and ears around, he decided to return to his own courtyard first. At dusk, the Zhongsheng Peak disciples descended the mountain one after another. Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan also headed down together. Along the way, Zhou Yuan heard about Ning Chen's exploits that day and was utterly astonished. He clearly remembered that just a few days ago Ning Chen had come to ask him about cultivation techniques. Yet in just a few short days Ning Chen could defeat Lu Ming, a 5-star spirit-gathering realm cultivator, with a single punch. Brother Ning, after we escape from this demonic sect, this holy sun will no longer be the holy sun. Why, oi? You're too monstrous. I'll let you have the position of holy sun. That's quite unnecessary. Ning Chen waved his hand. The sacred land where Zhou Yuan belonged only accepted child disciples. Brother Zhou, I'm different from you. You're still a boy while I am already a man. Returning to his small courtyard, Ning Chen closed the door, then took out the Burial God Coffin. With a thought, the palm-sized coffin reverted to its original size. One zhang in length, pitch black all over it, lay quietly in the room. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Ning Chen pushed open the coffin lid and found that the originally chaotic interior of the Burial God Coffin had become filled with blood energy, like a sea of blood, with qi constantly surging out. Ning Chen understood that the Burial God Coffin was opening its second layer. It won't cause a huge commotion, will it? Watching the blood energy churning coffin, he felt a bit worried. Not to mention inside the demonic sect, even in any other place, exposing the Burial God Coffin would only invite murder and treasure theft. Just then, the Burial God Coffin trembled violently, and a pillar of blood energy shot straight into the sky. Ning Chen was dumbfounded. Speak of the devil, and he appears. But in the next moment, the skyward blood energy seemed to be forcibly suppressed by some force. Seeing this, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At the Heavenly Demon Sect, on the main peak within an ancient pavilion shrouded in clouds, a graceful figure in a red dress sat cross-legged in cultivation. Since her dual cultivation with Ning Chen, the tribulation of mortal desires had been temporarily suppressed, allowing Luo Shanwu to cultivate with increasing ease and fluidity. After a brief moment, she concluded her session, and the terrifying imperial might was fully reabsorbed into her body. Now that the spirit realm had grown increasingly turbulent, the righteous forces were banding together, condemning the demonic sects with intent to annihilate them. Yet the demonic factions, instead of taking the righteous crusade seriously, were scheming against one another, coveting the supreme position of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Allies united with a common goal while allies behaved like pigs. Such was the current predicament of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Luo Shangwu rubbed her forehead in slight exasperation. My. At that moment, Luo Shangwu raised her beautiful eyes and gazed toward a certain direction. As her glance fell, a dense surge of blood energy shot up into the sky. This is that fellow. Luo Shangwu frowned. The place where the blood energy surged was precisely at the foot of Burial Peak. She lightly raised her jade hand, and the soaring blood energy was concealed by her gesture. What is he doing? At the foot of Burial Peak, in a shabby courtyard, the second layer of the Burial God Coffin had finally been opened. Fortunately, it hadn't caused much of a commotion. Ning Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. Once the second layer of the coffin opened, the chaotic space within settled, and the surging blood energy had been fully absorbed by it. The second layer, it could bury those he had slain and grant a stronger influx of spiritual energy in return. Burying people will be more interesting from now on. With a thought, Ning Chen shrank the coffin and stored it away. Only then did he look at the panel visible only to himself. Burial Divine Ability 1 cultivatable. How should I cultivate this Burial Divine Ability? Just as the thought crossed Ning Chen's mind, a faint stinging sensation arose in his consciousness, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Burial Divine Ability, Eye of Past Lives. Allows one to see the final thoughts of the deceased. See the final thoughts of the deceased. Interesting. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. If a client's last thought was a martial art or technique, wouldn't he be able to obtain it for free? The concept of burying people to grow stronger was now made tangible. Burying people not only enhanced his cultivation, but also filled gaps in his martial arts, though it was somewhat unstable. However, once he unlocked higher layers and could comprehend the deceased techniques and martial arts, it would become more reliable. Even burying people now holds promise. Ning Chen shook his head in disbelief. He wouldn't have dared to imagine this when he first transmigrated here. Several more days passed. During these days, Ning Chen carefully studied the burial divine ability. With every burial, he used the eye of past lives to glimpse the deceased's final thoughts, and most only harbored a fear of death. Yet Ning Chen wasn't without gains. When he buried a disciple from the Blood Blade Peak of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he successfully obtained the Blood Demon Blade technique for free. Though merely a yellow-rank mid-tier martial art, getting it for free brought joy. He also discovered that channeling this burial divine ability consumed a great deal of mental energy, so it couldn't be maintained for long. However, the higher his cultivation, the stronger his mental energy. At the rear mountain, after lighting the last 3 rebirth candles, the final client was sent off. As a wisp of blood energy flowed into the burial god coffin, a more powerful and dense influx of spiritual energy returned to Ning Chen's dantian. Ever since the second layer of the coffin opened, the returned spiritual energy had increased. Within just a few days, Ning Chen broke through again, reaching the 4-star spirit gathering stage. Worth noting, the coffin's required burial blood energy had once again turned to 0-100, but the quality of blood energy demanded was higher. Ning. At that moment, Zhou Yuan approached, greeting him. The two set off down the mountain together. I didn't expect Lu Ming to actually swallow his pride. As they descended, Zhou Yuan muttered. He had thought that after they had taught the Soul Puppet Peaks Lu Ming a lesson, Lu Ming would harbor a grudge and seek revenge, but there had been no sign of it these past few days. We should still be cautious. Ning Chen shook his head. Since Lu Ming was a disciple of the demonic sect, he was surely petty and vengeful. If he hadn't retaliated, yet he might be plotting something. When the two came down from the rear mountain, they saw a large crowd of Burial Peak disciples gathered at the training square. What are you all doing? Zhou Yuan grabbed a random Burial Peak disciple and asked. Senior brother, Zhou's senior brother Ning. The disciple, seeing who had grabbed him, promptly bowed. Then he explained, Elder Son just informed us that after finishing our current tasks, we are not to leave. It seems the acting Peak Master has something to announce. Unlike the other 6 peaks, Burial Peak had never had a permanent Peak Master. It had always been led by an acting one. Because compared to the other 6 peaks, Burial Peak was a complete mess, and no strong expert of the Heavenly Demon Sect would willingly take charge of it. The acting Peak Master has something to announce. Hearing this, the two were taken aback, then exchanged glances and headed toward the training square. Soon, when all Burial Peak disciples had gathered at the square, an old man in a white robe appeared on the cliff above, drawing everyone's attention. The noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward the cliff. On the cliff, Gu Xian's gaze first settled on a spot in the crowd, lingering for a moment before he spoke slowly. I am Gu Xian, acting Peak Master of Burial Peak. Greetings, Peak Master Gu Xian. All Burial Peak disciples bowed in salute. Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan also followed suit. Ning, do you know that old man? Why did he keep looking at you? Zhou Yuan whispered. Just now, Gu Xian's gaze had indeed been fixed on Ning Chen. I don't know him. Ning Chen shook his head. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Zhou Yuan. At that moment, Gu Xian on the cliff began to speak. Today I have come to inform you of something. From this day forward, Burial Peak will undergo a transformation. Though it has been one of the 7 peaks, it has long existed in name, only far weaker than the other 6. After the sect master returned, unwilling to see this situation, he commanded me to reform Burial Peak. Therefore, starting tomorrow, every Burial Peak disciple may receive a pill to disperse death energy daily, and can use their contribution points to gain access to cultivation sites, such as the Heavenly Earth Creation Tower within the sect. The opportunity has been given to you. Whether you still wish to remain beneath others depends on how well you seize it. As Gu Xian's words fell, all Burial Peak disciples erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. A transformation for Burial Peak. In the crowd, Ning Chen's eyes also flickered with surprise. Previously, the contribution points from burying corpses could only be exchanged for pills and access to the scripture pavilion. They held no other use. Burial disciples were not permitted to participate in sect activities like the cultivation tower training formations or competitions for cultivation resources. But now it was different. Doesn't that mean I have more opportunities to grow stronger? Ning Chen felt a sense of anticipation, then sighed. The returning sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect finally did something decent. Indeed, Zhou Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Since that was the case, he, the Holy Son, would surely make a grand display in this demonic sect, especially since escape was futile. But why did the demonic sect master suddenly start treating us like people, eh? Zhou Yuan muttered in confusion. Who knows? Ning Chen shrugged. By the way, on the cliff, Gu Xian's gaze swept over the excited burial disciples and spoke again. Tomorrow, everyone is to assemble at Broken Soul Cliff. The next day, Duanhuan Cliff located at the edge of the Tianma sect's demonic gate. It was precisely because of its proximity to the demonic gate that it often fell victim to sneak attacks from righteous cultivators, leading to battles and turmoil. When a large group of Zongxing Peak disciples arrived, they could smell the pungent stench of blood and the foul odor of corpses from a distance. As they drew closer, the eerie, chilling aura rushed toward them. As Zongxing disciples, they were naturally familiar with this aura. It was death qi. Old Ning, it looks like quite a few people have died up ahead. Among the crowd, Zhou Yuan, walking beside Ning Chen, glanced at the Duanhuan Cliff ahead. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Even without Zhou Yuan's words, he knew there were many clients ahead. The Zongxing Coffin's perception of buriable blood qi was extremely strong, and he, as the master of the Zongxing Coffin, could naturally perceive it as well. Ahead is the Zonghuan Cliff. I have some matters to explain. At that moment, an aged voice rang out. Elder son of Zongxing Peak, walking through the air, looked down at the dense crowd of Zongxing Peak disciples. All the Zongxing Peak disciples stopped in their tracks, looking up with envious eyes. Walking through the air. This was an ability only cultivators at the sea-breaking realm possessed. A few days ago, the righteous dogs ambushed our Tianma sect, causing a minor skirmish and killing some people. Their cultivation origins have been refined, thus generating a large amount of death qi. Therefore, before entering the Zonghuan Cliff, circulate your spiritual energy and swallow the pills distributed to you. With these words, the Zongxing disciples, not daring to be careless, quickly circulated their spiritual energy and swallowed the pills. Ning Chen, also in the crowd, pretended to swallow the pill, but soon he heard news that made his eyes light up. This burial will have no limit on quantity, but it will also count toward contribution points. Everyone act within your means. Hearing this, many Zongxing disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Although contribution points were important, their lives were more important. Ning Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. No limits. Then he could bury to his heart's content. Anyway, he could use the excuse of earning contribution points to cover it up. When all the Zongxing Peak disciples were ready, Elder Sun led them into the Duanhuan Cliff. As soon as they entered the Duanhuan Cliff, what met their eyes were countless scattered, mutilated limbs and bodies like mountains of corpses, with blood flowing all over the cliff. The pungent stench of blood and bone-chilling death qi converged all around. Many of the ordinary disciples who had been abducted had never seen such a sight. They were instantly terrified, their faces pale, trembling. Some were even so nauseated that they vomited last night's meal. This is a minor skirmish. Ning Chen looked at the corpses scattered across the cliff, frowning slightly. Roughly estimating, the combined dead from the righteous and Tianma sect disciples were probably close to 1,000. Of course, this is just a minor skirmish between the righteous and demonic paths. If a real war breaks out, not just these thousands, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions would be affected. Zhou Yuan sighed as he spoke. As a holy son of a fourth-rate sacred land, he had seen some small spectacles and wouldn't be intimidated by a scene like this. However, Zhou Yuan didn't notice at all that his good brother's eyes were gradually lighting up. Ning Chen didn't hear about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions being affected. He only heard millions of quality clients waiting for him to save them. His wish was world peace. But unfortunately, he was lacking in strength and talent, so he could only let his clients reunite in another way. Let's begin. Elder Sun landed on the cliff and said indifferently to the crowd of Zongxing Peak disciples. Yes. The Zongxing Peak disciples, enduring their discomfort and fear, filed into the Duanhuan Cliff one after another. Several hours later, the death qi that had originally shrouded the Duanhuan Cliff had decreased by more than half, and many corpses had been buried. However, nearly 80% of the Zongxing disciples had already withdrawn from the cliff and sat off to the side, meditating to dispel the death qi. Only a scant 20% of the disciples were still persisting. On the cliff, Elder Sun's gaze fell upon the Zongxing disciples still insisting inside the Duanhuan Cliff, his eyes moving slightly as he swept over them one by one. Qin Shou Spirit Gathering Realm 4 stars, with blood qi more abundant than ordinary disciples. No wonder he can last longer. Hu Wei Spirit Gathering Realm 5 stars. Oh, in just a few dozen days he actually broke through. Zhou Yuan Spirit Gathering Realm Peak, considered the strongest among this batch of disciples. His virgin blood qi is extremely young, which actually helps him better resist the erosion of death qi. All are promising seedlings. And that little one the Peak Lord mentioned. Elder Sun stroked his beard in satisfaction, then his gaze searched. Found him. Soon his gaze settled on one spot. It was a handsome young man in a black robe who was at that moment burying people with great skill, then expertly lighting 3 rebirth candles. After finishing, he would move on to the next, repeating the process. Ning Chen. So this is the little one the Peak Lord mentioned. Although his talent and strength are not as good as Hu Wei and the others, he excels in having a diligence that ordinary people lack. He is still a good seedling after all diligence can compensate for clumsiness. Suddenly, Elder's son frowned, as if sensing something amiss. Wait, this little one's strength. Elder's son's expression grew increasingly grave. Spirit gathering realm 4 stars. Wasn't he at the peak of the Tao entry realm not long ago? And no, it's not 4 stars, it's 5 stars. He broke through again. At this moment, Elder Son's eyes were full of astonishment. This matter must be reported to the Peak Lord. This child is no simple one. At this moment, Ning Chen lit the rebirth candle, and a stream of dense blood chi silently buried into the Zongxing coffin. Abundant spiritual energy returned to replenish his dantian, and he could feel the realm he had broken through a few days ago once again improving. Spirit gathering realm 5 stars. Ning Chen let out a long breath. In the past few hours all told, he had buried nearly 300 clients. There were both righteous disciples and demonic disciples. Their blood chi was fairly abundant. It was just enough for him to complete another breakthrough. It was a pity though that when he activated the rebirth the thoughts before death, he saw were all fear of death. But that was normal after all these people had died in battle, and the only thing on their minds before death was fear. Damn it, I'm dying. Just then, Zhou Yuan's wailing complaints sounded from the side again. He was seen shouldering his burial shovel and running outward, his body oozing death chi that even his virgin blood chi couldn't suppress. At the same time, the other disciples who were still struggling could no longer hold on and rose one after another, intending to leave. Brother Ning, are you still going to continue? At this time, Zhou Yuan realized Ning Chen was still there and couldn't help frowning as he asked. Ning Chen is still here. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the remaining Zongxing disciples who were about to leave finally noticed that there was still a figure silently burying people. He can still persist. Qin Shou Hu Wei and some other relatively outstanding Zongxing Peak disciples looked over in astonishment, unable to help casting looks of respect. Brother Ning Chen is a true man. It's fine, I can still bury a few more. Ning Chen waved his hand. You really are reckless, aren't you? Seeing Ning Chen's reckless behavior, Zhou Yuan mumbled something, then gave up on leaving and turned to walk toward him. This holy son still has a few pills to suppress death chi. Swallow them quickly. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Ning Chen did not refuse his kindness. But just then, from within the Duanhuan cliff, accompanied by a chilling wind, a dense mass of death chi condensed from the bottom of the cliff and violently struck toward the approaching Zhou Yuan. Meanwhile, outside the soul-severing cliff, the disciples of the burial sect also noticed this scene, their expressions shifting drastically. Staring at the mass of pitch-black death energy that had taken on a humanoid shape, exuding a chilling and sinister aura, the burial sect disciples' eyes were filled with terror. It was indeed death energy, but how could death energy take such a form? It is said that after a person dies, they produce both death energy and resentment energy. The two are not of the same origin, but once they come into contact, they form a corpse of death and resentment, which controls the entire body. This is different from ordinary death energy, which only erodes the body, slowly tormenting it. This corpse of death and resentment will directly take your life. Most importantly, to form a corpse of death and resentment, the person must have been at least at the condensing core realm in life. A burial sect disciple who had some understanding of death energy quickly explained. What? At least the condensing core realm in life? The burial sect disciples' faces turned pale. Then senior brother Zhou Yuan is doomed. At this distance, even if elder son of the sea-breaking realm were to act, it would likely be too late. Inside the soul-severing cliff, the sudden attack of death energy startled Zhou Yuan. In the blink of an eye, the mass of death energy had reached him. At such speed, he had no chance to evade. This is the end. Zhou Yuan's face showed despair. Brother Zhou, be careful. Just as Zhou Yuan was in despair, a light shout sounded behind him, followed by a large hand landing on his shoulder, pulling him back abruptly, thus dodging the strike of the corpse of death and resentment. Alive. I'm alive. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Chen in front of him. Brother Ning, thank you. What is this? But Ning Chen had no time to respond. His gaze was fixed on the strange creature that had just attacked Zhou Yuan. It appeared to be a rotting corpse. Or rather, a corpse controlled by death energy with death energy swirling around it. But what concerned Ning Chen more was that this corpse controlled by death energy possessed such abundant funeral blood energy, indicating that it must have been at least a condensing core realm cultivator in life. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. This was a premium client. With a roar, the corpse of death and resentment attacked him. Ning Chen, this holy son will help you. Zhou Yuan also wanted to help, but before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. The death energy within him had already been eroding his body, and after the close contact with the corpse of death and resentment, he had absorbed some more. Brother Zhou, fall back. As Ning Chen spoke, he gripped the grave-digging shovel in his hand and stepped forward. As spiritual energy circulated, a blood-red light appeared on the shovel, making it incredibly sharp. This was the blood demon blade he had acquired earlier using the rebirth eye. Activating this technique could enchant any weapon with a blood-red light, enhancing its power. Ning Chen had no other weapons, so he had to use the grave-digging shovel. In an instant, the blood light condensed, and Ning Chen stepped forward, thrusting the shovel fiercely at the corpse of death and resentment. With incredible speed, he pierced straight through its chest. The corpse of death and resentment let out a low roar, gripping the shovel and sending death energy along its handle toward Ning Chen, as if trying to erode his body. But soon the corpse of death and resentment realized something was wrong. The young man in black robes before him seemed like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much death energy it sent, he remained unaffected. The corpse of death and resentment let out a puzzled roar, then turned to flee back down the soul-severing cliff. Where do you think you're going? Ning Chen stepped forward with the shovel in pursuit. This premium client was right in front of him. How could he let it escape? When the burial sect disciples outside the soul-severing cliff saw that the terrifying corpse of death and resentment was being chased by Ning Chen, they were somewhat stunned. Was senior brother Ning Chen really that strong? On the cliff, elder son, seeing this, also abandoned the idea of intervening. This kid is quite interesting. Inside the soul-severing cliff, a flash of blood light passed over the shovel in Ning Chen's hand. He threw it like a javelin, instantly pinning the corpse of death and resentment to the ground, rendering it immobile. The corpse of death and resentment's only means of attack was death energy. Other cultivators might have been wary of it, but Ning Chen was not afraid of death energy. With its only weapon rendered useless, the corpse of death and resentment had no choice but to submit. Then Ning Chen quickly stepped forward, took out 3 rebirth candles, lit them, and promptly inserted them around the corpse. The rebirth candles had the effect of suppressing death energy. In an instant, the death energy on the corpse of death and resentment rapidly receded. Seeing this, elder son on the cliff showed an increasingly appreciative expression. I didn't expect our burial peak to produce such an outstanding disciple. Good talent, diligent, keen, and perceptive, able to realize the effects of the rebirth candles. Rebirth candles. Most disciples thought they were just 3 sticks of incense to be inserted, but that was not the case. Their most crucial function was to suppress death energy. After suppressing the corpse of death and resentment, and waiting for its death energy to dissipate, Ning Chen pulled out the shovel and began digging a pit on the spot, preparing to bury it. Burying the pit, interring the corpse, all in one smooth motion. As the blood energy was interred into the burial god coffin, and rich spiritual energy was fed back into his dantian, Ning Chen couldn't help but sigh. The spiritual energy feedback from a condensing core realm client was indeed abundant. If he could bury another dozen or so such premium clients, his strength might break through again. Now let's see what his living wish was. Ning Chen murmured, and a yin-yang color appeared in his eyes. Then scenes that only he could see began to flash in his mind. These were the images of the client's living wish. In the scenes, the client seemed to be chased, fleeing in panic, while behind him was a white-robed old man whose aura indicated he was a sea-breaking realm powerhouse. But strangely, the sea-breaking realm cultivator could not catch up to the condensing core realm one. This is... Ning Chen looked closely. He felt that the client's movement technique was somewhat peculiar. However, as his spiritual energy waned, he was soon caught up and slain by the white-robed elder, dying with resentment at the soul-severing cliff, full of unwillingness. If my ghost shadow stride were stronger, cultivated more precisely, perhaps I wouldn't have died. Before dying, he thought about all the steps of his ghost shadow stride practice, wondering which step he had not perfected. Ghost shadow stride. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat interested. Soon the rebirth eye acquired the client's living wish. Ghost shadow stride, a profound rank mid-grade movement technique. Extremely fast, can conceal one's aura, moving like a ghost without a trace. Ning Chen noted the technique in his mind and began to practice it subconsciously. At dusk at the soul-severing cliff, elder son gathered all the burial sect disciples. Today's burial tasks are complete. Now I will announce everyone's contribution points for today. As elder son's voice fell, the burial sect disciples within the cliff all looked up. Lu Feng buried 3 people, earns 3 contribution points. Sushan buried 2 people, earns 2 contribution points. Qin Shou buried 21 people, earns 21 contribution points. Hu Wei buried 25 people, earns 25 contribution points. Zhou Yuan buried 40 people, earns 40 contribution points. As elder son's voice continued, the burial sect disciples looked at Zhou Yuan and the others, exclaiming, as expected of senior brother Zhou Yuan and the others, the number they buried is 10 times what we did. So strong. Brother Ning, how many did you bury? In the crowd, Zhou Yuan curiously asked Ning Chen beside him. Not many. Ning Chen smiled lightly. At the same time, elder son's voice rang out. Ning Chen. He paused, looking at Ning Chen. It's senior brother Ning Chen's turn. I wonder how many senior brother Ning Chen buried. His number must be at least as much as senior brother Zhou Yuan's, maybe around 60 or more. 60 or more. The burial sect disciples widened their eyes full of curiosity as they looked at Elder Sun. Then Elder Sun's voice, which had paused, sounded again. Ning Chen buried 351 people, earning 351 contribution points. As the words fell, everyone's faces changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. 351. Senior brother Ning Chen alone had buried nearly a third of them. Damn. Beside him, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Ning Chen. Is this what you call not many? Ning Chen shrugged innocently. It really wasn't many. If he hadn't wasted some time, his original target was 500 clients. But fortunately, that one condensing core realm premium client had made up for the loss. Alright, today's task is over. Prepare to return to the peak. Elder Sun waved his hand and said to the crowd. But at that moment, a powerful aura emerged from the side, and a white-robed old man stepped through the air. Who do I think it is? Turns out it's the little brats of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Moi, it's him. In the crowd, Ning Chen looked up and narrowed his eyes. This white-robed old man was the same person who had pursued the condensing core realm client in the images of his living wish. As the white-robed elder stepped through the air and landed on Duanhuan Cliff, his formidable aura enveloped everyone. Another sea-breaking realm powerhouse. When the disciples of Zhongxing Peak saw the white-robed elder, they all stared in confusion, not yet understanding the situation. Elder Sun looked over, his brows slightly furrowed. Are you Taoist Baiyu of Qingyun Sect? Oh, I didn't expect a petty demonic cultivator like you to know my name. The white-robed elder named Taoist Baiyu stroked his white beard, then smiled. Since you know my name, you must know what I enjoy most. Taoist Baiyu. He enjoys hunting demonic cultivators. Elder Sun's face was filled with gravity. Though he was a sea-breaking realm cultivator like Taoist Baiyu, he had only broken through a few days ago, while Taoist Baiyu had long been renowned in the sea-breaking realm. Qingyun Sect Righteous Path. He's a righteous cultivator. Upon hearing the white-robed elder's identity, many of the captured Zhongxing disciples saw a glimmer of hope, their eyes lighting up slightly. Brother Ning. He's a righteous cultivator, surely he'll fight Elder Sun. Should we? In the vast crowd. Zhou Yuan whispered to Ning Chen beside him. Ning Chen remained silent. This might be the best chance to escape this demonic sect. However, he didn't want to leave. Moreover, he didn't believe Taoist Baiyu would be so kind-hearted because, Senior, we were all abducted by this demonic sect. Please save us, Senior. Senior, my elder brother is an inner disciple of Qingyun Sect. Please rescue me from this demonic sect. For a moment, dozens of Zhongxing disciples, as if grasping at a lifeline, hurried toward him. However, seeing this, Taoist Baiyu frowned slightly, then struck down with his palm toward those dozen people, instantly blasting them into mists of blood. What a... Seeing this bloody scene, everyone's face changed drastically. This... Zhou Yuan's face turned pale. As expected. Ning Chen was not too surprised. After all, from the memories of the premium client he had just buried, it was this Taoist Baiyu who had been hunting him. It was worth mentioning that the premium client was not a demonic disciple, but a righteous one. In truth, there is no distinction between righteous and demonic, only differing interests. Idiot. Elder Sun cursed under his breath. Then he roared at the other disciples, all disciples of Zhongxing Peak, hear my command. Leave Duanhuan Cliff at once. I'll hold them off for you. Return to the sect and seek reinforcements. Yes. At the same time, the remaining disciples snapped back to reality, terror filling their eyes, and they fled toward the edge of Duanhuan Cliff. Taoist Baiyu stroked his long beard and chuckled, a game of cat and mouse. That suits my taste. However, let me deal with you first. As his words fell, spiritual energy surged around Taoist Baiyu as he swiftly attacked Elder Sun. Seeing this, Elder Sun's expression turned solemn, and he immediately met the attack. The next moment, on Duanhuan Cliff, two sea-breaking realm cultivators clashed fiercely, spiritual energy swirling like a violent storm. So this is a battle between sea-breaking cultivators. Ning Chen glanced from afar and felt the terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy. He then averted his gaze and, together with Zhou Yuan, sprinted toward the edge of Duanhuan Cliff. A battle between cultivators of such realms was beyond their intervention. But just as the group of Zhongxing disciples escaped Duanhuan Cliff, suddenly a dark figure plummeted from the sky. The Zhongxing disciples froze, then looked up in shock at the falling shadow, their pupils instantly contracting. The plummeting figure was Elder Sun. Elder Sun, covered in blood, crashed heavily onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked incredulously at the white-robed elder in the sky and cried out in disbelief, You're at the peak of the sea-breaking realm. What? Peak sea-breaking realm? At these words, the Zhongxing disciples' expressions drastically changed. Elder Sun was only a one-star sea-breaking cultivator No wonder he was quickly defeated by Taoist Baiyu in just a few dozen moves. The gap between them was too vast. Humph. A mere insignificant demonic sect lackey like you dares to be my opponent. Taoist Baiyu leaped down from the sky and stomped hard on Elder Sun's chest. Humph. The latter spat out another mouthful of blood. Taoist Baiyu laughed loudly. After I kill you, I'll kill these little demon cubs, then I can return to the sect master and claim credit. Hearing this, the surrounding Zongxing disciples turned pale with terror. If even Elder Sun couldn't defeat him, what chance did they as mere disciples have? Die. A murderous glint flashed in Taoist Baiyu's eyes, and a long sword materialized out of thin air, thrusting toward Elder Sun's chest, who was pinned beneath his foot. Baiyu, do you think you can kill an elder of my Tianma sect? At that moment, as an aged voice rang out, an invisible force instantly blasted Taoist Baiyu away. Then a colossal blood-red phantom of an old man dozens of zhang tall stood on Duanhuan Cliff, staring at Taoist Baiyu. It's the acting peak lord. Recognizing the phantom, the Zongxing disciples' eyes lit up. This old man's phantom was indeed the acting peak lord of Zongxing Peak, Gu Xian. A Dharma manifestation. The myriad phenomena realm. Taoist Baiyu's face changed. He hadn't expected to encounter a myriad phenomena realm expert, even at the border of the demonic sect. Humph. You're lucky. Taoist Baiyu snorted coldly, then unwilling to continue fighting, he swiftly fled toward the edge of Duanhuan Cliff. Harming my sect's elder, do you think you can escape? Gu Xian snorted coldly, raised his palm, and the very world seemed to change color as a terrifying aura descended upon Taoist Baiyu. Puffed. With a single strike, the arrogant Taoist Baiyu spat out blood. His face instantly changed, his aura rapidly weakened, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Qingyan break. Spitting out a mouthful of blood essence, Taoist Baiyu forcibly tore open a rift in space before him, and without hesitation vanished into it. He quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. A forbidden art of one's origin. Gu Xian's Dharma manifestation frowned slightly, but did not pursue further. Such forbidden arts could usually escape far away. His true body was not here. With only a Dharma manifestation, it was difficult to catch up. Then Gu Xian grabbed the severely injured Elder Sun and shouted to the Zongxing disciples, all disciples of Zongxing Peak return to the peak immediately. No delay. Yes. The Zongxing disciples showed relief at surviving the disaster, then dispersed from Duanhuan Cliff. At that moment, in the crowd, just as Ning Chen was about to return, a blood-red trace suddenly appeared before his eyes, extending continuously toward a certain place, as if pointing a direction. This was the perception of the burial divine coffin for burial-worthy blood aura. This direction. Is it that Taoist Baiyu? Ning Chen was startled. Besides perceiving burial-worthy blood aura, it also appeared when someone was near death. Could it be that Taoist Baiyu had been struck by Gu Xian's palm and was now in a dying state? Ning Chen immediately had a bold idea. A peak sea-breaking realm cultivator would definitely be a premium client, if he could bury him. At this thought, he took a deep breath and quietly activated the ghost stealth step. Meanwhile, among the vast crowd of Zongxing disciples, Zhou Yuan looked around in confusion. Where's my big Ning brother? 30 kilometers from Duanhuan Cliff, deep within a forest. A blood-soaked figure stumbled out of the void in a wretched state. It was White Feather Taoist, who had fled by using a forbidden origin technique. Now, however, he should be renamed Blood Feather Taoist. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Fearing that Gu Xian might pursue him, he had deliberately prolonged the forbidden technique's activation. That extra moment pushed his body to its limit, leaving him on the verge of death. Damn demon sect. I'll eradicate you all sooner or later. White Feather Taoist cursed angrily, wiping the blood from his mouth with a vicious swipe. He then took a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. After that, he sat cross-legged. But just then, White Feather Taoist suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down instinctively, only to find that a shovel gleaming with bloody light had pierced through his chest without him noticing. At the same time, a muttering voice sounded. A cultivator at the sea-breaking realm's heart isn't on the left side, is it? Well, just to be safe, I'll stab the right side too. With that, the shovel embedded in White Feather Taoist was suddenly pulled out, then thrust into his right side. White Feather Taoist. He belatedly realized what was happening and turned around in disbelief, but the figure who had dealt him those 2 shovel blows had already retreated, keeping a safe distance. You are a disciple of the burial life peak of the heavenly demon sect. Seeing the person clearly, White Feather Taoist's face changed drastically. Though he had no memory of such an ant-like burial life disciple, the shovel embedded in his chest unmistakably revealed the identity of the one before him. Yet this insignificant burial life disciple who had never caught his eye now dared to kill him. Ning Chen kept a safe distance from White Feather Taoist. Though the latter was on the verge of death, he was still a peak sea-breaking realm cultivator. A dying camel is still larger than a horse, so he had to be cautious. Then he looked at White Feather Taoist and spoke. I have come to escort you into burial. Escort me into burial. Ha ha ha. A mere burial life disciple. How dare you? Hearing Ning Chen's words, White Feather Taoist let out a furious laugh. Ignoring his injuries, he forcibly mobilized his blood chi and spiritual energy, as if gathering power to deliver a fatal blow to this insignificant burial life disciple. Now is the time. Seeing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He activated the ghost shadow step, his figure moving like a phantom, instantly closing in on White Feather Taoist. You. How do you know this movement technique? Seeing the familiar technique, White Feather Taoist was greatly alarmed. Only then did he realize how this insignificant burial life disciple had approached him silently. But by the time he realized, it was too late. Ignoring his injuries and forcibly mobilizing his blood chi, that was when White Feather Taoist was at his most vulnerable. If not now, when? I have come to escort you into burial. With a loud shout, a flash of bloody light flickered in Ning Chen's hand. The next moment, a coffin, fully 1 zhang in length, pitch black and exuding a mysterious aura, materialized in his arms. He swung it heavily down at White Feather Taoist. What? Seeing the ancient coffin crashing down, White Feather Taoist's expression shifted, but he had no strength to resist or dodge. As Ning Chen raised and slammed the burial deity coffin repeatedly, White Feather Taoist's screams echoed incessantly. This continued for a full half hour. Ning Chen set down the burial deity coffin and looked at White Feather Taoist's gruesome corpse, muttering, even if you were at the peak of the sea-breaking realm, you should be dead by now, right? White Feather Taoist had probably never imagined that he would die not at the hands of Gu Xian, a myriad manifestation realm cultivator, but at the hands of an insignificant burial life disciple, a premium client. Ning Chen took a deep breath, then first searched White Feather Taoist's body. He found a storage ring. So poor. After inspecting it, Ning Chen grumbled. Then he pushed open the coffin lid of the burial deity coffin, lifted White Feather Taoist's mangled corpse, and threw it into the chaos within the coffin. Soon the corpse was devoured by the burial deity coffin. A massive surge of blood chi rushed into the coffin. After following me for so long, the burial deity coffin finally gets to feast on something good. Seeing this, Ning Chen couldn't help but sigh, and then a surge of anticipation rose in his heart. How much spiritual energy would be returned after burying a peak sea-breaking realm powerhouse? Boom. At that moment, the entire coffin trembled. Then an immense rich torrent of pure spiritual energy surged into Ning Chen's dantian. Such rich spiritual energy. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately sat cross-legged and began refining this energy. An hour later, an unstoppable momentum erupted from Ning Chen's body. Another breakthrough. Ning Chen exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with joy. Bury people and grow stronger. How exhilarating. Now his aura had reached the 9-star spirit gathering realm, only 1 step away from the peak. Burying a peak sea-breaking realm powerhouse had boosted him by a full 4 realms. This is not good. Burying people is truly addictive. A smile spread across Ning Chen's face. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he activated the burial technique, the Eye of Rebirth, to peer into White Feather Taoist's past life wishes and see if he could obtain any techniques or martial arts for free. Soon the Eye of Rebirth was activated, peering into White Feather Taoist's past life wishes. A moment later, when Ning Chen withdrew the burial technique, his expression became extremely grave. He hadn't gained any techniques or martial arts. Instead, he had learned a terrifying piece of information. The righteous path of the heavenly spirit realm had secretly formed the righteous alliance to deal with the demon sects planning to strike within 2 years, and the first target was the leader of the demon sects, the heavenly demon sect. No matter how strong the heavenly demon sect was, even with an emperor sitting in it, could never withstand the combined assault of the righteous forces of the heavenly spirit realm. The righteous path also had emperors. I never expected the righteous path of the heavenly spirit realm to hate the demon sects so deeply. Is it just because of the conflict of interests between the 2 paths? Do they go to such lengths? Ning Chen frowned, deeply filled with doubt. If war truly broke out, it would be enough to shake the entire heavenly spirit realm. There must be some hidden secret behind it. It seems. I can stay in the heavenly demon sect for at most 2 years. Ning Chen murmured. He had to leave before the righteous alliance attacked the heavenly demon sect. From today's incident with White Feather Taoist, it was clear that the righteous path wouldn't care whether you were abducted into the demon sect or joined willingly. They would kill all. Once the war began, he would definitely be caught in it. Against the righteous alliance, the heavenly demon sect had almost no chance of victory. It seems I'll have to spend these 2 years burying people to grow stronger, so that when the conflict between the 2 paths erupts, I'll have the means to deal with it. Having made his plan, Ning Chen put away the burial deity coffin. Then he activated the ghost shadow step and headed toward burial life peak. When Ning Chen silently returned to Zhongxing Peak, he ran into Zhou Yuan, who had been searching for him everywhere, asking where he had gone. In response, Ning Chen merely brushed it off with the excuse of attending to a pressing need. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan did not press further, only muttering that brother Ning, like himself, was still a virgin, and perhaps his virgin urine was a bit more plentiful. After the two parted and returned to the small courtyard, Ning Chen began cultivating and continued until late into the night before finally resting. Night deepened. Luo Shangwu said indifferently, "This old man has reformed Zhongxing Peak according to your instructions, but most of the disciples there are truly lacking in talent, and the few better ones are only mediocre among the other peaks. As for those extremely rare disciples with decent talent, they could only be considered above average." Gu Xian stated slowly. "No matter. Nurture them gradually." Luo Shangwu did not even lift her head, seemingly unconcerned. Gu Xian slightly nodded and prepared to withdraw. But at that moment another thought occurred to him. Today, when the disciples of Zhongxing Peak went to Duanhuan Cliff, they were attacked by white feather Taoists of Qingyun sect. In the main hall, Luo Shangwu, who was handling sect affairs, seemed to pause briefly, but quickly resumed her composure. She asked calmly, "What were the casualties?" Reporting to the sect master, this old man arrived in time, and only elder son was injured. White feather Taoist fled severely wounded after using his forbidden life force technique. Gu Xian reported truthfully. Luo Shangwu gave a slight nod. "Instruct to strengthen patrols along the Tianma sect borders." "Yes." Gu Xian acknowledged and withdrew. He had intended to report the matter of Ning Chen to the sect master. After all, elder son had already mentioned that Ning Chen was extraordinary, having broken through from the peak of Dao entry realm to the 5-star spirit gathering realm in just a few days. Such talent was already astonishing. But on second thought, the sect master was a mighty emperor-level powerhouse who likely had no interest in a mere burial disciple, so he abandoned the idea of reporting. "Sect master, this old man will take his leave now." Just as Gu Xian turned to leave, Luo Shangwu's cold, emotionless voice rang out. "Is there anything else to report?" "And no. Nothing." Elder Gu hesitated. "Then withdraw." "Yes." Several days passed. Coincidentally, the demoness had not appeared for these few days, giving Ning Chen's kidneys a much-needed respite. So during the day, he madly buried people on Zhongxing Peak, and at night, he focused on cultivation. His frantic burying spree made the other disciples on the peak question their lives. Seriously, can even burying bodies become a competition? At dusk, after finishing a day of burying, Ning Chen sat cross-legged on the training square, waiting for Zhou Yuan beside him to expel the death energy from his body. Meanwhile, he was not idle, looking at the panel visible only to himself, named Ning Chen Realm Peak Spirit Gathering Technique, Supreme Demon Art, Martial Skills, Blood Demon Blade, Phantom Ghost Steps, Burial Divine Power, Eye of Rebirth. Current unlocked layers, 29 layers. Burial Blood Chi 35100. Indeed, the further I unlock, the more burial blood chi is required. Ning Chen sighed softly, but he was not discouraged. After all, in this process, he was slowly growing stronger. Peak Spirit Gathering. Next is the Condensing Core Realm, where chi transforms through the cycles and condenses into an origin core. Ning Chen murmured. In the Tianxian cultivation system, each new realm brought new changes to the body, such as opening spiritual meridians in the Spirit Gathering realm, the origin core in the Condensing Core realm, and treading the air in the sea-breaking realm, and so on. However, he did not yet know how to break through to the Condensing Core realm. After all, he was an outsider here, having to figure out cultivation on his own. Fortunately, there was still a local like Zhou Yuan. After Zhou Yuan finished his breathing exercises, Ning Chen looked at him and asked, "Brother Zhou, if I remember correctly, you are at the peak of Spirit Gathering, right?" "That's right. I, the Holy Son, am indeed at the peak of Spirit Gathering." Zhou Yuan raised his chin proudly. "Then does Brother Zhou know how to break through to the Condensing Core realm?" Ning Chen's voice was filled with curiosity. "Of course." Zhou Yuan nodded and said without hesitation, "In the Condensing Core realm, chi transforms through the cycles and condenses into an origin core in the Dantian. This process requires gathering all your spiritual energy into the Dantian. If you have a spirit gathering pill to assist, the effect is even better." At this point, Zhou Yuan's voice abruptly stopped, and the proud expression on his face suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something. Spirit Gathering Pill, eh? Ning Chen, however, did not notice his expression, only frowning slightly. It seemed he would need to find a way to obtain a Spirit Gathering Pill. He wondered if his contribution points were enough to exchange for one. "Brother Ning." At that moment, Zhou Yuan's trembling voice sounded. He looked at Ning Chen in disbelief and stammered, "You haven't already reached the peak of Spirit Gathering, have you?" Last time Ning Chen asked him about cultivation techniques, it was at the peak of Dao entry. That was only a dozen or so days ago. Now Ning Chen was asking how to break through to condensing core. Could it be? He was already at the same realm as himself. Just lucky. Ning Chen smiled. Hiss. You really are a monster. Zhou Yuan gasped and couldn't help but marvel. Brother Ning, staying on this Zongxing peak is a waste of your cultivation talent. When the inner disciple assessment comes, there seems to be a right to choose anew among the 7 peaks. At that time you should pick a stronger peak. Inner disciple assessment. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes. Zhou Yuan nodded. It's in 3 months. We'll talk about it then. Ning Chen shook his head. He had no interest in the other peaks. Burying people was the true path. Then, the two rose from the training square and headed toward the main hall of Zongxing Peak. Ning Chen wanted to see if he could exchange contribution points for a spirit gathering pill, and Zhou Yuan followed along. As it happened, Zhou Yuan had also accumulated quite a few contribution points, and he himself had been stuck at the peak of spirit gathering for a long time. If he could exchange, he would also get one. At the main hall of Zongxing Peak, only a few burial disciples had come to exchange pills. When they saw the two, they all bowed in greeting. Ning Chen, Zhou Yuan. Why are you here? Just then an old hearty laugh rang out. Elder Sun, who had recovered from his injuries, walked toward them. Elder Sun. The two both cupped their fists in greeting. What brings you two to the main hall? Elder Sun was quite satisfied with Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan. They were among the few on Zongxing Peak who, even after being coerced into the demonic sect, did not give up on themselves, but diligently cultivated. This mindset was commendable. Elder Sun, we came to ask if we can exchange contribution points for a spirit gathering pill. Ning Chen bowed before asking. Spirit gathering pill, eh? Elder Sun was stunned, then his pupils contracted, his expression changed, and his tone suddenly became urgent. You've reached the peak of spirit gathering. Ning Chen frowned faintly upon hearing Elder Sun's urgent words. This was the demonic sect after all. If he broke through several realms in just a few days, it would inevitably arouse suspicion or even covetousness. Acts of soul seizing were not unheard of even in the demonic sect. Elder Sun's cultivation was superior to his. He could easily see through Ning Chen's true realm, and deception was impossible. If only he had a way to prevent others from sensing his strength. Elder Sun, Ning Chen asked on my behalf. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, rescuing Ning Chen from the predicament. He too understood that this was the demonic sect, and he did not wish for Ning Chen to be possessed by its members. Oh, so it's you, young Zhou. Elder Sun stroked his white beard, showing no suspicion. After all, just a few days ago, he had personally witnessed Ning Chen break through to the 5-star spirit gathering realm. How could he possibly have cultivated to the peak of the spirit gathering realm in such a short time? He had been overthinking. Then Elder Sun said, as for the spirit gathering pill, it can indeed be exchanged for contribution points. How many contribution points? Not many. How many is not many? 5,000. 5,000. When Elder Sun uttered these words, the two's voices rose sharply. 5,000. Even for Ning Chen, who had buried so many clients, it was an astronomical figure. After the Broken Soul Cliff incident and the accumulation of the past few days, he had only saved about 1,500 contribution points, far from the 5,000 required. As for Zhou Yuan, from the time he was abducted to Zongxing Peak and forced to bury the dead, until now he had never used a single contribution point, and had only saved 800. Elder Sun, this 5,000 is too much. Zhou Yuan said bitterly. Ordinary disciples would hardly have a chance to earn 5,000 contribution points. I would have to bury 5,000 people. It might be difficult for Zongxing Peak disciples, but not for disciples from other peaks. Elder Sun said with a chuckle. Disciples from other peaks could take sect missions, each of which might be worth several hundred contribution points, while a Zongxing Peak disciple earned only 1 contribution point for burying a single person. What was that if not slave labor? Rest assured, Peak Master Gu Xian has already been in communication with the sect. From now on, disciples of Zongxing Peak will also be able to take on suitable sect missions. Elder Sun said comfortingly. Thank you for informing us, Elder Sun. Ning Chen cupped his hands, then glanced at the bitter-faced Zhou Yuan. Brother Zhou, let's go. It seemed that exchanging contribution points for a spirit gathering pill was not feasible. They would have to find another way. The two then walked toward the hall, sighing as they went. Alas, I thought Elder Sun was a very reliable elder. Indeed, Elder Sun is the most handsome old man I've seen on Zongxing Peak. Alas. Inside the hall, hearing their sighs, Elder Sun's mouth twitched, and he immediately called them back. Hold on. Is there anything else, Elder Sun? The two stopped and looked back with feigned confusion. Elder Sun stroked his long beard, smiled genially, and said mysteriously, although your contribution points are insufficient for a spirit gathering pill, there is another path. Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan exchanged a glance, then quickly stepped forward, clasped their fists, and said, please enlighten us, Elder Sun. At this sight, Elder Sun's mouth twitched again. So those words were deliberately spoken to provoke him. You two little rascals. Elder Sun shook his head helplessly, then explained, the Hunkwai Peak has recently been holding a corpse puppet trial to test the strength of the corpse puppets refined by its disciples. Any disciple of the Tianma sect can participate with 500 contribution points and receive rewards based on their performance. I recall that spirit gathering pills are among the rewards. Corpse puppet trial. Hearing Elder Sun's words, the two were taken aback. Young Ning, you can also participate. You are now at the spirit gathering realm, and with your talent reaching the peak will only take a few months. Having a spirit gathering pill ready ahead of time is not a bad thing. Elder Sun said with a smile. Thank you for the information, Elder Sun. Ning Chen nodded. The next day, Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan arrived early at Hunkwai Peak. This environment is much better than Zongxing Peak. The spiritual energy is several times richer. When the inner disciple assessment comes, this holy sun will definitely leave Zongxing Peak. Zhou Yuan silently vowed. Beside him, Ning Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hunkwai Peak was far superior to Zongxing Peak. As the two ascended the mountain, they saw many Hunkwai Peak disciples, each accompanied by a corpse puppet. It is said that Hunkwai Peak disciples must refine a life-bound corpse puppet, which cannot be altered once created, and the puppet grows stronger as their cultivation increases. Zhou Yuan explained to Ning Chen. A life-bound corpse puppet that cannot be altered. Ning Chen understood. No wonder Lu Ming had come to Zongxing Peak to carefully select corpses. The stronger the initial corpse, the stronger the refined puppet, and the greater the help it would provide. Senior brother, may I ask where the corpse puppet trial is being held? Along the way, Zhou Yuan kept asking passing Hunkwai Peak disciples for directions. Most Hunkwai Peak disciples, upon seeing the two wearing Zongxing Peak disciple robes, ignored them disdainfully. Only a few were willing to give directions. This made Zhou Yuan feel humiliated. After all, before being abducted, he was a holy son, though only of a fourth-rate holy land. Soon the two arrived at the registration point for the corpse puppet trial on Hunkwai Peak. After paying 500 contribution points, they successfully registered. While waiting for the trial to begin, they also learned the specific details of the corpse puppet trial. Each trial participant would enter the corpse puppet tower. Defeating one corpse puppet per floor would allow entry to the next. To obtain the spirit gathering pill, they would need to reach at least the 6th floor, meaning defeating 6 corpse puppets. After a short wait, a Hunkwai Peak disciple notified all trial participants to assemble. In front of a hall on Hunkwai Peak stood 2 9-story blood-colored ancient towers, and a large crowd of trial disciples had already gathered waiting. Judging by their attire, they were mostly from the 6 major peaks of the Tianma sect, with only the 2 of them from Zongxing Peak. Thus, they stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Many Tianma sect disciples instinctively moved a little farther away and cast puzzled glances. Why were these Zongxing Peak disciples, who should be busy burying the dead, here, causing trouble? Soon an elder of Hunkwai Peak began to preside over the corpse puppet trial. Since there were 2 towers, the trial participants were divided into 2 groups. Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan were thus separated. Brother Ning, I wish you good news. Zhou Yuan waved at him, then walked toward the other tower. Ning Chen nodded and followed the crowd to the registration desk ahead. After waiting a while, it was his turn. Name, peak affiliation. The Hunkwai Peak disciple in charge of registration asked without looking up. Ning Chen, Zongxing Peak. When Ning Chen finished speaking, the Hunkwai Peak disciple raised his eyes, gave Ning Chen a deep look, and then said flatly, wait a moment. With that, he stood up and went somewhere else. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. Before long, the Hunkwai Peak disciple returned, jerked his chin at Ning Chen, and said coldly, you may enter now. Hearing this, Ning Chen said nothing more and turned toward the corpse puppet tower. As Ning Chen made his way toward the corpse puppet tower, that Hunkwai Peak disciple immediately turned and walked toward a certain location. A youth in cyan robes was already waiting there, and he promptly paid his respects with a bow. Greetings, senior brother Lu. This youth in cyan robes was none other than Lu Ming. Has that brat entered yet? Lu Ming glanced toward the corpse puppet tower not far away and asked the Hunkwai Peak disciple. Senior brother Lu, I saw him enter with my own eyes. The disciple replied immediately. Excellent. Lu Ming let out a cold sneer, his eyes filled with sinister chill. He dared to ruin my plans, and now dares to come to my Hunkwai Peak. Ning Chen, oh Ning Chen, I wonder if you will appreciate the grand gift I have prepared for you. As Ning Chen entered the corpse puppet tower alongside the other trial disciples, a wave of chilling energy immediately assaulted his senses, followed by an overwhelming stench of decay that caused many heavenly demon sect trial disciples to furrow their brows in discomfort. Ning Chen's expression remained impassive. After all, he was accustomed to burying corpses and had long grown used to that putrid smell. This stench emanated from the countless corpse puppets surrounding them. According to the trial rules, each disciple entering the corpse puppet tower must defeat 1 corpse puppet before proceeding to the next floor, with each floor allotted a time limit of half an hour. If one fails to defeat the corpse puppet within half an hour, the trial is considered a failure. To obtain at least one spirit-gathering pill, I need to defeat 6 corpse puppets. Ning Chen muttered to himself, and then walked toward a corpse puppet. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon sect disciples inside began their trials one after another. Roar! As Ning Chen approached one of the corpse puppets, its tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, a crimson glow flashing within them before it lunged viciously at him first. A Foundation Establishment Peak corpse puppet IC. Ning Chen quickly assessed its combat strength, then executed a sidestep to effortlessly dodge the lunging corpse puppet. He followed up with a reverse palm strike to its back, sending it crashing heavily into the wall, where it collapsed motionless. Having disposed of the corpse puppet with clean efficiency, Ning Chen turned and headed toward the second floor. Outside the corpse puppet tower, quite a few Hunkuo Peak disciples had gathered to watch. Before them, a stone steel projected scenes from each floor inside the corpse puppet tower. After all, the original purpose of the trial was to allow these Hunkuo Peak disciples to observe the flaws in their own crafted corpse puppets so they could improve upon them. Numerous projection stones had been installed within the corpse puppet tower for this purpose. Many Hunkuo Peak disciples watched intently as their crafted corpse puppets battled the trial disciples, carefully examining every exchange for areas of improvement. However, a few disciples wore bitter expressions, utterly dumbfounded. Are the Zongxing Peak disciples really this strong? He's already cleared 4 floors in a single breath. He destroyed my crafted corpse puppet with a single punch. Then how am I supposed to identify its weaknesses? Could it be that the flaw is simply not being durable enough? Many Hunkuo Peak disciples also saw the youth in dark robes through the projection stones and could not help but marvel. His movements were decisive and his strength was far from ordinary. Most crucially, he could always find the corpse puppet's weaknesses in an extremely short span of time, then shatter them with a single punch. If not for the Zongxing Peak disciple token hanging at his waist, I would have thought he was from Tianma Peak or Sword Demon Peak. Indeed, Tianma Peak and Sword Demon Peak were like Hunkuo Peak among the top 3 peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect. When the disciples saw the token at Ning Chen's waist, their astonishment only deepened. This fellow's strength has improved again. Among the crowd, Lu Ming's expression darkened as he overheard the surrounding disciples discussing Ning Chen. He still harbored resentment over being defeated by Ning Chen's single punch last time, convinced that his opponent had only won through a lucky strike aided by death chi. In a fair fight, how could a mere Zongxing Peak disciple possibly be his match? But now, witnessing Ning Chen effortlessly defeat these corpse puppets within the tower and hearing the amazed murmurs of the Hunkuo Peak disciples, his frustration only intensified. Oof. You want to reach the 6th floor, do you? Go ahead and boast for now. Let's see how arrogant you'll be once you reach the 6th floor. As that corpse puppet emitted a low growl, Ning Chen activated his ghostly shadow step technique. His figure moved like a wraith appearing behind the corpse puppet, and he struck with a fist just as before. However, this particular corpse puppet did not remain motionless like those on previous floors. Instead, it spun around with alarming speed and slammed a punch directly toward Ning Chen's fist. This corpse puppet grows stronger with each floor. Ning Chen's brows furrowed slightly, but soon a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. But, you want to trade blows? Before his words had even finished fading, a crimson glow emerged upon his fist. The wind of his strike howled through the air, and his killing intent sharpened dramatically. Blood Demon Blade Technique. It could be attached to any weapon. And fists were weapons too. Boom, his fist descended. The 2 fists collided with tremendous force. In the next instant, that corpse puppet, whose strength had fully reached the Spirit Gathering Realm's 5th star, was blasted backward by a single punch, crashing heavily into the wall of the 5th floor. One punch finished. Ning Chen brushed off the dust from his robes and continued toward the 6th floor. So strong. Is this guy really just a Zongxing Peak disciple? Witnessing this scene, many trial disciples on the 5th floor clicked their tongues in awe. I've heard that Zongxing Peak has recruited quite a few disciples. It's only natural that some of them are strong. His talent might be remarkable within Zongxing Peak, but compared to the inner disciples of the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, let alone the true disciples or personal disciples, he falls far short. Of course, there were also those who refused to admit defeat. But the fact remained that while they were still struggling on the 5th floor, Ning Chen had already stepped into the 6th. Upon seeing him enter the 6th floor, several figures on the 5th floor quickly dispatched the corpse puppets before them and exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed after him. As Ning Chen entered the 6th floor, he immediately noticed how few trial disciples were present. Clearly, the difficulty had spiked dramatically at this level. Completing this floor will earn me a spirit gathering pill. Ning Chen muttered softly and entered the 6th floor, beginning to select the corpse puppet he would face. But just then the sound of footsteps echoed from behind. He turned to look and saw several figures walking up from the 5th floor simultaneously. Upon catching his gaze, they pretended to examine the corpse puppets and casually walked into the 6th floor. At this sight, Ning Chen frowned slightly and walked toward another direction. But just then, from the darkness of the 6th floor, a corpse puppet suddenly opened its eyes, a brilliant crimson glow flashing within them, as if being controlled by some external force before it lunged ferociously at Ning Chen. Ning Chen's brows furrowed. But before he could react, several figures emerged from the darkness and launched a coordinated assault against him. Roar! As the corpse puppet's roar resounded, its sharp claws instantly landed on Ning Chen. At the same time, the attacks of the several figures in the darkness also struck him heavily. It worked. Seeing this, a flicker of joy passed through the eyes of those figures. However, the next moment, they saw that Ning Chen's figure had actually dissipated into thin air. An afterimage. The faces of the few people changed drastically. There is indeed a trick. At the same time, Ning Chen's voice sounded from the side as he calmly looked at them. From the moment these people entered the 6th layer simultaneously, he had already sensed it. Early on, he had circulated the supreme demon art, mobilized his spiritual energy, and was ready to execute the phantom shadow step at any time. Lu Ming sent you, didn't he? Ning Chen looked at them indifferently. From the disciple tokens hanging at their waists, these people were all disciples of the Soul Puppet Peak. Apart from Lu Ming, Ning Chen had never offended any disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak. Now that they were simultaneously attacking him, coupled with the corpse puppet that seemed to be manipulated, it should be Lu Ming pulling strings in the shadows. Oomph. The several Soul Puppet Peak disciples snorted coldly, saying nothing more. They gathered their aura and launched another assault, while the corpse puppet also roared and followed suit. Ning Chen's expression did not change. He executed the phantom shadow step, retreating while analyzing the combat power of his opponents. Including the corpse puppet, there were 5 in total. The corpse puppet was a peak spirit gathering realm puppet. The man with a lean monkey-like build was also a peak spirit gathering realm cultivator, while the other 3 were at the 7-star spirit gathering realm. None of them weak. Perfect. I'll use you to practice. A cold glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. However, he only had half an hour, so he had to finish quickly. Outside the corpse puppet tower. What's going on? Why is that corpse puppet joining forces with those senior brothers against that burial peak disciple? At this moment, the disciples watching through the projection stone outside also noticed the situation on the 6th floor. They frowned and murmured among themselves. That corpse puppet is at least at peak spirit gathering realm. And that thin disciple is senior brother Su Shan from the Soul Puppet Peak, also peak spirit gathering realm. With those several spirit gathering realm senior brothers joining forces, no matter how strong that burial peak disciple is, he'll probably be subdued. But what exactly is going on? Should stop discussing. Didn't you see that corpse puppet? It seems to be a life-bound puppet of senior brother Lu Xian. What? A life-bound puppet? Being able to refine multiple life-bound puppets, then this senior brother Lu Xian. Senior brother Lu Xian is an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak. That burial peak disciple can only blame his bad luck. For a moment, the disciples who understood the situation fell silent, casting gloating glances. Among demon sect disciples, open conflict and covert struggle were very common. As long as no lives were lost, the sect generally turned a blind eye. Despicable. This is utterly despicable. Just then, a curse sounded from the crowd. It was Zhou Yuan. He had entered the corpse puppet tower half an hour before Ning Chen. With his peak spirit gathering realm strength, he quickly completed the 6-layer trial. But he had just come out from another tower to check on Ning Chen. He saw Ning Chen being besieged by a corpse puppet and 4 Soul Puppet Peak disciples. He couldn't hold back and started cursing directly. What's all the noise? It's just that our Soul Puppet Peak disciples also took a liking to the same corpse puppet. What's so despicable about that? Just then, accompanied by a cold laugh, Lu Ming stepped out from the crowd, arms crossed, sneering at Zhou Yuan. Lu Ming, it's you. When Zhou Yuan heard the voice and saw Lu Ming, he immediately realized that this must be the one stirring up trouble. You bastard. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, channeled his spiritual energy, and was about to rush up and beat him to a pulp. Zhou Yuan, think carefully. This is the Soul Puppet Peak. Do you dare to make a move? Besides, this corpse puppet trial is supervised by the Law Enforcement Hall disciples. However, Lu Ming was completely unafraid, sneering coldly. What? Do you want to enter the Law Enforcement Hall together with Ning Chen? At these words, Zhou Yuan's expression changed slightly, and his momentum immediately weakened. Although the Law Enforcement Hall did not belong to any of the 7 peaks, its methods were extremely cruel. Once inside, one would either die or be crippled. Therefore, disciples with grudges in the demon sect almost always settled disputes secretly, avoiding the Law Enforcement Hall's notice. With so many people watching now, if he made a move, he would have to enter the Law Enforcement Hall with Ning Chen to be punished. It was not worth it. You dog, I have truly fed your dog. Unable to use force, Zhou Yuan could only resort to verbal abuse. However, Lu Ming didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled smugly at Zhou Yuan, enjoying the sight of Zhou Yuan unable to stand him, but unable to do anything about it. Curse all you want, but Ning Chen is going to suffer. Ha! You! Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression dark. He knew Ning Chen's strength. Like himself, Ning Chen was at the peak spirit-gathering realm. Under normal circumstances, he would surely pass the trial. But now he had to face not only a peak spirit-gathering realm corpse puppet, but also 4 spirit-gathering realm soul puppet peak disciples, one of whom was also at peak spirit-gathering realm. Look! Just as Zhou Yuan's expression turned ugly and Lu Ming was extremely smug, an exclamation drew everyone's attention back to the projection stone. When the crowd saw the image, their expressions changed and their eyes were filled with astonishment. In the image, facing the combined assault of a corpse puppet and 4 people, that burial peak disciple not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but handled it with ease. What? The smug smile on Lu Ming's face instantly froze, and his expression turned serious. However, his smile did not disappear, it transferred to Zhou Yuan's face. Looking at the image on the projection stone, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited. Brother Ning is actually this strong. 6th layer. Bang! Su Shan, the peak spirit gathering realm cultivator, exchanged glances with the others, and a whistling palm wind struck from behind Ning Chen, while the corpse puppet attacked from the front. The other 3 immediately understood and blocked Ning Chen from several directions. From the previous exchanges, they had realized that this guy was incredibly fast, his movement technique like a ghost, and they simply couldn't hit him. Oomph. Kid, let's see how you run this time. Su Shan sneered, his palm carrying a gust of wind heavily striking toward Ning Chen. However, just as Su Shan thought he would finally catch this kid and report to Lu Ming, that burial peak disciple in black robes let out a light laugh. Is that so? Who said I was going to run? The next moment, a blood-red light emerged on Ning Chen's fists, and his body flashed behind Su Shan at an extremely fast speed, punching out heavily. He had just been getting used to the strength of spirit-gathering realm cultivators. But now it seemed they were just average. For some reason, ever since he had practiced the supreme demon art given by that female demon, he felt that he had an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, and that his combat power far exceeded that of cultivators at the same realm. Instead, he was indeed much stronger than cultivators of the same realm. What? When Su Shan saw Ning Chen's figure instantly appear behind him, his face changed drastically. How could he be so fast? Was he really just a spirit-gathering realm cultivator? Was senior brother Lu Ming's intelligence wrong? The next moment, before he could think, a blood-colored heavy punch had already landed on his back. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Shan spat blood and flew backward, a visible dent appearing on his back, crashing directly into the wall and passing out. Senior brother Su Shan. Seeing this, the other 3 turned pale with shock and terror. Was he really a disciple of the burial peak? One punch, and he defeated senior brother Su Shan. Roar! At the same time, the corpse puppet also attacked with a roar. A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's hand, and a burial shovel appeared. He then hurled it, instantly piercing through the corpse puppet's chest, pinning it to the wall, where it roared and struggled in vain. And you 3. Ning Chen looked kindly at the trembling soul puppet peak disciples, walking over with a smile. Don't worry. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. No. Don't. With 3 screams, the 3 disciples, black and blue from the beating and knocked unconscious, were thrown aside like trash by Ning Chen. At this moment, outside the corpse puppet tower, all the disciples were shocked. Lu Ming's expression was even more grim. Outside the corpse puppet tower, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect fell into a deathly silence. It took a long while before they reacted, and then exclamations of shock erupted one after another. How is he so strong? He sent senior brother Su Shan flying with a single punch, and then with one shovel stroke he restrained that corpse puppet. Such a clear line of thought. One against many, and the advantage is his. Listening to the surrounding disciples' discussions, Lu Ming's expression turned extremely ugly, while Zhou Yuan's laughter beside him was particularly grating. Look, that burial peak disciple is coming out. At that moment, a startled cry rang out, and all the disciples turned to look. There at the base of the corpse puppet tower, a figure clad in dark robes emerged from within. As the disciples' gazes fell upon him, the contempt they had shown earlier was gone entirely. Brother Ning. Wow, Brother Ning, you're truly formidable. Seeing Ning Chen emerge, Zhou Yuan hurried over, looking at his friend with undisguised surprise. Brother Ning is not only skilled at burying people, his combat prowess is even more impressive. After defeating the 4 soul puppet peak disciples and that one corpse puppet, Ning Chen departed from the 6th floor. Although the corpse puppet tower had 3 more floors above, they were beyond what he could handle at his current level. One should not be too greedy, know when to stop. After all, he had already obtained the spirit gathering pill. Brother Ning on the 6th floor, it was all Lu Ming. Zhou Yuan was about to say that it was all Lu Ming's fault, but Ning Chen raised a hand to stop him. I know. Ning Chen lifted his gaze and swept it across the crowd. Not far away, Lu Ming was glaring at him with an extremely ugly expression, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Ning Chen's face remained impassive as if he had seen nothing. He turned and walked toward the corpse puppet trial registration desk, saying to Zhou Yuan as he went, Brother Zhou, let's first go exchange for the spirit gathering pill. Zhou Yuan nodded and followed. Soon the two arrived at the reward distribution point. Unexpectedly, the disciple in charge of handing out rewards took out only 1 spirit gathering pill and tossed it to Zhou Yuan. Huh, why only 1? Zhou Yuan frowned, glaring coldly at the disciple distributing the rewards, and demanded, what about Ning Chen's? He also cleared the 6th floor. Of course I know he cleared the 6th floor. He destroyed a peak spirit gathering realm corpse puppet and injured 4 of my soul puppet peak disciples. The reward is forfeited as compensation. The disciple in charge of rewards said coldly, as if it were only natural. What? It was your soul puppet peak disciples who attacked Ning Chen first. Why should he be the one to apologize? Zhou Yuan's face changed color as he argued vehemently. But the reward distributing disciple merely sneered and ignored him. Ning Chen, let's go find Elder Sun to reason with him. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and pulled Ning Chen about to return to Burial Peak. No need. However, Ning Chen shook his head. He glanced at Lu Ming, who was wearing a smug expression not far away, and said calmly, let it be. Let's leave. Since the other party dared to manipulate the reward distribution, they must have also enlisted the support of a soul puppet peak elder. Arguing back and forth would be futile. Then there was only one other way to settle it. Sigh. Truth be told, I didn't want to kill anyone either. Shaking his head, Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan descended the mountain together. Senior Brother Lu. As soon as the two had left, Lu Ming walked over with a proud expression. The disciple who had distributed the rewards immediately bowed to him. In terms of talent, Lu Ming was merely average among soul puppet peak disciples, but he had an inner sect senior brother who was a disciple of an elder. Here is the spirit gathering pill I withheld. Please take it, Senior Brother Lu. The disciple put on a fawning smile and handed over the pill that rightfully belonged to Ning Chen. Ning Chen, you're still too green to contend with me. Lu Ming gave a cold snort and pocketed the spirit gathering pill. Soon the two returned to the small courtyard at the foot of Burial Peak. Along the way, Zhou Yuan kept cursing Lu Ming's despicable behavior, while Ning Chen remained calm and composed, having long since prepared himself for the intrigues and deceptions of the demonic sect. During their journey, Zhou Yuan even offered to give his own spirit gathering pill to Ning Chen, saying it would be wasted on him since he was weaker. But Ning Chen politely declined. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan sighed and said no more. The two parted ways and returned to their own small courtyards. Night fell. At the foot of Soul Puppet Peak, Lu Ming was drinking heavily with several Soul Puppet Peak disciples laughing and chatting in high spirits. A mere Burial Peak disciple dares to fight me. Does he even think he's worthy? Lu Ming roared with laughter. Though he hadn't managed to teach Ning Chen a lesson today, he had still made him waste his efforts in the end. The thought alone was delightful. Exactly. A Burial Peak disciple worthy of crossing Senior Brother Lu. Just a waste. The few companions beside him echoed with loud laughter. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat everyone to some fun at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Lu Ming laughed heartily, beckoning his companions. Senior Brother Lu is generous. Hearing the words Spring Breeze Pavilion, the eyes of the accompanying Soul Puppet Peak disciples lit up. The group headed down the mountain. Just then the bright moon in the sky hid behind a cloud. It's a bit dark around here. A Soul Puppet Peak disciple glanced at the pitch-black surroundings, frowning. What are you afraid of? A dignified cultivator afraid of tripping. Ha ha. The other Soul Puppet Peak disciples burst into laughter. I am not afraid. That Soul Puppet Peak disciple plucked up his courage and walked forward. Lu Ming led the other disciples and followed. But soon as they walked, Lu Ming sensed something was wrong. The footsteps of the disciples around him had noticeably diminished. The moment he stopped, the footsteps also ceased. Jiangya, Qingyu, where are you guys? Lu Ming called out into the darkness, but no one answered. And at that moment, when the moon emerged from behind the clouds and moonlight poured down, Lu Ming finally saw the scene around him clearly. Cold sweat broke out, his heart pounded wildly, and his drunkenness vanished in an instant. All around there was no trace of any Soul Puppet Peak disciple. He was completely alone. Flee. I must flee. At this moment, only one thought occupied Lu Ming's mind. But before he could make a move, a tearing pain erupted in his chest. He looked down and saw a sharp shovel gleaming with red light smoothly penetrating his chest. Shovel. Incredulity flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. At the same time, a familiar soft laugh sounded from behind him. Senior brother Lu, it seems you're about to die. But don't worry, I'll bury you right now. No need to thank me. You? When he heard that familiar voice, Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He could never have imagined that a mere burial peak disciple would dare to kill him so ruthlessly. However, no amount of disbelief could change the fact that his life force was fading in just a few moments. Once Ning Chen was certain that Lu Ming was dead beyond any doubt, he cleaned up the bloodstains, hoisted Lu Ming's corpse onto his shoulder, and vanished into the darkness beside him, as if nothing had ever happened. At the foot of Zongxing Peak by a small stream, Ning Chen was cleaning the bloodstains off his grave-digging shovel. He had just buried the bodies of Lu Ming and his men into the Zongxing coffin, and the replenished spiritual energy had already entered his dantian. I didn't expect that Lu Ming wouldn't have the spirit-gathering pill on him. Ning Chen frowned and let out a soft sigh. He had initially thought Lu Ming would have secretly pocketed the spirit-gathering pill that was rightfully his, but now it seemed the man didn't have it on his person, or perhaps he had embezzled it and left it elsewhere. Regardless, that spirit-gathering pill was lost for good. Forget it. I'll have to rely on myself to condense a pill. After burying Lu Ming and his companions, the dense spiritual energy that had been replenished into his dantian had already pushed him to the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, with one foot nearly stepping into the condensation realm. He couldn't delay any longer. Ning Chen sighed. After cleaning the shovel, he headed back to his dwelling. Even without the spirit-gathering pill, he would have to attempt breaking through to the condensation realm tonight. When Ning Chen, carrying the shovel on his back, returned from the stream and pushed open the door to his shabby little courtyard, he froze in place. Inside the courtyard, a graceful figure in a red dress was sitting leisurely in the middle of the yard sipping tea. On the table was a pot of tea, not Ning Chen's but the demoness' own. Since the last time she drank Ning Chen's stale tea, she seemed to have taken note of it. Senior, why are you here? Seeing the crimson-robed silhouette in the courtyard, Ning Chen hurriedly approached. After more than 10 days, why had this demoness come again? He had thought she had finally spared his kidneys, but no, she was back. However, as Ning Chen drew near, the woman in the red dress suddenly set down her teacup, lifted her gaze to look at him, and asked in a cold voice, "You killed someone?" Hearing this, Ning Chen's heart jolted. He had thought his actions were flawless, but he still couldn't escape the perception of a powerful cultivator. It was probably because of the shovel. Though the bloodstains had been cleaned, the killing aura had not been completely concealed. He lowered his head. Yes, he chose not to hide it, nor could he. Who did you kill, eh? Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes rested on Ning Chen, her tone indifferent. Only at this moment did Ning Chen feel the oppressive pressure of a superior emanating from this demoness. Lu Ming, he answered honestly. Who is Lu Ming? Ning Chen then recounted the entire incident to the demoness. After all, such matters couldn't be concealed, and given her unusual status within the heavenly demon sect, a simple investigation would reveal everything. Is that so? After listening to Ning Chen's account, Luo Shangwu took a sip of tea, her exquisite face utterly expressionless, revealing neither pleasure nor anger. Fortunately, after he finished, she did not press further. Seeing this, Ning Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least this matter had been glossed over. At the very least, the demoness had not dragged him to the law enforcement hall to confess. For the rest of the time, the demoness said nothing, simply occupying Ning Chen's small courtyard and drinking her own tea. Ning Chen did not speak to her either. After all, this demoness was capricious and unpredictable, so it was better to keep his mouth shut and wait for her to leave. It was not until midnight that the demoness finally seemed satisfied with her tea, as though she found the small courtyard quite pleasant. She gracefully stretched her limbs and then rose to her feet. Seeing this, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. She was finally leaving. It seems like you're not very happy to see me. But the next moment, the demoness' beautiful yet icy eyes fell upon him, indifferent, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Ning Chen, truly a demoness, capricious and hard to please. He quickly shook his head. How could that be? Senior, your noble presence is a great honor. I would welcome you with open arms. How could I possibly not welcome you? The crimson-robed woman seemed to let out a cold snort. Then her gaze fell on Ning Chen, and she asked as if casually, "How is the cultivation of the supreme demon art I gave you coming along?" Senior, I have already fully comprehended it. Ning Chen replied. Is that so? How many spirit veins have you opened? Luo Shangwu asked next. Senior, I have opened 121 spirit veins. Ning Chen answered honestly. The demoness was far too powerful for him to conceal anything. 121. When Ning Chen finished speaking, Luo Shangwu's tone seemed to turn a little serious, but soon it returned to flatness. I'm not bad. Seeing her reaction, Ning Chen's mind stirred, and he couldn't help asking curiously, Senior, where does this 121 spirit veins rank in the heavenly demon sect? So, barely passable. Luo Shangwu said indifferently. Is that so? Ning Chen frowned, feeling that the demoness was deceiving him. Even if it wasn't top tier, it shouldn't deserve such a mediocre appraisal. What? You think I'm lying to you? Luo Shangwu looked at Ning Chen coldly. I wouldn't dare. Ning Chen lowered his head. Cultivate the supreme demon art diligently. Once you have perfected the first layer, I will give you the second layer's mental method. Luo Shangwu rose gracefully and walked toward the courtyard gate, speaking as she went. The second layer? Ning Chen was startled. The supreme demon art was not even complete. Then he bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. Luo Shangwu turned to leave. But the next moment, as if reminded of something, she suddenly spun around, and her powerful aura instantly enveloped Ning Chen, rendering him completely immobile. Ning Chen's expression shifted slightly. Not again. Here we go. Kidneys, you're going to suffer tonight again. But, just as Ning Chen thought the demoness was about to do something to him, a surge of fragrant breeze swept past, and she simply circled behind him, pulling the shovel from his back. Senior, this shovel. Before Ning Chen could finish, the demoness' icy gaze fell upon him, and her red lips parted. Can't I take it? I wouldn't dare. Ning Chen shook his head. This demoness had such a strange temperament, completely unpredictable. He could only let her take it. At worst, he would exchange some contribution points for another shovel. The shovel was a standard tool for burial disciples. If it broke, he could just replace it for only one contribution point, which was not expensive. Seeing that Ning Chen had no objection, Luo Shangwu gave a light snort, picked up the shovel, and was about to leave. But just then Ning Chen's voice suddenly came from behind her. By the way, senior. Luo Shangwu's cold eyes turned back. What else? Senior, it's like this. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, then finally relayed the information he had learned from White Feather Taoist to the demoness. Senior, it would be best for you to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. First, the demoness had treated him well despite many incidents and some forced actions. She had never harmed him, but instead provided considerable help in his cultivation. He couldn't bear to see her die in the war between the righteous and demonic sects. Second, if she left this demonic sect, it would also spare his kidneys. The Righteous Alliance will strike at the demon sect in 2 years, and the first to bear the brunt will be the Tianma sect. Is that it? Luo Shangwu narrowed her alluring eyes, repeating Ning Chen's words. She had returned to the Tianma sect less than a month ago. All this time, she had been gathering intelligence on the righteous forces. She was aware that the righteous powers had formed an alliance, the Zhengdao Alliance. But as for the news that they would move against the demon sect in 2 years and target the Tianma sect first, she was not yet clear. If this were true, the Tianma sect would likely suffer a devastating blow in 2 years due to lack of preparation. However, with Ning Chen's timely warning, 2 years would give her enough time to devise some countermeasures. Is the information reliable? Luo Shangwu looked at Ning Chen. I am not certain, senior. Please take it as a reference, but one must not lack vigilance. Ning Chen shook his head. Yet inwardly he knew that the news obtained from Bayou Taoist was likely true. After all, it came from glimpsing the thoughts of the deceased through the eyes of past lives. Anyone could lie, but the dead alone cannot speak falsehoods. However, to avoid arousing suspicion in this female demoness, he did not speak too absolutely. Is that so? Luo Shangwu's willow-like brows arched slightly, and then her voice, seemingly devoid of any emotion, rang out again. Such a grave matter. Why not report it to the elder of Zhongxing Peak or the Tianma sect leader? Why tell me? When Ning Chen heard that she did not ask where he had gotten the information, but instead questioned this, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I am merely a lowly disciple of Zhongxing Peak. If I speak of it, the elder of Zhongxing Peak may not believe me, and it might even bring trouble upon myself. I could be suspected as a righteous spy spreading panic. A mere lowly disciple of Zhongxing Peak who dares to kill a disciple of Hongkuai Peak. Luo Shangwu sneered, her arms crossed over her proud bosom. Yet in her heart, she found Ning Chen's words quite reasonable. After all, even if one knew that the Zhengdao Alliance would strike against the Tianma sect in 2 years, this matter must not be publicized. It would surely cause panic among the sect's disciples, and with hearts in turmoil, how could they face the enemy? Ning Chen paid no heed to the female demoness sneer and continued on his own. As for informing the sect leader, that is even more impossible. The Tianma sect leader holds a position of supreme authority and possesses immense power. How could I meet him just because I wish to? Beside him, Luo Shangwu listened to his words with great pleasure. Furthermore, I have heard that the sect leader is ruthless and merciless, killing without blinking. A true demon. If I were to report to him recklessly, what if he kills me? Ning Chen said with a serious expression. The demon sect was treacherous beyond measure, let alone the Tianma sect leader, who controlled the entire demon sect. He must be a demon of the highest order. Luo Shangwu. Her icy yet melodious voice rang out again. Then what kind of person do you think our Tianma sect leader is? Ning Chen answered without a second thought, doing his best to describe the most stereotypical image of a demon sect leader. A burly man, scar-faced, deeply scheming, ferocious, and malevolent. Boom. However, before his words had even finished, a terrifying aura surged forth, then heavily landed on Ning Chen, sending him flying across the room and crashing against the wall. Ning Chen scrambled up in a sorry state, utterly bewildered. What had he said wrong this time to anger the female demoness? Yet although he had taken a strike, his body seemed unharmed. The woman had controlled her strength, slandering the sect leader. If anyone else heard that, the consequences would not be as simple as a single palm strike. Luo Shangwu said coldly. Yes. Cultivate the supreme demonic art diligently. Also, wash my tea set. I will use it to brew tea next time I come. With that, the red-dressed figure vanished from the small courtyard. After waiting a while to confirm the female demoness had truly left, Ning Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. At least his kidneys were safe. What a female demoness, always ordering people around. Glancing at the tea set on the table left by the demoness, Ning Chen sighed, then walked over and picked up the teapot and cups. They were still slightly warm. He shook the teapot. There was still more than half a pot of tea inside. A wasteful woman. Ning Chen strongly condemned this wasteful behavior. Then he lifted the teapot, intending to pour it all out. But just then, a mysterious ancient fragrance drifted from the teapot. What caught Ning Chen's attention most was that when he smelled this tea aroma, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy within his body converging toward his dantian. This tea, could it have a spirit-gathering effect? Sensing the anomaly within his body, Ning Chen's gaze instantly fixed on the teapot in his hand, his expression turning extremely solemn. Then, disregarding that this was the leftover tea of the female demoness, he lifted the teapot, filled a cup from the table, raised it, and drank it all in one gulp. Boom! As the cup of tea went down, Ning Chen immediately felt the spiritual energy within him become incredibly rich and continuously surge toward his dantian. It really works. A flash of joy crossed Ning Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected this tea to truly possess a spirit-gathering effect. Was the female demoness deliberate, or? Ning Chen frowned, suddenly thinking of something. Could this demoness be getting back at me for accidentally drinking her overnight tea last time? At this thought, Ning Chen's expression turned somewhat odd, but he paid it no further heed and began to pour the entire pot of tea into the cup, drinking it down gulp after gulp. As cup after cup went down, the spiritual energy gathering in Ning Chen's dantian grew more and more abundant. Meanwhile, he activated the supreme demonic art, mobilizing his spiritual meridians to frantically absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. After a short while, the spiritual energy in his dantian was almost overflowing. I can begin condensing the pill. Ning Chen took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to attempt a breakthrough to the condensation pill realm. In an instant, spiritual energy surged within the small courtyard. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a red-dressed figure silently watched the scene. Only when she saw Ning Chen gulping down her leftover tea did she finally turn and leave. Humph. This fellow is not stupid, but he actually used my imperial teacup. Luo Shangwu's willow-like brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed as she murmured, but what surprises me most is that he can actually cultivate the supreme demonic art. Interesting. Ning Chen, let me see how far you can grow in 2 years. With those words, the graceful red-dressed figure had already vanished without a trace. It was not until the dead of night that Ning Chen finally ceased his breathing exercises. Within his dantian, a nucleus of condensed spiritual energy had formed, with countless streams of qi flowing from it into his spiritual meridians, the hallmark of the condensation core realm. He then opened his status panel, name, Ning Chen Realm Condensation Core 1 Star. Technique: Supreme Demon Art, Martial Arts, Blood Demon Blade, Phantom Ghost Steps. Burial Divine Ability, Eye of Reincarnation. Current unlocked layers 29. Burial Chi 35100. Finally, I've succeeded in forming my core. Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the tea left by that demoness had helped. Otherwise, by his calculations, it would have taken at least 7 more days to form the core. She did help me quite a bit. Continue cultivating. In the following days, Ning Chen spent his time burying the dead and consolidating his realm, finally gaining a firm foothold in the condensation core stage. At first, he had worried that Lu Ming's mysterious disappearance might arouse suspicion, especially since that fellow's elder brother was an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak and a disciple of an elder. But these days had been eerily quiet. Even the enforcement hall disciples hadn't come to question him. This also allowed Ning Chen to relax. No disturbances was a good thing. One day at dusk, Elder Sun appeared in the training square looking at the gathered disciples of Burial Peak who had just finished burying corpses, and announced, Burial Peak has established a task hall. You may now accept sect missions and earn contribution points. At these words, the disciples of Burial Peak all showed excited expressions. Accepting sect missions was surely better than being a slave burying a corpse for a single contribution point, right? Ning Chen, let's go check it out. and see if any mission offers spirit condensation pills as rewards. Zhou Yuan pulled Ning Chen along, heading toward the newly built task hall on Burial Peak. Clearly he was still brooding over the spirit condensation pill he had failed to obtain last time. Ning Chen, however, didn't tell him that he had already broken through to the condensation core realm, because it would be hard to explain, and the matter between him and the demoness could not be shared with anyone. Soon the disciples arrived at the newly built task hall on Burial Peak. There were many available missions, though most were related to burying the dead. After all, the cultivation of Burial Peak disciples was generally low, so they couldn't undertake the tasks other peaks disciples performed. In the myriad demon mountains, the beloved disciple of Elder Su from the Demon Heaven Peak was tragically killed by a condensation core-level monster beast. His body was left incomplete. If any disciple can travel to the myriad demon mountain, slay that beast, retrieve the disciples' remains that were devoured, and give them a proper burial, they will be rewarded with 200 contribution points. Most missions involved burying a single client, though the difficulty was somewhat high, so the contribution points ranged mostly from 100 to 200. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the mission board. Rather than contribution points, he was more interested in finding missions that involved burying high-quality clients, ideally in large numbers. But after searching around, he found nothing suitable. All these are contribution points. Is there no mission with substantive rewards like spirit condensation pills or something? Zhou Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't help complaining after browsing. Missions with substantive rewards. I'm afraid our Burial Peak can't take those yet. Ning Chen shook his head with a smile. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a mission board entry. Qingfeng City Joint Mission. The mission description was brief, but it piqued Ning Chen's interest. He looked at Elder Sun beside him. Elder Sun, what is a joint mission? Seeing that it was young Ning asking, Elder Sun stroked his long beard and explained with a smile, most missions are completed by a single disciple. But a joint mission requires you to work together with disciples from other peaks of the Demon Heaven sect. Your task is a branch of a larger mission, and only when the larger mission is completed will you earn contribution points. So that's what a joint mission is. That troublesome. If the other peak disciples fail their part, then wouldn't I have buried the dead for nothing? This is truly thankless work. After Elder Sun's words, the Burial Peak disciples all felt that this joint mission wasn't worth accepting lest they go on a wasted trip. Elder Sun, what's the situation in Qingfeng City? Ning Chen asked further. Elder Sun explained again. Qingfeng City is a spirit stone mine outpost of our Demon Heaven sect. A few days ago it was sneak attacked by those righteous dogs, and the casualties were extremely heavy. When Ning Chen heard the words heavy casualties, his eyes lit up. Plenty of corpses and most likely high-quality clients. The cultivators guarding the spirit stone mine should be strong. Even if he ultimately failed the joint mission, this trip would definitely not be a loss. Young Ning, are you planning to accept this joint mission? Elder Sun asked with a smile. That's the plan. Ning Chen nodded. All right. Elder Sun nodded. I will inform you of the specific details of the mission later. Thank you, Elder Sun. Afterward, Ning Chen accompanied Zhou Yuan to look at more sect missions, but none were suitable for him. Zhou Yuan eventually gave up, deciding to stay and cultivate after taking the spirit condensation pill, preparing to break through to the condensation core realm. Before leaving, Elder Sun called Ning Chen over and detailed his main task in Qingfeng City. Many cultivators had died inside Qingfeng City, and Burial Peak had already sent elders there to extract the cultivation origins from the corpses, leaving death energy spread throughout. Ning Chen's task was to bury all these clients and suppress the death energy in Qingfeng City. He was already skilled at burying the dead. No secret, just practice. Gather at Xianming Cliff at noon tomorrow. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Then he and Zhou Yuan descended the mountain and returned to the small courtyard at the foot. After parting ways, Ning Chen pushed open the courtyard gate and was momentarily stunned. In the courtyard, a shovel, entirely pitch black and gleaming with cold light, had been plunged into the ground. Did that demoness send it? Ning Chen frowned, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, and then closed the courtyard gate. A few days ago that demoness had taken his shovel, so he had exchanged 1 contribution point for a replacement. For him, a shovel was just a tool for burying and killing. However, the shovel before him gave Ning Chen an extraordinary feeling. After hesitating, he stepped forward and grasped the shovel embedded in the soil. What a fine shovel. Just by touching it, Ning Chen could sense its perfect texture. Cold and sharp like a piece of jade, yet countless times tougher than ordinary jade. Could this be a spirit weapon? In this world, not only techniques and martial arts had rank classifications, but weapons too, and they were called spirit weapons. Spirit artifacts from low to high were classified as mortal artifact, spirit artifact, profound artifact, king artifact, saint artifact, and emperor artifact. This pitch-black shovel before him seemed extremely extraordinary and was very likely a spirit weapon. The moment Ning Chen touched it, a sharp pain surged in his mind. It recognized me as its master. Ning Chen was stunned. Then the shovel's name surfaced in his mind. Burial. Burial Absolute. Burial Extermination. Is this the name of the shovel? Ning Chen gripped the Burial Extermination shovel in his hand, attempting to circulate the blood demon blade. A crimson light flickered at the shovel's tip, its power seemingly enhanced. A fine shovel. Ning Chen grew more satisfied the longer he looked at it. He was uncertain of the shovel's rank, but speculated that it should at least be a spirit-tier spiritual weapon. I owe that female demon another favor. He murmured. No. What favor? This was clearly his hard-earned compensation. The next day at noon, the Heavenly Demon Sect. On the dark abyss cliff, a gentle-faced man dressed in blue was already waiting. He was the leading disciple for the Qingfeng City mission, Yi Wuchen, an inner disciple of the Heavenly Demon Peak, the strongest peak of the Heavenly Demon Sect, with a cultivation base at the 5-star condensation core stage. Edge, Senior Brother Yi, you're leading the team this time. Just then a woman's startled voice rang out. A woman in a purple dress approached, followed by 2 figures. One was clad in black, bearing a massive blood-colored sword on his back, his expression rigid and taciturn. The other had a cold, sinister visage, and behind him trailed an exceptionally tall corpse puppet. Junior Sister Qin. What a coincidence. Yi Wuchen chuckled softly as he turned and walked toward them. Are these the companions for this mission? Yes. The purple-dressed woman Qin Ziyue nodded slightly, then smiled as she introduced them. Senior Brother Yi, this quiet one, is Wu Yin, an inner disciple of the Demon Sword Peak. And this one with the corpse puppet is Chu Feng, an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak. Junior Brother Wu Yin, Junior Brother Chu, this is our leading senior brother for the Qingfeng City mission, Yi Wuchen, an inner disciple of the Heavenly Demon Peak, with a cultivation base at the 5-star condensation core stage. As for Qin Ziyue, she was an inner disciple of the Moon Nether Peak, an inner disciple of the Heavenly Demon Peak, 5-star condensation core. Hearing Qin Ziyue's words, both Wu Yin and Chu Feng looked over, their eyes revealing a trace of solemnity, and they quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Senior Brother Yi. Both were at the 3-star condensation core stage, while Qin Ziyue was at the 4-star condensation core stage. Senior Brother Yi, it seems this mission will be simple. With 4 condensation core inner disciples, there shouldn't be any issues. Qin Ziyue chuckled lightly. Do not be careless. Yi Wuchen shook his head slightly. When do we depart? Not yet. We're still waiting for one more. Oh, a 5-member team this time. Qin Ziyue was somewhat surprised. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and gazed into the distance, her red lips parting slightly with anticipation. I wonder which peak this 5th junior brother is from. Soon the group waited there unhurried, as it was still a bit early before the agreed noon. As the appointed time approached, a figure finally appeared in the distance, and the group immediately looked over. The newcomer was dressed in black robes with handsome features. Even Qin Ziyue, who had seen many talented young men, could not help but brighten at the sight. This junior brother is quite handsome. Did you also accept the Qingfeng City collaboration mission, junior brother? Qin Ziyue excitedly approached him. Infatuated woman. The few who were not as handsome as the black-robed youth silently complained in their minds. Ning Chen nodded. Frowning, he glanced at the overly enthusiastic woman in purple, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Having been repeatedly overpowered by that female demon, he had developed a sense of caution toward all women of the demon sect. What a coincidence, we were just waiting for you. Qin Ziyue pulled Ning Chen toward Yi Wuchen and the others waiting nearby. Ning Chen looked over. These people all had formidable auras. They were clearly condensation core cultivators. Suddenly his gaze fell on Chu Feng, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This fellow had a corpse puppet following him, so he should be a disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak. Because of Lu Ming, Ning Chen did not have a favorable impression of the Soul Puppet Peak disciples. Junior brother, this is senior brother Yi Wuchen, the leader of our Qingfeng City collaboration mission. Then Qin Ziyue introduced them one by one. All inner disciples, while I'm just a lowly Burial Peak disciple. After hearing Qin Ziyue's words, Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. The disciples from other peaks who took on this collaboration mission were all condensation core cultivators. The mission's difficulty must be high. Oh, if he hadn't accepted it, perhaps no Burial Peak disciple would have dared. My name is Qin Ziyue, you can call me Senior Sister Ziyue. Qin Ziyue's beautiful eyes settled on Ning Chen as she spoke with a smile. May I ask your name, and which peak you belong to? Ning Chen hesitated, then finally bowed. Greetings, Senior Sister Qin. He felt that calling her Senior Sister Ziyue was too intimate. Saying it felt somehow wrong. I am Ning Chen, a disciple of the Burial Peak. Currently the Burial Peak had no division between inner and outer disciples. Only the purest Burial Peak disciples existed. A Burial Peak disciple. At these words the group was visibly stunned, and their brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Burial Peak disciples could not be judged by ordinary standards. Some were even far inferior to outer disciples of other peaks. Hopefully this junior brother Ning would not be too weak. After all, even with 4 condensation core cultivators leading, no one wanted a burden that would cause the mission to fail. Even Qin Ziyue frowned slightly, sighing in regret. She hadn't expected junior brother Ning to be a Burial Peak disciple. Burial disciples were generally mediocre in talent, and some even risked death from death energy erosion. Such a handsome junior brother would be a pity to lose. Burial Peak. Ning Chen. Chu Feng frowned, repeated Ning Chen's name, then suddenly changed expression, glaring at Ning Chen. You are Ning Chen. Did you go to the Soul Puppet Peak for the corpse puppet trial a while ago? Yes. Hearing Chu Feng's accusation, Ning Chen remained calm and did not deny it. The corpse puppet trial was conducted in public. As an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak, Chu Feng could easily investigate. Junior brother Chu, what is this? Yi Wuchen and the others frowned. Could it be that Chu Feng had a grudge against Ning Chen? But Chu Feng was an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak. How could a mere Burial Peak disciple like Ning Chen have offended him? Chu Feng ignored the others, his gaze fixed on Ning Chen. You entered the corpse puppet trial and crippled a peak stage spirit gathering corpse puppet. Do you know whose corpse puppet that was? Oh, junior brother Ning Chen crippled a peak stage spirit gathering corpse puppet. At these words, Yi Wuchen and the others were momentarily stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to cripple a peak stage spirit gathering corpse puppet meant his own strength was also at the peak of spirit gathering. Although not as strong as them, at least he wouldn't hold them back. This Burial Peak junior brother seemed somewhat extraordinary, at least far surpassing most Burial Peak disciples, and even comparable to many outer disciples of other peaks. It was none other than Lu Ming's brothers, but Ning Chen was still unsure of Chu Feng's intentions. Ning Chen shook his head. I don't know. It was senior brother Lu's. Chu Feng stared coldly at Ning Chen. After you left the corpse puppet tower, you seem to have had a conflict with Lu Ming's younger brother Lu Ming. A while ago, Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Senior brother Lu went to look for him and also disappeared. I ask you, did you do this? Lu Ming's brother also vanished into thin air. Ning Chen was taken aback. Then he shook his head. Senior brother Chu misunderstands. I am just a lowly Burial Peak disciple. How could I have the ability to make an inner disciple disappear? He wasn't lying. He truly had no idea about Lu Ming's brother's disappearance. Is that so? Chu Feng snorted coldly, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes, and warned, Senior brother Lu is my close friend. If I find out that you are involved in his disappearance, don't blame me for being ruthless. Enough. Yi Wuchen finally spoke. Since junior brother Ning Chen has clarified that this matter was not his doing, junior brother Chu, let it rest. We still have a joint mission to carry out. There's no need to sour the harmony among us. I also believe that your friend's disappearance has nothing to do with junior brother Ning Chen. Besides, he trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. What he truly meant was, how could a mere disciple of the Burial Peak possibly have the means to make an inner disciple of the Soul Puppet Peak vanish? It was simply preposterous. Chu Feng gave a cold snort and temporarily ceased his interrogation of Ning Chen. If everyone is ready, let us set out for Qingfeng City. The Xianming Cliff is quite distant from it. The journey will take nearly half a day. Yi Wuchen glanced at the others. They all nodded without objection. Shortly thereafter, the group departed from Xianming Cliff and headed toward Qingfeng City. Along the way, Ning Chen observed his companions. Though they appeared to be allies on the surface, all of them were disciples of the demonic sect. One had to keep a guarded heart. Qin Ziyue chattered incessantly, brimming with vivacity. Yi Wuchen treated others with warmth, though whether he had a duplicitous side remained unclear. As for Wu Yin, Ning Chen's assessment was that he lived up to his name, a man of few words. It seemed the greatest threat was still Chu Feng. Ning Chen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Throughout the journey, the man's gaze had remained fixed on him. Clearly his suspicions had yet to be dispelled. He needed to find a way to make Chu Feng abandon his doubts. Half a day later, the group finally caught sight of Qingfeng City in the distance. There before them, a city came into view. Yet before they even drew near, an overwhelmingly thick stench of blood assailed their senses, and the group's expressions gradually turned grim. A few days ago, Qingfeng City was struck by a surprise attack from the Righteous Path. Casualties were heavy, and even the spirit mines were plundered extensively. From the looks of it, the situation is far graver than we imagined. Yi Wuchen knitted his brows. Qin Ziyue and the others nodded solemnly as well. Suddenly, Qin Ziyue seemed to notice something amiss. She cast a puzzled glance at Ning Chen, whose body appeared to be trembling slightly, and asked with concern, Junior brother Ning Chen, is something the matter? Don't tell me you're scared. Chu Feng sneered coldly. Junior brother Ning Chen, Burial Peak has only recently begun accepting sect missions, so this is likely your first. The outside world is far more brutal than within the sect. Once we enter the city, it will be even bloodier. I hope you steel yourself mentally. Yi Wuchen did not mock him. Instead, he offered words of reassurance. After all, for those taking on their first sect mission, witnessing such a gruesome scene often elicited this kind of reaction. Thank you, senior brother, for the warning. Ning Chen offered no explanation. He trembled not from fear, but from excitement. Because there was so much. In his sight, the city of Qingfeng City was saturated with burial-ready blood aura swirling from every direction, making the entire city resemble a colossal crimson lantern. Let us enter the city, Yi Wuchen said, leading the group toward Qingfeng City. As they drew closer, the pungent stench of blood intensified, and along the way they could see scattered limbs and broken remains of both righteous cultivators and disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Had Yi Wuchen and the others not been present, Ning Chen would have already begun burying the dead along the roadside. Though they were merely dismembered remains, they still possessed a certain amount of burial blood aura. Half a body counted as half a customer, 2 arms counted as a quarter of a customer, and so on. It seems I'll have to wait until nightfall to make my move. Ning Chen murmured to himself, suppressing his urge to bury the corpses, and followed the others into Qingfeng City. Once inside, the scene was even more horrifying. Battle scars were everywhere, along with severed limbs, broken bodies, and heaps of corpses stacked like mountains, making it impossible to distinguish demonic cultivators from righteous ones. Many wounded disciples of the heavenly demon sect lay on the ground, writhing and wailing in agony. How brutal! Qin Ziyu knitted her brows tightly. The others also wore expressions of profound gravity. I feel as though the spiritual energy in my body is somewhat stagnant. There's a cold, sinister aura. Moreover, it's hard to breathe. Do you senior brothers feel it too? Just as Chu Feng's puzzled voice rang out, Yi Wuchen and the others froze for a moment before quickly checking themselves, and their expressions changed drastically in the next instant. Because they all felt the exact same sensation Chu Feng had described. Senior brother Yi Yu, you're bleeding. Just then Qin Ziyue's startled voice rang out. I'm bleeding. Yi Wuchen was taken aback. He instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth and indeed felt something damp. Lowering his hand, his pupils contracted in shock. There was a smear of pitch-black blood on his hand. In the next moment, Yi Wuchen turned to the others in disbelief. Junior sister Qin Yu, you're bleeding too. Not just you. Junior brother Wu and junior brother Chu Feng are bleeding as well. What? In an instant, panic seized the group. They hadn't even done anything yet, and blood was inexplicably flowing from them. Black blood at that. This is death aura. You've been corroded by death aura. From the side, Ning Chen's calm voice rang out. Death aura. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Yi Wuchen and the others paled. They glanced at the mountain of corpses piled not far away and immediately sensed the bone-chilling, suffocating death aura emanating from it. Then why are you unaffected? Chu Feng shot Ning Chen a glance and asked coldly. Yi Wuchen and Qin Ziyue also turned to look at him. Ning Chen's face was completely calm, as if he were perfectly fine, showing no sign of being influenced by the death aura at all. This left the others utterly astounded. Even Yi Wuchen, the most powerful among them, was spewing black blood. Yet Ning Chen, the weakest of the group, was completely unharmed. How did he manage that? Under their astonished gazes, Ning Chen said softly, I'm used to it. This. Chu Feng opened his mouth as if to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Even a disciple of Burial Peak could not possibly have grown accustomed to death aura corrosion so quickly. Besides, being used to it was not the same as being able to ignore it entirely. You there? Are you the disciples of the heavenly demon sect sent here to carry out the mission? Just then an aged voice rang out, and an old man with white hair emerged from within the city. Elder Lu, is that you? I am Yi Wuchen, an inner disciple of the heavenly demon Peak, here to take over the Qingfeng City mission. Yi Wuchen suppressed his physical discomfort, stepped forward, and offered a respectful bow to the white-haired elder. Oh, an inner disciple of the heavenly demon Peak, yeah. Hearing this, a glimmer of delight flashed in Elder Lu's eyes. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed that Yi Wuchen and the others looked unwell. You've been corroded by death aura. Quickly. Sit down in meditation at once. Circulate your spiritual energy with all speed and force the death aura out. Death aura corrosion is no trivial matter. Even you inner disciples must not take it lightly. Wrecking your cultivation is a minor concern. Losing your life is the real disaster. Elder Lu said anxiously, quickly gesturing for Yi Wuchen and the others to sit cross-legged. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Yi Wuchen and the others gradually grew solemn, realizing the true horror of death aura corrosion. They dared not delay and immediately sat down cross-legged, circulating their spiritual energy with utmost urgency. Thankfully, I arrived early. If it had been any later, you all would have been beyond saving. Elder Lu breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly he noticed that a young man in dark robes who had been standing beside Yi Wuchen had vanished. He whirled around, only to see the young man striding toward the pile of corpses emanating death aura. That disciple come back at once. Those corpses have only recently been refined for their cultivation essence. The death aura is exceptionally dense. Do not approach. However, the moment Elder Lu's words fell, he saw a glint of cold light flash in the young man's hand. It was a shovel. You're a disciple of Burial Peak. Elder Lu was taken aback. Why would a Burial Peak disciple be traveling with inner disciples? How many disciples did Burial Peak send? He pressed on. With this many corpses to bury them all properly and suppress the death aura, at least 200 Burial Peak disciples would be needed, and even then half of them would likely perish from death aura erosion, because the death aura here was far too dense. Then Elder Lu heard the calm voice of the dark-robed young man. Only me. This is utterly reckless. Hearing this, Elder Lu's face changed dramatically. How can you possibly bury this many corpses alone? You'll die from death aura erosion before you've buried even 20. Yet Ning Chen merely smiled, hefting his burial shovel as he walked toward the mountain of corpses, his eyes growing brighter by the moment. Elder, did you not know? I am Burial Peak's top salesman. Sales champion. What do you mean? When Elder Lu heard Ning Chen's words, he was taken aback. Junior brother Ning Chen, don't be reckless. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Ziyue's expression changed slightly, and she quickly spoke up to warn him. Overestimating yourself. Dying is a small matter, but don't affect our cooperative mission. Chu Feng snorted coldly. The corpses in Qingfeng City are too numerous and the death energy is extremely dense. It's somewhat unreasonable to let only one Burial Peak disciple undertake this task. Yi Wuchen glanced at Ning Chen, who was walking toward the pile of corpses. Then he bowed to Elder Lu and said, if junior brother Ning Chen fails the task, please Elder Lu help us coordinate with the sect, so that his failure does not cause the entire mission to be judged as a failure. At this, Chu Feng also quickly made the same request, eager to kick Ning Chen out of the mission team. Wu Yin did not speak, but his silence was taken as consent. But Qin Ziyue parted her crimson lips, hesitating, but in the end she sighed and remained silent. She knew that senior brother Yi and the other two did not favor junior brother Ning Chen, fearing that his failure would affect the entire cooperative mission. After all, they had just experienced the terror of death energy, and that was only from a distance when they hadn't even approached. Junior brother Ning Chen would not only touch death energy, but also have close contact with it. Even if it were spirit-gathering realm cultivators, let alone those core condensation realm cultivators like them, they couldn't withstand it, let alone him. Well, Elder Lu pondered for a moment, then nodded, and said in a deep voice, no problem. This is indeed somewhat unreasonable. Then we entrust this to Elder Lu. Yi Wuchen nodded slightly, then said to Qin Ziyue and the others, everyone first meditate to expel the death energy from your bodies. After expelling it, you can proceed with your respective tasks. At this moment, Yi Wuchen's face was still full of gentleness. In his view, to ensure the mission's success, kicking junior brother Ning Chen out of the team was the most correct choice. There was no need to let a dead man cause everyone's mission to fail. Don't bother with him. Since he wants to die, let him. Chu Feng snorted coldly, then sat cross-legged and began to expel the death energy. Yi Wuchen and Wu Yin followed suit. Qin Ziyue glanced at the young man in black who had already stepped into the pile of corpses, sighed softly, and then closed her eyes to sit cross-legged. Elder Lu also quickly left. In his view, as long as these 4 inner disciples were fine, it didn't matter about the Burial Peak disciple. The demonic sect never lacked Burial Peak disciples. Qingfeng City. Not far away. Jackpot, jackpot. Looking at the mountain of clients before him, Ning Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. What does it mean by plenty in quantity and satisfying? This is it. Start burying. Then, holding Zhongju, Ning Chen took out the rebirth candles and began to carry one client after another from the corpse mountain, then used the Zhongju shovel to dig deep pits and bury the clients. Zhongju was indeed a spiritual artifact. Digging holes was a piece of cake. After a while, the once towering mountain of corpses had diminished somewhat. On the ground, rows of burning rebirth candles were inserted, suppressing the death energy. As each client was buried, the burial-able chi and blood surged into the burial divine coffin, finally transforming into waves of dense spiritual energy that entered Ning Chen's dantian. Burying people is satisfying. Feeling his aura constantly rising, Ning Chen became more and more motivated. He buried several more. Suddenly, Ning Chen seemed to notice something. He dragged out a client from the pile of corpses. The client had originally been in white robes, but the robes were already stained red with blood and dirted by mud, and there was a large hole blasted through his chest. His death was truly miserable. But what most caught Ning Chen's attention was the abundant burial-able chi and blood. This client had not been a weak cultivator in life. At the very least, he was at the 5-star core condensation realm or above. Not bad, a premium client. Ning Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then, holding Zhongju, he dug a pit for this premium client. After burying him and lighting a rebirth candle, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. The burial technique Divine Ability, the Eye of Rebirth, was already activated. After all, this was a premium client. He might be able to get something good for free soon. As the Eye of Rebirth operated, Ning Chen also saw the client's final thoughts in life. This premium client was not a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, but an inner disciple of the Righteous Luoxia Sect. Righteous Luoxia Sect, huh? Ning Chen murmured and continued to look. But soon his brow furrowed as if he had discovered something astonishing. This inner disciple of the Righteous Luoxia Sect had come to Qingfeng City ostensibly to destroy the Heavenly Demon Sect's spirit mine outpost, but in reality, he was searching for something. Searching for something? What exactly are they searching for that makes these righteous fellows go to such great lengths? Ning Chen frowned. As for what they were searching for, this inner disciple of Luoxia Sect did not know. Perhaps his level was too low. It seems this is more than a simple righteous attack on a spirit mine. Ning Chen murmured, and then continued burying. However, from then on, whenever he encountered a client with abundant burial-labeled qi and blood, he would activate the Eye of Rebirth to take a look. And sure enough, after burying several more core condensation realm clients, Ning Chen discovered that whether it was righteous disciples from Qingyun Sect, Feiyu Sect, or Qingwei Sect, their final thoughts in life were all about searching for something. What exactly are they searching for? Ning Chen frowned. Although he didn't know what they were looking for, it was definitely something extraordinary. I need to be mindful. Since it was an extraordinary item, if he could obtain it, it might be helpful for his cultivation. Ning Chen glanced at the pile of corpses. The originally hill-sized pile had been reduced to only 1/3 by his burial work. After another moment, only a few broken corpses remained in the pile. Some were missing arms or legs, others lacked vital body parts. This can only count as an eighth of a client. Ning Chen picked up a severed hand and placed it into a smaller burial pit. The next moment, as a surge of dense burial qi and blood entered the burial divine coffin, an extremely rich flow of spiritual energy entered his dantian. When this spiritual energy entered his dantian, Ning Chen was stunned, staring at the small pit in astonishment. The spiritual energy returned from just a single severed hand was almost equal to the spiritual energy from the 5-star core condensation inner disciple of Luoxia Sect he had just buried. This meant that the owner of the severed hand had been at least a sea-breaking realm cultivator in life. Strong in strength and probably not an ordinary identity. He might know something. Ning Chen murmured. He activated the burial technique Divine Ability, and with a flash of golden light in his eyes, he soon saw the final thoughts of this severed hand and learned its identity. Elder Su of the Heavenly Demon Sect, responsible for the spirit mine excavation work in Qingfeng City. Some time ago, a special or filled with spiritual energy was excavated from the mine vein beneath Qingfeng City. And then someone leaked the news, attracting the greed of the righteous. The special spirit stone unearthed beneath the mineral vein. This should be what the disciples of the righteous forces are searching for. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and murmured. Although he did not know the purpose of that special spirit stone, the fact that it was coveted by so many righteous forces was enough to show that it was no ordinary stone. But it was a pity. In Elder Su's last thoughts, there was no mention of the whereabouts of that special spirit stone, whether he had hidden it or it had been taken by the righteous forces. Forget it. Let's bury the dead first. Ning Chen silently memorized the appearance of the spirit stone, then shouldered the Zongju and continued his burial task. Half an hour later, the mountain of corpses had turned into mounds of earth one after another, with burning rebirth candles swaying in the wind. Huff. I've grown stronger again. Getting stronger by burying people is so satisfying. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, a flash of joy passed through Ning Chen's eyes. As he had expected, the customers in Qingfeng City were plentiful and filling. In just over an hour of burial work, his cultivation realm had improved again. Name Ning Chen, Realm Condensing Core Stage, 3 stars. Art Supreme Demon Art, Martial Skills Blood Demon Blade, Divine Ghost Shadow Steps. Burial Divine Ability, Eye of Rebirth. Currently unlocked layers, 29. Burial Qi and Blood 4, 5, 100. What a bountiful harvest. Ning Chen was quite satisfied. Not only had he broken through to the Condensing Core Stage 3 stars, but even the Burial Qi and Blood of the Burial God Coffin had increased by 10 points. Then he stretched. He walked toward the outskirts of Qingfeng City. The night was late. It was just right to bury all those 1/2 and 1/3 customers along the way. Inside Qingfeng City, Yi Wuchen and the others had finished their meditation, their complexions returning to normal, and the death qi within their bodies had been completely dispelled. Huff. How is everyone's recovery? Yi Wuchen exhaled deeply and asked with a gentle smile toward the others beside him. Senior brother Yi, the death qi in our bodies has been fully dispelled. Chu Feng replied. Wu Yin, who was nearby, also nodded, using actions instead of words. Senior brother Yi, I'm fine too. Qin Ziyue gracefully stood up, but at that moment her beautiful eyes looked in surprise toward a certain direction. Junior brother Ning Chen. Ning Chen. Hearing Qin Ziyue's words, the group was startled and looked over. They saw a young man in a black robe walking toward them. It was Ning Chen. I thought you were so stubborn. Can't you withstand the erosion of death chi either? You said you were used to it, heh? Chu Feng looked at him, crossed his arms and sneered. Luckily, senior brother, you discussed with Elder Lu and kicked you out of this mission. Otherwise, this collaborative mission would have failed because of you alone. My, kicked me out of this mission. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and fixed his gaze on Yi Wuchen. That's right. Yi Wuchen maintained a gentle expression and nodded slightly. With your strength alone, junior brother Ning Chen, you cannot handle the death chi of the entire Qingfeng city. That wouldn't be reasonable, so I raised an objection to Elder Lu and removed your task from the collaborative mission. Besides, you don't have to go die alone, junior brother Ning Chen. Is that so? Ning Chen nodded calmly, and then headed toward the outskirts of Qingfeng city. Junior brother, don't blame senior brother Yi for this decision. After all, he did it for your own good. This way you don't have to complete that impossible task. Qin Ziyue sighed softly and comforted him. Ning Chen nodded slightly and headed toward the outskirts of Qingfeng city. What is he babbling about? Does he look like someone who cares about those contribution points? Burying people is the top priority. Overestimating himself. He even said he was used to death chi, but he couldn't withstand it and ran away, right? Watching Ning Chen's retreating figure, Chu Feng sneered disdainfully. Let's not worry about junior brother Ning Chen for now. Yi Wuchen shook his head slightly. Now that the death chi has been expelled, let's each go carry out our own sect missions. After all, it was a collaborative mission and each person had a different task. The others nodded. At that moment, Elder Lu's somewhat startled voice suddenly came from not far away. What is going on? Could something have happened to Elder Lu? Let's go take a look. Attracted instantly, the group hurried toward the source of the voice. When Yi Wuchen and the others arrived, they saw Elder Lu staring ahead in astonishment. They followed his gaze, and their pupils contracted, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, bodies had been piled into a mountain here. But now, that mountain of corpses had vanished, replaced by one small mound after another with rebirth candles stuck in front of each mound, as if to comfort the deceased. The suffocating death chi that had been here was gone. Yi Wuchen and the others were utterly stunned. One man buried an entire city. Could this be done by junior brother Ning Chen alone? How is that possible? Such a massive pile of corpses with death chi so dense, if anyone were eroded, even a condensing core cultivator would die within a few hours. How did a mere burial disciple achieve this? Is this done by that little one from Zhangxing Peak? Elder Lu turned around and looked in astonishment. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be him. Yi Wuchen nodded. Junior brother Ning Chen is truly hiding his abilities. Even the taciturn Wu Yin rarely spoke. Amazing junior brother Ning Chen. Qin Ziyue covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhangxing Peak really has produced an extraordinary disciple. Every burial pit is dug perfectly, and the rebirth candles are placed exactly right, completely suppressing the death chi. Marvelous. Marvelous. Elder Lu stroked his long beard, looking at the mounds, unable to help but exclaim. Chu Feng's face grew even uglier, and he slyly glanced in a certain direction. That was the direction outside the city. Dark night outside Qingfeng City. In the darkness, candle flames were lit one by one, as if guiding a path to rebirth. The last half customer. Ning Chen used the Zhongju to cover the soil, lit the final rebirth candle, and as the burial chi and blood entered the burial god coffin, a surge of spiritual energy fed back into his dantian. It's a pity. The cultivators along the way were all cannon fodder of the righteous forces, completely unaware of that special spirit stone. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. During his burial journey, he had also used the Eye of Rebirth, but unfortunately, he had not obtained any information about that special spirit stone. Pat. At that moment, footsteps seemed to sound behind him. Then a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Ning Chen, so you're here. Ning Chen turned and saw Chu Feng and his corpse puppet approaching from not far away. He looked calmly and said, Senior brother Chu Feng, do you need something? I didn't expect you to actually bury all the corpses in Qingfeng City. I've underestimated you a bit. Chu Feng looked at Ning Chen with a cold gaze and sneered, Don't think I'm praising you, humph. The more extraordinary you are, the more I suspect you're involved in brother Lu's disappearance. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly, then sighed. Since there was no way to dispel Chu Feng's suspicion, he could only. Senior brother Lu's disappearance really has nothing to do with me. Quibbling. Being able to suppress so much death chi means something is wrong. Once I capture you, I'll study you slowly. Perhaps I'll also find clues about brother Lu. Chu Feng snorted coldly, and the corpse puppet behind him stomped hard, darting toward Ning Chen violently. However, the moment the corpse puppet charged, A light laugh sounded from behind Chu Feng. Senior brother Chu Feng, I truly don't know about senior brother Lu Yuan's disappearance, but if you're really that curious I can send you on your way. Since there was no way to dispel Chu Feng's suspicion, the only option was to make Chu Feng disappear. What? Chu Feng's expression changed, and the corner of his eye caught a glint of cold light. That was a shovel. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. What? As the glimmering jet-black shovel struck from behind, Chu Feng's pupils constricted, and his countenance drastically changed. Reacting in an instant, he mobilized his spiritual energy and explosively retreated backward. However, the moment he made his move, he sensed the shovel following him, and then the sharp cold gleam pierced through his chest in an instant. Roar! At the same time, Chu Feng's massive corpse puppet finally reacted, letting out a roar and lunging fiercely at Ning Chen. Rip! Ning Chen pulled out the Zanjue that had pierced through Chu Feng's chest, then hurled it backward with force. Whoosh! In an instant, the sharp Zanjue pierced through the corpse puppet's mouth, pinning it firmly to a giant tree. No matter how it struggled, it could not move an inch, nor could it even let out a roar. Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground on the verge of death, staring at Ning Chen in disbelief. Condensation core. Condensation core, 3 stars. Your cultivation is not spirit condensation at all, but condensation core. Wow. As if too agitated, he spat out another mouthful of blood. When did I ever admit to being at spirit condensation? A gentle smile curved on Ning Chen's lips as he stepped forward. But you were clearly at spirit condensation just a few days ago. Before Chu Feng could finish, Ning Chen interrupted with a soft laugh. I also never denied that I was at spirit condensation a few days ago. What? Chu Feng's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with terror. In less than 10 days, Ning Chen had risen from the peak of spirit condensation to 3 stars of condensation core. What monstrous talent was this? What a fine disciple of Zhongxing Peak. Cough. Cough. Chu Feng coughed up blood, and in his dying moments he asked his question again. Is Brother Lu's disappearance related to you? It is not related to me. Ning Chen shook his head slightly, slowly raising his fist, a blood-edged blade covering his fist light. Hearing Ning Chen's answer, Chu Feng's pupils froze. Senior brother Chu Feng, go well. As the words fell, the blood-edged fist light dilated infinitely in Chu Feng's pupils. Bang! With the whistling of a fist wind, Chu Feng's life force dissipated instantly. Ning Chen wiped the blood splattered on his face, glanced at the lifeless Chu Feng, and slowly rose. He never showed mercy to those who wished to kill him. Living in a demon sect, if he had even a shred of compassion, it would be he who died. Chu Feng had already suspected him. The crime was already established in his mind, and what awaited Ning Chen next was an endless stream of trouble from Chu Feng. Since he could not solve the trouble, he would solve the person who created the trouble. Then he walked toward the corpse puppet pinned to the giant tree by the Zanjue. Roar! Seeing the murderer of its master approach, the corpse puppet struggled to emit low growls from its mouth, pierced by the Zanjue. Ning Chen glanced at it. You can't rest in peace even in death. I'll send you to the afterlife now. With that, he pulled out the Zanjue and swiftly struck the corpse puppet's chest. After dealing with the corpse puppet, Ning Chen did not dig a burial pit, but instead took out the Zhongxing coffin and buried both Chu Feng and his corpse puppet inside it. Chu Feng's disappearance would surely trigger an investigation by the Huinkui Peak. If he were buried carelessly, he would certainly be discovered. Only by burying him in the Zhongxing coffin could he vanish without a trace. As the burial blood energy entered the Zhongxing coffin and the spiritual energy replenished his Dantian, Ning Chen began to operate the rebirth eye to examine Chu Feng's life memories. This guy really had ill intentions. When he saw Chu Feng's life memories, Ning Chen murmured. This fellow had come simply to make a move on him. But he had not expected Ning Chen to strike first. This guy's sect mission. Ning Chen's attention was drawn. Chu Feng's mission in Qingfeng City was to find a corpse that had swallowed a special spirit stone. This corpse was excellent material for refining a corpse puppet to be brought back to Huinkui Peak. Special spirit stone. Ning Chen's gaze sharpened. The corpse for refining a corpse puppet was likely just a pretext. The real goal was that special spirit stone. Could it be? Ning Chen frowned and murmured, apart from me, everyone else's missions are more or less related to that special spirit stone. Outside Qingfeng City, Yu Wuchen and the others walked through the deep mountains. Strange, where has junior brother Chu Feng gone? Qin Ziyue grumbled. When the group decided to leave Qingfeng City to carry out the mission, they found that Chu Feng had long vanished. Perhaps junior brother Chu Feng went ahead to do the sect mission on his own. Yu Wuchen said with a light smile, we also need to hurry up. We can't fall behind and hold up junior brother Chu Feng. Alright, you two go complete your sect missions. If you have any questions you can ask me. Yes, senior brother Yi. Senior brother is truly reliable. Qin Ziyue smiled. Wu Yan also nodded in agreement. We are all fellow disciples of the same sect, so we naturally need to help each other, Yi Wuchen said with a genial smile. By the way, I think it would be good if we each share our collaborative missions with one another and keep an eye out for each other. That way completing the tasks will be faster. At this moment Yi Wuchen suddenly spoke. Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin exchanged a glance then nodded. Under normal circumstances collaborative missions were not disclosed, but since it was senior brother Yi it was fine. After all senior brother Ye's reliability was well known. Then the two briefly shared their respective collaborative missions with Yi Wuchen. If Ning Chen were here, he would keenly notice that although the surface tasks of these two were different, the essence still revolved around that special spirit stone. Oh, is that so? A faint, barely perceptible glimmer flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes as he nodded slightly. I'll keep an eye out for both of you, junior sister and junior brother. Whether the mission succeeds or not, let's gather here in half an hour. All right, the two nodded. Under the night, they departed separately. Half an hour later, several figures gathered in the deep forest. Junior sister Qin, junior brother Wu, any gains? Yi Wuchen arrived first and looked at the two. Both Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin shook their heads, then the former asked, how did senior brother Ye's mission go? My mission is complete, Yi Wuchen said with a light smile. So fast. As expected of senior brother Yi. Both looked at him with admiration. Not only did I complete my own mission, I also found some traces related to junior brother Wu's mission. Oh, where? Right ahead. Yi Wuchen wore a gentle smile pointing forward. Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin both turned to look curiously. However, the next moment, boom. With two gusts of palm wind whistling past, they struck heavily on the backs of the two as they turned. Puffed, spitting out blood. Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin flew backward heavily, crashing clumsily onto the ground, their auras instantly becoming extremely weak. Senior brother Yi. The two stared in disbelief at Yi Wuchen, who had suddenly attacked them, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. At that moment Yi Wuchen's face still wore a gentle smile. Senior brother Yi. What? Why did you attack us? Aren't we fellow disciples? Fellow disciples? Yi Wuchen smiled and retorted, who is your fellow disciple? Severely injured by the palm strike, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin were stunned, looking at Yi Wuchen with utter astonishment. Of course he is not your fellow disciple because... Just then a light laugh sounded. Then under the moonlight a young man in black clothes carrying a jet black shovel slowly walked out from the woods. Because he is a spy planted by the righteous path in the demon sect. Because he is a spy planted by the righteous path within the demon sect. A soft chuckle fell as the words ended. Ning Chen, carrying Zhangjue on his back, stepped out from the forest beside them. After Ning Chen had buried Chu Feng, he had initially intended to seek the traces of that special spirit stone alone, but then something suddenly struck him. He recalled the last thoughts of Elder Su that he had glimpsed when he activated the Eye of Rebirth. There was a phrase mentioned, someone must have leaked the news. Attracting the greed of the righteous path. That is to say, regarding that special spirit stone, the disciples of the Qingfeng City spirit mine had already kept it secret when they dug it out, yet it was still leaked, drawing the covetous eyes of the righteous forces. Thus on the surface they were destroying the spirit mine, but in truth their target was that special spirit stone. That meant there was an infiltrator from the righteous path within Qingfeng City. The righteous forces would work from within and without to seize that special spirit stone. And the final result was that both the righteous forces and the disciples of the Tianma sect in Qingfeng City suffered heavy casualties, and that special spirit stone ultimately vanished without a trace. However, one thing Ning Chen could be certain of: the special spirit stone must still be near Qingfeng City. If the special spirit stone had been taken by the righteous forces, then Elder Su's final thoughts would surely have appeared, but they did not. This meant the stone was still there. If the stone was still in Qingfeng City, yet the righteous forces had no follow-up actions, that seemed somewhat unreasonable. After all, they had made such a great commotion before. There was no reason to give up just like that. And if there were no actions, there was only one possibility: the righteous forces were operating in secret. Since Qingfeng City had a righteous spy, who could guarantee that the Six Peaks did not have spies planted by the righteous as well? Especially after Ning Chen had buried Chu Feng and discovered that the essence of his mission was also to find that special spirit stone, he became even more certain of this idea. If that were truly the case, the righteous spy could only be among the five of them. He was not, and Chu Feng had been slain by him. That left only the other three. And what was happening now exactly confirmed his conjecture. What? Senior brother Yi is not a When they heard Ning Chen's words, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin both turned pale with shock and stared incredulously at Yi Wuchen. Tianma sect. Haha. How could I possibly be a disciple of... Yi Wuchen laughed, his previously gentle expression gradually turning savage as he glared at them. I, Yi Wuchen, have hated you demon sect disciples more than anything in my life. My sister was killed by you demon sect disciples. I have lain low in the demon sect all for the day I could witness its destruction with my own eyes. Now my mission is complete, and I can return to the sect. As for you, my apologies. A murderous intent flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. He had to personally slay these demon sect disciples. Upon hearing this, both of them turned deathly pale. Junior brother Ning Chen, run. Hurry back to Qingfeng City and report to Elder Lu. Junior brother Wu Yin and I will hold him off. Qin Ziyue was the first to react, immediately shouting at Ning Chen, who was not far away. Yi Wuchen was at the 5th star of the condensing core stage, the highest cultivation among everyone present. Both Shi and Wu Yin had been ambushed and were severely wounded. With junior brother Ning Chen alone, he stood no chance against Yi Wuchen. Run, dream on. Yi Wuchen took a step forward, raised his palm, and with spiritual energy surging, he struck violently toward Ning Chen's crown. Junior brother Ning Chen. Seeing this, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan's faces changed drastically, unable to bear looking any longer. Mission accomplished, huh? Then that means you've already found it. Hearing Yi Wuchen's words, Ning Chen murmured softly. It seemed that this senior brother Yi had to be buried after all. Bang! At the same moment, the roaring palm wind descended. Oomph! Although junior brother Ning Chen was abducted into the demon sect, I can't be blamed for this. Yi Wuchen let out a cold snort. But suddenly he sensed something was wrong. His palm struck down, yet he did not feel the sensation of a watermelon being crushed. This is an afterimage. Yi Wuchen was stunned, then his pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, a sound of tearing air reached his ear, and from the corner of his eye he saw a sharp object flashing crimson light, thrusting toward his chest. His face changed drastically. He hurriedly activated his protective spiritual energy while dodging backward. Ryup. However, even though he dodged swiftly, that sharp weapon gleaming with red light still tore through his chest, leaving a hideous wound that gushed blood. What a sharp shovel. Yi Wuchen's expression turned grim as he warily glanced at the Zhongjue in Ning Chen's hand. Then he finally fixed his gaze on Ning Chen. Condensing core stage. Junior brother Ning Chen, I underestimated you. Condensing core stage. Not far away, hearing Yi Wuchen's words, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a mere disciple of the Burial Peak sect actually had the same cultivation as them inner disciples? Even if you are at the condensing core stage, what of it? You. Before Yi Wuchen could finish, the next moment Ning Chen's figure moved like a ghost, and the sharp red glowing shovel in his hand kept thrusting toward him. Each strike was extremely fast and devastatingly powerful. How is he so fast? Yi Wuchen's face turned pale, his expression growing more and more solemn. Under Ning Chen's ghostly attacks, he was utterly helpless and could only evade, not daring to be careless in the slightest. If he were, a bloody hole would appear on his body. The movement technique he practices is quite strange. Yi Wuchen quickly analyzed. Executing martial techniques requires spiritual energy. I just need to wait until his spiritual energy is exhausted, then I can counterattack. So junior brother Ning Chen is actually this strong. Watching the scene, Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin were filled with disbelief. Time ticked by second by second. Yi Wuchen's body was now covered in wounds slashed by the sharp edge of Zhongjue, and his white robe was stained into a bloodied garment, ragged and disheveled. How is this possible? How is this possible? At this moment Yi Wuchen was utterly frantic inside, because from just now until now he had been waiting for Ning Chen's spiritual energy to run out. But this guy seemed to possess an endless supply of spiritual energy. No matter how much he used, it never depleted. There was not even a hint of decline. The most absurd thing was, his realm was only at the 3rd star of the condensing core stage, yet the combat power he displayed was no weaker than his own. The shovel in his hand was even more bizarre. No matter what defense he used, it was like paper in front of that shovel, fragile and useless. Suddenly, in the moment Yi Wuchen relaxed, Ning Chen seized the opportunity and drove the shovel through his shoulder. Yi Wuchen's face contorted in terror. If this continued, he would really die at Ning Chen's hands. Master, save me, he shouted toward the sky. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from the heavens, and a white-robed old man streaked down from the clouds like a meteor. A sea-breaking realm cultivator. Qin Ziyue and Wu Yan's pupils shrank. Sea-breaking realm. Ning Chen's heart sank. Then he glanced at Yi Wuchen, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes as he hurled Zhongjue with all his might. Whoosh! The sound of tearing air rang out. Facing the shovel hurtling toward him, Yi Wuchen dared not be careless and activated his spiritual energy to block it. But the next moment, a figure appeared like a ghost in front of him, grabbed the shovel that had just been thrown, and thrust it violently toward Yi Wuchen. Under the double force of the initial throw and the added momentum, Zhongjue instantly pierced through Yi Wuchen's chest, shattering his heart. Ning Chen did not stop there. Using the momentum, he carried the lifeless Yi Wuchen and fled into the deep forest. At the same time from the sky came the furious roar of the old man. How dare you! Killing my disciple! As the enraged roar of the elder echoed across the heavens, he raised his palm and boundless surging spiritual energy swept like a torrential tide toward the dense forest where Ning Chen had vanished. With a thunderous boom, the grove instantly turned into rubble, yet beneath the wreckage there was no trace of Ning Chen or Yi Wuchen. The white-haired elder on high furrowed his brow. Suddenly in the night a figure darted away at an almost ghostly speed into the distance. Trying to flee, the white-haired elder sneered and chased through the air. Night fell over the main hall of the heavenly demon sect. Clad in a crimson dress, the breathtakingly beautiful Luo Shangwu sat upon the high throne, her stunning face expressionless, while the invisible pressure of her authority made the 7 peak masters below break into cold sweat. The sect master's power seems to have increased again. A purple-robed elder toying with a purple centipede in his hand bowed to Luo Shangwu and asked, "Sect Master, what do you think of the matter we discussed?" This man was the peak master of the poison insect peak. The demon burial ground will open in a month. It holds the remains of many great cultivators of our sect. If our disciples could enter and gain some insights, it might benefit their cultivation. Another elder carrying a giant black sword on his back and bare-chested with muscular build said solemnly, "The sword demon peak master is right. So for this demon burial ground, how about selecting the most outstanding disciples from each of the 7 peaks?" A beautiful woman in a purple cheaphouse suggested, but the moon peak master is mistaken. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a white-robed elder immediately interjected, "Wasn't the quota for the demon burial ground always given to our heavenly demon peak in the past?" Gu Xian snorted in dissatisfaction. "You've had it all to yourselves every time and still not satisfied. This time the quota must return to our burial peak." Peak Master Gu Xian, frankly speaking, even the outer disciples of your burial peak are inferior to the outer disciples of my heavenly demon peak. Your best disciples are only as good as my inner disciples, not to mention true disciples or personal disciples. The heavenly demon peak master looked at Gu Xian with cold disdain, making no effort to hide his contempt. Sending them in would simply waste the trial slots of the demon burial ground. Gu Xian wanted to retort, but found no words. After all, what the heavenly demon peak master said was not wrong. Peak Master Gu Xian let it go. The heavenly demon peak master has a point. Your burial peak disciples should stick to burying the dead. The trial within the sect is too difficult for burial peak disciples. They would never be a match for disciples of other peaks. Rather than returning empty-handed, it's better to give the chance to others. Indeed, the other 5 peak masters also felt the heavenly demon peak master was reasonable and tried to persuade Gu Xian. "Humph, your persuasion is useless." Gu Xian snorted coldly. He bowed to the crimson figure on the high throne. "The matter is entirely for the sect master to decide. If the sect master also thinks that our burial peak should surrender its trial quota, I will have nothing more to say. Then let the sect master decide." The heavenly demon peak master also bowed to Luo Shangwu. The other peak masters looked on. As all eyes fell upon her, Luo Shangwu raised her beautiful face, casting a cold gaze. Her red lips parted and her voice was icy yet melodious. "Burial peak is one of the 7 peaks of the heavenly demon sect, and shall not be abandoned. This time each peak shall have 1 quota for the demon burial ground trial. Sect master this." The heavenly demon peak master's expression changed. Luo Shangwu's emotionless, icy eyes fixed on him. "Any objection?" "No." The heavenly demon peak master quickly lowered his head and said no more. "What about the rest of you?" Luo Shangwu's gaze swept over the other peak masters. The several peak masters hastily shook their heads. Then the selection of the most outstanding disciple from each peak for the demon burial ground trial is left to you. Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes rested on the peak masters as she said coldly, "Yes, sect master." The 7 peak masters nodded slightly. "By the way, sect master, the inner sect assessment is in half a month." At that moment, the sword demon peak master seemed to recall something and quickly bowed to Luo Shangwu, then continued, "Some time ago, a special spirit stone was discovered in Qingfeng City. It was found that keeping it nearby could slightly increase a cultivator's absorption of spiritual energy. I intended to use it as a reward for the inner sect assessment. But who knew that someone leaked the news, drawing the covetous attention of those righteous hypocrites, and the special spirit stone went missing." A special spirit stone. It can increase spiritual energy absorption when carried. Old sword demon, discovering such a treasure, and you didn't report it to the sect master. As soon as the sword demon peak master spoke, the other peak masters frowned and looked over. The sect master was in seclusion at the time. How could I disturb her? The sword demon peak master shook his head. Besides, according to reports from Qingfeng City, the enhancement of that special spirit stone was not significant. Only a subtle increase in speed. A special spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Luo Shangwu furrowed her delicate brows thoughtfully, then looked at the sword demon Peak Master, where is that special spirit stone now? Reporting to the sect master, the sword demon Peak Master bowed. That special spirit stone is still in Qingfeng City. To avoid alerting the enemy, I arranged a sect mission and assigned disciples to handle it. They are Yi Wuchen, an inner disciple of the Heavenly Demon Peak, and Wu Yin, a disciple of the Sword Demon Peak. The Sword Demon Peak Master listed the names of the participants in order. When he reached the last name, he paused. And Ning Chen, the burial disciple of Burial Peak. Upon hearing the somewhat familiar name, Luo Shangwu's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but she quickly regained her composure. A burial disciple. The Heavenly Demon Peak Master frowned and said coldly, how can a sect mission involve a burial disciple from Burial Peak? Isn't that just dead weight? What do you mean by dead weight? Qingfeng City has countless dead and boundless death qi. Without our Burial Peak disciples to bury the corpses and suppress the death qi, do you think they would dare enter Qingfeng City? Gu Xian retorted irritably. That may be true, but how could a mere burial disciple bury an entire city? He'd likely die from death qi erosion after burying just a few corpses. The Heavenly Demon Peak Master sneered. That Ning Chen kid is not simple. Gu Xian gave a light snort. You old fool, dare to come out and spar with me. Fine, let's spar. The two Peak Masters confronted each other, ready to come to blows at any moment. The Sword Demon Peak Master and others watched helplessly, at their age still acting like children. However, Peak Master Gu Xian and the Heavenly Demon Peak Master had never been on good terms, and now the issue of Burial Peak had brought it to the surface. In the main hall, Luo Shangwu ignored the two old men about to fight, but suddenly a sharp pain came from her palm. She looked down and her expression turned grave. This is the yang art of the supreme demon art. That guy? In the next moment, while the other Peak Masters were busy breaking up the fight, none noticed that a crimson-clad figure had already vanished from the hall. Under the night sky, a figure dashed wildly, spiritual energy surging through his body, vortexes swirling beneath his feet as he fled into the deep forest with phantom-like speed, while behind him a white-haired elder pursued through the air step by step. Damn it. Old bastard, if you have the guts, chase me with your legs. Flying is cheating. Below, Ning Chen's legs were nearly smoking from the sprint, but the white-haired elder behind him leisurely strolled through the air, which made Ning Chen truly envious. You sharp-tongued brat. The white-haired elder snorted coldly, yet a flicker of gravity crossed his eyes. This young man's movement technique was extremely strange, and his speed was abnormally fast. Even he, a sea-breaking realm cultivator, found it hard to catch up while traversing the air. Most critically, the young man's spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant. He had been running for half an hour without any sign of depletion. At this moment, Ning Chen could only try to delay as much as possible, waiting for Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin to return from Qingfeng City with reinforcements. If it were a core condensation realm cultivator, he might still have a chance to fight. But the opponent was a sea-breaking realm cultivator. The gap between them was enormous. The spiritual energy in my Dantian's core is growing thinner. Ning Chen activated the ghostly shadow step. While inspecting the energy in his Dantian core, his expression growing increasingly grave. Even with all 121 spirit veins operating at full capacity, the spiritual energy in his Dantian core was barely sufficient. After all, being hunted by a sea-breaking realm cultivator, he dared not show the slightest slack. Boom. At the same time, a palm strike descended from the sky with a thunderous roar. Ning Chen channeled his spiritual energy, stomped fiercely, and dodged with a flash of movement. The terrifying palm strike crashed into the ground beside him, blasting a massive palm print dozens of zhong wide. So this is the power of a sea-breaking realm expert. A flicker of gravity passed through Ning Chen's eyes. If he had been hit, would he be scattered into pieces? Then while fleeing, he shouted with a laugh, "Old bastard. Your martial precision is terrible. You." The white-haired elder was furious. This demon sect brat was incredibly arrogant. Brat, you're asking for death. Under the night, the elder's enraged shouts echoed ceaselessly. Then Ning Chen continued to flee while executing the ghostly shadow step, and the white-haired elder pursued relentlessly, constantly launching martial arts attacks at Ning Chen, but all were dodged by the young man. The most infuriating thing was that this brat was exceptionally cheeky. Every time he dodged, he would taunt him, "Is that all? Is this all the strength of the sea-breaking realm?" Not very impressive either. Such words instantly drove the white-haired elder to fury. Demon sect cultivators were indeed vulgar. Damn it, haven't Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin called for reinforcements yet? Looking at his increasingly depleted Dantian, Ning Chen cursed inwardly. Why hadn't those two made a move? Boom. Just then, a colossal aura suddenly appeared behind Ning Chen. Brat, your spiritual energy has finally run dry. Die. As the white-haired elder's voice sounded behind him, a palm strike surged forward like a breaking wave aimed directly at Ning Chen's back, unleashing the full force of the sea-breaking realm. Not good. Ning Chen's face turned grim. A cold gleam appeared in his hand as Zhang Jue materialized, instantly blocking his back. Clang. The next moment, a resounding crash. The white-haired elder's palm had already landed heavily on Zhang Jue, producing a dull thud. Ning Chen was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a giant tree, blood gushing from his mouth. Zhang Jue flew over and embedded itself in the soil beside him. If not for Zhang Jue blocking that palm, the white-haired elder's strike would have been enough to obliterate him. This is a spirit artifact. The white-haired elder descended from the sky, glancing with some surprise at the pitch-black shovel thrust into the earth. Having endured a blow from a sea-breaking realm cultivator, the shovel showed no sign of cracks. Oomph. Brat, let's see how you keep your mouth shut now. The white-haired elder snorted coldly. The terrifying pressure of the sea-breaking realm continuously bore down on Ning Chen. In an instant, Ning Chen's skin was cut open by the oppressive force, turning him into a blood-soaked figure, pitiful and wretched. The white-haired elder expected the demon sect disciple to beg for mercy, but instead he chuckled lightly. Heh. A dignified sea-breaking realm cultivator spends over an hour chasing a core condensation realm cultivator. How disgraceful that would be if spread. You died. A murderous intent flashed in the white-haired elder's eyes. He raised his hand, gathering the sea-breaking realm's power in his palm, and struck heavily toward Ning Chen. The immense pressure relentlessly crushed Ning Chen, nearly causing him to faint. In the last moment of his fading consciousness, he seemed to hear a cold female voice, and then a figure in a red dress appeared before his eyes. How dare you? Boom. With the woman's clear, cold voice, the entire space seemed to freeze. The white-haired elder's descending palm strike instantly solidified a look of terror emerging in his eyes as he looked up toward the sky. Under the moonlight, a figure in a red dress stepped through the void-shattering space. The terrifying aura inadvertently emitted sent shivers of fear through the white-haired elder. A strong, an unassailable strong. Senior, I am Bai Daoran of the Feiyu sect. Please, Senior, spare my life. Bai Daoran hurriedly bowed to her, but the next moment, before he could finish, a pressure descended. Boom. Bai Daoran's entire body was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp, then dissolved into nothingness. This fellow. The figure in the red dress glanced at Ning Chen, who lay covered in blood and unconscious. She frowned slightly, but before she could act, several sounds of breaking air echoed from afar. Then with a wave of her jade hand, a pill flew into Ning Chen's mouth. The next moment, she stepped into the void and vanished. Not far away, Qin Ziyue's anxious voice rang out. Elder Lu. Hurry. Faster. Junior brother Ning Chen is ahead. Several figures appeared in the deep forest. Qin Ziyue Weiyan and Elder Lu, whom they had called for help. Junior brother Ning Chen. Over there. Soon they saw Ning Chen lying on the ground, drenched in blood. Phew. Thank goodness. Junior brother Ning Chen is still alive. While unconscious, Ning Chen dreamt of a chaotic space, filled with countless mighty colossal beings, each emanating overwhelming power. Suddenly, a pitch-black object descended, and all the powerful presences in the chaos vanished in an instant. That was the coffin of God Burial. In the heavenly demon sect at Burial Life, Peak Ning Chen abruptly woke from his bed, cold sweat streaming down. Was that the vision of the coffin of God Burial? He frowned, his eyes filled with solemnity. Though he knew the coffin of God Burial was extraordinary, he hadn't expected it to be so unusual. Everything he had seen in that chaotic space was formidable, yet it was still suppressed by a single coffin. Ning brother, you're awake. At that moment, a voice full of surprise came from outside the door. Zhou Yuan looked at Ning Chen with delight, quickly strode in and embraced him. Damn, brother Ning, I thought you were going to die. If you died, who in this demon sect would still be my sworn brother in celibacy? Qin Shou and Hu Wei, each worse than the last, ended their celibacy early. The only one who can be my celibate brother is you. Brother Zhou, don't cry. No, don't wipe your snot on me. After a moment, Zhou Yuan finally released Ning Chen, let out a long sigh, patted his shoulder, and exclaimed, Brother Ning, you're quite famous in the heavenly demon sect now. You actually killed a spy from the righteous path at the condensation core 5-star stage. Impressive. The matter of Qingfeng City had already spread. Ning Chen, as a Burial Life disciple who single-handedly buried a city, had already amazed many heavenly demon sect disciples. More importantly, he had slain a righteous spy, the most hated kind within the demon sect. The righteous appear gentle on the surface, but stab you in the back. Unlike demon sect brothers who never put on airs, if they dislike you, they'll stab you on the spot. Just luck. Ning Chen chuckled lightly. At that moment, Junior brother Ning Chen. You're awake. A soft female voice sounded and Qin Ziyue in a purple dress, and Wu Yin walked in from the courtyard. Seeing Ning Chen awake, both let out relieved sighs. Senior sister Qin, senior brother Wu. Ning Chen looked at them. Thank you both for saving me. He only remembered being forced to exhaust his spiritual energy by that white-haired old man at the sea-breaking realm, who then struck him with a palm. As for what happened after, he couldn't recall. Since he wasn't dead, he must have held on until Qin Ziyue and Wu Yin arrived with reinforcements. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Qin Ziyue shook her head. It is we who should thank junior brother Ning Chen. If you hadn't appeared in time to kill Yi Wuchen, we would have died at his hands long ago. Moreover, if you hadn't held off that sea-breaking realm cultivator for a full hour until the white-robed man left, we likely couldn't have saved you either. Saying this, Qin Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Ning Chen. It was astonishing that he could drag out an hour while being pursued by a sea-breaking realm cultivator. Even Elder Lu from Qingfeng City called it a miracle when he arrived. My. The white-robed man left. Ning Chen was stunned at Qin Ziyue's words. That old bastard had chased him for so long and was about to succeed. Why would he just give up? Besides, he couldn't possibly find anything on Yi Wuchen's body. Right. By the time we arrived with Elder Lu, you were already severely injured and unconscious, and the white-robed man was nowhere to be seen. Qin Ziyue nodded. Elder Lu said the white-robed man might have sensed their presence and retreated early. In any case, as long as you're safe, junior brother Ning Chen. But, at that point, Qin Ziyue leaned in, curiously examining Ning Chen, and exclaimed, but junior brother Ning Chen, your self-healing ability is remarkably strong. Elder Lu only fed you one healing pill, and your injuries are already fully healed. It's unbelievable. Hearing this, Ning Chen instinctively glanced at his body. He also found it somewhat strange. He clearly remembered taking a solid palm strike from the white-robed man. Even if the burial absolute had blocked that blow, he shouldn't have been fully restored by a mere common healing pill. My. Suddenly Ning Chen seemed to recall something. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely remembered hearing a cold woman's voice and seeing a red-dressed figure. A red dress. Could it be that female demon? Ning Chen's heart jolted. His guess was likely correct. Probably the white-robed man hadn't fled at all. He had been killed by that female demon, and his own recovery was likely related to her as well. But how did that female demon know he was being hunted? He wasn't narcissistic enough to think she was watching over him constantly. She must have left some mark on him, though what it was he couldn't guess yet. He owed her another favor. No. What did owing a favor mean? This was clearly his hard-earned reward. Oh. Ning Chen, boy, you're awake. At that moment, an unexpected old man's voice sounded, and a white-haired elder in a green robe entered from the courtyard. Greetings, Peak Master Guxuan. When the elder appeared, Zhou Yuan, Qin Ziyue, and the others immediately bowed to him. Greetings, Peak Master Guxuan. Ning Chen also bowed, then looked curiously at the bruise on Guxuan's face. Peak Master, your face. Cough. A fall, I bumped myself. It's nothing. Guxuan waved his hand and coughed. Then he glanced at Zhou Yuan and the others and waved them off. All right, your visit ends here. Since Ning Chen is fine, you all should get back to your own business. Yes. Then we'll take our leave, Peak Master Guxuan. Junior brother Ning Chen, rest well. We won't disturb you. Qin Ziyue nodded slightly, then left the courtyard with Wu Yin. Brother Ning, take care of yourself. Zhou Yuan also sighed in relief. Since Ning Chen was safe, there was still someone in the demon sect to be his celibate brother. He could rest assured. After they left, only Ning Chen and Guxuan remained in the room. Ning Chen, boy, I've heard about you from Elder Son. You're the sales champion of Burial Life Peak. Guxuan looked at Ning Chen with a smile. Peak Master Guxuan flatters me. Ning Chen waved his hand. Then the two exchanged a few more words. From the conversation, Ning Chen could tell that this Guxuan Peak Master, whom he had never met before, seemed to hold him in high regard. At that point, Guxuan's expression gradually turned serious as he looked at Ning Chen. Today, I mainly came to inform you of one thing. Please speak, Peak Master. In 3 days the sect master wants to see you, Guxuan said with a light smile. What? The sect leader wants to see me? When Ning Chen heard Guxian's words, he was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. It seemed he hadn't expected that the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, a mighty emperor-level powerhouse, would want to see a mere Burial Peak disciple like him over such a trivial matter. Could it be because of Yi Wuchen, that righteous spy? After all, a spy from the righteous path had infiltrated such a vast sect, and the rest of the Heavenly Demon sect had failed to notice. Surely the sect leader would also hold someone accountable. I understand. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Then Guxian gave him some instructions before leaving. After confirming that his courtyard was empty, Ning Chen warily closed the door of his courtyard, then took out the burial god coffin. With a flash of red light, the palm-sized coffin transformed into a zhang in size. As the coffin lid opened, a corpse emerged. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. That day the moment he saw the white Taoist appear, Ning Chen had already planned to kill Yi Wuchen first, then flee into the deep forest with his corpse and bury it with the burial god coffin. In this way that special spirit stone on Yi Wuchen would fall into his hands. If Ning Chen's guess was correct, when Yi Wuchen said to Qin Ziyue and the other that his mission was complete, he wasn't speaking to them, but to the white Taoist. His mission must have been to obtain that special spirit stone. Humph! What kind of spirit stone could make the righteous factions go to such lengths? Ning Chen let out a long breath. Then he began to search Yi Wuchen's corpse. But after fumbling for a long time, even checking the guy's storage ring, he found no trace of that special spirit stone. Did I guess wrong? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He shoved Yi Wuchen's corpse into the burial god coffin and began the burial. As the interior of the coffin turned into a chaotic void, Yi Wuchen's body instantly transformed into a stream of burial blood energy, surging into the chaotic space of the coffin. Immediately after, a rich influx of spiritual energy surged into Ning Chen's dantian. The next moment, a brilliant spirit stone containing dense spiritual energy and only the size of a fingernail emerged and floated inside the coffin. It was indeed hidden inside this guy's body. A sharp glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He then put away the burial god coffin, grasped the gleaming special spirit stone, and examined it with confusion. This is a heaven-mending stone. Just then a cold female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ning Chen instinctively turned around and saw that stunningly beautiful demoness in a red dress who had appeared in his courtyard at some unknown time. She's like a ghost. Ning Chen muttered, glad that he had put away the burial god coffin beforehand, otherwise he might have been discovered by this elusive demoness. What did you say? When she heard Ning Chen's muttering, Luo Shangwu's emotionless cold eyes fixed on him. Ahem, nothing. Senior, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? Ning Chen coughed lightly and looked at her with confusion. Do I need a reason to come? Luo Shangwu parted her red lips and said coldly. Ning Chen quickly shook his head. This demoness was too hard to please, her temperament unpredictable, it was better to speak less when dealing with her. Luo Shangwu ignored Ning Chen, her gaze falling on the special spirit stone in his hand. Heaven-mending stone, said to be formed from an extraterrestrial stone, extremely extraordinary. If inlaid into a spirit artifact, it can enhance one's cultivation speed and accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. Enhance cultivation speed and accelerate spiritual energy absorption. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. For him who was eager to grow stronger, this heaven-mending stone was indeed a cultivation treasure. However, at this moment Luo Shangwu's voice sounded again, her gaze on Ning Chen. This heaven-mending stone also depends on the person. For those of ordinary talent it naturally has little effect, but for those with monstrous talent its effect is even better. Senior, what do you think of my talent? Ning Chen humbly asked for her opinion. Just passable mediocre. Luo Shangwu's beautiful face was expressionless as she said coldly. Ning Chen, the heavenly demon sect is now searching for this lost heaven-mending stone. I didn't expect it to be with you. At this moment Luo Shangwu's cold voice rang out. She extended her slender, fair, jade-like palm and looked at Ning Chen calmly. Give me the heaven-mending stone. Hearing this, the reluctant Ning Chen obediently handed it over. With his current strength, he could not protect the heaven-mending stone. The demoness wanted it, so he had no choice but to give it. Turn around. But soon he heard the demoness' clear, cold voice again. Huh. Confused by the demoness' words, Ning Chen was taken aback, but he obediently turned around anyway. When Ning Chen turned around, Luo Shangwu's face remained completely impassive like an ice-cold beauty. She slowly lifted a corner of her skirt, revealing her fair, delicate jade-like feet that anyone would be tempted to hold and caress. On her ankle was a string of red anklet. She bent down, removed the anklet, then channeled spiritual energy to set the heaven-mending stone into the anklet. Clatter! Before Ning Chen could wonder, he saw a red chain fall onto the table in the courtyard with the heaven-mending stone now set into it. My! Ning Chen was startled. At the same time, the demoness' beautiful eyes fell on him, the meaning in her gaze self-evident. In an instant, without any hesitation, Ning Chen directly put the red chain on his wrist, clasped his fists in thanks, and completed the action in one smooth motion. Senior, your great kindness is unforgettable. I cannot repay it in this life, so I only wish to be your ox or horse in the next life to repay you. Luo Shangwu. Her stunning face seemed to twitch. Cannot repay in this life, repay in the next. Meaning it's hard to repay, so just not repay. Also, watching him put the red chain on his wrist, Luo Shangwu's willow-like brows slightly raised, a rare hint of amusement appearing in her beautiful eyes. She seemed about to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Cultivate the supreme demon art well. Having said that, she seemed ready to leave. But just then from behind Ning Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Senior, wait. Luo Shangwu turned around. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, but still asked, outside Qingfeng City when I was being chased by the White Taoist, was it you who saved me? I don't have that kind of free time. Luo Shangwu's face was expressionless, her voice indifferent, revealing no emotion. Or do you think you are that important to me? Ning Chen didn't mind. He just bowed to her. Regardless, thank you for saving me, senior. The demoness seemed to snort coldly, then without lingering turned and left. Also, senior, in a few days I will be meeting the sect leader. I would like to ask for your advice on what I should do. At this moment, Ning Chen's voice sounded again, forcibly stopping Luo Shangwu. Luo Shangwu turned around, her cold gaze falling on Ning Chen. You seem very afraid of the sect leader. Our sect leader is a great emperor-level powerhouse. Not to mention within the entire Tianma sect, even across the entire Tianling realm, is there anyone who does not fear him? Ning Chen shook his head slightly. Beside him, Luo Shangwu folded her arms across her proud bosom, her expression impassive, yet a faint, barely perceptible curve tugged at her crimson lips. What is there to fear from her? The sect leader won't eat you. Eat me? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I'm not afraid of being eaten. I'm afraid of something worse than being eaten. This is a demonic sect. What if the sect leader has some peculiar hobby? Wouldn't that be even worse? What peculiar hobby? Luo Shangwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Ning Chen said with a straight face, the hobby of men loving men. Boom. The next moment, Ning Chen was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall of the courtyard. The female demon turned and walked away without a word. Ning Chen clutched his stomach as he rose from the ground, his head full of question marks. What had he said wrong this time? Had he offended the female demon again? Couldn't a boy have some self-protection awareness? Also, at that moment, the distant figure in the red dress paused, her crimson lips parting slightly as a cold voice sounded. The demon burial ground trial of the Tianma sect is about to commence. Each peak has one trial slot, earn it yourself. Demon burial ground. When he heard the female demon's words, Ning Chen was stunned, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Senior, could you tell me about this demon burial ground? No. Before Ning Chen could finish his sentence, Luo Shangwu cut him off ruthlessly. Her icy voice fell, and the next moment, she vanished before his eyes. What an unfathomable woman, Ning Chen muttered. Then he glanced at the heaven-mending stone bracelet on his wrist, and carefully hid it beneath his sleeve. At least he had managed to squeeze a bit of compensation from the female demon. Not a total loss. Then, Ning Chen sat cross-legged, activating the supreme demon art, channeling spiritual energy through all his meridians. At the same time, he could clearly feel a scorching heat from his wrist, as an increasing stream of spiritual energy poured into his dantian. The heaven-mending stone bracelet was beginning to take effect. Truly a wonderful treasure. Feeling the increasingly dense spiritual energy within him, Ning Chen's eyes lit up as he immersed himself fully in cultivation. 3 days later, Zhongxing Peak, the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Huff. 4-star condensation pill stage. During these days, once his body recovered, he picked up the burial coffin and continued his role as the sales champion of Zhongxing Peak. After burying the dead, he returned to cultivation. Now with the 2 great cultivation tools, the burial coffin and the heaven-mending stone bracelet, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. In just a few days, he had broken through another minor realm. Counting the days, today seems to be the day I meet the sect leader. Ning Chen let out a long breath and slowly rose to his feet. Speaking of this matter, he still felt some trepidation in his heart. After all, the sect leader of the demonic sect was cruel by nature, killing without blinking an eye. The most critical issue was the vast disparity in strength. A great emperor-level powerhouse was the pinnacle of the Tianling realm's pyramid. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Ning Chen descended the mountain and headed toward Tianma Peak, where the sect leader's main hall was located. Soon, when Ning Chen arrived at Tianma Peak, he noticed that the spiritual energy here was far denser than on Zhongxing Peak. Cultivating here for a day would likely yield better results than 2 days on Zhongxing Peak. As expected of the strongest peak of the Tianma sect, Ning Chen sighed in admiration. But soon the inner disciple examination would be held. It was said that all outer disciples could participate, and those who performed exceptionally would have the opportunity to choose a new peak. Zhongxing Peak had no distinction between inner and outer disciples. Thus all were considered outer disciples. Therefore all Zhongxing Peak disciples were eligible to participate in the inner disciple examination. As for the inner disciple examination, Ning Chen naturally intended to participate. However, his goal was not to gain the chance to choose a new peak, but to obtain the rewards for outstanding performance, such as cultivation resources. After all, with the burial coffin in hand, no other peak could offer him greater benefits than Zongxing Peak. Soon, Ning Chen headed up the mountain toward Tianma Peak. His appearance drew the attention of many Tianma Peak disciples, especially the Zongxing Peak disciple token hanging at his waist, which was particularly conspicuous. Edge. A Zongxing Peak disciple. Why is a Zongxing disciple here on Tianma Peak? A Tianma Peak disciple frowned, casting a cold glance. I know him. He's said to be the sales champion of Zongxing Peak, Ning Chen. Ning Chen. A few days ago in Xingfeng City, it was him who discovered that Yi Wuchen was a spy from the righteous path. And he killed him. Remember, Yi Wuchen was at the 5-star condensation pill stage. That's considered above average even among the inner disciples of Tianma Peak. What's that? It's said that after killing Yi Wuchen, he was pursued by a peak broken sea stage righteous cultivator for a full hour, barely managing to hold out until Elder Lu arrived. What? Pursued by a peak broken sea stage righteous cultivator, and he endured for a full hour. As soon as these words were spoken, the disdain in the eyes of the surrounding Tianma Peak disciples vanished instantly. If it were merely killing a condensation pill stage cultivator, most Tianma Peak inner disciples could do it. But surviving an hour under the pursuit of a peak broken sea stage cultivator, not even some true disciples could accomplish that. This Zongxing disciple is no ordinary one. Now many Tianma Peak disciples looked at Ning Chen with changed eyes. At the highest point of Tianma Peak, a sea of clouds. It was probably the highest point of the entire Tianma sect, offering a panoramic view of the whole demonic sect. Edge. That is. Suddenly, Ning Chen's gaze fell upon a courtyard in the sea of clouds. That is the sect leader's courtyard. Outsiders must not approach. You young man, stay away. Do not incur the sect leader's wrath, or even I cannot protect you. At that moment, a soft aged chuckle came from the side. Ning Chen turned and saw Gu Xian walking over in a blue robe. Peak Master Gu Xian. Ning Chen bowed, then looked at the cloud sea courtyard, a hint of confusion in his eyes. That is the sect leader's courtyard. Gu Xian nodded slightly. That's right. The sect leader often sits in that courtyard drinking tea for health or secluding for cultivation. I see. Ning Chen nodded. Since it was the sect leader's courtyard, it was best to keep his distance lest he damage any flowers or grass. A great emperor was not to be trifled with. Just as he was about to enter the main hall of Tianma Peak with Gu Xian. But suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an object in the sect leader's courtyard. It was a teapot. My. As his gaze fell upon a teapot resting on the wooden table in the courtyard, Ning Chen froze momentarily, a faint frown creasing his brow as he felt a nagging sense of familiarity about the object. That is the sect master's teapot. Following his gaze, Gu Xian stroked his white beard and explained with a chuckle, the sect master is rather fond of tea, and even the leaves she brews are of extraordinary quality. What a pity, though. This old man has never had such fortune to savor them. As he spoke, Elder Gu Xian's tone carried a tinge of envy. Even a peak master like you cannot obtain tea bestowed by the sect master. Ning Chen found this somewhat surprising. After all, Gu Xian was the master of one of the 7 peaks. Surely he deserved at least a single cup of tea. It seemed the demonic sect's leader was even more aloof and unyielding than he had imagined. The sect master is an emperor-level powerhouse. The tea she consumes is far from ordinary. With my current cultivation, drinking it would actually prove counterproductive. The energy is simply too potent for me to absorb. Gu Xian shook his head slightly, his tone laced with helplessness. Unless the sect master were willing to help refine the energy within the tea to a neutral state. But who would dare drink it otherwise? Most importantly, the sect master would never deign to refine tea energy for them. What kind of existence was she? Would she personally assist them in such trivial matters? And who among them would even have the audacity to ask? I see. Ning Chen gave a slight nod. Thinking about it, that demoness did seem to enjoy drinking tea as well. Moreover, from his interactions with the demoness, Ning Chen had grown increasingly certain that her strength far surpassed Gu Xian's. The mere fact that she could shatter the void was testament enough. If that were the case, her status within the Heaven Demon sect should be considerable, at the very least higher than that of a peak master. The 7 peak masters merely managed the 7 peaks. In terms of true strength, the sect had numerous elders who surpassed them. These elders simply had no interest in worldly affairs, preferring to devote themselves wholeheartedly to cultivation. The demoness likely belonged to this echelon of elders. All right then, young Ning. Come inside with this old man. With that said, Gu Xian took the lead and headed toward the main hall of the Heaven Demon sect. Seeing this, Ning Chen withdrew his gaze from the teapot and followed him toward the main hall. As Gu Xian pushed open the great hall doors, Ning Chen beheld the full splendor of the main hall. Truly worthy of being the paramount demonic sect of the Tianling realm. The entire hall was resplendently ornate and magnificently grand. At the same time, As the two entered the hall, 6 figures turned their gazes toward them. Old rogue Guxian, so this is the sales champion of your burial peak. The Heaven Demon Peak Master cast a cold glance over, sneering, doesn't look all that impressive to me. Although his words carried hostility, Ning Chen could clearly discern that this malice was directed entirely at Guxian. The two Peak Masters seemed to be at odds. Oomph. Better than the spy-ridden disciples of your Heaven Demon Peak. Guxian let out a cold snort and shot back directly. You old rogue, seems you're itching for another sparring session with me. Bring it on, who's afraid of who? Ning Chen silently stepped back, hoping to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Oomph. The Sect Master will be arriving soon. I won't bicker with you now. Guxian let out another cold snort, then turned to Ning Chen and introduced each figure in turn. Young Ning, this is the Sword Demon Peak Master. After the introductions concluded, Ning Chen bowed to the assembled Peak Masters. Disciple Ning Chen of Burial Peak greets the Peak Masters. Not bad. To have reached the 4th star of core condensation at such a young age, that would place you at the upper middle tier among the inner disciples of my Sword Demon Peak. Though for Burial Peak you are indeed a rare, outstanding disciple. The Sword Demon Peak Master, bearing a massive black great sword on his back, gave a slight nod. The other Peak Masters also nodded in agreement. However, there was no significant emotional stir. A core condensation disciple was hardly worthy of their attention. Presumably the Sect Master's desire to see him was related to the matter of the righteous sect spy. As the strongest peak within the Heaven Demon sect, the infiltration of a righteous spy into Heaven Demon Peak was indeed a matter warranting serious attention. Perhaps, given the Sect Master's iron-fisted methods, she might purge the entire Heaven Demon sect over this. However, Guxian sneered inwardly. If you knew how far young Ning had progressed in just the past few days, you wouldn't be thinking that way. Yet he kept this to himself, wary of these old rogues trying to poach his disciple. He was eager to see how red their faces would turn once young Ning truly grew into his potential. He is rather handsome. I'm sure he'd be quite popular among the young ladies of my Nethermoon Peak. Ning Chen, do you have a cultivation partner? At this moment, the elegant woman dressed in a form-fitting qipao looked at Ning Chen with a smile. In response to the Nethermoon Peak Master. No, I do not. Ning Chen hesitated briefly before shaking his head slightly. What do you think of the female disciples of my Nethermoon Peak then? I heard you rescued Ziyue this time. How about we grant Ziyue to you as your cultivation partner? The Nethermoon Peak Master said with a laugh. This? Ning Chen frowned, about to decline. Boom. Just then, an invisible and terrifying Imperial might suddenly descended upon the hall. The suffocating pressure instantly caused the 7 Peak Masters' faces to change dramatically, their breaths becoming labored. They immediately turned and bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the Sect Master. At the same time, the 7 Peak Masters felt a sense of trepidation in their hearts. This aura, so terrifying. What's going on? Is the Sect Master in a bad mood today? The Sect Master has arrived. Ning Chen's expression shifted, and he too hurriedly bowed toward the high seat within the hall. Disciple Ning Chen of Burial Peak greets the Sect Master. A long moment passed. Only then did he raise his head, eager to see what the Sect Master of the Heaven Demon sect truly looked like. Yet as his gaze swept upward, he could only discern a blurred silhouette upon the dais, as if it were beyond mortal perception. What's going on? Is the gap in power simply too vast? Ning Chen was momentarily stunned and frowned, offering the explanation of sheer disparity in cultivation. After all, the Sect Master was an Emperor-level powerhouse. Being unable to perceive her form was only natural. Was this the imposing demeanor of an Emperor-level expert? And at this moment, upon the dais had Luo Shangwu dispersed, the terrifying Imperial might emanating from her. Ning Chen would have been able to glimpse that familiar figure in a flowing red dress. However, at this moment, she did not wish to see Ning Chen. Young Ning, this old man will relay the Sect Master's questions. At this moment, Elder Guxian turned his gaze toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen gave a slight nod. The Sect Master asked, how did you discover that Yi Wuchen was a spy for the righteous sects? Elder Guxian's voice rang out. It happened like this. Ning Chen then recounted his deductions, though he concealed the matter of the burial god coffin and modified certain details to make his account more plausible. Oh, so that's how it was. Indeed, when I assigned those tasks, I did link several of them to that special spirit stone. The Sword Demon Peak Master eyed Ning Chen with a hint of surprise. Sect Master, what is your judgment? Guxian looked toward the figure upon the dais. Upon the dais, the figure seemed to nod slightly as if satisfied with his answer. Following that, Guxian proceeded to ask several more questions. Ning Chen answered each with composure. Very well. The Sect Master has one final question. At this moment, Guxian's gaze fell upon him once more. Please ask, Sect Master. Since you were the one who killed Yi Wuchen, do you know the whereabouts of that special spirit stone? As Gu Xian's words faded, Ning Chen felt a surge of tension. He had known this question would come eventually. Reporting to the sect master, after I killed Yi Wuchen, I was pursued by that white Taoist, so I am not clear about the whereabouts of that special spirit stone. Silence for a moment. Ning Chen bowed to the figure in the hall. Nonsense. In the hall, Luo Shangwu, dressed in a red skirt, sneered inwardly and narrowed her eyes. Is that so? But when we sent people to search Qingfeng City, not only did we fail to find that special spirit stone, even Yi Wuchen's corpse was gone. The heavenly demon peak master sneered. This disciple is not aware of that. Ning Chen lowered his head slightly, his expression unchanged. Humph. Whether that special spirit stone is on you, this old man will find out by probing. The heavenly demon peak master sneered, and as his words fell, his aura instantly descended upon Ning Chen. Boom. The powerful aura instantly made Ning Chen's face turn pale. Ning boy, no need to fear. Just prove that you haven't hidden that special spirit stone. Beside him, Gu Xian comforted him. Ning Chen nodded slightly. He appeared expressionless, but in truth he was already a bit panicked. Most importantly, on his person, he not only had the bracelet inlaid with the heaven-mending spirit stone given to him by the female demon, but also the divine burial coffin. If either were sensed, it would cause great trouble. And he didn't dare keep it in the small courtyard. After all, that female demon was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. If she were to discover the existence of the divine burial coffin, it would be even more troublesome. However, as the heavenly demon peak master's divine sense fell upon him, after a moment, he finally withdrew his gaze. Then he bowed to the figure in the hall and shook his head slightly, reporting to the sect master this old man did not sense the aura of the special spirit stone from him. Phew. Hearing this, Ning Chen finally let go of his hanging heart and was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the heavenly demon peak master with his peak myriad phenomena realm cultivation could sense nothing at all. The divine burial coffin might be too high in its rank, and with the heavenly demon peak master's cultivation, he was not qualified to sense it. As for the heaven-mending spirit stone, it was probably because it was inlaid into the bracelet given by the female demon. It seems this bracelet is also quite extraordinary. At this moment, Ning Chen felt somewhat grateful to the female demon. Had she not inlaid the heaven-mending spirit stone into the bracelet, it would likely have been sensed by the heavenly demon peak master. The figure in the hall nodded slightly. Ning boy, you may leave now. Seeing this, Gu Xian immediately understood the sect master's intention and said to Ning Chen, wait for me outside the hall. Yes. Then sect master, all peak masters, this disciple will take his leave. Ning Chen bowed and left. After Ning Chen left in the hall, the red-dressed figure finally parted her red lips, and a cold voice, as crisp as colliding ice, sounded. From today on, all peaks must thoroughly investigate righteous spies. No mistakes are allowed. Yes, sect master. The 7 peak masters all nodded with grave expressions. Gu Xian bowed to the red-dressed figure in the hall. Sect master, what do you think of my disciple Ning Chen from Burial Peak? I have already informed you of some of his background before. Just so-so, barely passable. From the hall came Luo Shangwu's emotionless voice. This? Gu Xian frowned. When he reported some time ago, the sect master said that Ning Chen had good talent, so why did it become just so-so, barely passable now? Could it be that when he and Ning boy were discussing the sect master, she overheard? Was the sect master angry at him? But that shouldn't be. Gu Xian, the sect master, is a mighty great emperor. How could she look upon a mere condensation core realm disciple? The heavenly demon peak master sneered. Gu Xian ignored this old scoundrel and asked again, sect master, this time Ning boy killed a righteous spy, which counts as a merit. Could the sect grant him a reward? Granted. Luo Shangwu nodded slightly. Leave this matter to you. Yes. After Gu Xian left the hall, he saw Ning Chen waiting outside the hall and walked over with a smile. Ning boy, I have reported to the sect master. For your meritorious deed of killing the righteous spy, our heavenly demon sect should reward you. Speak up. What do you want? Peak master jest. I am a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Eliminating spies for the demon sect is my duty. Ning Chen waved his hand, and just as Gu Xian felt extremely gratified, Ning Chen's tone suddenly changed. Can I ask for anything? Gu Xian. He cleared his throat and continued. Ahem. What I can help you strive for within my power. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell into thought. If it were cultivation resources or martial arts techniques, they would improve him, but not for long. I've got it. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Ning Chen looked at Gu Xian. Peak master, I want to obtain more burial authority. More burial authority. Gu Xian was taken aback. What kind of reward is that? That's right. Ning Chen nodded. Cultivation resources or martial arts techniques only improve him momentarily, not for long. But with more burial authority, he could bury not just ordinary disciples. Even elders could be buried by him. For him, who grows stronger by burying people, this is the best cultivation resource. You are quite strange, boy. Other disciples avoid these corpses for fear of being corroded by death energy, yet you rush to bury them. Gu Xian gave Ning Chen a strange look. After all, if I bury more I can gain more sect contribution points, and then I can exchange for any cultivation resource. Ning Chen smiled. All right, then we'll follow your request. I'll have Elder Sun inform you of the arrangements later. Gu Xian nodded slightly. However, how exactly to grant Ning Chen more burial authority still needed discussion. After all, this boy was probably the first burial disciple in the entire history of Burial Peak to make such a request. By the way, just as Ning Chen was about to leave the mountain with Elder Gu Xian, he suddenly thought of the demon burial ground that the female demon had mentioned to him a few days ago. Peak Master is the demon burial ground of our heavenly demon sect about to open. Oh, Gu Xian raised an eyebrow. So you've also heard that the demon burial ground is about to open? I've heard a little. Ning Chen humbly asked, may I ask Peak Master what is the trial of the demon burial ground? Listen to me speak slowly. Gu Xian stroked his white beard and explained with a smile, the demon burial ground is a demonic land of our heavenly demon sect. Throughout history, the powerful experts and sect masters of our sect, when their time was near, would choose to be buried there so that future disciples could enter for trials. If they could gain the recognition of these past experts and sect masters, they could obtain their inheritances. When he heard this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up immediately. There's such a good place. For him, who possessed the divine burial coffin, what else could the demon burial ground be, if not a good place? A good place. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Gu Xian was momentarily stunned, then nodded slightly. If one can earn the recognition of the powerful beings buried in the demon burial ground, and obtain their fortuitous encounters, then indeed it is a good place. He patted Ning Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Ning Chen, prepare well. Once the inner disciple examination is over, our burial peak will initiate the demon realm trial selection. Each of the 7 peaks has only one quota. I have high hopes for you. Let's go. Let's head down the mountain. Back at the small courtyard at the foot of Burial Peak, Ning Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally passed this difficult interrogation. After all, whether it was the 7 peak masters or the heavenly demon sect's leader, their strength far surpassed his. If he revealed any slip, it could expose the existence of the burial god coffin and the heaven-mending stone chain. Humph! Only with strength in hand can one find peace of mind. Ning Chen shook his head and resumed his cultivation. Several days passed in succession. During this time, Qin Ziyue came looking for him a few times, seemingly wanting to invite him out, but Ning Chen refused each time. This senior sister Qin seemed to have some interest in him, but sorry women only hinder his cultivation speed. As for the female demon, that was a complete accident. After all, he was always forced. He had no room to resist, so he might as well enjoy it. No, that wasn't enjoyment either. Every time he was passive. Burial Peak. Ning Chen finished that day's burial duties and was about to descend the mountain with Zhou Yuan. Ning, in 7 days is the inner disciple examination. How I finally succeeded in forming my pill a few days ago. I should be able to achieve a good result in the inner disciple exam. Then I'll leave Burial Peak and enter Heavenly Demon Peak. Zhou Yuan chuckled, his eyes filled with longing. Then he casually asked, Ning, what realm are you at? 4-star pill condensation realm. Ning Chen smiled. Monster. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched. Why did he have to ask that? Wasn't that just asking for torture? By the way, Ning, I've noticed senior sister Qin from Moonshadow Peak has been visiting your courtyard often lately. You haven't. Zhou Yuan grew cautious. Don't worry. I have no interest in senior sister Qin. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. That's good. Zhou Yuan sighed in relief. A good brother indeed. Ning Chen. At that moment, Elder Sun hurried over from the main hall of Burial Peak, calling out to Ning Chen from afar. Elder Sun, what's the matter? Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan turned around. Elder Sun got straight to the point. Burial Peak has received the corpse of an outer elder from Poison Insect Peak. It has just been refined for cultivation essence, and the death energy is extremely dense. Several Burial Peak elders cannot inter it. The corpse of a Poison Insect Peak outer elder. That must be at least a sea-breaking realm cultivator. No wonder the death energy is so dense that even the elders can't bury it. Fortunately, such a corpse won't fall to us burial disciples. Otherwise, we'd be buried with it. Many burial disciples in the training square heard Elder Sun's words, their expressions shifting, then they sighed in relief. However, the next moment they heard Elder Sun smiling at Ning Chen. Are you interested, Ning Chen? Elder Sun, lead the way. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He hoisted Zhangjue onto his shoulder without any hesitation. Good. Follow me. Ning Chen told Zhou Yuan to go back first, then followed Elder Sun. After several days of cultivation and burying, his cultivation had stalled at the 4-star pill condensation realm. He wondered if burying this client would allow him to break through. Senior brother Ning is too fierce. That's the corpse of a sea-breaking realm cultivator. The death energy is so dense that even ordinary Burial Peak elders dare not bury it, yet he goes. Truly the Burial Peak sales champion. Senior brother Ning is so amazing. For a moment the disciples sighed in admiration. Soon Ning Chen followed Elder Sun to a spot behind Burial Peak. From a distance he could feel the dense death energy there. As they approached, they saw two Burial Peak elders frowning at a corpse covered with white cloth, their eyes revealing a hint of wariness. Old Zhang oldly let Ning Chen handle the burial. Elder Sun walked over and said to them. Hearing Elder Sun's words, the two Burial Peak elders frowned and looked doubtfully at Ning Chen. Old Sun, are you joking? We can't even bury this corpse, and you want a burial disciple to do it. Don't worry. This kid is our Burial Peak sales champion. Even the Peak Master thinks highly of him. Elder Sun shook his head with a smile and then looked at Ning Chen. Ning Chen, go ahead. Ning Chen nodded slightly, hoisted Zhangjue on his shoulder, and walked toward the corpse covered with white cloth. Be careful. The closer you get, the denser the death energy. Don't be careless. Seeing Ning Chen walk so recklessly, both elders quickly warned him. This is sheer nonsense. Old Sun, look at him. Knowing the death energy is so dense, he still dares to go. You want him to bury it. Isn't that sending him to his death? However, Elder Sun just smiled and said nothing. The two elders could only frown and continue watching. But soon the two elders were astonished to find that the death energy they so dreaded seemed non-existent to the young man in black robes carrying a shovel. What's going on? Why is he not afraid of the death energy? The two elders stared at Ning Chen in disbelief. The Peak Master said that when it comes to burial throughout the history of Burial Peak, no one is better than Ning Chen. Seeing their shocked expressions, Elder Sun said with a smile. At that moment, the two Burial Peak elders fell into a deathly silence. Ahead, Ning Chen had already silently taken out Zhangjue and dug a burial pit the size of a xianwood coffin. Then he removed the white cloth, revealing the gruesome condition of the corpse beneath. His expression unchanged, he placed the corpse into the coffin, pushed it into the pit, and began covering it with soil, using Zhangjue. Once done, he lit 3 incense candles for the departed. In an instant, the dense death energy around vanished completely. Elder Su of Poison Insect Peak, killed by righteous cultivators a few days ago. How tragic. Ning Chen's rebirth I faded. He had glimpsed the deceased's final thoughts, but unfortunately gained nothing valuable. As the burial chi entered the burial god coffin, the replenished spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, and he could clearly feel his aura reach its peak. If I cultivate with the heaven-mending stone chain tonight, I should be able to break through to the 5-star pill condensation realm. Ning Chen resolved to cultivate all night. He then walked toward Elder Sun. Elder Sun, the burial is done. Please credit the contribution points to my account. No problem. Elder Sun nodded with a smile. Then I'll head back first. Ning Chen hoisted Zhangjue and turned to leave. But after a few steps he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the two elders, smiling as he reminded them. Elders, you can close your mouths now. Be careful not to dislocate your jaws. He said that and walked away. Meanwhile, the two elders realized their lapse and awkwardly closed their shocked mouths. At night, Ning Chen sat cross-legged, the red bracelet on his hand conspicuously visible. The heaven-mending stone embedded in it shone brightly, pouring endless spiritual energy into his dantian. After a while, Ning Chen exhaled and stopped the circulation of the Supreme Demon Art. Before his eyes appeared his personal panel name, Ning Chen Realm 5-star Pill Condensation Realm. Cultivation Art, Supreme Demon Art, Breakthrough, Possible Martial Skills, Blood Demon Blade, Ghostly Shadow Steps. Burial Divine Ability, Rebirth Eye. Current unlocked layers, 29 layers. Burial Chi 60100. Supreme Demon Art. Breakthrough possible. When he saw this prompt, Ning Chen was taken aback. He vaguely remembered the female demon saying that the Supreme Demon Art he practiced was incomplete, and he had felt that during this time. After all, aside from opening over 120 spiritual meridians and serving as the daily cultivation method, the Supreme Demon Art seemed to have no other significant effect. It was somewhat ordinary. But if it were truly ordinary, it couldn't have condensed over 100 meridians. That left only one possibility. As the female demon said, the Supreme Demon Art was incomplete. Then how do I break through? Ning Chen frowned, feeling troubled. He then began to circulate the Supreme Demon Art, trying to figure it out on his own. But he failed to notice that as the art operated, his body grew increasingly hot. Tianma Sect. Cloud Sea Courtyard. Luo Shangwu, clad in a flowing red dress with unparalleled beauty, stood gazing at the sea of clouds below, lost in thought. The powerful aura that had just dissipated from her body indicated that she had only recently concluded her cultivation session. If I could break the shackles of the Emperor realm and touch that legendary realm, perhaps the crisis facing my Tianma sect could also be resolved. Gazing at the clouds before her, Luo Shangwu remained lost in thought. Even for someone as formidable as her facing the joint assault of the righteous forces 2 years, hence her heart held little certainty of victory. After all, a single palm cannot clap. The entire Tianling realm was home to more than one great emperor. Yet if she could break through to the legendary divine realm above the emperor realm, even reaching the demigod stage, it would be enough to resolve the Tianma sect's crisis in 2 years. But how easy was it to attain the demigod realm? The entire Tianling realm had not seen a demigod powerhouse for hundreds of thousands of years. It seemed to exist only in legends. Yet Luo Shangwu knew it was no legend, for she had always possessed a method to transcend the great emperor and ascend to demigod. The cultivation art she practiced was called the Supreme Demon Art. That's right, it was the very same art she had given to Ning Chen. And the tribulation of human desire she experienced was triggered precisely by cultivating this Supreme Demon Art. Because she cultivated the Yin volume. The Supreme Demon Art was divided into Yin and Yang volumes. Furthermore, the Supreme Demon Art comprised 5 stages. She had now reached the 4th stage, Harmony Dao, with only 1 step remaining to the 5th stage, which was named Divine Ascension. Luo Shangwu had known this since she first began cultivating the Supreme Demon Art, but she had never taken it to heart. Neither the tribulation of human desire nor the union of dual cultivation had ever concerned her. She believed that as long as her own strength was sufficient, even cultivating the Yin volume of the Supreme Demon Art alone, she would surely overcome all obstacles. In fact, since she began cultivating the Supreme Demon Art, and up to her attainment of the Great Emperor realm, she had withstood every tribulation of human desire. The only exception was that time within the coffin. Ever since then, the tribulation of human desire had become utterly uncontainable. It's all that fellow's fault. Thinking of this, Luo Shangwu gritted her pearly teeth, and on her icy, exquisite face a hint of resentful melancholy appeared. Then she gradually discovered that Ning Chen's talent was astonishingly extraordinary. She had merely opened the path of cultivation for him, yet in just a few days he had leaped from an ordinary mortal to the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. Such talent far surpassed even her own. After all, before becoming the leader of the Tianma sect, she had another title, the #1 prodigy of the Tianling realm. Thus she began to invest. She bestowed the Yang volume of the Supreme Demon Art upon Ning Chen. And now everything that had happened with Ning Chen recently served only to prove that her investment had not been misplaced. In just a few months, he has risen from an ordinary mortal to a core condensation realm cultivator. Ning Chen, you have indeed not disappointed this emperor. Luo Shangwu murmured softly, picked up her teacup, and took a gentle sip. It has been over a month since I gave him the Supreme Demon Art. According to my calculations, that fellow should still need a few dozen days to reach the 1st stage of the Supreme Demon Art, mortal transcendence. However, just as Luo Shangwu was muttering to herself, suddenly, she felt a burning sensation in her palm. She furrowed her delicate brows and looked down. The tribulation of human desire. Damn it, why is it coming again? Luo Shangwu cursed inwardly, then immediately sat cross-legged. A vast imperial aura continuously emanated from her delicate body, as if she were forcibly suppressing the flames of the human desire tribulation. Last time she had already declared that it would be the last time with that fellow. Was a mere tribulation of human desire enough to overwhelm her dignified great emperor with its petty flames of passion? Could it be that she had become addicted to such carnal pleasures? After a moment, with the circulation of her majestic imperial might, the flames of the human desire tribulation on Luo Shangwu's body did indeed diminish significantly, just as she was about to sigh in relief. Suddenly, the desire fire that had been suppressed surged up once more. My! Seeing this, Luo Shangwu's expression changed. What is this? I have clearly suppressed the human desire tribulation. How can it still? Suddenly, Luo Shangwu's words came to an abrupt halt. She seemed to have thought of something, and her crimson lips parted as she blurted out, "This human desire tribulation is not mine, but rather that fellow's. Has he reached the 1st stage of the Supreme Demon Art, mortal transcendence?" So soon, but she quickly came to her senses. Wait, does that mean that when that fellow breaks through in the Supreme Demon Art, it can trigger a human desire tribulation in me as well, eh? Luo Shangwu was stunned. Was the Supreme Demon Art actually dominated by the Yang volume? This fellow. The next moment, within the Cloud Sea courtyard, a red-dressed silhouette had already vanished. Zongxing Peak. Mountain Foot Cottage. What's going on? The more I cultivate, the hotter I feel. Ning Chen had already stripped off his black robe, revealing his muscular upper body. Even after removing his clothes, he still felt an intense heat, as if the burning sensation did not originate from his skin, but from within. Forget it. I'll stop cultivating for now. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. Although the supreme demon art could be advanced, he had been cultivating for a full half hour without any sign of a breakthrough. Could it be that I'm practicing it wrong? Suddenly, just as Ning Chen was muttering to himself and about to halt the circulation of the supreme demon art, he abruptly discovered that the art could not be stopped, and his body was growing increasingly scorching. What's happening? Ning Chen's eyes were filled with extreme gravity. Most crucially, with the circulation of the supreme demon art, his body felt as if it were being ignited from the inside out, parched and dry. Strangely, a red-dressed silhouette kept flashing through his mind. Her graceful figure and peerless beauty were like poison. What's happening? The more he thought, the more uncomfortable he felt. Suddenly, at that moment, a faint fragrance wafted into the room. Ning Chen turned around. He saw that somehow a red-dressed silhouette had appeared in the room. Why was the demoness here at this time? Ning Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly looked over. Forerunner, why have you come? Before he could finish, the demoness' icy voice rang out, cutting him off. You have been struck by a tribulation. Struck by a tribulation. The demoness' words left Ning Chen bewildered. Was this strange condition of his the tribulation? May I ask, Forerunner, what tribulation is this? The tribulation of human desire. The demoness' clear, cold voice echoed in Ning Chen's ear. The tribulation of human desire. Ning Chen repeated her words and suddenly realized something. Wait, wasn't this the very tribulation the demoness had mentioned when they first met? Suddenly Ning Chen also noticed that the demoness before him seemed off. Her breath was hot, just like his own at this moment. Forerunner, Ning Chen said softly. You seem to be struck by a tribulation too. Shut up. As the demoness' voice rang out, her terrifying aura instantly hurled Ning Chen onto the soft bed. The next moment, two flames collided like dry kindling meeting fire. Forerunner, shut up. On Zhongxing Peak, under the bright full moon in the night, a roar resounded across the heavens. Damn, have you no sense of decency? From the neighboring room, Zhou Yuan awakened from his sleep, bellowed, What are you doing in the middle of the night? He abruptly sat up. A murderous intent surfaced in the small courtyard. Senior, calm down. That is my sworn brother, Ning Chen quickly urged. A cold snort sounded from within the room. The female demon spoke coldly. Continue. Still continue. Ning Chen's face turned pale as he clutched his aching waist. Senior, my human desire tribulation has already been resolved. There is no need to continue. Mine is not yet resolved. Several hours later, it was already the dead of night. The female demon had already dressed in that flowing red gown concealing her slender figure. Her complexion had fully recovered, and her exquisitely beautiful face was set with frost, utterly expressionless, a true ice-cold beauty. She glanced at Ning Chen lying on the bed, seemingly drained of all vitality, and frowned slightly. Aren't you going to put on your clothes? Wait, I'm in sage mode. Ning Chen didn't want to move at all. Sage mode. Luo Shangwu frowned, not understanding the meaning, but she cast a cold glare at Ning Chen. From that gaze, Ning Chen seemed to perceive negative emotions such as weakness and scorn. Damn, easy for her to say. Ning Chen was indignant and wanted to argue with the female demon for 800 rounds, but then her icy eyes, seemingly devoid of any emotion, fell upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chen began to dress himself hurriedly. Any second of hesitation would be disrespect to his own life. After dressing, Ning Chen looked at Luo Shangwu and asked softly, Senior, what exactly is the human desire tribulation? Why do both you and I have it? Could it be that you infected me? Luo Shangwu was silent. She rolled her eyes at him, then coldly explained, the human desire tribulation is a side effect of the supreme demon art. A side effect of the supreme demon art. Ning Chen repeated her words, then realized, and looked at Luo Shangwu in astonishment. Senior, have you also cultivated the supreme demon art? Only you are allowed to cultivate it. Luo Shangwu stared at him coldly. I dare not. Ning Chen lowered his head. Seeing him lower his head, Luo Shangwu seemed satisfied. Then her beautiful eyes fell on him. The reason you suddenly suffered the human desire tribulation just now is because you have reached the first realm of the supreme demon art, mortal transcendence. The first realm of the supreme demon art, mortal transcendence. Ning Chen murmured. So the supreme demon art had distinct realms. Senior, how many realms does the supreme demon art have? 5 in total. What are they? Discover for yourself. Luo Shangwu said coldly. Then she turned to leave. Ning Chen quickly called out to her. Senior, you said earlier that this supreme demon art is incomplete, and that when I comprehend it you would teach me the complete version. I have already taught it just now. The female demon's icy voice sounded. With that she vanished from the room, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Just now, In the room, Ning Chen, hearing the female demon's words, was stunned. Suddenly, he recalled what had just happened and made a connection. During the process of resolving the human desire tribulation, Ning Chen had clearly sensed that this time was different from the previous few times. The previous times were merely for the sake of resolution. But this time, although the female demon was still in control, she had gradually begun to guide him. Could it be that these guiding steps were actually the subsequent cultivation methods of the supreme demon art? Let me try. Ning Chen immediately sat cross-legged, replaying in his mind the scenes the female demon had guided him through. Gradually, as the supreme demon art circulated within him, Ning Chen was astonished to discover that his own spiritual meridians could be opened further. Consequently, the number of meridians in his body reached a full 200. Now Ning Chen felt as if he were leaking wind. Spiritual energy passed through his body like a breeze, giving him a sense of lightness, as if he were no longer an ordinary being. An indescribable sensation. It really works. So this is the first realm of the supreme demon art, mortal transcendence. Ning Chen's eyes lit up, and most crucially, he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. If he were to face Yi Qingchen again, he was confident he could kill him in one strike. Could it be that each realm of the supreme demon art brings a different transformation? The first realm is mortal transcendence. What are the subsequent realms? Ning Chen was filled with curiosity about the later realms, but unfortunately the female demon had not told him, so he could only explore on his own. However, without a doubt, this supreme demon art is extraordinary. Could it be that after cultivating it, one can achieve invincibility within the same realm? Ning Chen speculated. Then he continued to cultivate, circulating the supreme demon art. Outside the small courtyard, a red-dressed silhouette stood with arms crossed, snorting coldly as she looked toward the room. Humph, not too stupid after all. The next moment her figure dissipated. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was time for the inner disciple examination of the heavenly demon sect. Over these days, Ning Chen continued his routine of burying people, occasionally burying high-quality clients arranged by Elder Sun and cultivating at night. During these days, the female demon did not come again. She was too mysterious, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. As for her identity, Ning Chen was extremely curious. First, her own strength was unfathomable, and she possessed various rare treasures, such as the burial sword and the bracelet inlaid with a heaven-mending stone. Most importantly, she had mastered a cultivation method of such caliber as the supreme demon art. Over the past few days, he had also searched the scripture library, but found no relevant information about the supreme demon art. Perhaps it was because he had not reached the higher floors. In short, the female demon held a high status within the heavenly demon sect. Ning Chen had thought of asking Gu Xian, but decided against it, fearing it might expose the secret between him and the female demon. In the early morning, Ning Chen finished his cultivation. The momentum of breakthrough gradually subsided. Clearly, after these days of training, his realm had finally advanced again, reaching the 6th star of the condensation core stage. About one minor realm every few days. I wonder if that is considered fast. Ning Chen remained uncertain about his own cultivation speed, but soon his doubt was resolved. He saw that his sworn brother had spent half a month to finally stabilize at the 1 star of the condensation core stage, and he was even proud of it. Well, Zhou Yuan spent half a month consolidating a single minor realm, while he himself had gone from the peak of the spirit gathering stage to the 6th star of the condensation core stage in half a month. He gasped. His speed was indeed quite fast. Ning, what's wrong? Zhou Yuan looked at Ning Chen, who was inhaling sharply with confusion. Nothing. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. Today is the inner disciple examination. Let's head to Zhangxing Peak first. When the two arrived at Zhangxing Peak, the training plaza halfway up the mountain was already crowded with disciples of the burial sect. As time wore on, their numbers had dwindled from the original thousands to a pitiful few hundred. Too many had already perished to the corrosive erosion of death chi. At this moment, the surviving disciples of Zhangxing Peak, having endured to the very end, brimmed with excitement in their eyes. As long as they performed well in the inner sect assessment, they could finally leave this godforsaken place. This cursed place. Whoever wants to stay can stay. Senior brother Ning Chen, senior brother Zhou Yuan. May I ask which peak you two plan to join after passing the inner sect assessment? At that moment, Qin Shou and Hu Wei of Zhangxing Peak approached and posed the question to the two. The two were among the more highly ranked disciples of Zhangxing Peak, yet they still lagged considerably behind Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan. Thus they asked with the intention of following the pair. After all, they were acquainted by now. Within this demonic sect, even if they moved to another peak, they could still look out for one another. Nearby, quite a few Zhangxing disciples cast curious glances their way. Senior brother Ning Chen and senior brother Zhou Yuan were arguably the two strongest on Zhangxing Peak. Everyone wondered what plans the pair had in mind. Tianma Peak. This holy sun will enter Tianma Peak in this lifetime. Zhou Yuan answered without the slightest hesitation. Tianma Peak. Hearing this, Qin Shouhu Wei and the surrounding Zongxing disciples all drew in sharp breaths of cold air. Tianma Peak was the foremost of the 7 peaks, and its inter-sect assessment standards were correspondingly higher. And what about you, senior brother Ning Chen? The two turned their gaze to Ning Chen. I haven't decided yet. Ning Chen shook his head with a smile. Hearing this, the two and the surrounding disciples immediately understood. Senior brother Ning Chen's goal was most likely also Tianma Peak. Silence, everyone. Just then an aged, thunderous shout rang out. From the heavens above, Elder Sun descended through the air, landing before the assembled crowd. Greetings, Elder Sun. Greetings, Elder Sun. All the Zongxing Peak disciples bowed in salute. Elder Sun looked over the assembled disciples and spoke. I trust you little ones know that today is the inter-sect assessment. This old man won't say much. Just perform well and strive to transfer to another peak. Although Zongxing Peak had undergone a reform, its essence still involved exposure to death qi, which carried mortal danger. Thus, these disciples naturally had no desire to remain. Moreover, having survived months of death qi erosion, their talents were not inferior to disciples of the other Tianma sect peaks. At the very least, they hadn't fallen too far behind. So transferring them to other peaks was indeed a reasonable choice. As for Zongxing Peak losing all its people, that wouldn't happen. The demonic sect never lacked for burial disciples. If need be, they could simply capture more. Once these disciples completed their inter-sect assessment and transferred away, a fresh batch of captured disciples would inevitably be brought to Zongxing Peak. These newcomers would either die to death qi erosion or change their fate by passing the inter-sect assessment. The demonic sect had always been this cruel. All right, all disciples follow this old man. The Peak Master will lead you to the inter-sect assessment grounds, where the rules of the assessment will be announced to you. Yes. All the Zongxing Peak disciples nodded and hurriedly followed. Ning Chen also walked among the crowd, unhurried and composed. Tianma Sect, the grounds of the inter-sect assessment. Upon a platform spanning thousands of meters, countless small dueling stages were arranged. This was where the inter-sect assessment battles would take place. Surrounding them were thousands of spectator stands, every seat filled with inter-sect disciples from the various peaks, eager to watch the spectacle. After all, they had all been through it themselves. Who wouldn't want to watch a group of junior brothers and sisters go through the inter-sect assessment? At this moment, the assessed disciples of the 7 peaks had yet to arrive, yet the eyes of all the Tianma sect inner-disciples were fixed upon a single elevated platform. Vaguely, several silhouettes could be discerned seated upon the high platform. From the reverent awe in the onlookers' gazes, it was clear that the figures on that platform were far from ordinary. Is that our sect master? I've been in the Tianma sect for so many years. This is the first time I've seen the sect master. The sect master is an emperor-level powerhouse. When would we ever normally get the chance to see such a figure? Besides, unlike the previous sect master Mo Sha, who was ostentatious and constantly in the public eye, this sect master is utterly mysterious, truly befitting the bearing of a sect leader. Speaking of which, why did the sect master kill the former sect master Mo Sha? Who knows? Who cares really? By now the weeds over Mo Sha's grave are probably 3 meters tall. Isn't it only been a few months since Mo Sha died? Our Tianma sect has dense spiritual energy. Spirit herbs naturally grow lush. For a moment, murmurs spread throughout the crowd. The inner disciples of the Tianma sect buzzed with discussion. Upon the high platform stood 3 figures. At the forefront stood a woman in a flowing red dress, her figure graceful and alluring. Her peerlessly beautiful face bore not a trace of emotional fluctuation, perpetually cold and indifferent. She was none other than the current sect master of the Tianma sect, Luo Shangwu. Another figure was also a woman clad in a white dress. Though her beauty didn't quite match Luo Shangwu's, she was still striking and captivating. Her identity was no simple matter. She was the sect master of the Demon Sound sect, one of the demonic powers of the Tianling realm Feiyu. The third figure was an elderly man leaning on a skull-headed cane with sparse hair. The sovereign of the Netherworld Sacred Land, one of the demonic powers of the Tianling realm, the Netherworld Elder. Luo Shangwu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Feiyu laughed behind her hand, gazing at Luo Shangwu. This sect master said it before. If a waste like Mo Sha could kill you, then you wouldn't deserve the title of Demon Empress of the Heavenly Demon. Oomph. At that moment, the Netherworld Elder let out a cold snort, his cane striking the ground heavily. What a pity. He returned far too late. A mere peak saint like Mo Sha couldn't possibly hold together the various demonic powers of the Tianling realm. As the foremost of demonic sects, the Tianma sect has long since lost its authority. Those demonic factions, each one more scheming than the last, all watch each other with wary eyes. If not for the few supreme elders still remaining in the Tianma sect, they would have long since toppled the sect from its position as the demonic leader and claimed it for themselves. At present, the entire demonic path of the Tianling realm was in complete disarray. Only the Demon Sound sect and the Netherworld Sacred Land still maintained relations with the Tianma sect. Listening to their words, Luo Shangwu's expression remained utterly impassive. After a moment, she parted her crimson lips. If there is no authority, then authority shall be established. And how do you plan to establish it? The two turned to look at her. A flicker of contemplation passed through the eyes of Fei Yu and the Netherworld Elder. Beyond having heard that Luo Shangwu had retaken the helm of the Tianma sect, their true purpose in coming today was to assess whether she still possessed the strength to reclaim the throne as the leader of the demonic path. Facing their gazes, not a single trace of emotion stirred on Luo Shangwu's stunning features. She calmly uttered a single word. Kill. The moment the word fell, as if by magic, an invisible pressure erupted from her body. In an instant, Fei Yu and the Netherworld Elders' faces turned ashen. They felt an utterly terrifying pressure land upon them, vanishing in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet within the hearts of Fei Yu and the Netherworld Elder, a storm of shock was raging. This Demon Empress of the Heavenly Demon had grown even stronger. What had she done? When shall we purge the demonic sects of the Tianling realm? Fei Yue immediately asked. The old man Yuming also turned his gaze. Obviously, through the previous probing, Luo Shangwu had demonstrated with absolute power that her celestial demon sect was worthy of remaining the leading demonic sect in the Tianling realm. Luo Shangwu remained silent. There was no need to inform the two of everything. Fei Yue and the old man Yuming intended to ask for more useful information, but Luo Shangwu suddenly lifted her gaze and looked toward a certain direction. The two also followed her gaze. Not far away, the peak masters of the 7 peaks were each leading the disciples participating in the inner sect examination toward the examination square. Speaking of which, today is the celestial demon sect's inner sect disciple examination trial. Interesting. Fei Yue looked over, covering her mouth with a smile. Luo Shangwu hummed softly, not paying much attention to Fei Yue. Standing on the high platform, her beautiful eyes swept over the vast crowd of examination disciples below, and soon her gaze settled on the examinees from Burial Peak. She quickly spotted a young man in black robes carrying a sharp shovel. It seemed that his strength had increased again. What's so interesting about the inner sect examination? Just a bunch of inconsequential little brats. The old man Yuming sneered. If it were the examination of true disciples or personal disciples, that would be somewhat interesting, as they could represent the younger prodigies of the Tianling realm. Speaking of which, Luo Shangwu, you haven't taken a chief personal disciple yet, have you? At this moment, Fei Yue seemed to think of something and looked at the graceful figure in the red dress. Within the celestial demon sect, true disciples were mostly those taken by a peak master. Becoming a disciple of a peak master made one a true disciple, while personal disciples held an even higher status. Personal disciples did not worship a peak master, but instead became disciples of the Grand Elder or Supreme Elder of the celestial demon sect. And the chief personal disciple was even more formidable. Only those favored by the sect's ancestor or personally taken as disciples by the sect leader could become the chief personal disciple. But over the years, whether in the past when she led the celestial demon sect, or now, Luo Shangwu had never taken any personal disciples. Become the chief personal disciple of the celestial demon empress. I'm afraid that among the current younger generation in the entire Tianling realm, few possess such talent. The old man Yuming shook his head. Luo Shangwu remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on a certain figure in the crowd. Listening to the words of Fei Yue and the old man Yuming, she seemed to think of something interesting. Personal disciples, huh? However, a sect's fresh blood can also determine whether a sect can remain strong for a long time. How about this? A slight smile curled at the corner of Fei Yue's mouth, as if she had thought of something amusing. Luo Shangwu, why don't I help your celestial demon sect test the quality of this batch of disciples? How do you intend to test them? Luo Shangwu's emotionless eyes shifted over. With my demon sound Qin. A zither materialized in Fei Yue's hand. She gently stroked the strings and said with a light laugh. Fei Yue, are you joking? The old man Yuming frowned. You are a great emperor. Once your demon sound Qin sounds, which outer sect disciple of the celestial demon sect can withstand it? Of course I know that. I won't use my full power, I'll only use the corresponding realm's musical force. Fei Yue rolled her eyes. What do you want? Luo Shangwu's indifferent gaze fell on Fei Yue, seeing through her intentions at once. She wouldn't have said this for no reason. I heard that your celestial demon sect's burial peak has a piece of black nether divine iron that can suppress all evil in the world. Beneath my demon sound sect lies a 10,000-year-old undying demon corpse, extremely evil. I wish to borrow your burial peak's black nether divine iron to suppress this demon corpse. Fei Yue gently stroked the demon sound Qin, revealing her purpose. Black nether divine iron. Luo Shangwu's mind stirred, and then her red lips parted. If none of my celestial demon sect's outer sect disciples can withstand it, then I will lend you the black nether divine iron. But if someone can withstand it, I need you to give me something. What thing? Hearing this, Fei Yue felt a slight stir. The demon sound sect's forbidden martial art, the funeral melody. My. The funeral melody. What do you want that for? A flash of confusion passed through Fei Yue's beautiful eyes upon hearing Luo Shangwu's words. You don't need to know. Luo Shangwu did not explain. Fine. Fei Yue agreed immediately, afraid that Luo Shangwu would change her mind. After all, it was not a loss for her demon sound sect. The funeral melody was a forbidden martial art there, and no disciple had cultivated it for a long time. The reasons were twofold. First, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Second, no one could bring out the true effect of the funeral melody. Moreover, how could mere outer sect disciples withstand her demon sound baptism, even if she used the corresponding realm's musical force? She had this confidence. Meanwhile, the disciples from the 7 peaks participating in the inner sect examination had already gathered on the vast trial square, a sea of people. Why are there so many people from Burial Peak participating in the inner sect examination? Looking at the vast crowd, some demon sect disciples were puzzled. The total number of examinees from other peaks was only a few hundred, while Burial Peak already had several hundred participants. Nonsense. Disciples from other peaks, even if they fail the examination, can just go back and continue cultivating, waiting for the next inner sect examination. But Burial Peak disciples are different. Once they fail, who knows if they can withstand the erosion of death energy after returning. It seems like an inner sect examination, but it's actually self-rescue. Soon some inner sect disciples nearby explained. Amidst the vast crowd, Ning Chen and Zhou Yuan walked side by side. Silence. At that moment, an old man's aged voice suddenly rang out. Then the celestial demon peak master stepped through the air and appeared above the sea of disciples. Everyone looked up, and he continued, the examination is about to begin. All disciples participating in the inner sect examination, make yourselves ready. Next, I will explain the rules of this examination. As the celestial demon peak master's voice fell among the crowd, Ning Chen got a general idea. Before the examination began, everyone would be given tokens, and opponents would be selected by drawing tokens. Strength was paramount, the strong would prevail. But the number of slots for inner sect disciples was only 200. Yet there were thousands participating in this examination. The competition was extremely brutal. As all examinees received their tokens, the celestial demon peak master's voice rang out again. I declare that this inner sect examination officially begins. As the heavenly demon peak master announced the commencement of the assessment, all disciples slated for evaluation filed into the arena in an orderly manner, clutching their tokens, awaiting the draw of their respective opponents. A palpable mixture of tension and anticipation hung in the air. Suddenly Zhou Yuan looked down at the token in his hand. The token in his hand emitted a soft glow, guiding him towards a specific dueling platform. Simultaneously, another figure holding a token walked towards the same platform. This was his opponent. Brother Ning, your saint son is off, Zhou Yuan said to Ning Chen, wearing an expression of grim resolve as he walked forward. Good luck. Ning Chen waved his hand. At the same time, he noticed his own token begin to glow, and he followed its guiding light. He soon arrived at a dueling platform where a muscular young man carrying a massive black great sword on his back was already waiting. Judging by his attire, he was a disciple of the Sword Demon Peak, as all its disciples carried such large swords. As Ning Chen stepped onto the platform, the Sword Demon Peak disciple's gaze immediately locked onto him. His eyes filled with delight, especially upon noticing the disciple identity token hanging at Ning Chen's waist. He's a Zongxing Peak disciple. Junior brother Su Fan is so lucky his first opponent is from Zongxing Peak. Haha, that's a guaranteed win. Junior brother Su Fan is already one of the top 3 outer disciples of Sword Demon Peak, having reached the 2-star condensation core realm. Entering the inner sect should be no problem for him. Many Sword Demon Peak inner disciples watching from the stands felt relieved for Su Fan. It was common knowledge that Zongxing Peak disciples were the weakest among the 7 peaks. Sword Demon Peak Su Fan. On the platform, Su Fan was eager. Ning Chen returned the greeting. Zongxing Peak Ning Chen. Ready. As the elder referee looked at the two on the platform and asked, both nodded. First match of the inner sect assessment, Sword Demon Peaks, Su Fan versus Zongxing Peaks Ning Chen. Begin. As the elder referee's voice fell, Su Fan said, Junior brother Ning, please enlighten me. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I won't affect your ability to go back and bury. His words were cut off. Suddenly a flash of cold light, and a figure appeared before him like a ghost. So fast. Su Fan's pupils contracted, but before he could react, Ning Chen's fist slammed into his abdomen with terrifying force, sending him flying. Boom. A loud crash. Su Fan landed heavily on the ground, completely stunned. Even the elder referee who had just turned to walk to the side of the stage was startled. Seeing Su Fan leave the platform before him, he frowned. Disciples sleeping isn't allowed here. Also, aren't you going to compete? Su Fan clutched his aching abdomen, saying nothing. Elder, can you announce my victory now? Ning Chen's voice rang out from the platform. My. The elder referee was taken aback, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. So fast. Junior brother Su Fan was instantly defeated by that Zongxing disciple. He didn't even have a chance to react. How is this possible? In the stands, the Sword Demon Peak disciples who witnessed this had their expressions change drastically, their eyes filled with incredulity. Unfair. At this moment, Su Fan finally reacted, scrambling up from the ground, his face flushed with humiliation and anger. He drew the great sword from his back. He clearly ambushed me. I didn't even draw my demonic sword. How can this be considered a fair start? I demand a re. Before he could finish, a terrifyingly sharp aura shot towards him. The next moment, the aura struck his demonic sword. Crack. Crack. Su Fan's demonic sword clattered to the ground, cracks appearing all over it before it shattered completely. A crack also appeared in the ground, racing towards Su Fan before stopping at his feet. Gulp. Seeing this, Su Fan was so frightened, he nearly collapsed, swallowing a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. Even many Sword Demon Peak disciples in the stands who noticed this drew in sharp breaths, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at Ning Chen. The demonic swords issued by Sword Demon Peak were said to be able to block a blow from a Peak Condensation Core Realm cultivator. And yet, it was shattered by a Zongxing Peak disciple. Was this Zongxing disciple too strong? Or did Su Fan get a fake? Ahem, sorry about that, my hand slipped. My shovel dropped. As the crowd's incredulous stares fell on him, Ning Chen smiled, bent down, and picked up the Zongjue from the ground. You call that a hand slip? Su Fan and the Sword Demon Peak inner disciples stared with utterly baffled expressions. Meaning, that attack just now was merely the aftermath of his shovel dropping. How the hell are we supposed to fight that? Senior brother of Sword Demon Peak, what were you saying just now? Ning Chen picked up the Zongjue, slung it back over his shoulder, and looked at Su Fan with a smile. And, nothing. Seeing Ning Chen's kind smile, Su Fan's body trembled. He scrambled to his feet and shouted at the elder referee, Elder, I concede, I concede. Zongxing Peak disciple Ning Chen wins. The elder referee announced the victor. Ning Chen, hoisting the Zongjue over his shoulder, walked towards his next match. But suddenly, as if sensing something, he instinctively looked towards the high platform, but saw nothing. He shook his head and continued forward. This little one is quite interesting. On the high platform, Fei Yu withdrew her gaze. It was clear she had seen the entire match between Ning Chen and Su Fan. Luo Shangwu, did you see that? She looked at a graceful figure in a red dress beside her. Luo Shangwu's face remained expressionless, ignoring her. Luo Shangwu, no man will ever like you at this rate. Seeing this, Fei Yu shrugged helplessly. This woman was like an iceberg who could possibly melt her heart. Luo Shangwu said coldly, I don't need a man's liking. What a pity. Fei Yu sighed, a mysterious smile on her lips. Then you'll never experience the joys of physical intimacy in your lifetime. A pity, truly a pity. Humph. Luo Shangwu merely let out a cold laugh. The inner sect assessment continued. Many outstanding outer disciples began to attract the attention of the elders. Junior sister Ling Yi from Mingyue Peak is so strong, any disciple she faces is basically defeated within 10 moves. A 3-star condensation core realm. No wonder. With that strength, she's long been ready for the inner sect. She's up against a Zongxing Peak disciple now. Poor Zongxing disciple, he managed to survive 4 rounds only to meet junior sister Ling Yi in the final one. What a shame. What? Ling Yi was instantly defeated. The inner sect assessment continued, with many talented outer disciples catching the elders' eyes. The clash between Ling Yi and the Zongxing Peak disciple was a shocking upset. On the arena platform, looking at Ling Yi, who was weeping bitterly, Ning Chen frowned. Why was this woman crying so suddenly? Wasn't it just that he had knocked her out with a single punch? After all, it was she who had initiated the sparring session, so naturally, he had gone all out to show respect. What's your name? You wait for me. Ling Yi gritted her pearly teeth, wiped her tears, and glared fiercely at Ning Chen. She had felt the gap in strength for the first time. Even against disciples of the Demon Heaven Peak, she could finish battles within 10 moves in the previous 4 rounds. Yet facing this disciple of the Burial Peak, she hadn't even lasted a single move before being sent flying. Ning Chen said, Ning Chen of Burial Peak. You're Ning Chen, the Ning Chen that senior sister Zi you mentioned? Ling Yi reacted, her voice turning sharp as she stared at him in astonishment. What? He's Ning Chen. Who is Ning Chen? Wasn't there a traitor named Yi Wuchen from Demon Heaven Peak not long ago? He was discovered and killed by a Burial Peak disciple named Ning Chen. That Yi Wuchen was at the 5-star core condensation stage. What? 5-star core condensation. How is he so strong? Why didn't we notice him earlier? When they heard the conversation on the arena, the inner disciples in the stands buzzed with discussion, unable to help exclaiming, "That's obvious." The reason other outstanding disciples catch your eye is because of their brilliant performance in battle, like junior sister Ling Yi, who wins within 10 moves. But this Burial Peak's Ning Chen is different. You can't even see the scene of his battle. Can't see the battle scene. A disciple was puzzled. Did you see the scene of Ning Chen against junior sister Ling Yi just now, eh? How could I see that? Junior sister Ling Yi was instantly defeated. There was no process of battle. The inner disciple replied matter-of-factly, but before he could finish his words abruptly stopped. He suddenly understood why there was no battle scene to see. Because in the previous 4 rounds this Ning Chen had also instantly defeated his opponents. Is he really a Burial Peak disciple? For a moment, everyone exclaimed it impossible. Who exactly had thrown him into Burial Peak? Could some link have gone wrong? He has already entered the inner sect. With his talent, he will definitely choose to switch peaks. Staying in Burial Peak is too stifling for him. I'm afraid he'll choose Demon Heaven Peak. Those who won all 5 trials had earned the qualification to become inner disciples. Next came the choice of which peak to belong to. This time the Demon Heaven Peak only opened 5 slots for inner disciples. 5 slots: Sun Quan from Nethermoon Peak, Li Yi from Sword Demon Peak, the 2 Gonsun brothers from Poison Insect Peak, Su Yuan from Corpse Puppet Peak, and with this Ning Chen, that's already 6 outer disciples. Not to mention the outstanding outer disciples that Demon Heaven Peak already has. It seems the competition for Demon Heaven Peak's inner sect will be fierce this time. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of anticipation. On the arena platform, upon learning that the person before her was Ning Chen, Ling Yi stopped crying. She stood up by herself, glanced at Ning Chen, and then left alone. Losing to someone who could kill a 5-star core condensation cultivator didn't seem so shameful after all. Ling Yi thought to herself, and her mood instantly improved. Ning Chen also turned and walked toward the center of the trial plaza. Having won all 5 battles, he had already earned the qualification to become an inner disciple. However, when he walked over, he realized there was still no one else at the center. It seemed he had won too easily, making him the fastest to complete the 5 trials. I should take it slower next time. After all, I'm not someone who likes to show off. Next time I'll use 2 moves. Just 2 moves. Shaking his head, Ning Chen simply sat cross-legged and began to cultivate right in the center of the trial plaza. Seeing Ning Chen cultivating as if no one else was there, the disciples' mouths twitched. How could this inner sect assessment seem to hold no pressure for him at all? This lad is quite good. If nurtured properly, he might have the bearing of a sage. On the high platform, the old man of Netherworld looked over and gave a rare evaluation. It seems the Heaven Demon sect can produce another sage-level powerhouse within 1,000 years. Fei Yu chuckled, then suddenly looked over. This little one has started cultivating here. At his cultivation method. Suddenly Fei Yu narrowed her eyes. But before she could finish, her brows furrowed. So it's just an ordinary Heaven Demon sect mental technique. This guy. Beside her, Luo Shangwu's emotionless eyes fell on Ning Chen. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and the hand seal she had formed within her sleeve dissipated. But Ning Chen, who was cultivating, was completely unaware that the heaven-replenishing stone bracelet hidden in his sleeve emitted a dazzling red glow, as if it were concealing his aura. The trials proceeded in full swing. Some disciples were dejected while others were excited. However, all of this was in stark contrast to Ning Chen, who was cultivating with complete relaxation. When each disciple who had won all 5 battles arrived at the center of the cultivation plaza and saw Ning Chen cultivating cross-legged, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. How is this guy so fast? Has he already completed the 5 trials? That was too quick. And he's still a Burial Peak disciple. Doesn't this mean we're even inferior to a Burial Peak disciple? For a moment, the disciples of the other peaks who had originally been overjoyed suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. After all, it was an undeniable fact within the Heaven Demon sect that Burial Peak disciples were inferior to those of other peaks, and all disciples of other peaks subconsciously considered themselves a cut above. So when they saw a Burial Peak disciple finish faster than them, the sense of loss in their hearts reached its peak. Yet, just as the disciples who had passed the trials were feeling disheartened, the Burial Peak disciple sitting cross-legged in cultivation suddenly frowned and let out a soft sigh to himself. What a pity. I thought I could break through by cultivating during this time, but it seems I'm still a little short. Cultivation is not easy. How could a breakthrough come that easily? What do you take cultivation for? What do you take our hard work for? Hearing these words, the surrounding disciples sneered. The next moment, they saw the Burial Peak disciple stand up. Indeed, since I only broke through this morning, it's unrealistic to break through again so soon. But I'm only 1 step away, so I should be satisfied. At these words, the faces of the surrounding disciples instantly froze, staring at Ning Chen in disbelief. He broke through this morning. Even though he didn't break through again, he was only one step away. Was that humanly possible? Brother Ning. Brother Ning. I passed. Ha! At that moment from a distance Zhou Yuan was waving his hand laughing as he ran toward him. Ning Chen glanced at him. He was the 178th to pass the inner sect trial. So close. This boy who had accompanied him since childhood had almost failed to make it into the inner sect. After all, apart from Ning Chen, Zhou Yuan was the strongest in Burial Peak. Yet even so, he was only the 178th to pass the trial, which was enough to show that compared to the other peaks, Burial Peak was still far too weak. The only prodigy was Ning Chen alone. Ning Chen smiled, congratulations. Zhou Yuan grinned, then looked at the disciples of the other peaks who were frozen in place like stone statues. What's wrong with them? I don't know. Ning Chen shook his head. Maybe the trial was too tiring. Aren't you tired, Brother Ning? Not at all. I've already rested for an hour. Zhou Yuan. Brother Zhou, why have you turned into a stone statue too? Soon the 200 inner sect slots were all distributed, and the disciples who had failed the trial all looked dejected. The inner sect trial has come to an end. The master of Demon Heaven Peak strode through the air looking down at the crowd below, then continued. Next, this trial is somewhat special concerning the quota for our Demon Heaven Peak. As the voice of the Heavenly Demon Peak Master resonated through the air, the disciples who had passed the inner sect trials lifted their gazes in unison. After the inner sect examination, the most crucial privilege was choosing one's assigned peak anew. Among the 6 peaks, the most coveted was the Heavenly Demon Peak, the strongest of them all, boasting cultivation resources and training intensity that far surpassed the other 5. The other peaks operated on a 9-to-9 schedule, but the Heavenly Demon Peak allowed a full 12 hours of cultivation. However, only 5 spots were available for the Heavenly Demon Peak's inner sect, making the competition exceedingly fierce. The next trial is the Demon Sound Trial. Those who complete the Demon Sound Trial within the top 5 may directly enter the Heavenly Demon Peak and obtain inner sect disciple status. As the Heavenly Demon Peak Master's words fell, the trial disciples all froze in momentary bewilderment. The Demon Sound Trial. They had never heard of such a thing before. It wasn't just the trial disciples who were perplexed. Even the inner sect disciples watching from the stands wore expressions of astonishment. Sect Master Fei Yuer, if you please. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Peak Master bowed respectfully toward a raised platform. As his words faded, a graceful figure in a white dress leaped down from the platform, treading upon the empty air itself, appearing before everyone's gaze with an ancient zither cradled in her arms. Her countenance was breathtakingly beautiful, and the subtle pressure radiating from her presence instantly made everyone present realize that this woman in white was no ordinary being. Brother Ning, look, what a beautiful woman. Zhou Yuan's gaze followed, a gleam of admiration flashing across his eyes. Ning Chen lifted his gaze to rest upon the white-robed woman holding the zither. Zhou Yuan asked, well, isn't she beautiful? Just as Ning Chen was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a chilling glare settle upon him. He froze, glancing around, yet failed to locate the source of that cold stare. A hallucination. He shook his head slightly. Then finally he answered Zhou Yuan's question. She's passable mediocre at best. Wasn't that the female demon's catchphrase? He seemed to have unconsciously uttered it. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhou Yuan looked over with a face full of question marks, as if saying, are you kidding me? A woman as heavenly as this, and Brother Ning calls her merely passable mediocre at best. Could it be that Brother Ning has no interest in women? No wonder he's remained a virgin all these years. Wait, holy crap. If he's not interested in women, then that means he's interested in men. With that thought, Zhou Yuan silently scooted aside. In truth, Ning Chen genuinely felt the woman was merely average. After all, he had seen far more beautiful ones. The female demon was immeasurably more stunning than this white-robed woman cradling the zither. Even her figure seemed better. This is the sect master of the Demon Sound Sect, Sect Master Fei Yu. The Heavenly Demon Peak Master bowed to the woman in white, then turned to address the assembled disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect with a booming introduction. The Demon Sound Sect. The pinnacle power of the Tianling realm. The Demon Sound Sect. She's the Demon Sound Sect Master? Then she must be an Emperor-level powerhouse. In that instant, upon hearing the Heavenly Demon Peak Master's words, all the disciples gathered in the trial plaza directed looks of profound reverence toward her. An Emperor-level powerhouse was a terrifying existence on par with their own sect master. Brother Ning, did you hear that? She's actually an Emperor-level powerhouse. No wonder she's so stunningly beautiful. Zhou Yuan's eyes went wide with disbelief. Emperor-level. Ning Chen blinked. So this was the oppressive pressure brought by an Emperor-level powerhouse. Strangely, it felt like less than what the female demon emanated. Though perhaps it was because this Demon Sound Sect Master hadn't exerted her cultivation. After all back, then the female demon had genuinely wanted to kill him. At that moment, the heavenly demon peak master spoke again. For the upcoming demon sound trial, Sect Master Fei, you will conduct your assessment. What? Hissy. An emperor-level powerhouse, personally testing us. Then who could possibly pass? At these words, the surrounding disciples of the heavenly demon sect erupted into chaos. Up in the sky, Fei Yu looked at the disciples whose expressions had drastically changed and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light chuckle, reassuring them. Do not worry. This emperor will hold back. This demon zither will only release sound force corresponding to your cultivation levels. Despite her words, unease still churned within the hearts of the trial disciples. After all, this was an emperor-level powerhouse. Sect Master Fei Yu's demon zither will form a demon sound space. Once the trial begins, you will be transported inside. Within that space, demonic tones will surge without cease. You must withstand the baptism of the demon sound, reach the very center, and gently touch the zither strings to bring the sound to a halt. The heavenly demon peak master addressed the disciples. At these words, anxiety churned within every disciple's heart. An emperor personally conducting the trial. Who wouldn't be nervous facing that? Damn it, let's go all out. If we pass, that's equivalent to passing an emperor-level powerhouse's trial. After a moment of hesitation, fierce determination flashed through the eyes of each disciple. Brother Ning, should we go? Zhou Yuan whispered to Ning Chen beside him. Ning Chen remained silent. He cared little about the trial's difficulty. What he cared about was what he could gain from entering. Though the top 5 in the trial could directly enter the heavenly demon peak, he had no interest in that peak. Even if he became an inner sect disciple, he would choose to remain in the burial peak. So that held no appeal for him. A thankless endeavor was something he had no desire to undertake. I've heard that Senior Fei Yu's demon zither is utterly terrifying. She's used it to slaughter countless cultivators. The demon sound space is probably filled with the restless spirits of all those she's slain with that zither. Beside him, Zhou Yuan murmured, restless spirits. Upon hearing those words, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't registered anything about the demon zither being terrifying, nor had he registered anything about the space being filled with demonic sounds. All he heard was, a space full of clients. Restless spirits were lingering soul clients, still eligible for burial. Though their vital energy was less than that of ordinary clients, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. Brother Zhou, let's go. Where? The trial. And so, once all 200 trial disciples were ready, Fei Yu finally placed the zither she held in front of her. The ancient instrument floated before her, and as her slender jade-like fingers settled upon a string and gently plucked it, zhung. In an instant, the sound of the zither resounded across the entire trial grounds. The 200 trial disciples were immediately enveloped by the zither's resonance and pulled into the demon sound space. Simultaneously, Fei Yu waved her jade hand, and a massive projection materialized before everyone's eyes. It was a live view of the demon sound space. All eyes turned toward the projection, and on the high platform, that graceful figure in the flowing red dress quietly lifted her gaze to watch as well. Within the mind space, in the deepest part, a guzheng lay in the center with one of its strings continuously vibrating, and streams of demonic sound emanated from the vibrating string. Every disciple of the Tianma sect who entered felt a dual piercing pain in both body and soul, unable to take a single step forward. Such a powerful pressure. I can't. I want to quit. Forget moving forward, even staying here is driving me mad. Quit. I want to quit too. In an instant, even as they just entered, many disciples were panicking and shouting to withdraw. Soon they were expelled from the mind space, declared failures. Some disciples refused to give up, sat cross-legged on the spot for a while to adapt to the demonic sound, then gritted their teeth and began to move forward. Damn it, let's risk it. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, cursed, then began to bear the demonic sound and walk forward. Edge. He suddenly turned back, looking at Ning Chen, who was still in place. Brother Ning, aren't you going? Ning Chen shook his head. I need to adapt a bit more. All right, don't push yourself too hard. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, then put on a look of death-defying determination, gritting his teeth with bulging veins, and strode forward. Seeing this, Ning Chen thought to himself, I wonder who's really pushing himself. Huff. Then, he sat cross-legged on the spot, placed Zhongjue on his knees, and began to take out one rebirth candle after another from his storage ring. Fei Yu's demonic sound was actually the furious howls of countless remnant souls condensed from their living fears, grievances, resentments, pleas for mercy, and other sounds. That was why it drove many disciples to collapse. It was not merely physical torment, but also a spiritual ordeal. However, for Ning Chen, what he heard was merely the lamentation of clients. Under the interference of the demonic sound, each step seems to be only half a meter. That means I need one rebirth candle every half meter. I should have enough candles. While the other disciples had all begun their attempts, Ning Chen was still fiddling around on the spot. Outside, trial disciples kept emerging from the Mayan space, all panting, sweating profusely, with lingering terror in their eyes and trembling bodies, as if they had experienced something horrifying. Disciples who have come out, quickly circulate your energy to calm your minds. Do not recall the sound of the zither, to avoid falling into demonic possession. The Tianma Peak Master looked at these disciples emerging from the Mayan space and immediately shouted at them. Hearing the Tianma Peak Master's words, these trial disciples belatedly realized and quickly sat cross-legged to circulate their energy and calm their minds. But many were too late and fell into demonic possession. Seeing this, the Tianma Peak Master quickly stepped forward and fed them pills. After finishing, he frowned, his expression grave as he looked at the scene within the Mayan space. If this continues, I'm afraid no one from the Tianma sect will be able to pass. In less than a few dozen minutes, the original 200 trial disciples in the Mayan space had dwindled to less than 40%, and the number was still plummeting. Even those still inside were merely holding on with great difficulty. If this continues, it will be detrimental to my Tianma sect. The Tianma Peak Master frowned. Although he didn't know what had happened, the Mayan sect master would not have set up a trial for the Tianma sect disciples for no reason. Perhaps the sect leader had some agreement with her. Luo Shangwu, it seems that the profound nether divine iron from your Zongxing Peak will have to be lent to my Mayan sect. On the high platform, Fei Yue, with one hand on her chest and the other covering her mouth, chuckled softly. Luo Shangwu ignored her beautiful eyes calmly gazing into the Mayan space. Edge. Look, Ning Chen from Zongxing Peak is moving. Just then, a cry of surprise rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. What's so surprising about moving? Sun Quan from Mingwe Peak, Li Yi from Jianma Peak, the Gongsun brothers from Dukong Peak, and Su Yuan from Shikuei Peak have all been moving for a while, haven't they? He's only moving now, which shows his adaptability is far inferior to theirs. A Tianma sect inner disciple said dismissively. It's not about when he moved, but look at what he's doing. One step, one rebirth candle. And look, isn't he getting faster and faster? It's as if he's completely unaffected by the demonic sound. What? At these words, the surrounding disciples' faces changed dramatically, and they all looked over. Soon they saw, in the massive image, the young man in black robes carrying a shovel that glinted with cold light, paused every step. When he stopped, the rebirth candle in his hand was lit by spiritual energy and inserted into the soil, and his originally heavy steps instantly became incredibly light. In the blink of an eye, he had already easily surpassed Sun Quan and others who were still struggling ahead. What is going on? Seeing this, the disciples' faces changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock. Even the Tianma Peak Master couldn't help but look over. He had seen this Zongxing disciple a few days ago, but hadn't paid him any mind. If it weren't for the fact that he had killed a spy from the righteous path, the Tianma Peak Master might not even have known that Zongxing Peak had such a person. I see. So that's it, huh? That kid Ning Chen is truly a genius at burying people. Just as everyone was confused, an old hearty laugh rang out. Gu Xian stroked his white beard and laughed as he looked into the Mayan space. Peak Master Gu Xian, what exactly is going on? Many Tianma sect elders cast curious glances. Facing their puzzled looks, Gu Xian cleared his throat and explained with a smile, the demonic sounds in the Mayan sect master's Mayan space are formed from the fears, grievances, resentments, pleas for mercy, and other sounds of the cultivators who were suppressed and killed within. In other words, their remnant souls died with lingering resentment, hence this phenomenon. And what that kid Ning Chen is doing is burying these remnant souls. Once the souls find peace, their fears, grievances, resentments, and other sounds will naturally dissipate, won't they? The demonic sound will weaken as a result, and that kid Ning Chen can naturally continue forward. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring in shock at the scene within the Mayan space. No one had expected that the Zongxing Peak disciple could find such an alternative path. Could he really find this method? Once inside, the demonic sound was extremely ear-piercing, interfering with the mind and grating on the spirit. Under the dual torment of body and soul, it was a high-pressure environment that left no time for thought, and one instinctively moved forward. But that Ning Chen, could he still think calmly in such an environment? Such mental fortitude was already far beyond ordinary people. And, most importantly, burying those remnant souls was not as simple as just inserting a rebirth candle. First, one had to locate those remnant souls amid the demonic sound, then resist the demonic sound, bury the souls, and let them find peace. The difficulty was far beyond what anyone could imagine. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly silent, filled with astonishment. This guy. On the high platform, Fei, you could no longer sit still. This Zongxing Peak disciple, by burying the remnant souls in her Mayan space, Wasn't he indirectly weakening the power of her demonic zither? However, before she could stand up, a frosty gaze fell upon her. Then, Luo Shangwu's cold voice rang out. Sit down and keep watching. Within the demonic sound space. Such powerful demonic sounds. But, they certainly won't defeat me. You might as well give up. This Tianma Peak I am determined to enter. Sun Quan of Mingyue Peak gritted his teeth, speaking to the several outer disciples from other peaks who were traveling alongside him. Oomph. Sun Quan, you're dreaming. Su Yuan let out a cold snort, waving his hand grandly as a corpse puppet appeared before him. He pressed close to the puppet as he walked. Even though the puppet began to rot under the demonic sound, he was willing to risk it all for the chance to become an inner disciple of Tianma Peak. Is that so? Then I'd like to see who arrives first. Sun Quan sneered, a blood moon unfurling behind him, as if to compete with Su Yuan. Nearby, the Gongsun brothers of Dukong Peak, along with the top outer disciples of Dukong Peak and Tianma Peak, each employed their own methods, desperately pressing forward toward the ancient zither that continuously emitted demonic sounds. But for them it was right before their eyes, yet impossibly distant. Damn it! I am the foremost among the outer disciples of the 6 peaks. Sun Quan gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, his spiritual energy fully activated as he pushed forward. Yet every step he took felt like crossing a vast chasm. His body creaked and groaned, as if it might collapse at any moment. Is this the end? Sun Quan gritted his teeth in unwillingness, looking around. The disciples from the other 5 peaks were also exhausted, almost collapsing in place. Seeing this, Sun Quan let out a slight sigh of relief. These guys aren't that impressive either. I've walked a few inches more than them. This way I am still the foremost among the outer disciples of the 6 peaks. Even though I can't complete the trial, it can't be helped. After all, this is the demonic sound of a great emperor. Even at the same cultivation level, it's beyond what we can accomplish. I'm afraid even the true disciples might not be able to do it. Just as Sun Quan was comforting himself, suddenly a figure swiftly passed by him. What big black blur just went by, eh? Sun Quan was stunned. Even the top outer disciples from the other peaks were momentarily taken aback. They looked over in confusion, then their pupils constricted as they saw a figure in dark robes weaving past them, a glimmer of light appearing wherever he passed. That was a candle flame. Their eyes widened, instinctively looking up, only to find that the figure in dark robes had already walked another several dozen meters away. What? In an instant, Sun Quan and the others' expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? Who is he? Reincarnation candles. He's a disciple of Zhongxing Peak. At the same time, the gazes of everyone in the entire trial ground were fixed intently on the scene before them. As the young man in dark robes strode forward, one reincarnation candle after another ignited. He was now only a few steps away from the demonic zither that emitted the chilling sounds. Each step he took seemed to tread on their hearts filled with tension. 5 more steps. 3 steps. The final step. As the last reincarnation candle was lit and thrust into the ground, Ning Chen took his final step, his hand reaching for the plucked strings. Zheng. The plucked strings gradually fell silent, and in that instant all the miserable, unwilling, desperate, and pleading voices that composed the demonic sounds within the entire demonic sound space ceased. Behind him, Sun Quan and the others who had been tormented by the demonic sounds instantly breathed a huge sigh of relief, as if a great mountain pressing down on them had been lifted. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. So strong. A disciple of Zhongxing Peak able to achieve this level. As Sun Quan and the others gasped for breath, they looked at Ning Chen, who was gently stroking the demonic zither, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. Puff puff. Dead, almost dead. Behind Sun Quan and the others, Zhou Yuan gasped for air, then looked ahead, his eyes widening in shock. Whoa, so the one pressing the strings is Brother Ning. That's my brother. My virgin-tongued brother. At that moment, Ning Chen gently stroked the demonic zither, making it stop. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Not a bad harvest. Before him, a panel visible only to himself materialized. Name, Ning Chen Realm, Condensing Pill, Stage 7 stars. Cultivation Technique, Supreme Demon Art, Transcending Mortal Stage, Minor Completion, Martial Skill, Blood Demon Blade, Phantom Shadow Steps. Burial Method, Divine Ability, Reincarnation Eye. Currently open layers, 29 layers. Burial Blood, Chi 70100. Not bad. After a whole journey of burial, not only has my strength broken through again, but the burial blood Chi of the Burial God Coffin has also increased considerably. Ning Chen was quite satisfied with the harvest from the demonic sound space. It's a pity I can't stay here forever. Ning Chen felt a tinge of regret. If not for the fear of being discovered, he would have liked to stay here and peacefully perform burials. Buzz. Just then, the demonic zither before him emitted a pleasant note, and then the entire demonic sound space began to dissipate. Everyone returned to the trial square, and the demonic zither transformed into a shooting star returning to the arms of Fei Yu on the high platform. However, Fei Yu was not very pleased at the moment. After all, the reason the demonic zither was so powerful was that it was filled with the screams, despair, and other sounds of those who had been slain by it. To have a mere disciple of the demon's sect bury some of them was nothing short of heartbreaking for her. I never expected an outer disciple could actually pass through your demonic sound space. The Yuming elder stroked his long beard, casting a somewhat surprised glance at Fei Yu beside him. Although the demonic sound space only exerted the power of the condensing pill stage, it was not something an ordinary disciple could pass through. Fei Yu's expression was full of resentment. The Yuming elder paid no attention to Fei Yu's resentment. Instead, he turned to Luo Shangwu and sighed. As far as this old man knows, Zongxing Peak of the Tianma sect is practically the weakest among the 7 peaks. Yet unexpectedly, this weakest peak has produced such an extraordinary disciple. Peak Lord Luo, it seems your Tianma sect has raised a remarkable disciple. However, Luo Shangwu, dressed in a red gown, showed not the slightest trace of emotion on her exquisite face. Her red lips parted slightly, and she said coldly, "Just passable, barely acceptable." Hearing this, the Yuming elder frowned. Just passable, barely acceptable. Wasn't the heavenly demon empress's standard far too high? But considering her own abilities, indeed the number of people in the world who could catch her eye was exceedingly rare. Just then Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes fell on Fei Yu, and she began to call her out. "Fei Yu, here, take it." Fei Yu snorted coldly, not daring to go back on her word. After all, the woman before her was the heavenly demon empress. If she dared to stand her up, the consequences were unimaginable. With that, a flash of light passed through her hand, turning into a scroll of bamboo slips. She handed it to Luo Shangwu and muttered, "I don't know what use this useless forbidden technique could possibly have for you women." Luo Shangwu took it and put it away without acknowledging Fei Yu. Sigh. Without that Xianming divine iron, what am I going to do about the 10,000-year demon corpse suppressed under my Mayan sect? Fei Yu sighed mournfully. Sighing, she glanced at Luo Shangwu beside her. Yet this damned woman showed not the slightest intention of lending her the Xianming divine iron. But just then Luo Shangwu's voice, cold as ice, rang out. "Actually, regarding the 10,000-year demon corpse suppressed under the Mayan sect, this empress may have a solution." "My, what method?" Fei Yu's beautiful eyes lit up immediately as she turned to look, yet Luo Shangwu seemed to have turned into an aloof iceberg, once more speaking not a single word. So powerful. At this moment on the trial plaza, as the demon's sound space dissipated, everyone had yet to recover from their astonishment, staring in disbelief at the young man in black robes. "Ha ha ha. This is truly a disciple of our heavenly demon sect. Ning Chen, you have done well." The heavenly demon peak master let out a hearty laugh, landing beside Ning Chen, and announced, "From this day forth you are an inner sect disciple of the heavenly demon peak." Not far away, Gu Xian cast a gratified gaze over. Though he was somewhat reluctant to see such a fine talent fall into the hands of that old devil, the heavenly demon peak master, he knew that with Ning Chen's aptitude, the heavenly demon peak was indeed the best destination. The heavenly demon peak. How enviable. Upon hearing the announcement of the heavenly demon peak master, the surrounding outer sect disciples of the 7 great peaks all cast envious glances, and even Sun Quan and the others were filled with envy, though they were not discouraged. Only Ning Chen had passed the demon sound trial. He claimed 1 spot, leaving 4 remaining. They could continue competing for them. The heavenly demon peak. Yet to everyone's surprise, the much-admired Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his strikingly handsome face as he shook his head toward the heavenly demon peak master. "I thank the peak master for his kind intentions, but I do not wish to join the heavenly demon peak." What? A flicker of astonishment passed through the dim old eyes of the heavenly demon peak master. A flash of joy instantly appeared in the eyes of the other peak masters. Could it be that Ning Chen wished to choose them? Given this young man's talent, if properly nurtured, he would at the very least stand out among the inner sect disciples in the future, and even ascend to the rank of a core disciple. "I shall continue to stay at Zongxing Peak. Zongxing Peak suits me just fine," Ning Chen said with a light smile. The moment these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into dead silence, all the disciples staring at Ning Chen in utter disbelief. What kind of joke was this? He had the chance to join the heavenly demon peak, yet he chose to remain at Zongxing Peak. Wasn't this simply wasting his own cultivation talent? Even the Zongxing disciples who had been eliminated from the inner sect selection were stunned. Why would senior brother Ning Chen choose to return to Zongxing Peak? "Ning Chen, what did you say? You wish to remain at Zongxing Peak?" The countenance of the heavenly demon peak master changed abruptly, his expression turning grave as he gazed at him with utmost solemnity. "This is utter nonsense. Zongxing Peak is in no way comparable to my heavenly demon peak. Whether it be cultivation resources or the density of spiritual energy, the heavenly demon peak surpasses it in every regard. Choosing to stay at Zongxing Peak is nothing short of wasting your talent. Not far away, Gu Xian also let out a sigh, offering no rebuttal. Zongxing Peak was indeed inferior to the heavenly demon peak. Yet just at that moment, a light laugh from Ning Chen rang out. I wonder if the Peak Master has ever heard a saying. What saying? The heavenly demon Peak Master furrowed his brow, and the gazes of everyone around also turned toward him. Even the several auras upon the high platform descended upon him. Meeting everyone's gaze, Ning Chen merely smiled slightly. The strong never blame their circumstances. Whoosh! The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar, every person present staring at Ning Chen in astonishment. The strong never blame their circumstances. Hiss! Just how much confidence must one possess to utter such words? Ning Chen Jr. brother is so handsome. Senior sister truly wishes to exchange some life philosophies with him. For a time lusions buzzed all around, filled with exclamations of admiration. On the high platform, Fei Yu hugged her zither, giggling. The strong never blame their circumstances. He Luo Shangwu, this little fellow of your heavenly demon sect, is quite amusing. Though his words are not wrong, he must still prove himself to be strong. The nether elder stroked his white beard and said, Luo Shangwu, I am rather intrigued by this little fellow. How about you send him to my demon sound sect? Where's this chill coming from? The heavenly demon Peak Master furrowed his brows deeply upon hearing Ning Chen's words, sinking into a long silence. Finally he asked once more, why are you so determined to remain at Zongxing Peak? The moment these words were spoken, they voiced the doubt in everyone's hearts. The strong never blame their circumstances, but the strong may also choose their circumstances. A superior environment can make the strong even stronger. Of course it was because I grow stronger by burying people. Ning Chen's expression was utterly calm as he said with a light smile, because all things have a beginning and an end, and life too has its terminus. As one who conducts burials, I am the one who draws the final period upon these lives, able to effortlessly witness the beginning and end of all living things. Does the Peak Master not feel that this too offers insights into cultivation? All things have a beginning and an end, and life has its terminus. The one who conducts burials is the one who draws the final period upon life. As Ning Chen's words fell, the entire trial plaza seemed to sink into deathly silence, his words echoing endlessly in everyone's mind, striking them with overwhelming awe. Even the group of Zongxing Peak disciples were stunned, staring at Ning Chen in utter astonishment. Senior brother Ning Chen's words had elevated the very meaning of what the Zongxing disciples did. Perhaps the Zongxing disciples were not as worthless as others claimed them to be. So that's it. The words spoken by Ning Chen, this lad. This is truly the very purpose of our Zongxing Peak's existence. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Gu Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. On the high platform, the beautiful silhouette in the flowing red dress also let her gaze fall upon the young man in black robes. The heavenly demon Peak Master wished to say something more, but just at that moment, a voice transmission seemed to enter his ear. Immediately after, the countenance of the heavenly demon Peak Master changed drastically, his eyes filled with solemnity and reverence as he bowed toward the high platform. Then he finally spoke. Very well then, as you wish. You may continue to remain at Zongxing Peak, and at the same time, you may freely enter and leave my heavenly demon peak and enjoy its cultivation resources. Oh, I thank the heavenly demon Peak Master. Upon hearing these words, Ning Chen's eyes lit up, and he hastened to bow and express his gratitude to the heavenly demon Peak Master. In this way, he could continue serving the clients of Zongxing Peak while enjoying the cultivation resources of the heavenly demon peak, truly the best of both worlds. All right, Ning Chen, you may go rest over there. The remaining disciples may continue the competition. Ning Chen does not occupy a heavenly demon peak quota, so there are still 5 intersect disciple slots available. The heavenly demon Peak Master waved his hand. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of excitement appeared in the eyes of the trial disciples, who rubbed their hands together and continued the competition. Ning Chen did not linger either, casting an encouraging glance at Zhou Yuan before walking to the side, intending to take this opportunity to consolidate his newly broken through cultivation. But just as he found a suitable spot and sat down cross-legged, suddenly, within his mind, an icy feminine voice abruptly resounded. 3 days from now at the hour of Su, wait for me in the small courtyard. Wait for me at the small courtyard 3 days from now at the hour of Su. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Suddenly, a familiar icy female voice devoid of any emotion echoed in her mind. Ning Chen, who had been sitting in meditation, was startled. This voice, the female demon, is she here too? Instinctively he raised his eyes and looked around, but did not see the familiar red-clad figure. It seemed the female demon did not wish to reveal herself. Ning Chen paid it no mind, committing her words to memory and continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, on the trial square, the inner sect disciple assessment was still underway. On the high platform, the graceful figure in the red dress seemed to have no desire to continue watching rising gracefully. Hey, Luo Shangwu, you haven't yet told me how to resolve the 10,000-year demon corpse suppressed in my demon sound sect. Fei Yu chased after her. You will understand when the time comes. With those words, Luo Shangwu turned and departed. Half an hour later, the outer sect disciples had completed their allocation to the inner peaks. The 5 final inner sect disciple slots for Demon Heaven Peak were Sun Quan of Nethermoon Peak, Li Yi of Sword Demon Peak, Su Yuan of Corpse Puppet Peak, Nin Shui of Demon Heaven Peak's outer sect, and Zhou Yuan of Burial Life Peak. Ning Chen was somewhat surprised that his boy servant brother had actually managed to get into Demon Heaven Peak. Soon the trial came to an end. Although 5 outer sect disciples had joined Demon Heaven Peak's inner sect, the most discussed were not those 5, but rather Ning Chen, the disciple of Burial Life Peak. Candle flames soothe lingering souls, funeral rites break the demon sound. This had become the talk of the Demon Heaven sect disciples, for who else could break a trial set by an emperor-level cultivator? If it were them, they would boast for 1,000 years. When they returned to Burial Life Peak, Zhou Yuan packed his belongings, hugged Ning Chen, and wept bitterly, his face full of reluctance. Ning Chen quietly sidestepped to avoid the mucus. Zhou Yuan casually wiped off, then patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother Zhou, go on your way. Perhaps this will save your life. Save my life. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan was stunned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Ning Chen smiled and said nothing. After all, if the female demon made any noise that Zhou Yuan overheard and she, embarrassed and enraged, killed him to silence him, what then? Leaving was a good thing. After sending off Zhou Yuan, Ning Chen returned to his small courtyard. He could now be considered the only inner disciple in the history of Burial Life Peak. Although Gu Xian had offered to arrange a better residence, Ning Chen politely declined. For him now a roof was enough. This place was also relatively secluded, undisturbed, and more suitable for his cultivation. The secret of the burial god coffin would not be discovered, except he had to be wary of a female demon who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During these days, Gu Xian had also delivered the rewards for the inner disciple assessment: some pills to enhance cultivation, some contribution points, and an opportunity to enter the 4th and 5th floors of the Sutra Library. There was no need to select a cultivation technique. After all, the supreme demon art given to him by the female demon, though its rank was yet unknown, was not simple. She herself practiced it, far surpassing any technique found on the 4th and 5th floors of the Sutra Library. Ning Chen estimated it was at least comparable to the techniques stored on the 8th floor and above. It's just that I'm lacking in martial skills. Right now all I can use is the Blood Demon Blade. Ning Chen muttered to himself, making plans. The Blood Demon Blade combined with Burial Extinction was indeed powerful. As long as one closed in using the Phantom Ghost Step, cultivators of the same realm would almost certainly be killed in one strike. But if the distance was too great, it wouldn't achieve that effect. So Ning Chen planned to use this opportunity to select a suitable Xian-grade martial art. Burial Life Peak. Dusk retreated early, and a full moon gradually rose high in the night sky. Huff. Finally done burying this pile. Ning Chen stretched, shaking the dirt off his Burial Extinction. Ever since he had said those words that shocked Gu Xian during the inner sect assessment, Gu Xian had been sending him premium clients these past few days. As Burial Extinction filled the soil, a rebirth candle was lit, and the burial chi entered the burial god coffin. Rich spiritual energy also flowed into Ning Chen's dantian. The burial chi of the burial god coffin has finally reached 90. Just 10 more points, and I can unlock the 3rd level of the burial god coffin, and even unlock another burial divine ability. Not bad, not bad. These past few days have been quite fruitful. Ning Chen contentedly hoisted the Burial Extinction onto his shoulder. Ning, kid, you're still here? It's almost the hour of high. Just then, from the depths of Burial Life Peak, Elder Sun's voice rang out. He walked over slowly, his gaze full of approval as he looked at Ning Chen. Now both disciples and elders throughout Burial Life Peak held Ning Chen in high regard, even admiration. Since Ning Chen had elevated the act of burial, their mindsets had undergone a change. There are still a few more to bury, so I'll just take care of them. Ning Chen chuckled lightly, but suddenly his smile faded. Elder Sun, you. What did you say? It's almost the hour of high. That's right. Elder Sun stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Oh no, it's over, it's over. Hearing Elder Sun's words, Ning Chen's expression changed drastically. He hoisted the Burial Extinction and sprinted desperately down the mountain. That Ning Chen is truly hardworking. Behind him, watching Ning Chen's running figure, Elder Sun stroked his long beard and couldn't help but sigh. On the mountain of burial life peak, Ning Chen activated the phantom ghost step and quickly reached the foot of the mountain. His shabby small courtyard was right in front of him. He remembered that 3 days ago the female demon had transmitted a message into his mind telling him to wait for her at the courtyard at the hour of Su 3 days later, or else face the consequences. 3 days later. Wasn't that right now? It was already the hour of Hai, and the hour of Su had long passed. I got so caught up in burying people that I lost track of time. Ning Chen frowned, already forming a whirlwind of qi under his feet. There was no choice. If burying people made you stronger, wouldn't you get addicted to it? A moment later, Ning Chen finally returned to the small courtyard. As he pushed open the gate, he hastily said, "Senior, I'm late. Please forgive, huh?" Before he could finish his words, when he looked up, he saw that the courtyard was completely empty. There was no trace of the female demon's red-clad figure. Huh, she didn't come. Or did she leave because I didn't show up at the hour of Su? Ning Chen was stunned. He looked around, and indeed there was no sign of the female demon. No. Suddenly his gaze fell upon the tea set on the stone table in the courtyard, the one he had cleaned. He frowned as if a thought had occurred to him, and strode forward to pick up the cup. There was still a bit of tea in the cup, still warm, and upon the cup's rim remained a striking trace of red. This was the lip balm the female demon wore on her red lips. Trouble. She was here. Ning Chen's expression changed. Suddenly he could clearly feel the temperature in the courtyard plummet as if it had turned into an ice cavern. The temperature in the small courtyard suddenly plummeted. Ning Chen dared not turn around. He feared that if he did, he would see the demoness's cold, peerlessly beautiful face, yet one brimming with tangible killing intent. Cough. Oh, it seems winter is coming, getting a bit cold. Cough, let's go back to the room, put on some clothes first. Ning Chen coughed lightly, muttering to himself as he walked toward the room. However, just at that moment a voice filled with chilling cold, yet immensely pleasant to the ear, sounded behind him. Where are you going? When he heard that icy female voice, Ning Chen's entire body trembled. That woman hadn't left. She had even appeared behind him like a ghost. He forced a smile and turned around. What a coincidence, Senior, just arrived. I just got here too, ha. It seems this Tianling realm is about to enter winter. Isn't Senior cold, wearing so little? Would you like to go back and change into something thicker? The temperature drops sharply at night, Senior, should keep warm. Before he could finish, Luo Shangwu interrupted. You, a mere condensation pill cultivator, aren't afraid of the cold. Do you think I would be? Cough. Ning Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Of course he knew that with the demoness strength, she had no need to fear the cold. After all, once cultivators trained, the spiritual energy stored in their dantian was enough to withstand any cold weather except for extreme cold. He was just trying to find a topic to avoid the matter of standing the demoness up. Also, I arrived at the Su hour, but I didn't see you. Luo Shangwu crossed her arms, staring coldly at Ning Chen, her gaze seemingly saying, Make excuses, I'd like to see how you explain. Senior, I got too caught up burying people. I lost track of time. Ning Chen stated directly. The demoness had a capricious temper, and was hard to please. If he lied, she would see through it at a glance, so it was better to confess. You stood me up. Luo Shangwu's stunningly beautiful face showed no expression, her lovely eyes merely resting indifferently on Ning Chen. Ning Chen did not refute, it was indeed the truth. Suddenly, before his eyes, the graceful figure in a red dress suddenly flashed with cold light, a sword covered in frost appearing in her hand. Without hesitation, she swung the sword toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen instinctively closed his eyes. Boom. The next moment, the sword intent passed by his side, striking heavily on a part of Zhangxing Peak. In an instant, that mountain range shook violently, followed by the startled cry of Gu Xian. Who is it? Who is destroying my Zhangxing Peak? Back in the small courtyard, Ning Chen was still shaken. Is this the demoness strength? So powerful. The demoness strength remained a mystery. Next time, don't stand me up. The cold sword in Luo Shangwu's hand dissipated. Yes, Senior. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Since he had agreed, but failed to keep his word, it was indeed his fault. Then he changed the subject. That day during the inner disciple assessment trial, Senior was also there, right? But why didn't I see you? I didn't want to see you, Luo Shangwu said indifferently. Ning Chen. This demoness really didn't give any face. But still, I passed the devil's sound trial of a great emperor-level expert. She should at least praise me, right? That was a trial from a great emperor-level expert. However, when Ning Chen asked the demoness with a smug look, he heard her catchphrase, just so-so, barely passable. Ning Chen should have known not to ask. If I'm just so-so and barely passable, then what about the others? He gritted his teeth and asked indignantly, very curious, if he was considered barely passable, what did that make the other disciples? I didn't watch. Luo Shangwu said flatly. Ning Chen was taken aback, feeling that the demoness' words were somewhat off. Before he could ponder further, the demoness' icy voice sounded again. Her cold, beautiful eyes fell on Ning Chen. Aren't you curious why I summoned you here today? Curious, yes. But Senior, what did you just say? Luo Shangwu shot a cold glance at Ning Chen, ignoring the latter half of his words. Take this. As she spoke, a bamboo scroll appeared on her slender jade-like fingers, and she lightly tossed it over. Ning Chen caught it, and looked at it with confusion. This is... Open it, and you'll know. Luo Shangwu said coldly. Then without hesitation Ning Chen opened the scroll. What met his eyes were 5 bold and vigorous characters. Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody. Upon seeing the content of those bold characters, Ning Chen's expression tightened, and he increasingly felt that what was recorded in the scroll was extremely unusual. He looked at Luo Shangwu and couldn't help asking, Senior, this is a martial art. Luo Shangwu's red lips parted, her voice as cold as ever. A martial art? Ning Chen was stunned, a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Could this demoness be spying on him? She happened to know that he lacked martial arts. Just as he was planning to go to the scripture pavilion to choose a martial art, she delivered this Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody, which seemed far from simple. Its attack method resembled the demonic zither of the Mayan sect leader he had seen a few days ago. However, from its description, it was even more complex than that demonic sound. As for its power, he didn't know. After all, no matter how powerful the martial art, he was only at the condensation pill realm, naturally far inferior to the demonic sound performed by a great emperor. But he had witnessed the power of this kind of attack. Senior, what rank is this martial art? Ning Chen couldn't hold back his curiosity. Are you going to cultivate it or not? Luo Shangwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Ning Chen, making a gesture as if to take it back from his hand. I'll cultivate it, I will. Since Senior specially found it for me, of course I'll cultivate it. Ning Chen quickly took the scroll back, grinning. Now he was fully worthy of the title Undertaker. He had the coffin of burial gods, the burial extinction, and now the Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody from the demoness. It seemed tailor-made for him. Then, ignoring the demoness' presence, Ning Chen began to earnestly study the Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody. As he gradually comprehended, it seemed as if a sorrowful funeral melody played in his mind. After a moment, a sharp light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. So that's it. This is the Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody. So powerful. You've learned it. Upon hearing this, Luo Shangwu's brows knitted slightly, as if surprised. Ning Chen nodded. This Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody truly suits you. Luo Shangwu narrowed her beautiful eyes. This burial life melody had been placed in the Mayan sect, where almost no one could comprehend it, let alone unleash its true power. Even Fei Yue, a great emperor-level expert, could not. Because her Tao was different from the Tao of the Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody. Now Ning Chen's Tao perfectly merged with it. Only he could unleash this forbidden martial art of the Mayan sect. For a moment, Luo Shangwu's eyes narrowed, eager to see the look of shock on that woman Fei Yue's face when this guy performed the Heaven and Earth Burial Life Melody before her. Senior, what did you say? Hearing Luo Shangwu's muttering, Ning Chen was startled. Nothing. By the way, at that moment, Ning Chen seemed to think of something, looked at the demoness in the red dress, scratched his head a bit sheepishly, and said, Senior, does this count as me living off of you? Living off a woman? Huh. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Luo Shangwu cast a cold, emotionless glance at him, with her icy, beautiful eyes saying nothing, yet it seemed she had said everything. Ning Chen. What was that look in this woman's eyes? One day he would pin her down on the bed and spank her hard. Though they lacked the title of husband and wife, they at least shared the intimacy of a married couple. But for now, he would have to endure and quietly accept this unacknowledged dependence on the female demon lord. The gap in their strength was still a bit too large, and pinning her down to spank her was currently nearly impossible. Then Ning Chen's gaze fell upon the Heaven and Earth Requiem for the Soul, murmuring, the Heaven and Earth Requiem for the Soul consists of 8 major pieces, each with different powers and corresponding abilities. The first piece I can currently cultivate is the Eternal Silence, soul-suppressing melody. To execute this martial art, one needs the blessing of the 3,000 Great Paths Music Tao. When he saw this, he was stunned. Senior, what is the 3,000 Great Paths Music Tao? The sword Tao, blade Tao, fist intent, and palm intent all belong to the 3,000 Great Paths, but as for the music Tao, he had never encountered it before. Luo Shangwu parted her crimson lips, her cold yet melodious voice ringing out. Everything has its echo. The sound of a stream, the chirping of birds, the resonance of a sword, the plucking of a zither. All these are examples. You can listen to their music Tao and attempt to comprehend it. Suddenly Luo Shangwu furrowed her delicate brows and looked at Ning Chen. What are you looking at? Ning Chen's gaze was earnestly fixed on her. Senior said that one can hear the music Tao from all things. I was wondering if I could also sense the presence of the music Tao from your voice. Facing Luo Shangwu's cold interrogation, Ning Chen replied earnestly. You? Luo Shangwu was taken aback, then glared at Ning Chen. I've said all I need to say. Whether you can comprehend it depends entirely on your own fortune. With that, she tossed her hair, stepped lightly with lotus-like grace, and walked out of the small courtyard. Oh, by the way, Ning Chen called her back, then revealed an embarrassed smile, and silently extended his hand toward Luo Shangwu Sr. It seems the heaven and earth requiem for the soul also requires a music Tao spiritual weapon. How does one live off a woman? Ning Chen believed one should do it with flair. I don't have one, Luo Shangwu said indifferently. At that moment, a music Tao spiritual weapon did indeed lie quietly in her storage ring, but she didn't want to give it to this fellow who had stood her up. Then her clear, cold voice rang out. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, there is a mine called the Black Iron Mine where many or suitable for forging spiritual weapons can be found. You can go and search for them. If you find it good, or you can present it to the Divine Iron Elder who oversees the mine. If he is satisfied, he might forge a fine spiritual weapon for you. With that, she turned and left without waiting for Ning Chen to respond. Black Iron Mine. Divine Iron Elder. Thank you, Senior. Ning Chen nodded slightly, then rose to see her off. He followed behind Luo Shangwu. Senior, would you like to impart some cultivation insights before you leave? No. Senior, would you like to teach me some awe-inspiring martial arts? No. They walked into the courtyard and Ning Chen's gaze fell on the tea Luo Shangwu had left unfinished. Then, Senior, do you still want this tea? By now Luo Shangwu was somewhat annoyed with this tagging along. Without a second thought she said no. Then I'll take it. Ning Chen, as if he had been waiting for her words, grinned and grabbed the half-drunk cup of tea, gulping it down. Not satisfied, he picked up the teapot and drank heavily. Seeing this, Luo Shangwu was stunned, a flicker of surprise passing through her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected Ning Chen to drink the leftover tea right in front of her. Though she had known this since last time she hadn't been present. Drinking enthusiastically, Ning Chen suddenly noticed that the female demon lord seemed to be staring at him. He paused, held out the teapot, and asked, Senior, would you like some? No, Luo Shangwu said coldly. Ning Chen let out an, oh, and continued gulping. Don't you mind it? Luo Shangwu furrowed her delicate brows. Mind? Why would I? Ning Chen was puzzled. He had known since last time that the female demon lord's tea was extraordinary. It could boost his cultivation. Why would he mind? A glimmer of light flickered in Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes, and she let out a cold snort. Then drink slowly. With those words, her figure vanished into the night. Ning Chen, feeling his steadily rising aura, was quite satisfied, and took another big gulp. The next day, after burying that day's clients, Ning Chen left Burial Peak and headed toward the Black Iron Mine within the Heavenly Demon Sect, as the female demon lord had mentioned. Soon he saw a vast mining area deep in the mountains of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The sound of pickaxes striking rock echoed continuously, and faintly visible within the massive mine were disciples from various peaks of the Heavenly Demon Sect searching for suitable ores. When Ning Chen arrived at the mine entrance, 2 disciples guarding the mine stopped him. Entering the Black Iron Mine requires 3,000 contribution points. Hearing this, Ning Chen handed over his disciple token hanging from his waist. 3,000 contribution points was no longer an astronomical figure for him. After all, he had buried many corpses and accumulated quite a bit of contribution points, and the 10,000 contribution points from the inner sect assessment had already been credited to his account. Burial Peak. When the 2 mine disciples saw the token, they were both taken aback. However, there was none of the contempt that had been shown in the past. Instead, they looked at Ning Chen and asked, Are you a disciple of Burial Peak? Have you ever seen Senior Brother Ning Chen? I heard that during the inner sect assessment, Senior Brother Ning Chen single-handedly broke the Demon Sound Sect Master's sound space. And that Demon Sound Sect Master was an Emperor-level powerhouse. Senior Brother Ning Chen is truly amazing. You must think so too, right, Junior Brother? As they spoke, the admiration in the 2 mine disciples' eyes grew stronger. Just SOSO. Ning Chen silently borrowed the female demon lord's catchphrase. Passable mediocre. Huh, you call this passable and mediocre? Are you kidding me? That was a trial set by an Emperor-level powerhouse. Even among those of the same cultivation level, few could pass it. Even the true disciples of the 6 major peaks would have little confidence in passing it. And you? You dare say it's passable and mediocre? The 2 mine disciples' expressions changed, and they glared at Ning Chen indignantly, completely taken aback by this Burial Peak disciples' arrogance. Seeing their reaction, Ning Chen nodded in agreement. Exactly. This was the normal reaction. That female demon lord was definitely not normal. Oomph. If not for their duties, the 2 mine disciples would have turned him away upon hearing those words from the Zongxing Peak disciple. They then took the disciple token Ning Chen handed over, ready to deduct the required contribution points for entering the profound iron mine. Edge. Suddenly, one of the mine disciples seemed to sense something amiss. He glanced at the disciple token. His brow furrowed. My. Zongxing Peak. An inner disciple. Since when did Zongxing Peak have inner disciples? There is. The mine disciple beside him immediately said, Isn't senior brother Ning Chen exactly that? Since the founding of our Tianma sect, the only inner disciple of Zhongxing Peak. Huh, senior brother Ning Chen. Suddenly the two jolted in realization, staring at Ning Chen in astonishment. You are senior brother Ning Chen. Ning Chen smiled and nodded. The two mind disciples gazed at him with admiration. So this was senior brother Ning Chen. Just passable SOSO, that was Ning Chen's humble expression. Senior brother Ning Chen was truly modest. If any other senior brother or sister had passed the demon sound dimension, they would have long been arrogant and insufferably proud. Greetings, senior brother Ning Chen. The two mind disciples recovered and quickly bowed to Ning Chen, then returned his disciple token with both hands. Ning Chen took back the token. May I enter now? Of course. The two mind disciples immediately made a welcoming gesture. Then Ning Chen strode toward the mine. Senior brother Ning Chen, please wait. At that moment, a mind disciple caught up from behind. I am Wang Xian, an outer disciple of Tianma Peak. Senior brother Ning Chen must be visiting the profound iron mine for the first time. Allow me to explain the matters you need to be aware of here. Sure. Having someone to guide and explain, Ning Chen naturally did not refuse. Soon the two headed toward the profound iron mine. Along the way, Ning Chen saw many disciples wielding pickaxes continuously chipping away, and even numerous mine shafts where faint firefly-like glimmers could be seen. Through Wang Xian's explanation, Ning Chen gradually understood the remarkable nature of this mine. This mine was not a natural one. Rather, a former Tianma sect leader had plundered many precious ores from the Tianling realm and piled them here, so that disciples of the sect could find suitable or to forge their own spirit weapons. And these ores could not be mined just by digging. Each ore bore a restriction set by that former leader. Only by breaking the restriction could the ore be excavated. I see. Ning Chen nodded, looking at Wang Xian. How do we break the restriction? Force overcomes all methods, Wang Xian said. Understood. Ning Chen nodded. Senior brother Ning Chen, take this. When you see an ore that catches your fancy, you can use it to chisel it out. Wang Xian said, handing Ning Chen an iron pick. No need. Ning Chen smiled and waved his hand. A flash of cold light appeared in his palm, and Zhongjue materialized, which he grasped firmly. I'm more used to using this. Shovel. Since senior brother Ning Chen already understands, I'll take my leave. With your strength, mining one piece should be no problem. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment, then retrieved the iron pick, bowed, and left. A profound grade, or then? Ning Chen frowned slightly. A profound grade, or could only forge a profound grade spirit weapon. The grades of ores correspond to those of spirit weapons: mortal grade, spirit grade, profound grade, king grade, saint grade, and emperor grade. If one wished to fully manifest the power of the heaven and earth burial melody, the musical spirit weapon would need to be stronger, and the ore required to forge it would also need to be higher. So if he could mine a high grade, or he would try his best to do so. Half an hour later, Ning Chen was still roaming the mine, hoisting Zhongjue on his shoulder. In this half hour, he had not found a suitable ore, and his figure had caught the attention of many mining disciples. Edge. That guy goes mining without a pickaxe and instead carries a shovel. A disciple was puzzled. It's perfectly reasonable. Even if he came to mine barehanded, it would be reasonable. However, the disciple beside him only glanced at the black-robed figure, and his confusion vanished. Why? Because that's senior brother Ning Chen of Zhongxing Peak. The formidable man who passed the great emperor trial during the inner disciple assessment not long ago. Do you think it's reasonable, eh? Upon hearing about passing the great emperor trial, the surrounding murmurs immediately fell silent. Reasonable? Then what grade of, or does senior brother Ning Chen intend to mine? Who knows? At the very least, it should be a profound grade, or... Suddenly a cry of surprise rang out. Why is senior brother Ning Chen heading toward a mortal grade, or... Amid the exclamations of the surrounding Tianma sect disciples, Ning Chen, as if he had discovered something, carried Zhongjue on his shoulder and strode toward a massive yellow, or several tens of meters in size, which exuded the aura of a mortal grade ore. Yet at this moment, Ning Chen's attention was entirely fixed on a wisp of red blood energy on the ore. That was the buriable blood energy of the burial god coffin. Strange. How could there be buriable blood energy within a mortal grade ore? Gazing at the crimson thread extending toward a massive mortal grade, or dozens of meters ahead, Ning Chen frowned slightly, hoisted Zhongjue onto his shoulder, and strode forward. Meanwhile, his movements drew the attention of the mining disciples nearby. That's senior brother Ning Chen of Zhongxing Peak. I saw him during the inner sect assessment a few days ago. Seeing him up close, I never imagined senior brother Ning Chen not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also heaven-defying looks. He's here to mine as well. He's probably trying to forge a more powerful spiritual weapon. With senior brother Ning Chen's strength, he should at least be able to unearth a mysterious grade, or... Why is he heading toward a mortal grade spirit stone? When the surrounding mining disciples saw Ning Chen walking toward a mere mortal grade, or they all froze for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing their eyes. Logically speaking, senior brother Ning Chen should be selecting at least a mysterious grade, or why would he settle for an ordinary mortal grade 1? Puzzled, many of the mining disciples paused their work and turned to watch. Ning Chen arrived before the mortal grade or scrutinized it from top to bottom and confirmed that the burial blood chi was sealed within. Gripping Zhang Ju, he exerted his strength and slammed the blade down upon the ore with tremendous force. Clang! Zhang Ju struck the mortal grade, or heavily, sparks flying in all directions. A thunderous sound accompanied the impact as the immense force rebounded, jolting Ning Chen's hand with searing pain. Fortunately, his cultivation had prepared him for this, and Zhang Ju was not sent flying from his grasp. Huh? What's going on? Senior brother Ning Chen can't even break open a mortal grade, or that can't be right. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding mining disciples were stunned, disbelief flashing across their faces. Is this really the fearsome one who conquered the Emperor's trial? He can't even crack a mortal grade, or I can break a mortal grade, or myself. How does that mean I could pass the Emperor's trial too? A disciple from Corpse Puppet Peak sneered coldly. Ridiculous. Hearing this, a disciple from Sword Demon Peak immediately retorted with a cold snort. Even an emperor had to eat when he first began his cultivation. You eat too. Does that make you an emperor? Anyone with eyes can see that senior brother Ning Chen's failure to break the, or isn't a lack of ability. It's because this mortal grade or conceals a hidden secret. You. At those words, the Corpse Puppet Peak disciple's expression shifted slightly. A hidden secret. How could a mortal grade or possess a hidden secret? For a moment, the surrounding mining disciples were equally perplexed. Seeing that the mortal grade or remained completely unscathed, Ning Chen frowned, his eyes filled with deep solemnity. The burial blood chi within this mortal grade or was indeed extraordinary. Then, the full aura of his core condensation realm 7 stars erupted outward. A crimson light materialized upon Zhang Ju. He stepped forward and slammed the blade toward the mortal grade or once more. As his aura exploded, the surrounding mining disciples' faces changed dramatically. Such overwhelming aura. Senior brother Ning Chen is at core condensation realm 7 stars. So strong. He only just joined the inner sect, yet his strength already rivals or even surpasses many senior inner sect disciples. The most crucial part is, senior brother Ning Chen is from Zhangxing Peak. Amidst the rising murmurs, Zhang Ju, empowered by the blood demon blade, crashed heavily onto the surface of the ore. Boom. A resounding roar echoed. Crack. Crack. The disciples present heard a faint sound of something breaking. Under the terrifying force of senior brother Ning Chen, that mortal grade, or, only chipped a tiny bit. Hiss. This, or, is no ordinary thing. The surrounding disciples drew in sharp breaths. There is hope after all. Seeing a faint crack appear on the ore's surface from his full force strike, Ning Chen's eyes gleamed with a trace of light. He gripped Zhang Ju once more, and channeling the blood demon blade, continued to hammer away relentlessly. Boom. Boom. Deafening sounds rang out endlessly. Witnessing this, the mining disciples around were struck with twofold shock, marveling at senior brother Ning Chen's immense power while astounded by the mortal grade ore's extraordinary hardness. Before long, as the pounding echoes reverberated, news of Ning Chen discovering a strange or spread throughout the entire divine iron mine. Many disciples even set down their work and rushed toward the spot where the hammering continued. Soon more and more onlookers gathered. Why aren't you all mining? Where are you going? The commotion alerted the mine's elder. He grabbed a mining disciple and asked, why aren't you all mining? Where are you all going? Elder, I heard senior brother Ning Chen discovered a bizarre ore. That's all I know. You should see for yourself. The disciple he grabbed quickly answered before heading toward the mine. Ning Chen. Hearing the vaguely familiar name, the mine elder paused. Isn't he that young man who made quite a spectacle at the inner sect assessment not long ago? I should take a look myself. At the mine, a crowd of disciples who had heard the news stared with curiosity at the young man in black robes standing before a towering or dozens of meters high. So this is the strange or senior brother Ning Chen discovered. It just looks like an ordinary mortal grade, or to me, an ordinary mortal grade, or. Then take a look at those chips on the ore. Every single one was carved out by senior brother Ning Chen's strikes. He's a core condensation 7 stars cultivator. Can any ordinary mortal grade or withstand that many hits? What a... When the late arriving disciples heard this, their faces changed dramatically. Boom. Just then, a thunderous roar resounded as another crack appeared on the ore's surface, yet it still fell short of breaking it completely open. Such a bizarre ore. It can endure all those attacks from senior brother Ning Chen without shattering. What exactly is this, or a? No idea. I heard this, or has been sitting in the mystic iron mine for years, but because it's just a mortal grade or no disciple has ever paid it any attention over all these years. Who would have thought Senior Brother Ning Chen would be the one to discover its secret? Senior Brother Ning Chen is truly remarkable to sense something unusual about it. But it seems Senior Brother Ning Chen still has a ways to go before he can break it open. Suddenly the gathered disciples seem to notice something. Is Senior Brother Ning Chen giving up? At some point Ning Chen had sat down cross-legged, appearing as if he intended to abandon the effort. Then the onlookers heard him murmur a soft sigh. So it's still not enough. Senior Brother Ning Chen really is giving up. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples felt a pang of disappointment. But the next moment Ning Chen's murmur sounded again. Since it's not enough, then I'll just ascend another level. Ascend another level. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were taken aback. But soon, their expressions changed dramatically. As Ning Chen's words fell, the group of disciples clearly sensed his aura surging upward, and in the blink of an eye he had already broken through to the 8-star core condensation realm. This is a breakthrough. Shock filled the disciples' eyes. As Ning Chen rose, the 8-star core condensation realm aura fully converged into his body. Clutching Zhangjue, he struck violently at the ore once more. Boom! With that strike, the mortal rank ore trembled violently, and a crack several meters long quickly emerged. It's working. Senior Brother Ning Chen repeated this, and in another half hour he should be able to break through this ore. Seeing this, the disciples' eyes lit up, full of curiosity about the hidden secret within the ore. Suddenly, the disciples saw Ning Chen below the ore suddenly put away his shovel and sit cross-legged again. Why has Senior Brother Ning Chen sat down again? The surrounding disciples were stunned. Indeed, still a bit short. Ning Chen shook his head slightly and sighed. At these words, the surrounding disciples were stunned, full of question marks. A disturbing thought suddenly arose in their hearts. Just now Senior Brother Ning Chen said the same thing. Then he broke through. Now he says this again. Could it be that he's about to break through again? Didn't he just break through? It shouldn't be that drastic, right? Meanwhile, inside Ning Chen, the Zhangjue coffin suddenly opened a corner, and the stored spiritual energy surged into his dantian, causing his aura to rise sharply. Phew! 9-star core condensation realm. Feeling the sudden surge of aura, Ning Chen let out a long breath. In one breath, he broke through 2 minor realms. Is Senior Brother Ning Chen's cultivation level moving as his heart desires? Seeing this, the surrounding disciples were full of question marks, their eyes filled with disbelief. If Ning Chen's first breakthrough could be attributed to long-term accumulation and coincidence, this second breakthrough could not be explained by such an excuse. After all, he had just broken through, so where would the long-term accumulation come from? Is this the ruthless one who can pass the Emperor's trial? Amazing. For a moment the disciples' eyes widened, and even many mind elders were utterly astonished. At that moment Ning Chen stood up, gripping Zhangjue, and the 9-star core condensation realm aura exploded forth, striking heavily upon the ore. Boom! This time on the massive or several tens of meters in size cracks continued to appear, and then it burst open with a resounding crash. It's open. What exactly is inside this mortal rank ore? For a moment, when the ore split open, the surrounding disciples and several mind elders cast curious gazes. For a 9-star core condensation cultivator to struggle so much to break it open, what it contained must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Ning Chen's gaze also looked into the ore. Before his eyes appeared a wisp of blood aura that could bury blood. He followed it and looked. Within the ore, a palm-sized golden translucent stone was embedded. So this mortal rank ore is so hard entirely because of this golden translucent stone. Ning Chen murmured, and the blood aura that could bury blood emanated from this golden ore. That is. Suddenly Ning Chen's gaze directed forward. Within the golden translucent ore, a drop of blood surged. The source of the burying blood aura is a drop of blood. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with astonishment. A drop of blood could be marked as a target by the Zhangjue coffin. Then, the origin of this drop of blood must be extraordinary. Immediately Ning Chen calmly pried the golden translucent stone off. Swoosh! Everyone present turned their gazes toward it. This should be the secret hidden within this mortal rank ore. This is a golden ore. So the mortal rank ore hides a more powerful ore. Could this be the legendary twin ore? Then what rank is this ore? This is actually a king rank ore. At this moment a mind elder stared fixedly at the golden translucent ore in Ning Chen's hand and exclaimed, a king rank ore. Doesn't that mean we can forge a king-grade artifact with this ore? Hearing the elder's words, the surrounding disciples' expressions changed, and their gazes towards Senior Brother Ning Chen were full of envy. A king-grade artifact. In the entire Tianma sect except for true disciples who are qualified to obtain them, ordinary disciples simply cannot acquire one. What was most terrifying was that senior brother Ning Chen merely with his core condensation cultivation could break the seal of a king rank, or where is a king rank, or. Just then an old hearty laughter rang out. Following that from the sky an old man in a red robe descended through the air. It's Elder Shintai. When the red-robed old man appeared, the disciples' eyes flashed with solemnity, and they quickly bowed in salute. Greetings, Elder Shintai. Elder Shintai was in charge of the entire mystic iron mine, and was the most accomplished spirit weapon forger in the Tianma sect. Young man, let this old man take a look at this king rank, or I can forge you a king-grade artifact. Elder Shintai landed from the sky, stopping before Ning Chen, and said with a cheerful smile, Elder Shintai. Ning Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the Elder Shintai mentioned by the female demon would appear before him like this. Just as well he wouldn't have to go looking for him. Elder here. Ning Chen handed over the king rank, or without hesitation, but in the instant he passed it over, the drop of crimson blood within the golden translucent, or had already vanished. This is actually a high-grade king rank, or not bad, not bad. Young man, go to the Duanwu Hall, and wait for this old man. Once I finish forging this king-grade artifact, I'll deliver it to you. Elder Shintai played with the king rank, or for a moment, then said to Ning Chen with a smile. Thank you, Elder Shintai. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Young man, what kind of spirit weapon do you want? A music Dao spirit weapon. A music Dao spirit weapon. Hearing this, Elder Shintai looked at Ning Chen with some surprise. Such weapons were rare. Then rest assured my forging skill is up to par. With that, Elder Shintai transformed into a shooting star and vanished. Ning Chen, come with me to the Duanwu Hall to wait for Elder Shintai. At this moment, a mine elder stepped out from the astonished crowd and said to Ning Chen, Ning Chen nodded slightly. In the Duanwu Hall, Elder Shintai held the king rank, or in his hand with great delight, his eyes filled with impatience. Indeed, he was a forging fanatic. But suddenly, as if he had seen something, Elder Shintai looked into the hall where a red-robed figure was faintly visible. Sect Master, why have you come? In the weapon refining hall, a figure in a flowing red dress had appeared unnoticed. Her arms crossed over her proud chest, her exquisite face expressionless, she leaned against a stone pillar like a carved ice statue. Sect Master, why are you here? When Elder Shintai spotted the red-dressed figure in the hall, he froze for a moment, a flash of reverence crossing his eyes before he stepped forward to bow. I pay respects to the Sect Master. What business brings you here? Luo Shangwu's icy gaze settled on Elder Shintai as she said indifferently, I require a piece of, or for forging a spirit weapon. Oh, or for a spirit weapon. Elder Shintai pondered briefly, then continued, the mystic iron mine currently holds 5 perfect saint stones and half an emperor stone. This old one will fetch them for you at once. With that, Elder Shintai turned to leave for the but the next moment a cold, pleasing female voice halted his movement. No need. Just give me the one in your hands. Luo Shangwu's gaze settled on the golden king-grade stone in Elder Shintai's arms as she spoke coldly. This? In my hands. Elder Shintai was stunned, frowned, and hesitated. What? Reluctant to part with it. Luo Shangwu's cold voice echoed, as if the entire hall's temperature plummeted. Feeling the chill, Elder Shintai shivered and shook his head, repeatedly explaining, it's not that, Sect Master. This stone is merely king-grade, and a spirit weapon forged from it would hardly match your status. Moreover, this king-grade stone was dug up by a young disciple, and this old one has already promised to forge a spirit weapon for him. So what? Luo Shangwu's emotionless eyes fixed on him, she retorted. Elder Shintai broke into a cold sweat. This is no ordinary king-grade stone. It once contained a drop of half-saint essence blood, which makes it beyond ordinary king-grade classification. Do you think a mere inner disciple deserves a king-grade stone imbued with half-saint essence blood? Luo Shangwu said coolly, looking at Elder Shintai. Contained a drop of half-saint essence blood. Elder Shintai sensed it slightly, and indeed found it so. Then, where is that drop of half-saint essence blood? Who knows? Sect Master, how do you know that young man is an inner disciple? Luo Shangwu did not reply, or perhaps could not be bothered to respond. She picked up the king-grade stone and walked toward the hall's exit. Watching this, Elder Shintai felt troubled. The king-grade stone certainly had to be given to the Sect Master, but how would he explain it to that young man? He did not want to break his word. Just then Luo Shangwu handed him a black box. Give this to him. Yes. Sect Master. Elder Shintai took the pitch-black box, not daring to ask what was inside, and quickly nodded. Seeing he had stored it away, Luo Shangwu moved with light steps and turned to leave the hall. When she appeared outside the hall, her gaze suddenly swept downward. Below, a young man in black robes was waiting. At the foot of the 100-step staircase of the weapon refining hall, Ning Chen had been brought to wait by the Mine Elder. With this, the musical spirit weapon that the demoness mentioned is complete, and the heaven and earth funeral song can take effect. Moreover, this is a king-grade treasure, likely even higher in rank than Zhongju. Ning Chen murmured, joy shining in his eyes. And there was an unexpected gain, that drop of blood. Just before handing the king-grade stone to Elder Shintai, he had already drawn that drop of essence blood into the burial god coffin, yet he was in no hurry to let the coffin absorb it. His intuition told him that the owner of this drop of essence blood was far from ordinary. If the burial god coffin consumed it, he would surely gain a substantial amount of burial chi and spirit energy in return. But currently the burial god coffin was only about 5 points of burial chi away from unlocking its third layer. The third layer's functions were even more heaven-defying. By burying a client, one could obtain one of his martial arts or techniques from his lifetime. The owner of this blood must have been a great cultivator, and the techniques he mastered were certainly not simple. Why not freeload an extra technique? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Ning Chen instinctively looked up and met the emotionless, icy gaze of the red-dressed figure on the steps. Senior. Ning Chen was startled. It was his first time seeing the demoness in a place other than his small courtyard in the demon sect. Then smiling, he waved and walked up the steps. Senior. On the steps in front of the weapon refining hall, Luo Shangwu glanced at the eagerly approaching Ning Chen, then turned and left. Meanwhile, inside the weapon refining hall, what did the sect master just give me at? Elder Shin Bing frowned at the black box in his hand, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but he did not dare open it to see what was inside. After all, it was from the sect master. Senior. Suddenly a voice called from outside. Elder Shin Bing was startled and frowned. Why had that little brat from Burial Peak come? He had been told to wait at the foot of the weapon refining hall. Turning around, he said, little one, I didn't. His words cut off abruptly. For Elder Shin Bing suddenly saw that Ning Chen was walking alongside Luo Shangwu. That little brat from Burial Peak actually knew the sect master. And judging by the situation, their relationship was far from ordinary. After all, few in the entire demon sect could walk side by side with the sect master. Only those supreme elders who had gone into seclusion had that privilege. Could it be that this little one's identity is not simple? What position allows him to walk with the sect master? Elder Shin Bing's mind was full of doubts at the moment. Though curious, he did not dare to speculate recklessly as it concerned the sect master. But certainly Ning Chen's identity was not ordinary, and the item in the black box was probably given by the sect master through his hands to that brat. Then everything made sense. Forget it. I saw nothing. Elder Shin Bing muttered, shaking his head, and turned his gaze away. At that moment, Ning Chen trotted up to walk beside Luo Shangwu. Senior, I didn't expect to see you here. Could it be that your identity is tied to the weapon refining hall? Luo Shangwu glanced at him and ignored him. Senior, the weather is quite nice today. How about a walk together? No. Senior, would you like some tea? No tea with me. Oh. Senior. Listening to Ning Chen's endless chatter, the ice-cold Luo Shangwu began to wonder. Could a person really talk that much? By the way, Senior, I just dug out a king-grade stone. Elder Shin Bing should be able to craft me a king-grade musical spirit weapon. How about that? Not bad, right? Luo Shangwu looked at Ning Chen, who seemed to be seeking praise. Her red lips moved slightly, but before she could speak, Ning Chen blurted out. No need to say it. I know, just so more or less. Hearing Ning Chen mimic his own catchphrase, Luo Shangwu cast her emotionless gaze upon him. Watching his smug expression, she furrowed her slender brows. Oomph. She let out a cold snort. Just as Ning Chen thought the demoness would fly into a rage over this, the next moment, she stepped into the void and vanished. Ran away. Ning Chen paused, shook his head, and muttered. Actually, Senior seems cold on the surface, but sometimes quite endearing. Then Ning Chen headed down the steps, quietly waiting for the divine weapon elder to finish forging his weapon. Half an hour later, inside the forge martial hall, the divine weapon elder who had been pretending to forge emerged, holding a pitch-black box in his hand. Divine weapon elder. Seeing this, Ning Chen eagerly rushed forward. Young Ning Chen, I have forged your spiritual weapon for you. The divine weapon elder approached, stroking his long beard with a smile, and handed over the black box the sect leader had given him. Thank you, elder. Ning Chen accepted it with a respectful bow, but in his heart he was puzzled. Why did the divine weapon elder seem significantly more courteous than before? I wonder what kind of musical spiritual weapon the elder forged for me. Ning Chen was somewhat curious and about to open the black box. Musical spiritual weapons came in many varieties. There were gushings and flutes, pipas and shows. No rush. Cough. The spiritual weapon has not yet fully condensed its spirit. You can inspect it yourself when you return. The divine weapon elder cleared his throat and quickly interrupted Ning Chen's action. Is that so? Then I thank you, elder. Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded, slightly bowed in gratitude, and left with the black box. Watching this scene, the divine weapon elder breathed a sigh of relief. That was something the sect leader had given him. He dared not look inside. As long as it had nothing to do with him, that was all that mattered. Before dusk, Ning Chen returned to his small courtyard. He eagerly placed the black box on the table and slowly opened it. What is this? When he saw the object resting quietly inside the black box, Ning Chen paused, then slowly took it out, his satisfaction growing with each glance. Elder Shintai is indeed a master forger. He truly understands. This is the strongest among musical spiritual weapons. Among 100 instruments, the Suona reigns supreme. Indeed, what lay quietly in the black box was a pitch-black Suona. Excellent. The Suona is a perfect match for the funeral song of the world. Elder Shintai truly understands. Ning Chen grew more and more pleased the more he looked at it. Wait, could this Suona be what the demoness gave to the divine weapon elder? Thinking of the demoness who suddenly appeared at the Forge Martial Hall, Ning Chen immediately had this idea. After all, the demoness would not appear there for no reason. But if he asked her, given her nature, she would never admit it. Never mind, let me bond with it first. Ning Chen shook his head slightly, then took the Suona into his hand and began the bonding process. Soon the name of this Suona appeared in his mind. Death Spirit. Strangely fits well with Zhongju. Zhongju. Death Spirit. Ning Chen could now confirm that this thing was indeed given to him by the demoness. This demoness. She could have just given it to me directly. This is my hard-earned reward. Ning Chen muttered. What did you say? The next moment, the demoness' cold voice rang out. Although he was long accustomed to the demoness' unpredictable appearances, when that chilling voice suddenly echoed behind him without warning, he was still thoroughly startled. Senior, don't you have anything of your own to do? Don't tell me the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect are never busy. Ning Chen turned around holding the Death Spirit Suona and gazed at Luo Shangwu with a knowing look. None of your business. Luo Shangwu glanced at him indifferently, her tone extremely cold. As the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she was indeed extremely busy. Ning Chen suddenly sensed a heavy resentment in her words, a resentment he had only ever felt from overworked employees in his past life. So this is the musical spiritual weapon the divine weapon elder forged for you. At this moment, the demoness' gaze fell upon the death spirit in his hand. Yes. Ning Chen smiled, picked it up, and approached her with a grin. Indeed, the elder you recommended is skilled. Senior, just look at this dark luster, look at this. Indeed. He said this deliberately to provoke the demoness. Because given her nature, she would never admit it if asked directly. At this point, he needed another approach. Luo Shangwu said nothing, merely looking at him with an expressionless face. No effect. Ning Chen frowned and decided to unleash his ultimate move. He let out a long sigh. Fortunately, Senior didn't prepare this musical spiritual weapon for me. Otherwise, I would never have met Elder Shintai and had such a fine instrument forged. Divine Weapon Elder, what's going on? Why do I suddenly feel a chill running down my spine? The demoness remained expressionless. Could it really not be from her? She just happened to appear at the Forge Martial Hall. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned, but this was too coincidental. By the way, at this moment, Luo Shangwu, who had been silent for so long, finally spoke. What is it, Senior? Ning Chen asked with a smile. You just now. Did you call me demoness? Luo Shangwu's beautiful yet icy eyes settled quietly on Ning Chen. Ning Chen. He was starting to sweat. Senior, you heard wrong. How could I possibly call you demoness? I naturally meant fairy. Heard wrong. Are you insulting me or insulting my cultivation? Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes fell upon him. Ning Chen. The next moment, boom. Ning Chen fell from the wall, rubbing his buttocks. It hurt, but not too much. He was beginning to doubt whether the demoness was venting her frustration over what he had just said, or if it was truly because of the title issue. At this moment, Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes looked over again, fixing on him. What happened to that drop of essence blood you obtained from that Wang Shi? Saying this, she extended her soft pale hand toward Ning Chen, a hand that begged to be held. Give it to me. When Luo Shangwu's icy voice rang out, Ning Chen stared at the female demon in astonishment. He hadn't even had a chance to warm this drop of essence blood yet, and she already knew about it. How could she know everything? Senior, here. Ning Chen shook his head slightly, gathering his thoughts. With a flip of his palm, a drop of golden essence blood appeared in his hand, then flew automatically into Luo Shangwu's grasp. Senior, do you know the origin of this drop of essence blood? Ning Chen leaned in, asking curiously. The two were now standing so close that Ning Chen could clearly see the female demon's breathtaking beauty and catch her unique subtle fragrance. Luo Shangwu silently glanced at the person so close to her, then quietly stepped back a few paces before parting her red lips. This is a drop of essence blood from a pure yang sacred body cultivator. Pure yang sacred body. Hearing Luo Shangwu's words, Ning Chen was stunned. Although he didn't know what the pure yang sacred body was, the mere mention of sacred body was enough to suggest the extraordinary nature of the essence blood's owner. Luo Shangwu ignored him, simply placing the drop of pure yang sacred body essence blood in her palm. Then channeling her spiritual energy, a ball of spiritual flame rose up. Then Ning Chen watched as the essence blood in the female demon's palm became increasingly pure, its golden radiance growing more dazzling. After a moment, Luo Shangwu raised her emotionless, beautiful eyes and fixed them on Ning Chen. Open your mouth. Huh, senior, what are you? Ning Chen was taken aback. Swallow this drop of essence blood, Luo Shangwu said calmly. This? Ning Chen hesitated. He had been planning to let the burial coffin devour this essence blood to gain some spiritual energy and even acquire the previous owner's martial arts for free. Luo Shangwu gave Ning Chen a faint glance and said in a cool voice, your body is too weak. Swallowing this pure yang sacred body essence blood will strengthen your physique and benefit you. Me? Too weak. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's mouth twitched. His physical constitution was considered top tier among those of the same cultivation level. How could the female demon say he was too weak? And what's more, the most crucial point was that the two had shared a marital bond. The female demon saying he was too weak, wasn't that implying he was inadequate? Thinking this, the twitch at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth became more pronounced. Senior, what you mean? Could it be that as a man, I'm not good enough? At these words, Luo Shangwu said nothing, merely fixing her calm gaze on Ning Chen. Ning Chen. She said nothing, yet it seemed everything was said. Ning Chen gritted his teeth, feeling he should defend his honor. Senior, how could I possibly be inadequate? How about we go to the room and try? I'll prove it to you myself. Huff. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chen was sent flying by a single punch. He picked himself up from the ground, rubbing his sore stomach, and muttered under his breath, you won't let me try, and besides, after swallowing the pure yang sacred body essence blood, it's you who'll enjoy the benefits in the end. Boom. The next moment, Ning Chen flew once more. Oomph. Use it or not, it's up to you. Luo Shangwu gave a cold snort, waved her jade-like hand, and the drop of golden essence blood flew toward Ning Chen, halting before him. Then with a single step she vanished into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This woman. When I become strong enough, I'll spank you. Ning Chen rubbed his backside as he stood up, then looked at the drop of golden essence blood floating before him. After being refined by the female demon, this drop of essence blood had clearly become much purer. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Chen ultimately chose to follow the female demon's advice and swallowed it. After all, as a senior cultivator, the female demon likely had a more far-sighted perspective than him. If he had used the burial coffin to inter it, given the current functions unlocked for the burial coffin, apart from spiritual energy replenishment, there was only the inheritance of martial arts techniques. Well, the female demon owed him a powerful martial art. Sigh. Then, holding the drop of essence blood, he walked toward his room. He then sat cross-legged. As the drop of pure yang essence blood entered his body, Ning Chen immediately felt a scorching heat, as if every part of his body was being strengthened. In his dantian, a blazing flame continuously burned. At this moment, the aura of his recent breakthrough actually surged once more. Another breakthrough! A flash of joy crossed Ning Chen's eyes. As if in a trance, the spiritual energy in his dantian surged like a vast ocean. Was this a spiritual sea? As the drop of pure yang essence blood entered his body, the entire spiritual sea opened in his dantian, instantly turned golden. This aura was the sea-breaking realm. A few days later, on the training square of Zongxing Peak, a new batch of people had gathered in a dense crowd, their eyes filled with terror as they looked around. Clearly, these were a group of new disciples who had been captured and brought to Zongxing Peak. When they learned they had been captured by a demonic sect and assigned to Zongxing Peak, despair filled them all. But just then, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of sounds like iron chains dragging coffins against the ground came from not far away. The newly arrived Zongxing disciples were startled and looked toward the source of the noise. Not far away, a young man in black robes with a handsome face was carrying a shovel that gleamed coldly in one hand, while dragging a thick iron chain with the other. Behind the chain were bound one ancient black wooden coffin after another. The sound of chains dragging coffins across the ground came from him. What is this? Seeing this scene, the new Zongxing disciples' faces changed dramatically. Looking into the distance, there were actually a full 100 coffins. Zongxing Peak is indeed more terrifying than we imagined. It's said that burying coffins on Zongxing Peak exposes you to death energy erosion. The more you bury, the greater the risk. And now he's going to bury 100 coffins at once. How are we supposed to survive? Seeing this, the new Zongxing disciples' faces turned pale with fear and terror. An atmosphere of despair spread all around. What are you thinking? At that moment, A Zongxing disciple glanced at the newcomers and said with some irritation, "You'd be lucky to bury one coffin a day. Do you think you can bury 100 like senior brother Ning Chen?" "Huh, only one coffin a day." Hearing this, the group of new disciples immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then hurriedly asked the Zongxing disciple, "Senior brother, what about that senior brother? What's the deal with him? Did he offend some elder of Zongxing Peak?" They thought to themselves, wanting to know which elder was so cruel so they could avoid provoking him. That's not the case. The Zongxing disciple shook his head, looking with reverence at the figure dragging the 100 coffins. Senior brother Ning Chen chose to bury 100 himself. What? How is that possible? 100 coffins. How could a Zongxing Peak disciple possibly bury 100 coffins at once? Hearing this, the new Zongxing disciples' faces changed drastically. The Zongxing disciple sneered. Ordinary disciples might not be able to, but that's senior brother Ning Chen, our Zongxing Peak's top seller, and a ruthless man who passed the great emperor's trial. Do you think he can do it? What? At these words, the new disciples' faces changed dramatically, and their eyes turned to the black-robed youth dragging the coffins, filled with awe and reverence. Meanwhile, the black-robed youth seemed to find dragging so many coffins too troublesome. The next moment, under the gaze of the new Zongxing disciples, he suddenly stepped into the air, and the coffins he dragged flew like a dragon toward the rear mountain of Zongxing Peak. Seeing this, the new Zongxing disciples' eyes widened. This senior brother Ning is a sea-breaking realm powerhouse. Tianma Sect, Zongxing Peak Rear Mountain. As the last coffin was buried, 3 rebirth candles were lit, and the final wisp of burial chi was interred into the burial god coffin. Ning Chen distinctly felt a seal within the coffin being unlocked. Phew! Finally enough burial chi to open the 3rd layer of the burial god coffin. A flash of joy flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. This meant he could now comprehend a martial art or cultivation technique mastered by each of his buried clients during their lifetimes. Undoubtedly, this would greatly enhance his combat prowess. At the same time, a long unseen panel appeared before him, named Ning Chen. Realm Sea-Breaking Realm 1 Star. Technique Supreme Demon Art Transcendence, Stage Minor Completion. Martial Arts Blood Demon Blade, Ghost Spirit Shadow Steps, Heaven Earth Burial Soul Tune. Burial Divine Ability Rebirth Eye available for Epiphany. Current unlocked layers 39. Burial Chi 0-100. The Burial Divine ability can indeed be enlightened again. Ning Chen murmured. This Burial Divine ability should grant a new one upon each layer unlocked. The 2nd layer gave rebirth Eye. What would the 3rd layer be? Just as Ning Chen was about to comprehend the new Burial Divine ability, an old man's voice suddenly rang out. "Ning boy, here you are." Elder Sun approached with a beaming smile. "What is it, Elder Sun?" Ning Chen had to set aside his thoughts of enlightenment and turned to look at him. Could it be a new client has arrived? As he spoke, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. "No, that's not it." Elder Sun waved his hand helplessly. "The Peak Master wants to see you." "The Peak Master wants me." Ning Chen frowned. Could it be about the demon burial ground? Counting the time, there was less than half a month left. "Come with me, and you'll know." Ning Chen nodded and followed. Zongxing Peak Main Hall. "Ning boy, you're here." When Ning Chen followed Elder Sun to the main hall of Zongxing Peak, Gu Xian, clad in a white robe, smiled as he approached, growing more satisfied with the dark-robed youth before him. He never expected that a burial disciple captured by chance would turn out to be a treasure for Zongxing Peak. "Today I called you here regarding the demon burial ground." Gu Xian spoke slowly. As expected, Ning Chen was not surprised. "But before we discuss that, I have one more matter to confirm with you." Gu Xian turned his gaze to him. "Peak Master, please speak plainly." Today, a newly arrived burial disciple saw one of our burial disciples dragging 100 coffins through the air. Was that disciple you? After saying this, Gu Xian's gaze fell on Ning Chen with some tension. "It was me." Ning Chen nodded, admitting it freely. "Then, your current realm?" Gu Xian's tone grew even more solemn. "Reporting to the Peak Master, I fortunately reached the sea-breaking realm a few days ago." Ning Chen smiled. As soon as he said this, clatter, the teacup in Gu Xian's hand fell to the ground. Even Elder Sun beside him widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Ning Chen. How much time had passed? This kid Ning Chen's strength had already surpassed his own as an elder. Monster. You brat are truly a monster." Gu Xian took a deep breath, stroking his beard, his expression growing more solemn. This must be reported to the sect master at least to make him aware that the Tianma sect had such a terrifyingly talented disciple. Gu Xian laughed heartily and patted Ning Chen's shoulder. "With your talent, you're highly likely to be valued by the sect. You could be taken as a direct disciple by those secluded elders." Becoming a direct disciple of an elder, Ning Chen murmured. A graceful figure in a red dress flashed through his mind. The female demoness held a high position in the Tianma sect, at least at the level of a secluded elder. If he had to be taken as a direct disciple, she would be a good choice. Wait. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Ning Chen immediately realized something was wrong. If he really became the female demonist's direct disciple, wouldn't that make him a disciple who defiles his master? The disciples of the Tianma sect were divided into outer, inner, true, direct, and chief. Ning Chen suddenly grew curious. Peak Master, what are the requirements to become the chief disciple? Chief disciple. Gu Xian was taken aback, then said, the chief disciple is usually a direct disciple of the sect master. As for the requirement, at your age your cultivation must at least reach the peak of the myriad manifestation realm. Peak of the myriad manifestation realm. Ning Chen drew a sharp breath. The sect master was indeed an emperor-level powerhouse. This requirement was simply too high. It seems getting guidance from the sect master is not an easy matter. Ning Chen shook his head. It's not just difficult. It's as hard as ascending to heaven. That's an emperor-level powerhouse, and the sect master oversees the entire Tianma sect. How could he have time to guide disciples? Gu Xian shook his head slightly. All right, we've drifted off topic. I called you here to discuss the demon burial ground. Originally, each peak would hold a selection to determine its strongest disciple to participate. But as you know, with the state of our Zhanxing Peak, no other disciple would be a match for you. So there's no need for a contest. It would simply waste time. Thus, for this demon burial ground, you will represent our Zhanxing Peak. Yes, Peak Master. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Thinking of the many clients in the demon burial ground, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. All right, you may leave now. Yes. Returning to his small courtyard, Ning Chen eagerly took out the burial god coffin. With its third layer unlocked, the entire coffin had undergone a noticeable change. From its previous pitch-black appearance, now a crimson glow flickered across the wood. He then began to learn the new burial divine ability. As a sharp pain shot through his mind, the introduction panel for the new ability appeared before him. Ning Chen looked at it. He quickly understood the general idea of the burial god domain. It would help him grow through trials in the early stage and later become a means to confront enemies. Let's try it. Ning Chen murmured, then activated the burial god domain. Soon ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and his vision began to change, as if he had entered a wondrous realm. Is this the burial god domain? Ning Chen looked around curiously, but soon his expression suddenly changed. Why is she here? Before his eyes, a familiar figure in a red dress appeared. Isn't that the female demoness? Tianma sect. That night the stars were sparse and the moon bright. Gu Xian, Peak Master, what business does the emperor have with me? Within the main hall, Luo Shangwu sat upon the high throne, gazing indifferently at the elder who had come to report. Reporting to the sect leader. Gu Xian bowed, then spoke with reverence. This old man has come again regarding the matter of Ning Chen, the inner disciple of my Zhanxing Peak. Hearing that familiar name, Luo Shangwu's delicate brows knit slightly. Recalling how this fellow had dared to say such words to her a few days ago, the coldness in her eyes grew even more intense. That fellow was becoming bolder by the day. If it were anyone else, be it a mere inner disciple, or even a grand emperor of the same realm, she would never show mercy. But Ning Chen alone. Not only because the two had shared a marital bond, but more, because this fellow had cultivated the supreme demonic art, the Yang technique. At the same time, Gu Xian suddenly felt the temperature in the hall drop sharply. What is happening? Is the sect leader displeased? Because this old man mentioned Ning Chen's name. That shouldn't be the case. How could that brat Ning Chen have a chance to anger the sect leader? After all, the sect leader had always been cold and distant. Gu Xian dismissed the thought and continued speaking about Ning Chen. That little fellow Ning Chen has broken through to the sea-breaking realm. As he uttered these words, Gu Xian observed the sect leader's expression, hoping to catch a flicker of emotion on her face. Yet Luo Shangwu remained an ice-cold beauty, showing not a trace of emotion. Sect leader, that Ning Chen lad has advanced from the Dao initiation realm to the sea-breaking realm in just a few months. Is such talent not monstrous? Gu Xian tried to press further. After all, Ning Chen's talent was not lacking. Barely passable, mediocre at best. In the great hall, Luo Shangwu said coldly. Gu Xian. As expected of the sect leader, her standards were truly high. Sect leader, this old man means to ask, should we bring Ning Chen to meet the secluded elders? Perhaps they might take a liking to him and accept him as a true disciple. As for this, before Luo Shangwu could finish, suddenly she frowned slightly, as if glancing around her. Enough. Let the matter rest for now. You may withdraw. Yes. After Gu Xian left, Luo Shangwu then looked around, faintly sensing a spatial fluctuation. She hesitated. Then she extended her slender jade-like finger and pointed toward the spot where the rippling spatial waves appeared. The next moment, spatial energy began to gather around her exquisite body. She did not resist, but rather wished to see where this spatial fluctuation led. Soon her figure appeared within a blood-colored space. This place is. As a Grand Emperor, Luo Shangwu had never seen such a peculiar space. What astonished her even more was that the flow of time here seemed to have slowed down. But suddenly, Luo Shangwu paused, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she looked ahead. Because ahead of her stood a young man in a dark robe with handsome features who was also staring at her in equal astonishment. Senior, how did you get here? How did you get here? The two spoke almost in unison. Ning Chen was even more bewildered. Wasn't this the burial god domain activated by his own burial art divine ability? How could the female demon also be here? Is this reasonable? Ning Chen pondered deeply, trying to figure out where the error lay. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Could it be? Because of the first drop of blood from the female demon. Thus it had created a connection between her and the burial god coffin. When he activated the burial art divine ability, the burial god domain, it would also pull the female demon in. Senior, this place is. Ning Chen hurried forward, deciding to pretend he knew nothing. In any case, he must not let the female demon discover that her entry into this burial god domain was related to him. Sure enough, when Ning Chen asked this, Luo Shangwu raised her eyes to look at him, then shook her head slightly, and said coldly, I don't know either. She finished speaking, then walked forward. Ning Chen quickly followed. This blood-colored space seemed to have no end. The two walked one after the other without any exchange. Luo Shangwu led the way, her lotus steps light and graceful, while Ning Chen trotted behind her, secretly admiring the undulating curves of her figure. Suddenly, Luo Shangwu, dressed in a red gown, seemed to sense someone's gaze behind her and stopped. Ning Chen, engrossed in his appreciation, did not notice the female demon's sudden halt. Fortunately, he managed to rein in his body just in time, otherwise he would have bumped into her. If he had collided, he would surely have earned another palm strike from the female demon. Senior, what's wrong? Did you find something? Ning Chen looked over and asked. You walk in front. Luo Shangwu said indifferently. Me walk in front. Ning Chen was taken aback, then shook his head repeatedly. Senior, with great power comes great responsibility. I have no power, so I have no responsibility. It's better if you lead the way, Senior. Don't misunderstand. He was a proper person. He did not want to walk behind to admire the female demon's graceful figure. It was simply that though this domain was his own creation, its interior was unknown. It was safer for the female demon to go first. Seeing his refusal, Luo Shangwu cast a cold glance at Ning Chen without a word. Then she turned and continued walking forward. Ning Chen chuckled softly and trotted after her. But suddenly, when he looked up at the red-dressed silhouette ahead, he found it seemed shrouded in a blur of chaos, making it utterly indistinct and hazy. Ning Chen. Stingy woman, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Ning Chen muttered under his breath. What did you say? Ahead. Luo Shangwu's icy gaze turned back. Cough. Nothing. Ning Chen cleared his throat softly. Humph. Luo Shangwu then withdrew her cold stare. Watching the female demon's figure become blurred, Ning Chen frowned and muttered in confusion, why does this technique feel familiar? Boom. Just then, suddenly, within the space, a bizarre blood shadow appeared out of nowhere and lunged fiercely at Luo Shangwu, who was walking in front. Seeing this, Ning Chen quickly shouted a warning. Senior, be careful. The warning itself seemed useless. Of course, Ning Chen knew the female demon could react in time. After all, even he could react. How could the female demon, whose strength was immeasurably greater than his, fail to do so? Yet the outcome of offering a warning versus remaining silent was entirely different. When the eerie blood shadow charged at Luo Shangwu, she had already reacted, raising her slender hand and delivering a seemingly effortless palm strike. In an instant, the blood shadow dissipated into nothingness. Watching the vanished shadow, Luo Shangwu frowned, slightly lost in thought. Senior, are you all right? Ning Chen arrived a step behind. You underestimate me. Luo Shangwu raised her emotionless eyes to look at him, but then recalling his loud shout of caution just now, she found the fellow a little more tolerable. Just a little. Just a little. Just as Ning Chen was about to ask Luo Shangwu what those eerie blood shadows were, several blood shadows suddenly materialized in the surrounding space and surged toward the two of them. Senior, here we go again. But before Ning Chen could say another word, suddenly a pale, slender foot emerged from beneath Luo Shangwu's crimson dress, and she kicked him squarely in the backside. The unexpected force sent him hurtling straight toward those bizarre blood shadows. Ning Chen cursed the female demon under his breath, but with no room to dodge, he drew Zongjue. As a cold gleam flashed across his blade, he stepped forward and charged headlong into the fray. In an instant, Zongjue slammed down upon one of the eerie blood shadows. This is sea-breaking realm. Sensing the aura of the blood shadow, Ning Chen frowned. Could this be the trial the Zongshan domain had prepared for him? Then taking a deep breath, a wisp of crimson light flickered across Zongjue in his hand, and the already razor-sharp blade became even keener. In a single stroke it cleaved the blood shadow in two, and its form instantly dissolved. As the blood shadow dispersed, Ning Chen could clearly feel a surge of dense spiritual energy flooding into his dantian, while the shadow itself transformed into a stream of burial qi and vanished. What is this? In the Zongshan domain, slaying enemies grants cultivation breakthroughs. Ning Chen paused, then realized why the trial could help him grow stronger. It was precisely this mechanism. No wonder the female demon had suddenly shoved him forward. She must have discovered this after vanquishing a blood shadow herself. After all, the meager sea-breaking realm cultivation refund would be useless to her. Once he understood this, Ning Chen's motivation surged. Golden spiritual sea energy churned within his dantian, and a golden aura shimmered across his body as he gripped Zongjue and charged toward the remaining blood shadows. Meanwhile, Luo Shangwu stood aside, arms crossed beneath her proud bosom, watching with quiet contemplation. After a moment, as the remaining blood shadows were slain by Ning Chen, their essence dissolved into spiritual energy and flowed back into his dantian. I never expected slaying these blood shadows would yield such rewards. Senior, would you like to give it a try? Ning Chen rested Zongjue on his shoulder and approached Luo Shangwu with a grin. These blood shadows are far too weak to be of any use to me, Luo Shangwu replied coldly. Is that so? Then it seems this advantage falls entirely to me. Ning Chen smiled knowingly. He fully understood why the blood shadows were ineffective against the female demon. After all, this was his Zongshan domain, and the trials within were calibrated to his own cultivation level. So this place is practically tailor-made for you, Luo Shangwu said, her luminous eyes settling on Ning Chen. Ahem, is that so? Ning Chen cleared his throat, realizing the female demon was far from foolish. Luo Shangwu remained silent, her gaze quietly fixed upon him. Under her steady stare, Ning Chen grew visibly uncomfortable. He coughed and said, Senior, even if I am strikingly handsome, beyond mere words to describe, you really don't need to keep staring at me. Humph. At this, Luo Shangwu finally averted her gaze and let out a cold snort. Then in a detached tone she said, follow me. The blood shadows in this area have all dispersed. From then on, Ning Chen followed the female demon through the Zongshan domain, hunting for trial blood shadows. With such a powerful figure leading the way, his only task was to slay enemies and absorb their cultivation. A far more convenient arrangement than searching on his own. The female demon stayed by his side, studying the peculiar space around them. Aside from the cultivation refund mechanic, Luo Shangwu discovered that time flowed much more slowly here than she had anticipated, making it an ideal location for her cultivation. This would undoubtedly aid her in advancing further. Though she had already reached the peak, no one ever refused the chance to grow stronger. This mysterious space proved beneficial for both her and Ning Chen, though they had yet to determine how many external days equaled one day within the domain. Senior. After dispatching another trial blood shadow with a shovel strike and absorbing the refunded spiritual energy, Ning Chen turned to the crimson-dressed figure seated cross-legged nearby. I've just had a bold idea. Put those bold ideas away. Luo Shangwu opened her luminous eyes and cast him a casual glance. I possess formidable cultivation. Ning Chen. Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm a respectable man. He touched his nose and explained. Luo Shangwu regarded him with an expressionless stare, as if to say, respectable. Please. Senior, since time flows so much slower here compared to the outside world, I was hoping you could teach me how to cultivate. Ning Chen scampered over to Luo Shangwu, who remained seated cross-legged, and spoke with a grave expression. After all, with the female demon's immense strength guiding him, his cultivation path would surely be flawless. He had to cling to this powerful ally. Free benefits must be seized firmly. Reasons, Luo Shangwu said, glancing at him. Without hesitation, Ning Chen blurted out, Senior, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. You've seen many women. The female demon cut him off with an unexpected question. Ning Chen. Fine. If this is how you want to play. Crash. The next moment, Ning Chen was sent flying. He rubbed his backside and climbed back to his feet. He finally understood dealing with the female demon required straightforwardness, for she was nothing like ordinary women and had no patience for flattery. He approached again, this time with a serious expression. Senior, you are incredibly powerful. I want to become strong. Hearing this, Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes finally fixed upon him. You want to freeload off me? Well, Ning Chen hesitated. When you say freeload, do you mean martial arts, or something else? Ning Chen was unsurprisingly blasted away again. He rubbed his backside, picked himself up, and muttered, a body was meant to be enjoyed for free. Not far away, the demoness cast a cold gaze. What did you say? Ahem. I said nothing. Ning Chen coughed dryly. Luo Shangwu gave a cold snort, flicked her hair, and walked forward with graceful steps. Looks like it's hopeless, Ning Chen sighed regretfully. Just then the red-dressed figure walking ahead suddenly stopped. She turned around, looked at Ning Chen, and said calmly, "Do you want to learn or not?" Ning Chen was stunned for a moment, then a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes, and he eagerly followed her. "I do, of course I do. Free martial arts. Only a fool would refuse." After Ning Chen caught up, they continued walking. "May I ask what skill you intend to teach me, senior?" Seeing Luo Shangwu stop, Ning Chen immediately rubbed his hands together and looked at her expectantly. "What do you want to learn? Whatever you teach, I'll learn. I'm not picky. Is that so?" Luo Shangwu said indifferently. "How about the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra?" "Ahem. Senior, this isn't quite appropriate, is it?" Ning Chen's handsome face darkened. "Is this something a man like me should learn? Senior, perhaps choose another. Then how about the Sunflower Manual?" Ning Chen. "Humph. Men's words truly cannot be trusted." Luo Shangwu gave a cold snort, then a sword glinting with cold light materialized in her hand. "In that case, I will teach you." But before she could finish her words, suddenly a spatial fluctuation appeared on her body, and the next moment she vanished. Has the burial god domain's time expired? Watching the demonist suddenly disappear before him, Ning Chen was taken aback. Then the space around him also shifted, and he found himself back in his own courtyard. "At least let me know what she intended to teach me, even if just 1 second later." Ning Chen shook his head helplessly. It seemed he could only wait for the next time the burial god domain opened. Although the demonist might appear unpredictably, she likely had no time, or from the way she always left in a hurry, she was probably very busy. And the time flow inside the burial god domain was different, which conveniently didn't waste her time. "Let me check when the burial god domain will open next," Ning Chen murmured. He opened his interface. "Burial Divine Art Burial God Domain cooldown 7 days, 7 days, huh?" Ning Chen withdrew his gaze. He would have to wait 7 days for the demonist to teach him again. Then he put away the burial god coffin and continued cultivating. Heavenly Demon Hall. Luo Shangwu returned to the Great Hall. She glanced at the sky and murmured, 6 hours in that space equals half an hour in the outside world. Not a bad place for cultivation. This way, perhaps in 2 years, with his own talent and her guidance, that fellow could cultivate the supreme demon art yang technique to the 5th realm. Ning Chen. I hope you do not disappoint this emperor. Until dawn. Ning Chen only then ended his cultivation. After the trial in the burial god domain and a night of hard training, his cultivation had improved, breaking through to the 2-star sea-breaking realm. Then he stepped out of the courtyard, circulated his spiritual energy, and directly walked on air. Once one reached the sea-breaking realm, the most convenient thing was travel. No need to walk on legs, one could fly by treading on air. But the demonist's way is still faster. Ning Chen flew through the air, thinking of the demonist stepping through the void was both fast and safe. He wondered what realm one needed to reach to master such an incredible ability. He pondered this. Soon he flew from the mountain foot to the mid-slope of Zongxing Peak, where the Zongxing disciples handled client handovers. At that moment, a dense crowd of disciples had gathered there. "My, what's going on?" Ning Chen frowned and descended. Zongxing Peak was usually lifeless. This was the first time he had seen so many Zongxing disciples gathered together. Boom. Just as Ning Chen was descending, a terrifying death aura suddenly burst out from the square, followed by an elderly figure spitting blood as he flew backward. "My, elder son." When he saw the figure spitting blood and flying backward, Ning Chen's expression changed, and he quickly dashed over. "Below. What's going on? Even elder son is no match for this death grudge. Then what do we do?" "Quick. Go inform the Peak Master." Seeing elder son spitting blood and flying backward, the Zongxing disciples' faces turned pale, their eyes full of terror. Just then a figure in black robes came stepping through the sky, caught the flying elder son, and landed steadily on the ground. "Elder son, are you all right?" Ning Chen carefully set elder son down and asked with a frown. "Cough. It's Ning Chen, lad." Elder son coughed blood. When he recognized the newcomer, he hurriedly said, "Quick, go inform the Peak Master. A corpse's death energy has turned into a death grudge." "Death grudge?" Ning Chen was startled. He looked not far away. In the square, a corpse covered with a white cloth lay quietly on the ground. From its body, streams of pitch-black, deathly cold aura emanated, coalescing into a sinister black shadow, dozens of zhang tall. Wails and mournful cries were piercingly loud. A terrifying aura continuously radiated from it. It was said that if a person died with immense resentment, death energy would arise from the heart and transform into a death grudge whose strength would be even greater than the person's power in life. So it's a 5-star sea-breaking realm. No wonder elder son was no match. Elder son had only broken through to 1-star sea-breaking a few months ago and was still at that level. Edge. It's senior brother Ning. When the disciples recognized the figure in black robes, they were stunned. Then a glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes, and they quickly called out to him. "Senior brother Ning, quickly go inform the Peak Master. You're a sea-breaking cultivator who can fly definitely faster than us running. Lad Ning, go quickly." This old man can hold on for a while. Elder Sun struggled to get up. Elder Sun, rest and recover first, Ning Chen said with a smile as he gently set him down. Then he slowly walked toward the death grudge, shaking his head as he said, "It's too late to inform the Peak Master now. But no matter, I'll handle it." "You?" Elder Sun was taken aback. He quickly urged, "Lad Ning, you only broke through to sea breaking a few days ago. You're no match for that death grudge." Elder Sun, rest assured. "Don't forget," he said, "I'm a funeral escort. A dead person belongs to my jurisdiction." Ning Chen smiled as he walked forward, and a new object appeared in his hand. That was a pitch-black swana. "I will be the one to bury it." As his voice fell, Ning Chen's aura suddenly surged. "What a—" Ning Chen, lad, broke through again. At that moment, Elder Sun's expression was extremely colorful. With a roar, as Ning Chen approached the death grudge of several dozen zhang, the ferocious dark apparition let out a howl, and threads of death energy around it condensed into black blades that shot violently toward Ning Chen. "Senior brother Ning, be careful." Seeing this, the disciples of Zhangxing Peak changed their expressions and immediately called out. But Ning Chen remained impassive, activating the ghost step. Now that he had advanced to the sea-breaking realm, he could tread upon the void. His movement had become even more uncanny. With a single step, he easily dodged and leaped into the air. "Elder, do not worry, I will bury you now." As the words fell, the netherworld swana in Ning Chen's hand flashed with a black light, and he raised it to his lips. "My, is that a swana?" At the sight, Elder Sun and the disciples of Zhangxing Peak were taken aback, wondering what Ning Chen intended. Above the sky, Ning Chen trod the void, his gaze fixed on the death grudge that was fully 10 zhang in size. As he blew the black swana, the power of the music path, filled with boundless lament, surged forth. The burial anthem of heaven and earth. The first movement, the eternal pacification requiem, resounded across Zhangxing Peak. Buzz buzz. The funeral song rang out, and all were sorrowful. For a moment, shock flickered in the eyes of Elder Sun and all the disciples of Zhangxing Peak. Within Ning Chen's swana melody, they felt a mournful wail rising from the depths of their hearts. Look quickly, behind senior brother Ning." "What is that?" At that moment, a disciple of Zhangxing Peak shrieked in alarm. Everyone turned to look, and their faces changed dramatically. As the swana continued to sound, the sky behind Ning Chen seemed to darken as heaven and earth changed color. Innumerable strands of music path power converged, forming an immense pitch-black object in the sky. Their pupils contracted. That was a coffin. Could senior brother Ning's swana sound have stirred a resonance between heaven and earth, causing such a celestial phenomenon? Is this even reasonable? Elder Sun, senior brother Ning. This. The disciples of Zhangxing Peak were shaken, staring in disbelief at Elder Sun. Elder Sun was equally horrified, with no time to pay attention to them. Meanwhile, as the swana sound continued to ring out, invisible chains appeared around the death grudge of several dozen zhang, binding its body tightly. No matter how it struggled, it remained utterly still. At this moment, as the black coffin vision appeared in the sky, Ning Chen stopped playing the swana. He fixed his gaze on the death grudge and softly uttered one word. "Seal." Boom. The next moment, as Ning Chen's words fell, the black coffin in the sky descended upon the death grudge to seal it. The celestial phenomenon then dissipated. Ning Chen put away the netherworld swana, descended to the corpse covered with a white cloth, and lifted it in his arms, heading toward the rear mountains of Zhangxing Peak. For a moment, Elder Sun and the disciples were rooted to the spot. It took a while before they snapped out of their shock and hurriedly followed. When they arrived, the elder who had spawned the death grudge had already been buried, leaving only 3 reincarnation candles flickering in the wind on the small mound. "Senior brother Ning is so strong." This was the only thought in their minds as they watched the black-robed youth shouldering a shovel before the mound. Elder Su of the outer sect of Tianma Peak, whose strength at the sea-breaking realm was 3 stars. No wonder the death grudge he spawned was so powerful. At this moment, Ning Chen had already buried him. The burial blood energy surged into the burial god coffin, and spiritual energy replenished his own dantian. His cultivation, which he had just broken through this morning, had advanced a little further. At this moment, he was operating the Eye of Rebirth to inspect his client's information. My demonic sect uprising. Attempting to coerce the throne. When Ning Chen saw Elder Su's final wish, he was momentarily stunned. It seemed the demonic sects of the Tianling realm were beset by internal strife and external threats, having to fend off attacks from the Righteous Alliance, while guarding against the foolish blunders of incompetent allies. At such a critical time, instead of uniting against the righteous path, they were indulging in internal conflict. And as the leader of the demonic sects in the Tianling realm, the Tianma sect would naturally not idly watch the uprising. Given the brutal nature of the Tianma sect's leader, he would likely suppress it with force. By then many would likely die. If possible, I should follow the demonic sects to the site of the uprising. Ning Chen had already made a secret plan. Then he ceased the Eye of Rebirth, and before him appeared a panel visible only to himself. Mysterious grade, mid-tier martial art, heavenly demon mystic palm. This was the effect after unlocking the third level of the burial god coffin, allowing him to randomly comprehend a martial art or technique mastered by his client. After burying Elder Su, Ning Chen proceeded to choose another client under the gaze of the surrounding disciples, continuing his burial work. Meanwhile, in the heavenly demon hall, Luo Shangwu, dressed in a red gown, sat on the high throne listening to the reports of the 7 peak masters about the affairs of the Tianma sect. But suddenly, boom, a thunderous sound rang out. Everyone in the hall heard the sound of a swana. My, what is that noise? The 7 peak masters were all startled. The direction of this commotion seems to be my Zongxing Peak. Gu Xian frowned. Could it be that while he was away at a meeting his home was being ransacked? Without hesitation, he waved his hand and produced an ancient bronze mirror, aiming it toward Zongxing Peak. Soon an image appeared within the hall. In the image, a young man in black robes played a funeral song summoning a celestial phenomenon with a coffin sealing the death grudge. This is the kid Ning Chen. He caused a celestial phenomenon. Gu Xian's expression turned astounded. This aura is Sea-breaking realm 2 stars. The heavenly demon peak master's face changed, dramatically shocked. Gu Xian, how did that little fellow from your Zongxing Peak cultivate? It's only been a short while since the inner sect assessment ended, and he has already advanced to the sea-breaking realm. The other 5 peak masters were also extremely envious. Gu Xian had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Well, isn't that because I taught him well? Gu Xian stroked his beard and said proudly, even though he had done nothing, that didn't stop him from showing off in front of the heavenly demon peak master. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Their expressions changed as they remembered that the sect leader was still present, and they immediately fell silent. Luo Shangwu moved her beautiful eyes away from the image, then with a wave of her jade hand, she closed the image on Gu Xian's bronze mirror and said coldly, "Have you all come here with nothing to report?" Reporting to the sect leader. When they heard Luo Shangwu's icy words, the 7 peak lords within the great hall quickly reported one after another. "Sect leader, I have another matter." At this moment, after the other peak lords had finished speaking, the Tianma peak lord with a grave expression bowed to Luo Shangwu. "What is it?" Luo Shangwu's cold eyes fell upon him. Elder Su, who guards the Futu Demon Valley, returned to the sect severely wounded and brought a message. The Tianma peak lord said with a solemn expression. "What message?" Even the peak lords of the other 6 peaks, including Gu Xian, were startled. Although he knew that Elder Su had died of his wounds and was sent to Burial Peak, he was not clear about the message. Looking at the cold gaze of the sect leader on the high seat and the looks of Gu Xian and others, the Tianma peak lord said in a deep voice, Elder Su said that the Demon Valley has undergone a great change. The 3 major demon sects intend to force a confrontation. What? Force a confrontation? How dare they? As these words were spoken, Gu Xian and the others changed expression, a flash of anger in their eyes. Are they fools? At this critical juncture, they still stir up a confrontation. Nowadays, the righteous path of the Tianling realm has long been eyeing the demonic sects covetously. Instead of banding together for warmth, these demonic forces are stabbing each other in the back. What benefit could that possibly bring them? In the great hall, Luo Shangwu remained calm and asked indifferently which 3 sects. The Shaying sect, the Songxing Cliff, and the Shuohuan cult. Gu Xian and the others quickly replied. If I remember correctly, these 3 demon sects have at most 3 sages, the highest no more than half emperor. How dare they force a confrontation? Have they lost their minds? Gu Xian frowned. Even if the 3 of them join forces, they are no match for a single move from the sect leader. Where do they get their confidence? Indeed, the several peak lords also frowned. When things are abnormal, there must be a trick. The masters of the 3 demon sects have cultivated to the sage, or even half-emperor realm. They cannot be so foolish. The Tianma peak lord shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "There must be something suspicious about this. I suggest that the sect leader not act personally in the Futu Demon Valley matter. They are merely a few sages. We can have the seclusion elders handle it." Beside him, Gu Xian and the others also nodded in agreement. This clearly seemed like a trap waiting for Luo Shangwu to make a move. Either it targets Luo Shangwu, or it targets the Tianma sect without Luo Shangwu's presence. In the great hall, Luo Shangwu nodded slightly and said coldly, "This matter I will inform the Grand Elder. The disturbance in Futu Demon Valley will be led by the Grand Elder himself, with the 7 peaks dispatching elders and elite disciples to jointly suppress the unrest." Yes, the 7 peak lords all bowed. The Grand Elder had been in seclusion for many years, and was already a half-emperor powerhouse, more than enough to suppress the Futu Demon Valley disturbance. You may withdraw. Yes. Soon in the Great Hall the 7 Peak Lords all withdrew, each preparing to select elders and elite disciples to accompany the Grand Elder of the Tianma sect to suppress the unrest in Futu Demon Valley. Gu Xian left the main hall and immediately flew towards Burial Peak in eager anticipation. That kid Ning Chen's strength has improved again. And what about the coffin that appeared in the celestial phenomenon? When he flew back to Burial Peak, he quickly found Ning Chen, who was burying someone in the back mountain. Ning lad. Gu Xian smiled and walked briskly towards Ning Chen. Peak Lord. Today. Ning Chen stopped his work and was about to tell Gu Xian about what happened today, but Gu Xian raised his hand to interrupt him. No need to say it. We all saw it. Gu Xian said with a chuckle. We. Ning Chen was stunned. Yes. The other 6 Peak Lords and the sect leader all saw it. Gu Xian replied with a smile. Even the sect leader saw it. Ning Chen frowned. He still held reverence for the Tianma sect leader. After all, she was a great emperor. However, his own techniques were given by the Demoness, so he didn't have to worry about being suspected of unclear origins. After all, the Demoness was also a member of the Tianma sect. That celestial phenomenon, that phantom coffin. Tisk, you have no idea how envious that old man Tianma Peak Lord was when he saw it, huh? Gu Xian stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. You did well, lad. Peak Lord overpraises me. I just comprehended it unintentionally. Ning Chen smiled lightly. There's no exaggeration at all. Burying someone causing a celestial phenomenon. That's utterly unheard of. Gu Xian shook his head. Then he said mysteriously, Ning Chen lad, there's a burial business. Do you want to take it? Oh. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and he immediately became interested. Peak Lord, please speak. It's like this. Thereupon Gu Xian recounted the events in Futu Demon Valley to Ning Chen. So our burial peak will be led by you, lad. After all, the only one on Burial Peak who could compare with the elite disciples of the other 6 peaks was Ning Chen. Hearing this, Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. He had just seen the matter of Futu Demon Valley in Elder Su's dying thoughts, and before he could figure out how to bring it up to Gu Xian had brought it up himself. All right. Then Peak Lord, when do we depart? At this moment Ning Chen was eager. He could almost see a crowd of clients in Futu Demon Valley waving at him. Come get buried, good sir. It just so happens that the Demon Burial Ground trial is about to open soon. He must hurry to improve his cultivation so as not to fall too far behind the true disciples of the other peaks. We should depart tomorrow, Gu Xian said solemnly. All right. Ning Chen nodded in agreement. Then he would need to prepare today. First, stock up more rebirth candles. Night. After burying people all day, Master Ning returned to his small courtyard. Senior, you're here again. He pushed open the courtyard gate. He saw the Demoness in a red dress sitting leisurely in his courtyard sipping tea. By now Ning Chen was no longer surprised by this scene. He strongly suspected that the Demoness, tired from handling some Tianma sect affairs, came to his small courtyard to slack off and relax. He walked over, familiar with the routine, picked up the teapot, and gulped it down his throat, completely ignoring the Demoness' cold gaze fixed on him. The Demoness tea was no ordinary tea. Better to drink first as a gesture of respect. Senior, this tea is a bit bitter. Ning Chen savored it and frowned. You're complaining. Luo Shangwu held the teacup, took a light sip, and gave Ning Chen an indifferent glance. Also this tea, the weaker your kidneys, the more bitter it tastes. Ning Chen. This tea is really sweet, senior. He gave an awkward laugh. Suddenly he felt a scorching heat surge from his dantian. Senior, what did you give me to drink? It's hot. It's merely ordinary tea. Luo Shangwu swirled the tea in her hand, speaking indifferently. Are you certain? Ning Chen refused to believe it. At this moment the golden spiritual sea within his dantian blazed like golden flames, burning ceaselessly. Luo Shangwu nodded slightly. Then what herbs were used to brew this tea? Ning Chen remained skeptical. Goji berries, morinda root, cornus fruit, cuscuta seeds, eukamia bark, epimedium. The Demoness' words were cut short by Ning Chen, whose mouth twitched uncontrollably. Stop. Isn't this just aphrodisiac medicine? Ning Chen was full of question marks. Just how little did this Demoness think of his indestructible kidneys? Perhaps. The Demoness said indifferently. What do you mean perhaps? This is clearly. Ning Chen's words came to an abrupt halt as he noticed the Demoness' benevolent gaze fixed upon him. Ahem. If Senior says perhaps, then perhaps it is. A real man knows when to bend. Then Senior, what should I do now? Ning Chen felt the scorching heat burning in his dantian. This tea was too nourishing. On his own he couldn't possibly digest such potent nourishment unless. His gaze fell upon the breathtakingly beautiful Luo Shangwu beside him. Refine it yourself through cultivation. Luo Shangwu said coldly. Senior, that's hardly fair. You lit the fire yet you refuse to put it out. Ning Chen muttered under his breath. Any objections? Luo Shangwu looked at him indifferently. Ning Chen said nothing, silently sitting down cross-legged. He then began circulating the supreme demon art. Since that's the case, Senior, if you won't help, don't blame me. Watching Ning Chen sit cross-legged circulating the supreme demon art to absorb the pure yang tea, satisfaction flickered in Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes. This way his constitution would be further strengthened. It would allow his talent to fully manifest. Suddenly, Luo Shangwu's brows furrowed slightly, as if sensing something. In her palm, the flame of the Desire Tribulation suddenly began to surge. What's happening? Why so fast? Confusion flickered in Luo Shangwu's eyes. No, that's not it. It's this guy. Suddenly, Luo Shangwu realized, her beautiful eyes instantly landing on the cross-legged Ning Chen, gritting her teeth. He wasn't absorbing the pure yang tea's medicinal effects. Rather, he was breaking through in the supreme demon art. This guy is clever. He had realized that every time his supreme demon art broke through, he could stir her Desire Tribulation, thereby taking control of it. Great success. Ning Chen opened his closed eyes and let out a light breath. After circulating his energy just now, the first realm of the supreme demon art, mortal transcendence, had reached great completion. Senior, is something wrong? He opened his eyes, smiling as he looked at the figure in the red dress. Luo Shangwu gritted her teeth, coldly staring at the one who knew perfectly well what was happening. Humph, it's nothing. I'm not feeling well, so I'll be going now. With that, she rose, supporting herself, and walked toward the courtyard exit. But then, the desire fire within her body grew ever more intense, her body suddenly going limp, tilting to the side. Fortunately, Ning Chen was quick, catching her slender waist. Senior, are you alright? His light laughter suddenly sounded. You let me go. Luo Shangwu leaned against Ning Chen's chest, inhaling his mature masculine scent. She felt the desire fire within her burning, ever hotter, glaring at him. As she spoke, she seemed to try to circulate her cultivation. Senior, the desire fire will burn your cultivation, so you'd better not do anything rash. Ning Chen said with a chuckle. You? Hearing this, Luo Shangwu gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected this guy to understand the Desire Tribulation so thoroughly. Senior, you seem to be caught in the tribulation. Don't worry, I'll help you. Ning Chen smiled, scooping Luo Shangwu up in his arms, then walked toward the room in the courtyard. Creak. The door closed tightly. For a time within the room, sounds of intimacy rose continuously. And so, they battled until dawn. Senior, do you believe me now? Ning Chen dressed himself, smiling at the demoness still on the bed. Without cultivation to support her, he had engaged the demoness in fierce battle and narrowly emerged victorious. Just barely passable. On the bed, Luo Shangwu pulled the blanket to cover herself, speaking coldly. Ning Chen was long accustomed to her stubbornness of her words. Haha. Senior, you rest for a while. I need to go. Ning Chen glanced at the sky and said to the demoness. The demoness said nothing, merely looking at Ning Chen. That gaze seemed to be looking at a heartless man who wouldn't acknowledge a woman after getting what he wanted. Ahem. Senior, you misunderstand. Ning Chen coughed dryly, quickly defending himself. I accepted a mission today, and I need to depart now. What mission? Senior, you know about the disturbance at Fudu Demon Valley, right? It's about that. Ning Chen explained. The demoness nodded slightly. Go ahead. Yes. Ning Chen nodded, gathered his prepared belongings, and headed toward Zongxing Peak. He's going to. Watching Ning Chen's retreating figure, Luo Shangwu rose the blanket, sliding off to reveal her flawless figure without a single excess trace of flesh. Then with a slight movement of her jade hand, a red dress covered the boundless scenery. Then with a single step, she vanished from sight. After leaving the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Ning Chen walked through the air toward the main hall atop Zongxing Peak. Along the way, recalling the frenzy of the previous night, he clicked his tongue, still savoring the lingering excitement. Last night should count as the first true victory over the demoness. A promising start. But no. Suddenly, Ning Chen frowned, sensing something amiss. By all logic, he was a righteous man, not one to be so immersed in matters of men and women. If he were truly a lecher, he would not have let that senior sister Qin go when she approached him initially. Strange. Then why was he so infatuated with the demoness? He simply could not restrain himself. Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Ning Chen. Could it be because of the supreme demon art? Thinking it over, that seemed highly likely. The demoness held an attraction for him, an attraction like yin and yang, inseparable. This supreme demon art couldn't be a dual cultivation technique, could it? Ning Chen murmured, deciding that the next time he battled the demoness for 300 rounds, he would try circulating the supreme demon art. Soon, Ning Chen arrived at the main hall atop Zongxing Peak. Before the hall, a dense crowd of Zongxing disciples was already waiting. Uproar in the Futu Demon Valley requires each peak to dispatch elite disciples to follow the Great Elder to suppress the unrest. As one of the 7 peaks, Zongxing Peak should contribute. However, for reasons well known, the sect leader decreed that Zongxing Peak need only send 10 disciples. Gu Xian looked at the sea of Zongxing disciples. Who was willing to volunteer? Silence. Among the crowd, no one spoke a word. As if joking, these Zongxing disciples barely managed to resist the death energy on a daily basis. If they had to fight demonic sect disciples, would that not be suicide? Seeing this, Gu Xian frowned and sighed inwardly. Peak Master. At that moment, from the sky, a figure in dark robes descended, landing before the crowd of disciples. It was Ning Chen. Ning Chen, my boy, you're here. Gu Xian smiled. Fortunately, Zongxing Peak had Ning Chen. Otherwise, the entire peak would be hopeless. Senior brother Ning. It's senior brother Ning Chen. When they saw the young man in dark robes descend from the sky, a flicker of fervent reverence shone in the eyes of the Zongxing disciples. Yesterday, senior brother Ning's funeral song that calmed spirits, causing celestial phenomena in the dark coffin to pacify souls, had stunned many of them. Wow, senior brother Ning is so handsome. I want to be his Tao partner and bear him a human child. In an instant, many female disciples of Zongxing Peak blushed, crossed their legs, and exclaimed, "Humph, handsome. He's only a tiny bit more handsome than me." The male disciples of Zongxing Peak pouted and snorted. Ning Chen, my boy, are you ready to head to the Demon Valley? Gu Xian chuckled and looked over. Ning Chen nodded slightly. Peak Master senior brother Ning is going to Futu Demon Valley. When they heard that Ning Chen was also going to Futu Demon Valley, many Zongxing disciples were taken aback and looked over. Of course, Ning Chen will be the team leader for Zongxing Peak this time. Gu Xian nodded slightly. Senior brother Ning is the team leader for the Zongxing Peak Demon Valley mission. Then I'll go. I'll go too. And me. When they heard that Ning Chen would be the team leader, the Zongxing disciples who had been shrinking their heads afraid of being named by Gu Xian now volunteered instead. Gu Xian. Seeing this, he shook his head helplessly. It seemed his authority on Zongxing Peak was lesser than Ning Chen's. Then among the volunteers, he selected 9 disciples who looked decent enough. After finishing, Gu Xian looked at them and said, "All right, Ning Chen, and you all follow me." "Yes, Peak Master." Soon, led by Gu Xian, the group arrived at the training square of Tianma Peak. It was already packed with elite disciples from all peaks. When Gu Xian arrived, he immediately nodded at the Tianma Peak Master not far away. The latter understood. He stepped forward and looked at the crowd. "The 3 great demon sects intend to pressure us. As the leader of the demonic path, our Tianma sect will not allow such insolence. This time, the great elder himself will lead the team to suppress the 3 demon sects." With that, the Tianma Peak Master paused and bowed toward the main hall of Tianma Peak. "Please, great elder, appear." As his words fell, the space above the Tianma sect's main hall tore open, and an aged figure slowly stepped out from the void, appearing before the Tianma sect members. As he walked out step by step, a terrifying imperial might radiated from him. So this is a half-emperor. Such a fearsome aura. Ning Chen's eyes fixed seriously on the white-robed elder. On the way here, Gu Xian had told them that the great elder, who had been a half-emperor for many years, would lead the suppression of the 3 demon sects uprising. "Great elder, you have been in seclusion for a full century. Have you fully touched the threshold of the emperor realm?" The Tianma Peak Master immediately asked, looking over. If the great elder could break through to the emperor realm after a century of seclusion, then the Tianma sect would gain another emperor realm powerhouse. As for that, the great elder coughed lightly. "Do you think the emperor realm is so easy to break through? Do you think everyone is like the sect leader who broke through from half-emperor to emperor in just half a year? For 100 years I've been in seclusion reading various ancient texts, yet I still find it difficult to break through." The great elder shook his head slightly, stepping out of the void, but before he could finish, suddenly something fell from his sleeve and dropped downward. With a clatter, it landed at Ning Chen's feet. Ning Chen instinctively looked down, and his pupils contracted. It was a book. An illustration of a scantily clad woman was on the cover. The title read, 3 large characters, The Art of Seduction. The next moment, a dry cough sounded in his ear. Then the great elder instantly appeared before him and quietly picked up the fallen book without a sound. "Ning Chen, wait. What did the great elder just say?" For 100 years he had read various ancient texts. Could those ancient texts be the art of seduction? "All right, the peak masters will assign the tasks, and then we'll set off." The great elder glanced at Ning Chen below, muttering to himself, "The boy didn't see that, did he?" "Yes, great elder." The 7 peak masters took the order, turned, and began assigning tasks to their elite disciples. Zongxing Peak's task was simple. They only needed to handle logistics, which in this case meant a one-stop service of burial and interment. After a few dozen minutes, when each peak had finished assigning tasks, the great elder finally looked at the crowd. "Let's go." Yes. Within the Tianma sect, a sea of cultivators prepared to depart. Ning Chen led the Zongxing Peak disciples and followed the group. But suddenly he spotted a familiar figure in a red dress near the Tianma Hall. He quietly waved at her, mouthing the word "senior." Before the heavenly demon hall, Sect leader, everything has been arranged. The Grand Elder has departed. The Heavenly Demon Peak Master arrived with the 6 other Peak Masters to report, bowing respectfully to the red-dressed figure before the main hall. Luo Shangwu gave a slight nod intending to add a few more instructions. But suddenly she spotted a young man in black robes waving cheerfully at her from afar, his lips moving, as if saying, "Senior, I'm off then." This guy. Luo Shangwu was about to nod in response, but suddenly remembered that this fellow had dared to do such a thing to her the night before, and instantly lost all desire to give him a friendly reception. She let out a cold snort. In an instant, the several Peak Masters trembled, sensing the sudden chill radiating from their sect leader, their faces filled with confusion. What was going on? Who had upset the sect leader? Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's gaze fell upon Ning Chen in the crowd, his brow furrowed with worry. In the Heavenly Demon cult, he had cultivated the persona of a man who only studied the classics, but that treasured collection of cultivation manuals he had guarded for years had fallen near that guy's feet. Had he seen it? If that were truly the case, he would have to make that boy lose his memory. His refined image must not be ruined. But suddenly, the Grand Elder noticed the young man waving at someone not far away as if greeting them. HM. Who is this kid greeting? The Grand Elder frowned, then followed Ning Chen's gaze. The next moment, a red-dressed figure came into view. That was the sect leader. The Grand Elder's heart lurched, his eyes wide with disbelief. That kid was greeting the sect leader. What was his relationship with the sect leader? Just as the Grand Elder's mind churned with turmoil, Ning Chen withdrew his hand with a wry smile. It seemed the female demon still harbored resentment over last night's incident, even though she was the one who started it. Ning Chen shook his head and quickly fell in behind the main force with the Burial Peak disciples. The Fu-Tu Demon Valley. This was once a border territory of the Heavenly Demon cult, once guarded by thousands of its cultivators. But after the 3 major demonic sects invaded, the Fu-Tu Demon Valley had become a scene of bloodshed. Deep within the Demon Valley, in a secret chamber, 3 figures stood. They were the masters of the 3 great demonic factions, the Sha-Ing sect, the Sang Xian Cliff, and the Blood Soul cult. The 3 were currently discussing matters. Blood Soul, has your grand formation been properly arranged? This concerns the lives and deaths of all 3 of us. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at the blood-clad elder and asked earnestly. Sha-Ing sect master, rest assured. Blood Soul's voice was raspy, brimming with confidence. Once my corpse soul formation is activated, the 3 of US saints joining forces to ambush a half-emperor realm expert will be no problem. Those corpse souls are well hidden. Besides, who would suspect a pile of dead bodies, eh? The Sha-Ing sect master nodded, then frowned with concern. But what if the one coming is not a half-emperor, but an emperor realm expert? Or even that Heavenly Demon Empress? The Heavenly Demon Empress cannot come. The master of Sang Xian Cliff was a ravishing beauty with an enchanting figure. She shook her head slightly. Currently, all Emperor Realm and above elders of the Heavenly Demon cult are in death seclusion. Unless the sect faces annihilation, they will not easily emerge. This means the only one available within the Heavenly Demon cult is the Heavenly Demon Empress. She wouldn't dare act rashly. Moreover, if she dares to leave the Heavenly Demon cult, even half a step, wouldn't that play right into those guys' hands? Hearing the Sang Xian Cliff master's words, both Blood Soul and the Shadow Sha sect master found her reasoning sound. Buzz. Suddenly, the Shadow Sha sect master seemed to sense something and retrieved a communication stone from his storage ring. Immediately, on the communication stone, a white-haired elder's figure appeared. Clad in white robes that flowed ethereally, he gave off an approachable and amiable aura. How has everything progressed? Several pairs of eyes turned toward him. Everything has been arranged. If the Heavenly Demon Empress leaves the Heavenly Demon cult, we will notify you. Good. A few days later, the Fu-Tu Demon Valley. One after another, demonic swords, dozens of Zhang Long, descended from the sky. The Heavenly Demon cult cultivators leaped down from their swords one by one. Only after everyone had dismounted did the Sword Demon Peak disciples retract their demonic swords. Ahead lies the blood-butchered Demon Valley. Everyone proceed according to your assigned peak's objectives. The Heavenly Demon cult Grand Elder glanced at the Demon Valley nearby and addressed the cultivators. Yes, Grand Elder. The cultivators nodded and began executing their respective peak assignments. Compared to the hundreds of members from the other peaks, the Burial Peak, including Ning Chen, numbered a mere 10. After all, the Burial Peak disciples were only suited for burying the dead. Expecting them to fight was practically impossible. At that moment, Ning Chen was leading the Burial Peak disciples toward the dense forest on the outskirts of the Fu-Tu Demon Valley. Senior brother Ning, where are we going? A junior female disciple of the Burial Peak looked at Ning Chen curiously. The others nearby also turned their gaze, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Senior brother Ning's deeds had already spread throughout the entire Burial Peak. All the burial disciples held their outstanding senior brother in deep esteem and admiration. To bury the dead. Cold light flashed in Ning Chen's hand as the burial absolute emerged. He hoisted it onto his back and said to the group, "When we landed at the outer reaches of this Futu Demon Valley, I already saw countless streams of crimson burial chi." Hearing this, the burial peak disciples had no objections. Old Xian had instructed them only to follow senior brother Ning to do as he said. And even without such orders they would have obediently followed him anyway. They each produced their burial shovels and trailed behind Ning Chen. Ning Chen, following the burial chi he could sense, headed deeper into the outskirts of the Futu Demon Valley. Soon, a massive column of burial chi nearly piercing the heavens in his eyes appeared before him. The forest ahead was filled with piles of corpses. Strange. Looking at the stacked corpses before him, a flicker of confusion passed through Ning Chen's eyes. Something felt off, but after pondering without result, he decided to simply begin the burial. Never mind. Bury first, ask questions later. He hoisted the burial absolute onto his shoulder and walked toward a pile of customers. But after a few steps he turned back. Grinning, he said to the burial peak disciples behind him, "The death energy here is dense and dangerous. You need not approach. Let me handle this alone." Hearing this, the burial peak disciples were deeply moved. Senior brother Ning was so kind. He was truly a ray of light in this demonic sect. After instructing all the burial peak disciples, Ning Chen swiftly carried Zhongju and made his way toward the pile of clients. As he buried several corpses, Ning Chen suddenly sensed something amiss. The burial chi of these clients was not complete. Compared to clients of the same level, the burial chi was significantly less, clearly indicating that these clients were missing something. Strange. Ning Chen furrowed his brow. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he activated the burial art ability, Eyes of Past Lives, to examine the lingering thoughts of these clients before their death. He saw that these were all disciples guarding the Futu Demon Valley for the Tianma sect. When the cultivators of the three demon sects suddenly attacked the Futu Demon Valley, they did not directly kill them, but instead severely wounded them, even crippling their cultivation. They were then brought together before an old man in a blood-red robe leaning on a skull staff. As a crimson gleam flashed from the eyes of the skull staff, these severely wounded disciples finally died. The vision of the past ended here. An old man in a blood-red robe leaning on a skull staff. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes flickered with confusion. Vaguely he heard a word from the blood-robed old man's mouth. Corpse soul. Corpse soul. Ning Chen murmured, repeating the word, yet he did not understand what use a corpse soul had. Never mind. Bury them first. Ning Chen shook his head, hoisted Zhongju, and began to bury them diligently. Regardless of what soul it was, bury them first and talk later. Soon, the large pile of corpses had turned into one small mound after another. One by one the rebirth candles were lit. As the flames flickered, Ning Chen still felt something was not quite right, so he took out the necromancer swana and played a soul-calming melody. How amazing! Senior brother Ning Chen's burial technique is absolutely perfect, not even a single bad review. A junior sister from Burial Peak exclaimed in admiration. Although senior brother Ning Chen's burial technique is indeed impressive. But, can this thing actually get bad reviews? A Burial Peak disciple twitched the corner of his mouth, somewhat puzzled. Of course, the junior sister said with a serious expression, nodding earnestly, and whispered, "Last time I didn't bury one properly, and then I dreamed that he questioned me, 'Why didn't you bury me properly? Why did you leave my feet outside? I'm so cold. So cold.'" Hearing this, the other Burial Peak disciples shivered, their faces turning pale, silently vowing to bury the next ones properly. "All right, let's go. Next location." At that moment, Ning Chen walked over with Zhongju on his shoulder and said to them. His eyes could still see plenty of burial chi. "Yes, senior brother Ning Chen." The few were about to follow him. "Wait." But just then Ning Chen suddenly sat down cross-legged. They cast curious glances. But the next moment, they saw an overwhelming aura burst forth from senior brother Ning Chen. Is senior brother Ning Chen breaking through? They were taken aback. At the same time, 3-star sea-breaking realm. Ning Chen lightly exhaled a turbid breath and slowly rose. After several days of cultivation and growing stronger through burying, his cultivation had once again advanced. A realm every few days, still a bit slow. Ning Chen murmured as he stood up, looking toward a place with burial chi. "Let's go." With that, he walked toward that spot. A realm every few days. Still a bit slow. The Burial Peak disciples' mouths twitched. Did senior brother Ning Chen really just say that? Shaking their heads and sighing that senior brother Ning Chen was truly monstrous, they followed. Boom! But just then, not far away, a thunderous roar echoed. Ning Chen and the others turned to look. That direction was the Futu Demon Valley. It seemed the Grand Elder had already begun leading the elites of the 6 peaks to attack the 3 sects within the Futu Demon Valley. Senior brother Ning, should we also join the main force? The Burial Peak junior sister glanced at him and quickly asked. No need. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. Our Burial Peak's task is to provide full funeral services. The battle has just begun, not many will die yet. There's no need to rush. Follow me. Yes, senior brother Ning. Futu Demon Valley. The sounds of slaughter rose and fell along with various martial arts and spiritual energy. The 6 peaks of the Tianma sect had already arrived, but everyone tried to keep their distance from a certain part of the sky, where 4 figures stood in the air confronting each other. Even a trace of their aura was enough to turn the faces of cultivators below pale. In the sky, the Grand Elder fixed his gaze on the 3 sect leaders of the demon sects. Then he sneered. I thought it was who? It's you 3 sects. 3 mere Saint Realm Peak experts, not even touching the threshold of Half-Emperor, and you dare to force a confrontation. Don't you think you're worthy? Never mind. I don't need to ask who your mastermind is. After I kill you, I will search your souls myself. Instantly, the Half-Emperor's pressure enveloped the entire sky, also falling upon the 3 figures of the Shadow Sect leader and the others. Oomph. Half-Emperor, that's all. One would think you old bastard had already ascended to the Emperor realm. The Shadow Sect leader snorted coldly. Today this saint will test whether the Half-Emperor is truly fearsome. As his voice fell, he glanced at Shui Hunzi and the Songshin Cliff Master beside him. The 3 exchanged glances, then dispersed, surrounding the Grand Elder in a triangular formation. Grand Elder, I hope you enjoy this special gift we 3 have prepared for you. Shui Hunzi's voice was hoarse as he laughed. Then the skull staff in his hand flashed with a fierce red light, like a pair of death's eyes glaring fixedly at the Grand Elder not far away. As his words faded, he suddenly slammed the staff heavily into the sky. Boom! In an instant, a towering blood-red light burst forth from the outskirts of the Futu Demon Valley, as if it intended to turn the entire valley into a cage. This corpse soul blood fiend array of mine has refined the entire Futu Demon Valley as its array core, trapping you within this cage. With the addition of 3 peak Saint Realm experts, even if you are a half-emperor, you will fall here today. Shui Hunzi's voice was hoarse as laughter cold. My corpse soul blood fiend array. You old bastard, you actually learned this forbidden technique. Hearing this, the Grand Elder frowned, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Oomph. Shui Hunzi's eyes flickered with arrogance. My corpse soul blood fiend array is airtight. But just then, before Shui Hunzi could finish, he suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with Shui Hunzi? The Shadow Sect leader and the Songshin Cliff Master frowned when they saw his expression. Shui Hunzi remained silent, simply staring ahead. Frowning, the 2 also looked. The next moment their expressions changed drastically. This is... When the corpse soul blood fiend formation of Shui Hunzi was activated, a pillar of blood light shot into the sky, forming a cage. They were stunned to discover that the cage was not airtight at all. It was leaking from every side. Originally, 4 streams of corpse soul blood aura should have risen from the outskirts of the Futu Demon Valley, forming the formation in the 4 cardinal directions to trap the Grand Elder of the Tianma sect. But now, only the eastern direction had a single stream of corpse soul blood aura shooting up. The other 3 directions showed no reaction at all. Completely empty. Shui Hunzi, where is your formation? The Shadow Sect leader frowned, his expression instantly turning grave. Though he had spoken boldly that a half-emperor was nothing to fear, that was based on the existence of Shui Hunzi's corpse soul blood fiend formation. But now, the formation was gone. Could it have been stolen? Not far away, the Grand Elder sneered. I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you're just unskilled. A half-baked corpse soul blood fiend formation wants to trap me. Ridiculous. You're talking nonsense. You're the unskilled one. The corpse soul blood fiend formation is the masterpiece of my entire life. Hearing this, Shui Hunzi immediately grew agitated and roared. Then he stubbornly tried to activate the formation again, but his fingers were nearly smoking from forming hand seals, yet the formation showed no fluctuation at all. Shui Hunzi, you couldn't possibly have. Beside him, even the Shadow Sect leader and the Heartbreak Cliff Lord cast strange glances at him. Impossible. My corpse soul blood fiend formation is flawless. There's no way any problem could arise. Even if there is a problem, it's not my fault. Shui Hunzi was extremely agitated. Then his skull staff suddenly shook. A scene emerged. Let me see what's going on. As his words fell, an image appeared. In the image, a young man in black robes appeared at the place where Shui Hunzi had carefully hidden the corpses. With a shovel glinting coldly in his hand, he was busily burying the meticulously refined corpse soul bodies, growing more and more enthusiastic. Shui Hunzi, Shadow Sect leader. Heartbreak Cliff Lord. What the hell? What is going on? Why could a mere disciple of the Tianma sect find the place where I carefully hid the corpse souls? And That corpse soul ground was thick with death energy. Even a Tai Su cultivator would have to think twice before entering, yet he was perfectly fine. Not only was he fine, he was attacking his corpse souls. Shuehunzi, what is this? The two stared at him in shock. Shuehunzi's mouth twitched. How the hell was he supposed to know? Who could have imagined that in this remote mountain forest a Tianma sect disciple would skip the battle and instead carry a shovel around burying people? This sneaky bastard. That little fellow. When the Grand Elder saw the vaguely familiar figure in the image, he was stunned. Wasn't this the kid who had greeted the sect leader? Could it be that the sect leader had sent him here for seeing this? Thinking of this, the Grand Elder's eyes grew brighter. The sect leader was truly formidable, and this kid was no simple character. Without this corpse soul blood fiend formation, let's see what tricks you three saints still have. As his words fell, the Grand Elder unleashed his surging half-emperor might, activated his demonic art, and charged at the three saints. Damn it. That kid, I want him dead. Shuehunzi's face was extremely ugly. A meticulously planned scheme had been ruined by a mere Tianma sect disciple. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. He immediately summoned a blood soul and sent it toward the young man in black. In an instant, the half-emperor's might erupted across the heavens. The three saints could only barely resist by joining forces. Meanwhile, Ning Chen was still burying people. Almost done. 2 more bodies, and this place will be finished too. He murmured. Suddenly, boom. A bloody intent suddenly struck from behind. In an instant, Ning Chen reacted, turning around and hurling the Zongjue, piercing through the bloody intent. Then he activated his supreme demonic art rapidly, drawing golden spiritual energy from his dantian through over 100 spiritual veins. In the next moment, his figure moved like a ghost, appearing instantly at the spot where the Zongjue had landed. He grasped the Zongjue demonic energy, surging from his hand, and struck the bloody intent with a palm. Heaven Demon Mystic Palm. Boom. In an instant, the bloody intent was slammed heavily into the ground, erupting with a thunderous roar. Senior Brother Ning. At the same time, several burial disciples nearby heard the noise and turned to come over. Don't come. Ning Chen shouted for them not to hinder him. Then, gripping the Zongjue, he looked at the bloody intent. It turned out to be a blood soul. So I've ruined someone's good deed. Seeing this blood soul, Ning Chen understood what was happening. But did they think a blood soul could kill him? Didn't they know he was the bane of all souls? Without hesitation, Ning Chen summoned a pitch-black Suona, began playing the Heaven and Earth Burial Song, and charged at the blood soul, brandishing the Zongjue. Senior Brother Ning Chen is so strong, and his burial song is incredibly powerful. Seeing this, the burial disciples obediently stayed where they were. Soon, under the suppression of the Heaven and Earth Burial Song, the blood soul was pierced through by Ning Chen's shovel. Let's go. Ning Chen put away his Suona and looked toward the Futu Demon Valley. Since the enemy had discovered his sabotage of battle must have already broken out in the Futu Demon Valley. Futu Demon Valley. Boom. The half-emperors might continue to gather. Even with 3 peak saints joining forces, they could gain no advantage, for the other side bore the character Emperor, creating a certain gap in strength. Hold on a little longer, you two. I have a way to repair the corpse soul blood fiend formation. Shuehunzi swiftly retreated from the center of the battle. Then a 10,000 soul banner appeared in his hand. As he activated it, countless souls emerged from the banner. Meanwhile, Ning Chen, who had just entered the Futu Demon Valley, saw this scene, and his eyes lit up with joy. Had a customer come to him right as he arrived? Could there be such a good thing? As the 10,000 souls banner slammed into the ground above the Futu Demon Valley, its form instantly swelled to an immense size, dozens of zhang tall, and countless spectral souls began to emerge from within it. Since the corpses and souls are insufficient, I shall harvest souls on the spot. Woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. For a moment, the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves rose incessantly as countless souls began to surge toward the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, who were locked in battle with the 3 sects within the Futu Demon Valley. How dare you? Seeing this, the Grand Elder frowned and was about to act, but 2 figures blocked his path. Grand Elder, do not rush. Let us 2 keep you company. The Shadow Fiend sect leader and the Morning Heart Cliff Master stepped forward, standing before the Grand Elder, then turned with grave expressions to shout at Blood Soul Child, who was still shaking the 10,000 souls banner. Blood Soul Child, hurry. We cannot hold him off for long. Blood Soul Child shook the 10,000 souls banner, letting out a sinister cold laugh. Rest assured, a few small fry, I can handle them with ease. Just don't let that old fool disturb me while I wield the banner. I am inconvenient to move during this ritual. The Shadow Fiend sect leader and the Morning Heart Cliff Master nodded, then unleashed the full might of their sage authority. Since you insist on seeking death, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Haha. The Grand Elder glanced at the heavenly demon sect disciples below, who were screaming under the assault of the blood souls, and decided to abandon the idea of rescue. sacrificing a few disciples to exchange for 2 peak sages, a profit not to be scorned. Now that Blood Soul Child was occupied, this was the perfect moment to slay these 2. Boom. The next moment the Grand Elder charged forth with the terrifying might of a semi-emperor. Seeing this, the Shadow Fiend sect leader and the Mourning Heart Cliff Master dared not be careless, immediately mobilizing the full force of their sage authority to resist. Meanwhile, inside the Futu Demon Valley, when Blood Soul Child offered the Blood Soul banner, countless blood souls drifted out from it, beginning to coordinate with the disciples of the 3 sects in counterattacking the Heavenly Demon sect disciples. For a time, the sounds of slaughter echoed continuously. The Heavenly Demon sect disciples who had previously held a slight advantage began to retreat step by step. The blood souls were extremely bizarre. Not only could they withstand ordinary sword strikes, but the incessant wailing and howling they emitted also inflicted mental damage on the cultivators. The sounds of slaughter continued. At this moment, in a certain part of the Futu Demon Valley, a familiar figure was engaged in battle with disciples of the 3 demon sects when suddenly a blood soul lunged at him from behind. At the same time, a warning shout came from a fellow disciple of the Heavenly Demon Peak. Junior brother Zhou Yuan, be careful. This figure was none other than Zhou Yuan, who had recently joined the inner sect of the Heavenly Demon Peak. Hearing the warning from his senior brother, Zhou Yuan's expression changed instantly. His childlike chi and blood surged, and he delivered a fierce yang-infused punch toward the 3 demon sect disciples. After sending them flying, he immediately spun around, ready to deal with the approaching blood soul. But the blood soul was too fast. Even though he had trained diligently in the Heavenly Demon Peak, he had only reached the 4-star condensing core realm. He was not his childlike brother. Brother Ning, it seems this saint's son will meet his end today. I hope you will be the one to bury me for your methods. I trust. Just as Zhou Yuan murmured to himself, the blood soul rushed before his eyes. At such close range, he could even see its ferocious face. In that instant, despair filled his gaze. In the end, that despair transformed into an unyielding resolve. Brother Ning, when I die, you must carry on our childlike will. Swoosh! Just then a sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Then a dark object seemed to pierce through the blood soul's chest, carrying it with tremendous force and nailing it heavily against the city wall. Huh! Zhou Yuan was stunned. Then he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Brother Zhou, did you call me? Brother Ning. Upon hearing Ning Chen's voice, Zhou Yuan immediately reacted. Joy filled his eyes as he looked ahead, and there he saw a handsome young man in a dark robe approaching. Phew! Saved? He let out a sigh of relief. Ning Chen helped Zhou Yuan up, smiling. Are you all right? After all, you have to carry on the childlike will yourself. I'm afraid I can't take it up. I'm fine. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Roar. Just then the blood soul, impaled by the burial annihilation, let out a roar, broke free from its restraint, and lunged at them again. Brother Ning, be careful. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against that blood soul. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan quickly warned. Ordinary attacks are ineffective, huh? Ning Chen frowned as he watched the burial annihilation pierce the blood soul without causing any damage. He gave a slight nod of understanding. Then, he raised his hand to recall the burial annihilation, replacing it with a pitch-black swana. He began to play the burial song, infusing the musical Tao power into the burial annihilation. Then he stepped forward, his form moving at incredible speed, appearing before the blood soul in an instant, and thrust the shovel through its chest once more. Brother Ning, using a shovel to attack it is useless. Zhou Yuan saw this and tried to explain, but suddenly, his words died in his throat. For he saw that as Ning Chen's shovel plunged into the blood soul's chest, the blood soul let out a cry of agony. Its form began to dim, and soon it dissipated into nothingness. Hiss! So strong. Is that the Ning Chen of Burial Peak? The one who, even when the Peak Master invited him, refused to join the Heavenly Demon Peak and remained in the Burial Peak. So strong. Not far away, many disciples of the Heavenly Demon Peak witnessed this scene, and their eyes flashed with solemnity and shock. This disciple from Burial Peak was terrifyingly strong. As Ning Chen slew the blood soul with his shovel, it instantly turned into a stream of buriable chi and blood surging into the burial god coffin. Then a wisp of spiritual energy was returned to Ning Chen's dantian. Though the clients in this remnant soul state provided very little buriable chi and blood, after all they had lost their physical bodies, still, every bit helps. Many a little makes a mickle. Brother Zhou, take a good rest. I must attend to my proper duties. Ning Chen patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder, then gazed at the massive 10,000 souls banner, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could seize that thing, slowly burying the clients within it would grant him considerable advancement. Unfortunately, the one holding the 10,000 souls banner was one of the 3 demon sect leaders, a sage-level powerhouse, whom he could not provoke. However, although he could not seize the banner, the blood souls drifting out of it were free for him to bury. At this thought, Ning Chen was filled with motivation. He activated the Ghost Shadow Step and dashed toward the center of the Futu Demon Valley. Meanwhile, in the sky above, facing the relentless assault of a semi-emperor, the Shadow Fiend sect leader and the Morning Heart Cliff Master were steadily losing ground, frantically urging Blood Soul Child in the distance. Blood Soul Child, are you ready yet? Haha, almost there. Blood Soul Child let out a strange laugh, shaking the dozens of Zhangtal 10,000 Souls banner, and said in a hoarse voice, 10,000 souls claim their lives. Shui Hunzi shook the 10,000 souls banner, accompanied by his hoarse voice. The heavens and earth changed color, becoming dark and crimson. Then the banner flashed with red light, and countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts flew out, heading toward the Futu Demon Valley. For a moment, seeing this, many disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had despair in their eyes. Flee. Despair. The more despair, the more fear, the easier it is for me to refine souls. Shui Hunzi laughed in a strange, hoarse voice. But just then, suddenly the sound of a swana pierced through the darkness like a ray of light, resounding across the sky. My, is that a swana? Shui Hunzi was startled, a trace of confusion flashing in his turbid eyes. In such a situation, instead of fleeing, someone was playing the swana. Who is it? He looked around. Soon he saw a young man in black robes walking through the air, holding a black swana to his lips. As he played, a funeral song echoed throughout the entire Futu Demon Valley. Is this the power of the music Dao? Shui Hunzi frowned, wondering what the Heavenly Demon Sect disciple was trying to do. But the more he looked, the more familiar that black-robed youth seemed. The next moment, his expression changed slightly. Wasn't this the little bastard who had ruined his plans? That sly dog. What did he want to do now? When the swana sounded and the melody of the Heaven and Earth Burial song echoed throughout the entire Futu Demon Valley, everyone in the valley was stunned and looked around in confusion. Who is that? What is he doing? The disciples of the three demon sects looked in confusion. The Heavenly Demon Sect disciples also noticed the black-robed youth frowning with doubt in their eyes. A disciple from the Burial Life Peak was joining the fun. Was he tired of living? However, just as they thought this, the black-robed youth stepped through the air and played the funeral song. What? A sea-breaking realm disciple from Burial Life Peak. Seeing this, many Heavenly Demon Sect disciples changed color, their pupils contracting. That's senior brother Ning Chen from Burial Life Peak. Soon some Heavenly Demon Sect disciples recognized the identity of the black-robed youth. Ning Chen. Isn't that senior brother Ning Chen who shone brightly in the inner sect tournament? Wasn't he at the condensing core realm not long ago? He broke through to the sea-breaking realm so quickly. What monstrous talent. What does senior brother Ning Chen want to do? Just as the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples were puzzled as the funeral song resounded, they saw that the countless blood souls that had been charging at the disciples were suddenly bound by something, frozen in place, unable to move. Could this be because of senior brother Ning Chen? For a moment, the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples looked at Ning Chen with astonishment, their expressions growing more lively. In the sky, seeing Ning Chen ruin his plans again, Shui Hunzi's expression turned extremely ugly. He shook the 10,000 souls banner even more vigorously. 10,000 ghosts marched together, evil souls claim lives. In an instant, countless evil souls surged out from the 10,000 souls banner, like a tide charging toward Ning Chen below. Senior brother Ning Chen, be careful. Seeing this, the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples below quickly warned, but they stopped after just one sentence, because they clearly saw that facing the countless surging evil souls, senior brother Ning Chen not only showed no fear, but was filled with excitement. Excitement. Just as the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples were puzzled, Ning Chen looked at the ferocious blood souls in the sky, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Welcome. Ning Chen activated the supreme demon art within him, his spiritual energy surging. He took a deep breath, placed the death spirit swana to his lips, and channeled the music Dao. The Heaven and Earth Burial song resounded across the entire sky. First movement. Eternal soul suppression. Although he had used it once before, that time it was only against a sea-breaking realm dead spirit. But now he had to deal with the residual souls from a saint-level cultivator's 10,000 souls banner, so he could not be careless. Boom. As Ning Chen played the eternal soul suppression melody, a massive black coffin appeared in the sky with a thunderous roar, breaking through the clouds and pressing down toward the evil souls charging at him. A coffin descending from the sky. Is this senior brother Ning Chen's technique? What kind of technique is this? Seeing this, the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples were filled with disbelief. They had never seen such a technique in the Heavenly Demon Sect. At the same time, the commotion also caught the attention of the three who were fiercely fighting. The Great Elder stopped first and looked toward the coffin. The Shadow Sect Master and the Morning Heart Cliff Master also looked over. But the next moment, the great elder's whistling palm wind, lacking any martial virtue, abruptly struck the Mourning Heart Cliff Master's chest. The Mourning Heart Cliff Master spat blood and flew backward, his face pale, his aura weakening. You have no martial virtue, attacking by surprise. The Shadow Sect Master caught the flying Mourning Heart Cliff Master, his face changing, glaring at the great elder in fury. I am the great elder of the demon sect. Why would I need martial virtue? The great elder laughed sinisterly. Then he looked at the coffin not far away. That little fellow again. He was indeed extraordinary. He wondered what relationship he had with the sect master. Shui Hunzi, aren't you done yet? The Shadow Sect Master shouted angrily at Shui Hunzi, who was still fiddling with the 10,000 souls banner. Now that the Mourning Heart Cliff Master had been ambushed and was at a disadvantage, he alone could not hold out long against the Heavenly Demon Sect's great elder. Almost. Just a brat at the sea-breaking realm, trying to use a coffin to suppress the blood souls refined by my 10,000 souls banner. Overconfident. Shui Hunzi snorted coldly. But before his words could finish, he was shocked to see that in the Swona sound, his carefully refined blood souls were bound in place by chains that appeared out of nowhere. Then the black-robed youth lowered the Swona from his lips, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and he softly uttered one word. Suppress. The next moment, the black coffin in the sky pressed down. In an instant, all the blood souls were sealed into the coffin. As the coffin lid closed, Shui Hunzi immediately felt the connection between him and those blood souls severed completely. What? How is this possible? How can a mere sea-breaking realm cultivator suppress my blood souls? At this moment, Shui Hunzi could no longer remain calm. His face changed drastically. How could a mere sea-breaking realm cultivator have such bizarre techniques? Could it be that his technique was a direct inheritance from an emperor? Meanwhile, as Shui Hunzi fumed, he saw the black-robed youth below put away his Swona and smile at him. Thank you, senior, for the opportunity. When Shui Hunzi heard Ning Chen's words and saw his beaming smile, a surge of inexplicable rage flared in his heart. This brat was so infuriating. Inside the entire Futu Demon Valley, when the disciples of the Tianma sect saw that senior brother Ning Chen's single coffin strike had annihilated all the blood souls, they immediately showed a look of relief at having survived a disaster. Senior brother Ning Chen is so strong. Thanks to senior brother Ning Chen, today would have been a close call. Amid their relief, they all turned to look at the black-robed youth walking through the air, their eyes filled with awe. You brat, you dare to ruin my plans time and again. In the sky, Shui Hunzi's furious voice rang out, his eyes fixed fiercely on Ning Chen. This brat was opposing him at every turn. I'm not ruining your plans, senior. I'm helping you. Ning Chen looked at the enraged Shui Hunzi in the sky and decided to cool him down. Help me. Shui Hunzi frowned. Senior, this 10,000 souls banner contains countless resentful spirits. As you can see, I am a disciple of the Zongxing Peak of the Tianma sect, a burial attendant. So I've helped you bury all these resentful spirits. No need to thank me, Ning Chen said with a smile. You bastard. Hearing this, the fury in Shui Hunzi's eyes blazed even hotter. Do you even understand what the 10,000 souls banner is? Every single blood soul in it was meticulously refined by me. And you just buried them. Then what are all these years of my refining worth? Ning Chen thought seriously for a moment. A joke. You're asking for death. When these words were spoken, Shui Hunzi could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. The terrifying might of a saint erupted instantly. He no longer cared about the 10,000 souls banner, reached out to set it aside, and then prepared to strike. Grand Elder. But at this moment, Ning Chen suddenly looked as if he had seen something behind him, and then shouted, Grand Elder, don't bother saving me. Kill those two saints first. What? Hearing this, Shui Hunzi's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the Tianma sect elder had already dealt with the Shadow Fiend sect master and the Heartbreak Cliff Lord? He instinctively turned his head. After all, he didn't dare to gamble whether this brat was playing tricks. If he guessed wrong, facing a sneak attack from a half-emperor powerhouse, he would be severely injured, if not killed. But the moment Shui Hunzi turned around, he saw that there was no one behind him. Under the half-emperor might of the Tianma sect's grand elder, the Shadow Fiend sect master, and the other were already retreating step by step. Damn it! How dare you deceive me? Realizing he had been tricked, Shui Hunzi's face changed drastically. After glancing at the two who were losing ground, he hesitated for a moment, then decided to strike at that brat. Only by reclaiming those blood souls could he have a chance to turn the tide. You're asking for death. Shui Hunzi whirled around, only to find that the black-robed youth was already gone. Where is he? Shui Hunzi's eyes narrowed, and after a quick search, he soon locked onto a frantic figure in the distance. You run fast, but unfortunately the gap in strength is too great. No matter how fast you are, it's useless. As his words fell, Shui Hunzi stepped into the void and instantly chased after him. The moment Shui Hunzi turned his head, Ning Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He fully activated the Supreme Demon Art Golden Spiritual Energy, surging in his Dantian spiritual sea, and using the Ghost and Shadow Step, he shot out of the Futu Demon Valley. If a Saint-level powerhouse were to attack him if he didn't run in advance, he would likely be killed instantly. Soon Ning Chen had already rushed out of the Futu Demon Valley and ran into the deep forest outside the valley. Bang! But at this moment a crack suddenly appeared in the space beside Ning Chen, and then a ferocious blood soul shot out from the crack, heading straight for Ning Chen's chest. In an instant, a black swana appeared in Ning Chen's hand. As the sound of the swana rang out, the ferocious blood soul was momentarily dazed, and Ning Chen took this opportunity to dash another several hundred meters. This swana is a bit strange. Can it actually restrain my blood souls? The next moment, Xue Hunzi emerged from the spatial crack, squinted at the blood soul frozen in place by the swana, and raised an eyebrow. This brat is indeed not simple. If I can get my hands on that swana, I might be able to perfect my blood souls. With this thought, Xue Hunzi no longer hesitated. The might of a saint erupted instantly, crashing down heavily on the fleeing figure ahead. Boom! In an instant, Ning Chen's running figure suddenly came to a halt. Then an invisible pressure seemed to fall upon him from the sky, crushing down on him like a mountain. In an instant, no matter how he activated the Ghost and Shadow Step, he could not move even half a step. Run then. Why don't you keep running? Xue Hunzi landed in front of Ning Chen, sneering. The saints might seemed about to crush Ning Chen's entire body, but he still held on desperately. Oh, your physical strength is not bad, many times stronger than an ordinary sea-breaking realm expert. Seeing this, Xue Hunzi was a little surprised, shook his head slightly, then raised his hand. His withered, eagle claw-like hand landed on Ning Chen's head. But this is where it ends. As his words fell, the saint's might exploded and his hand was about to crush Ning Chen's head directly. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw that Ning Chen, whose head was firmly gripped, forcibly raised his head. There was no trace of fear on his face, but instead a crazy smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I've been waiting for this moment. My, what? Xue Hunzi was stunned, then he quickly saw a dazzling blood-red light flash in Ning Chen's eyes. His intuition told him that this brat was very wrong. He no longer hesitated, and his hand closed with a sudden grip. However, in the blink of an eye, a red light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and then Xue Hunzi felt the space around him begin to warp, and the surroundings began to change. In a mere instant, the surroundings had turned into a space filled with crimson, and Ning Chen appeared not far away. A self-contained space. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. You're indeed not simple. Xue Hunzi looked around, then his gaze fell on Ning Chen. It's just a different place to die. Futile struggle. Ning Chen remained silent, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his speculation was correct. This burial god domain was both a cultivation ground and a combat technique. Since it was a combat technique, it should be able to pull enemies into it. Senior, there's someone behind you. Suddenly Ning Chen looked at Xue Hunzi with a beaming smile and reminded him. Heh, still trying to trick me. Do you think I'm an idiot? The same trick twice. However, Xue Hunzi sneered disdainfully. But almost in the next moment, a graceful figure in a red dress appeared behind him like a ghost. The moment the aura emerged behind him, Xue Hunzi froze, then whipped around. When he saw the crimson-robed figure, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost, pupils contracting sharply, face drastically changing, nearly blurting out. Luo. Boom. In the next moment, Xue Hunzi was sent flying. Then a sword of ice materialized in the crimson-robed figure's hand. She appeared in front of Xue Hunzi in a single step and thrust the sword at him, appearing as one strike, yet in his eyes it seemed like countless sword intents. It's over. I'm finished. How can this woman Luo Shangwu be here? Xue Hunzi's eyes were filled with despair. He knew well the gap between himself and Luo Shangwu. Not only was she an Emperor realm powerhouse, but a great emperor. At this moment, Xue Hunzi was filled with shock. What was the relationship between that brat and Luo Shangwu? Why would the Demon Empress of Tianma appear in his self-contained space? No. If she's here, then the Tianma sect. At this moment, Xue Hunzi suddenly thought of something, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. In that case, let the entire Tianma sect pay the price. Then Xue Hunzi gritted his teeth, crushed the jade pendant in his bosom, and faced the terrifying sword might in despair. So strong. This sage realm master of the Blood Soul sect has no room to resist in the senior's hands. Not far away, within the burial god domain, Ning Chen watched with some astonishment. The female demon was one of his trump cards. Because of the first drop of blood from the female demon, when Ning Chen activated the burial god domain, the female demon would also enter it. Since the domain could trap enemies, why not just pull the enemy directly into the domain and let her fight them? However, his only worry was whether the female demon could defeat the opponent. After all, her true power had always been a mystery, but now it seemed her strength was even above the sage realm. That meant her power was at least semi-emperor or even above emperor realm. The female demon's status in the Tianma sect must be extremely high, at least at the level of a supreme elder. But could she be the sect master of the Tianma sect? Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind. The female demon's true identity might very well be the sect master of the Tianma sect, for she was mysterious, powerful, and had the bearing of a strong leader. However, he thought that if the female demon were truly the dignified head of a sect, she wouldn't have the time to play this identity-hiding game with him, right? A sect master wouldn't have such a playful side. Moreover, the Tianma sect master was rumored to be extremely bloodthirsty. If she were truly the sect master, she wouldn't have allowed him to treat her like that. She was likely at the level of a supreme elder. But the sect master identity was also doubtful. It seemed he needed to find a time to test the female demon. At that moment, with a scream, Shui Hanzi had been slain by the female demon with a single sword stroke. A sage realm cultivator fell so easily, so strong. A hint of solemnity flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and he immediately approached. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Senior, it seems you've been waiting for me." Ning Chen said this because he noticed that at the very moment he activated the burial god domain, the female demon had already appeared inside it even faster than he himself entered as the caster. "Is that so?" Luo Shangwu raised her icy eyes to look at him, then said calmly, "You said this space had nothing to do with you. Liar." Cough. Ning Chen coughed lightly in embarrassment. He knew that once he used the burial god domain, the female demon would know he was connected to this space, but there was no choice. Between exposure and survival, he thought the latter was more important. "Senior, this old thing has dirtied your sword. Let me help you drag him out and bury him." Ning Chen glanced at Shui Hanzi's lifeless corpse, a flash of heat in his eyes. This was a sage realm powerhouse. If he could bury him then, how much would his strength improve? Clang. However, as Ning Chen approached, a cold glowing ice sword blocked his way. "Senior." Ning Chen looked on helplessly. "You cannot bury him." Luo Shangwu didn't explain further, merely said lightly, "I cannot bury him." Ning Chen frowned. With the burial god coffin, what couldn't he bury? But he couldn't refute the female demon for now, so he could only watch as she collected Shui Hanzi's corpse. Forget it. He had at least buried many of blood souls, which was a considerable gain. "Senior." Ning Chen wanted to say more, but at that moment, Luo Shangwu's brows furrowed slightly, and the next moment, she vanished from the burial god domain. She really is a woman who appears and disappears mysteriously. Seeing this, Ning Chen shook his head, not in a hurry to leave. He began to bury the lingering souls suppressed in the burial god coffin one by one, since the time flow in the burial god domain differed from the outside world, giving him ample time to bury them slowly. Phew. Looking at the accumulated buriable blood energy in the burial god coffin, Ning Chen's eyes gradually brightened. At that moment, the Tianma sect, 3 auras of Emperor Realm powerhouses, descended quietly. "The Demon Empress of Tianma has gone to the Futu Demon Valley. This is a good opportunity for our righteous alliance to eliminate demons. You two hurry," said one of the Emperor Realm experts to the other two. The two nodded slightly. Then one of them voiced a concern. "Is the Demon Empress truly not in the Tianma sect?" Of course. The alliance leader said that Shui Hanzi crushed his life tablet, meaning he saw the Demon Empress at Futu Demon Valley. "Enough talk, let's finish this quickly," the leading Emperor Realm expert said coldly. "Really? Then she? Who is she?" "She." Ahead they saw. At some point, a crimson-robed figure appeared before the three. In a red dress with breathtaking beauty, she was none other than the Demon Empress of Tianma, Luo Shangwu. Heavenly Demon Empress. Luo Shangwu. How are you here?" When the figure in the red dress appeared before them out of thin air, the 3 Imperial Realm experts' expressions changed drastically, a deep solemnity and shock flashing in their eyes. "Where else would I be if not in the Heavenly Demon sect?" Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes fell coldly on the 3, her red lips parting as she spoke in an icy tone. "Tianyi sect, Xianfeng sect, Pure Yang school. Indeed, I knew those 3 demonic sects wouldn't have such audacity. It turns out the Righteous Alliance is backing them." When they felt the terrifying might of the great emperor, the 3 righteous Imperial Realm experts' faces changed drastically. Though all were in the Imperial Realm, there were still gaps between them. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would never be a match for the Heavenly Demon Empress. The 3 had no thoughts of fighting at all. Retreat first. The intelligence was wrong. The Heavenly Demon Empress never went to the Futu Demon Valley. Damn that bastard blood soul, a demonic cultivator through and through, actually turned on us and deceived us. At this moment, the 3 righteous Imperial Realm experts cursed inwardly as they fled, cursing Blood Soul's ancestors for 18 generations. Even Blood Soul, now in the underworld, felt wronged. He only knew that he was chasing Ning Chen in the Futu Demon Valley, then was pulled into a space, and then the Heavenly Demon Empress appeared. Who knew it was their private space? Since you're here, don't think of leaving. However, the next moment, as Luo Shangwu's indifferent voice fell, snowflakes began to fall from the sky across the entire heavenly demon mountain range, the temperature plummeting as if it had become a frozen wasteland. This is the extreme ice domain of the heavenly demon Empress. Run! When they saw this, the three righteous Imperial Realm experts realized something was wrong. They tried to escape into the void, but it was too late. The entire space was already enveloped by Luo Shangwu's Imperial might like a giant ice cage, trapping them tightly. At that moment, as a snowflake from the sky fell on them, their bodies were instantly covered in ice. What? The three righteous Imperial Realm experts' pupils contracted, their eyes filled with despair. Futu Demon Valley. Within the burial god domain, as Ning Chen buried one blood soul after another, the buried blood energy from the burial god coffin was fully converted into abundant spiritual energy, surging into his dantian, and his aura gradually rose. 6-star sea-breaking realm. Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes, excitement shining in his gaze. He had raised 3 minor realms in one go. The most crucial part was that less than an hour had passed since his last breakthrough, and he had broken through again. This bury people to get stronger thing was simply too satisfying. Moreover, these clients weren't exactly high quality. They were all remnant souls. A remnant soul counts as only half a client, or even less. If he had buried clients with complete bodies and souls, the improvement would likely be much greater. It's about time to go out. Calculating the time, the Grand Elder should have dealt with the 2 demonic sect masters. With a wave of Ning Chen's hand, the burial god domain gradually dissipated, entering a cool-down phase. It seemed he would have to wait another 7 days for the female demon to teach him cultivation. Look, senior brother Ning Chen is over there. At that moment, a heavenly demon sect disciple spotted him and immediately led a group of disciples toward him. When they found Ning Chen completely unharmed, the disciples were somewhat surprised. They had seen Blood Soul chasing after him, yet not only did he escape, he was unscathed. Ning Chen, lad, are you alright? At that moment, the Grand Elder descended from the sky, frowning as he examined Ning Chen. I'm fine. Ning Chen shook his head slightly. What about Blood Soul? The Grand Elder looked around, but found no signs of a fight, nor could he sense Blood Soul's aura. He was killed by a mysterious expert, Ning Chen answered honestly. A mysterious expert. Hearing this, the Grand Elder frowned, then narrowed his eyes and asked, what kind of expert? A woman in a red dress, Ning Chen said bluntly. He wanted to deduce the true identity of the female demon from the Grand Elder's reaction. If she were truly the heavenly demon sect's leader, the Grand Elder couldn't have never seen her. It's the sect leader indeed. This kid really has a close relationship with the sect leader. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, though the Grand Elder appeared calm on the surface, he was shocked inside. It seemed the sect leader had intervened to save this boy. She had come all this way just to save him. The sect leader valued him so much. Could it be? This boy was extraordinary. Thinking this, the Grand Elder's expression grew more solemn, and he sensed Ning Chen's aura. The next moment, a storm raged in his heart. When he came, he remembered this Burial Peak lad was only at the 2-star sea-breaking realm, but now he had reached 6-star. In just a few days, he had broken through several minor realms, cultivating as easily as drinking water. He was indeed extraordinary. But why didn't he directly say it was the sect leader? Suddenly, the Grand Elder understood. There were many eyes here. Perhaps he didn't want to reveal his relationship with the sect leader. Haha, this old man is indeed clever. The Grand Elder smiled knowingly, immediately understanding. Then he stroked his long beard, put on a grave expression, and said seriously, a mysterious expert made a move. It seems I need to report this to the sect leader. Hearing this, Ning Chen was stunned. Had he guessed wrong? Then he shook his head and asked the Grand Elder, Grand Elder, may I ask if the disturbance in the Futu Demon Valley has been resolved? Yes. The Grand Elder nodded. Then, the 2 Saint Realm experts. Ning Chen's eyes gleamed. The female demon wouldn't let him bury Blood Soul, but he could bury the other 2 Saint Realm experts, right? Those 2 were merely peak Saint Realm, already slain by me, the Grand Elder snorted. As for their bodies, I have already disposed of them. Ning Chen sighed softly. He supposed it was true. A Saint Realm expert's body was a treasure trove. How could it be left to Burial Peak disciples? Forget it. He shook his head, then led the Burial Peak disciples toward the Futu Demon Valley. This time, however, they wouldn't bury the corpses on site. Instead, they would load them into ancient coffins and bring them back to Burial Peak. This was also part of the mission. Since these had just died, their cultivation origins could still be refined by Burial Peak. Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry. Burying them back at the sect was fine. Soon he and several Burial Peak disciples dragged hundreds of coffins out of the Demon Valley. If he hadn't performed the Heaven and Earth Burial Song and ruined Blood Soul's plan, the Heavenly Demon Sect's losses would have been even heavier. Therefore on the way back the heavenly demon sect disciples looked at Ning Chen with growing reverence. A few days later when the members of the Tianma sect who had marched to the Futu Mo Valley returned to the sect's territory, they were all stunned by the sight before them. What has happened? The entire Tianma mountain range seemed to have been frozen over with a biting chill that made it feel as if they were in a land of extreme cold. This is the sect leader's doing. It seems that after we left someone tried to attack the Tianma sect, but the sect leader stopped them. Beside him the Grand Elder stroked his long beard and explained to the crowd. Hiss! This is indeed the sect leader's doing. Our sect leader is truly a great emperor with extraordinary means. Hearing the Grand Elder's words the disciples' eyes were filled with awe. Looking at the expanse of frozen ice Ning Chen frowned slightly thinking of a certain female demon who despite wearing a red dress was cold to the bone. Counting the journey over these days in another day or two the cool down of the burial god domain would be ready, and he could go find the female demon. During these days he had also been probing the identity of the female demon on the road, but unfortunately, he hadn't obtained any useful clues from the Grand Elder. It seemed that her identity was more likely to be among the secluded Supreme Elders. As for the Grand Elder, is this all you have to test me? All right, he said. We've arrived at the Tianma sect. Everyone report back. I'll go report to the sect leader first. The Grand Elder addressed the disciples of all peaks, then turned and left. Senior brother Ning Chen will go report back as well. The inner disciples of Tianma Peak bowed to Ning Chen, who was dragging a long line of coffins. Brother Ning, come cultivate at Tianma Peak when you have the chance. Zhou Yuan also waved his hand. Definitely. Ning Chen nodded with a smile. He was indeed allowed to go cultivate at Tianma Peak, but he simply hadn't had the time lately. There was no rush. He could go when he hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. Senior brother Ning Chen will go report back. Senior brother Ning Chen, I'm from Sword Demon Peak. For a moment, the disciples of the other 5 peaks also bowed to Ning Chen. It was because of Ning Chen's funeral dirge that had calmed the souls. Otherwise it was uncertain whether they could have returned alive. Thus they were filled with awe and gratitude toward him. Though it was a demon sect, the demon sect respected the strong even more. All right, Ning Chen said. Let's go report back too. He was dragging a pile of coffins as he spoke to a few Burial Peak disciples beside him. Yes, senior brother Ning Chen. When the group returned to Zhangxing Peak, they found that Gu Xian was not there. So Ning Chen handed over the pile of coffins to Elder Sun for refining into cultivation essence, then returned to his own courtyard to consolidate his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Tianma sect, when the Grand Elder arrived to report, he saw all 7 peak masters present in the hall, and the figure in a red dress on the dais was particularly striking. Grand Elder, you're back. The 7 peak masters looked over. Then the Tianma peak master frowned and said in a deep voice, "It seems our prediction was correct. These people were waiting for the Empress to act, and then they would attack our Tianma sect." But strangely, the sect leader was clearly in the sect the whole time. How could those fellows still attack? This was also what puzzled the 7 peak masters. Perhaps this old man knows why after all the sect leader really did go to the Futu Mo Valley. The Grand Elder muttered inwardly. He then asked with some confusion, which forces attacked our Tianma sect? Tianyi sect, Xianfeng sect, Chunyang sect, replied the Sword Demon Peak Master. 3 righteous sects. I didn't expect the 3 major demon sects to collude with these 3 righteous forces. Have they become dogs of the righteous? The Grand Elder frowned, his gaze cold. I'm afraid it's not just these 3 righteous forces but the Zhongdao alliance behind them. Gu Xian shook his head slightly, then said with a hint of schadenfreude, but unexpectedly, due to faulty intelligence, they lost 3 mortal emperors for nothing. Serves them right. The emperor realm could be divided into mortal emperor, spiritual emperor, mystic emperor, and great emperor. The 3 righteous forces experts that day were mortal emperors. By the way, the Tianma Peak Master asked curiously, Grand Elder, how did things go at the Futu Mo Valley? I was just about to report to the sect leader. The Grand Elder bowed to the red-dressed figure on the dais. Luo Shangwu's red lips parted and her voice was cold as she said, "Speak. Sect leader, it's like this." The Grand Elder began and quickly recounted everything that had happened in the Futu Mo Valley to Luo Shangwu. What? The one who turned the tide was Ning Chen. When he heard that the most crucial factor was again Ning Chen, Gu Xian's eyes widened in excitement. Yes. If not for Ning Chen's funeral dirge, our Tianma sect disciples would have suffered heavy losses. And if he hadn't laid the Blood Soul's corpse spirit to rest in advance under the corpse soul blood fiend formation, even I might not have been able to so easily eliminate the 3 saints. The Grand Elder nodded. My Zhangxing Peak has struck gold. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Gu Xian's expression became even more animated, and he couldn't help laughing. The other peak masters looked at him with increasing envy. Sect leader this time, Ning Chen, has rendered great service. I think he should be rewarded. No need. However, Luo Shangwu shook her head. Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned, thinking to himself, did Ning Chen somehow offend the sect leader? However, the Grand Elder beside him had already seen through everything. Of course, there was no need for you to reward him. The sect leader would personally reward him herself. In the Tianling realm, in a place of ethereal, immortal energy. Inside a grand hall, a white-haired old man frowned deeply. This old man was the leader of the Zhengdao alliance, the Zhengtian Emperor. He was staring with a furrowed brow at the person reporting below. Are you saying that the Tianma Empress never left the Tianma sect, and the 3 mortal emperors we sent have all been killed by her? Yes, alliance leader, it seems so. Hearing this, the Zhengtian Emperor was full of doubt. He had explicitly instructed those 3 to only shatter their life tablets upon confirming they had seen the Tianma Empress, and they had indeed shattered them. Yet the Tianma Empress had not left the Tianma sect. And if the 3 major demon sects had betrayed them, that wouldn't make sense either since their people were dead. Investigate. I want to know exactly what happened in the Futumo Valley. Yes. After the reporter left, the Zhengtian Emperor muttered to himself, I am doing this for the great Tao of the world, for the sake of all living beings in the Tianling realm, to eradicate the demon. No one can stop me. 2 days later, Ning Chen finished his day's burial work and returned to his courtyard. Calculating the time, the demon burial ground of the Tianma sect would soon begin. The burial god domain's cooldown was over, and it could be activated again. It was the perfect chance to have the female demon teach him cultivation. After all, the opponents in the demon burial ground were all true disciples of the 6 peaks. He wondered if his current strength was enough to snatch some clients from them. However, just as he pushed open the courtyard gate and activated the burial god domain, he saw a figure in a red dress already sitting inside, calmly sipping tea. The moonlight shone upon her, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Ning Chen was momentarily stunned. So beautiful. What did you say? As Ning Chen's murmur rose in the moonlit courtyard, the stunning figure in a red dress set down her teacup, and her indifferent eyes fell upon him. When the demoness' imposing and indifferent gaze landed on him, Ning Chen cleared his throat. Senior, what I meant is, the moonlight is beautiful. Boring. Luo Shangwu glanced at him without interest and withdrew her gaze. However, Ning Chen's voice suddenly sounded again. The moonlight is indeed beautiful, but I think you, senior, are even more beautiful. Upon hearing this, Luo Shangwu was taken aback. She looked up again and saw the handsome young man in black robes smiling at her. Flatterer. She snorted coldly, then took a light sip of tea as if nothing had happened. Heaven and earth bear witness, I am not a flatterer. Ning Chen said with a chuckle. Sweet words work for any woman. You can't assume she doesn't care just because she seems indifferent. That would be a big mistake. After all, women are creatures who say one thing, but mean another. Less cheek. Aren't you coming over? Luo Shangwu gave him a faint glance, and then gestured with her eyes for him to sit opposite her. Senior, I'm coming. Ning Chen hurried over and plopped down directly beside the demoness. The unique fragrance of the demoness wafted over him. Indeed, beautiful women always smell fragrant, or just breathing it in seemed to refresh the mind and please the spirit. Seeing Ning Chen sitting right beside her without any reservation, Luo Shangwu furrowed her delicate brows and glanced at him. I told you to sit opposite me. Ning Chen agreed verbally, but his body made no move. Then he reached for the teapot, ready to gulp down the tea brewed by the demoness. Senior, would you like more tea? However, before he could act, a jade cup materialized out of thin air, and the demoness' cool voice sounded. Use this. Oh. Compared to drinking cup by cup, Ning Chen still preferred the pleasure of gulping down. When Ning Chen poured himself a cup and was about to drink, he hesitated. Senior, you didn't put any strange things in this tea again, did you? If it has some weird effect like last time, I won't be responsible. Hearing Ning Chen's muttering and recalling what this fellow had done to her a few days ago, Luo Shangwu couldn't help but grit her teeth. She seemed to huff coldly and said in a cool voice, this is enlightenment tea. Ning Chen was taken aback. What kind of tea is this? Just an ordinary tea that can enhance your comprehension. Luo Shangwu said indifferently. A tea that enhances comprehension. Ning Chen was stunned and muttered that the demoness tea really had too many effects. Weren't you asking me to guide your cultivation? Luo Shangwu set down her teacup, her beautiful eyes resting faintly on him. What? Ning Chen gulped down the cup of tea in one go. Then the demoness' voice sounded again, reminding him, this tea can help you attain enlightenment, but remember to act within your limits. Don't drink too much. Ning Chen drank another cup and asked with a grin, Senior, are you worried about me? What do you think? I think you are. Luo Shangwu rolled her eyes at this shameless fellow and fell silent. Ning Chen smiled, glanced triumphantly at the demoness, and then drank cup after cup. Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ning Chen as he drank cup after cup of enlightenment tea. Her delicate brows gradually furrowed and her expression grew serious. Could this fellow's comprehension really be so strong? Most people can't even drink a second cup of enlightenment tea after one cup, Because their comprehension is limited, one cup is enough to fully awaken their insight. But this guy, he had already downed an entire pot of enlightenment tea, yet he seemed capable of drinking another pot. Only 4 words could describe him. Comprehension is extraordinary. No, it's just so barely passable. Good tea. Ning Chen set down his teacup looking as if he still wanted more. As this pot of enlightenment tea settled in his stomach, he could clearly feel a sense of clarity and enhanced memory. Open that space. Seeing that Ning Chen had already drunk the enlightenment tea, Luo Shangwu said directly, "Yes, Senior." Ning Chen nodded. Then with a flash of red light in his eyes, the space around them began to shift, and they soon arrived at the familiar lover's space. I know the burial god domain. It's quite a remarkable space. Arriving again at the burial god domain, Luo Shangwu glanced around the entire space, and then said meaningfully, "I just wonder where it came from and why it exists." Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression turned somewhat unnatural. He knew that the demoness was completely recalling the last time he had lied to her, claiming he didn't know how this space came to be. What a vengeful woman. Senior, actually last time. He was about to explain, but the demoness snorted coldly. "I don't want to hear it." With that, she tossed her hair, stepped gracefully, and walked toward the front with her perfect figure swaying under the red dress. Ning Chen, on the contrary, felt relieved and quickly followed. Not explaining was actually the best explanation. Then, Luo Shangwu then began a trial with Ning Chen within the burial god domain. You've broken through. 6-star sea breaking realm. When she saw that Ning Chen's cultivation level had increased by several minor realms in just a few days, a flicker of surprise passed through her beautiful eyes. Just so barely passable. Ning Chen smiled smugly. However, after saying that, the demoness didn't speak a word to him for a while. This made Ning Chen mutter to himself, "I just stole your line, that's all." Such a petty woman. When the trial in the burial god domain ended, Ning Chen absorbed all the spiritual energy before standing up and walking toward the red-clad figure who was sitting with her back to him. "Senior, can you teach me martial arts now, eh?" As he spoke, Ning Chen rubbed his hands in anticipation. The thought of getting something for free from the demoness excited him. Ahem. Don't misunderstand. He was freeloading martial arts, not her body. After all, how could one freeload a body? Wasn't Ning Chen the one who put in the effort every time? If he put in the effort, how could it be called freeloading? Hearing Ning Chen's voice, Luo Shangwu rose gracefully, turned, and looked up at him. Then a sharp sword gleaming with cold light suddenly appeared in her hand. She gently stroked the sword and said indifferently, "I'll teach you a sword technique." Only one technique. Ning Chen was stunned. Men are indeed insatiably greedy. Hearing this, Luo Shangwu glanced at him, then pointed her sword directly at Ning Chen and said calmly, "I ask you, what is the meaning of martial arts?" "To kill." Ning Chen answered honestly. However, the demoness' next words made his expression change, and he gradually began to take this sword technique seriously. If one sword can kill, why would you need a second? When Luo Shangwu's voice fell, Ning Chen could clearly sense a chilling sword intent emanating from the sword pointing at him, as if it could kill without even being drawn. How domineering. Ning Chen snapped back to reality, then hearing the demoness' words couldn't help but asked curiously, "Senior, what is the name of this sword art?" Luo Shangwu withdrew the sword pointing at Ning Chen, held it in her arms, and said calmly, "One sword, throat sealed." One sword, throat sealed. Indeed, very domineering. Ning Chen nodded slightly, then scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Senior, since it's a sword art, doesn't it require a sword?" "I seem to have no sword." He decided to fully embrace his shameless freeloading. "Don't you have Zhangjue?" Luo Shangwu said indifferently. So Zhangjue was indeed given by the demoness. Ning Chen took out Zhangjue and couldn't help asking, "Senior, what level of spiritual weapon is Zhangjue? It gives me a feeling as if it can rival all spiritual weapons." It was originally able to rival all spiritual weapons. Luo Shangwu glanced at the shovel gleaming with cold light in his hand. "Please tell me, Senior." Ning Chen asked humbly. "Zhangjue is quite special. It has no clear rank division. The stronger the user, the stronger it becomes." Luo Shangwu's clear and cold voice sounded. Though the demoness' explanation was brief, it greatly shocked Ning Chen. Doesn't that mean Zhangjue has no upper limit and can unleash infinite potential? This is a good thing. At this moment, Luo Shangwu's clear and pleasant voice sounded again. The sword art is not performed depending on whether you use a sword, but on your own sword intent. If your sword intent is strong enough, anything can be a sword. Even a wisp of spiritual energy or a leaf. One's own sword intent. Ning Chen found it reasonable, then smilingly opened his hand toward Luo Shangwu. "Since that's the case, Senior, you are so strong, and your sword intent must be formidable, so why not give me that sword in your arms?" Luo Shangwu. 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. She seemed to have underestimated this guy's shamelessness. "Get lost." "All right, Then under the demonist's guidance, Ning Chen began to cultivate the one-sword throat-sealed technique. With a clang, Luo Shangwu handed the sword she held to Ning Chen. Huh, you're giving it to me, eh? Looking at the sword with its cold gleam, even carrying the demonist's faint body fragrance, Ning Chen suddenly had an impulse to grab it and run. Luo Shangwu, I'm letting you comprehend the sword intent within it. The first step in sword cultivation is to condense your own sword intent, she patiently explained to Ning Chen. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped them to death long ago. Oh. Ning Chen suddenly understood, then sat cross-legged, placed the cold, gleaming sword the demonist had given him on his lap, and began to try to sense the sword intent within it. This sword looks extraordinary. Ning Chen examined the cold sword in his hand. Senior, what's the name of this sword? Shengjin. Huh. It matches my Zanjue quite well. Ning Chen glanced at the Shengjin in surprise and muttered. Then he shook his head and began to comprehend the sword intent within the demonist's sword. After a while he felt that simply placing it on his lap wasn't enough to better sense the sword intent, so he simply imitated the demonist and held the sword in his arms. Seeing this, Luo Shangwu frowned slightly, her red lips moved, but in the end she said nothing. At this moment Ning Chen held the Shengjin in his arms and began to sense the sword intent within it. At this moment the effect of the enlightenment tea gradually took hold, infinitely enhancing Ning Chen's comprehension, allowing him to perceive every subtlety of the sword intent. Soon countless sword intents began to emanate from Shengjin. The cold sword intent pierced Ning Chen's dantian like needles one after another. Soon he frowned tightly and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. This is a sign of sword intent condensing. Hold on. At the same time Luo Shangwu's cold voice sounded by his ear. Ning Chen closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and nodded heavily. He allowed the cold sword intent to sting his dantian. After a while, within his dantian, endless cold sword intent surged forth, and the pain was like being sliced by 1,000 knives. Ning Chen suspected that this was related to the demonist's sword intent, as hers was too powerful. If he were sensing someone else's sword intent, it might not be like this. Of course, pain is pain, but if he could fully comprehend the condensed sword intent, would be very strong. Just then a fragrant breeze wafted over. Next Ning Chen felt a soft, boneless, cool, slender jade hand land near his lower abdomen dantian. He involuntarily shuddered. This position. Too stimulating. Don't move. The next moment Luo Shangwu's cold voice sounded. Then Ning Chen could clearly feel the warmth and softness brought by that jade hand, as if the cold sword intent in his dantian no longer stung as sharply. Is she helping me? Condensed sword intent. Ning Chen immediately realized, and ignoring the inexplicably stimulating soft touch, he calmed his mind and began to circulate the supreme demon art to absorb the sword intents. Soon as the sword intent condensed, images unexpectedly appeared before Ning Chen. In the images, a little girl in a red dress was practicing swordsmanship. She looked young, but even from childhood, she possessed a beauty that could topple nations. Is this the demoness? Ning Chen immediately realized. The images kept shifting. Then Ning Chen saw a middle-aged man appear, teaching the little demoness swordsmanship. If not mistaken, this should be her father. The final image froze on her father handing her the sword, named Shengjin. After a moment, when the sword intent in Ning Chen's dantian gradually stabilized and no longer felt any stinging pain, the demoness stood up and withdrew her slender jade hand. Senior, this sword. Was it given by your father? Ning Chen was stunned, thinking of the images he had just seen. Luo Shangwu didn't seem surprised that he could see the images in the sword intent. She just nodded slightly and said calmly, "Father said it's my dowry." Dowry? Ning Chen was taken aback, his expression turning strange. Just now he had boldly asked the demoness to give him this sword. Wasn't that asking her to give him her dowry? For a moment Ning Chen scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly handed Shengjin back to her. The demoness took the sword, glanced at the embarrassed Ning Chen, and a triumphant smile seemed to appear on her beautiful face, as if provoking him. In that case, do you still want it? Then do you still want it? Hearing the words from the demonic woman before him, and seeing her as though she were about to hand over Shengjin, Ning Chen couldn't help but pause. Watching him freeze, Luo Shangwu let out a triumphant snort, then moved to withdraw Shengjin. However, just at that moment, a large hand shot out, grasping fiercely for the Shengjin sword, and Ning Chen's light laughter rang out. I want it. Of course I want it. If you're offering, senior, why would I refuse? Hearing this, Luo Shangwu was taken aback, a flash of astonishment crossing her beautiful eyes. She had never expected Ning Chen to answer so directly until his hand touched Shengjin, and the sword's protective intent, piercing and formidable, surged toward him. Only then did she snap back to reality, letting out a cold snort as the protective sword intent dissipated. Yet the blade still erupted with force, sending Ning Chen flying backward. Then, Luo Shangwu's clear, cold voice finally sounded. Keep dreaming. You asked it yourself, Senior. Ning Chen rubbed his buttocks and climbed to his feet, muttering quietly, Senior, such an overreaction. Could you be shy? What did you say? Luo Shangwu's tone seemed to carry a hint of urgency as she raised her icy, beautiful gaze toward him. Nothing. Ning Chen quickly shook his head and fell silent, keenly aware that provoking a furious woman could cost him his life. From then on, since his own sword intent had already condensed, Ning Chen began to practice diligently according to the sword manual Luo Shangwu had given him, continuing until the burial god domain was on the verge of dissipating. Senior, how was that throat-sealing strike? Ning Chen held Zhang in hand, the sharp sword intent gradually fading. Compared to a true throat-sealing strike, his looked more like a shovel to the throat. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Luo Shangwu ceased her cultivation, rose gracefully, and looked up at him with her eyes. However, before her red lips could move to speak, Ning Chen cheerfully interrupted. Senior, there's no need to say it, I know. It'll do. It's passable, I suppose. However, Luo Shangwu regarded Ning Chen as though he were an idiot. At the same time, she delivered a new evaluation. Unbearable. Ning Chen. He had practiced for several hours at least. How could it be unbearable? Well, in front of a demonic woman who had been cultivating sword intent since childhood, his skills were indeed laughable. But still, this piqued Ning Chen's curiosity. What rating did passable correspond to in this demonic woman's standards? The trial at the demonic burial ground begins tomorrow. Senior, will you come watch? Ning Chen stretched lazily and asked the demonic woman. What difference would it make whether I come or not? Luo Shangwu gazed faintly at Ning Chen. Whether she came or not, this fellow would undergo the trial regardless. Ning Chen thought for a moment and answered earnestly. If Senior comes, I might perform better. After all you've taught me, I can't embarrass you. Boring. Luo Shangwu crossed her arms, glanced at Ning Chen indifferently, and then stepped out of the burial god domain, which was about to dissipate. Ruthless woman. Ning Chen pursed his lips and hurried to follow. Leaving the burial god domain and returning to the courtyard, he asked, how often does this space open? Luo Shangwu raised her gaze to look at Ning Chen. The burial god domain was extremely suitable for cultivation. If she could stay within it for longer, relying on her talent, her cultivation might advance further. Perhaps even break through the fourth realm of the supreme demonic art, the union of Tao. As for this, 7 days, Ning Chen replied. Since the demonic woman already knew the burial god domain was connected to him, there was no need to hide it. 7 days. Luo Shangwu's willow brows furrowed slightly, then she asked, is there any way to shorten the cooldown? Not at the moment. Ning Chen shook his head, then grinned at the demonic woman. Perhaps after my strength increases, I can shorten the cooldown. Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes fell upon Ning Chen. You want to take advantage of me again? What nonsense was she talking about? A scholar's affairs. How could that be called taking advantage? Ning Chen cleared his throat and waved his hand slightly. Senior misunderstands. This is called a win-win. You help me grow stronger, and I bring you physical and mental pleasure. Physical and mental pleasure. The demonic woman's gaze fell upon him, a trace of danger flashing in her narrowed, beautiful eyes. Ning Chen hurried to explain. This physical and mental pleasure is perfectly proper. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Luo Shangwu snorted coldly, unwilling to deal with him. This fellow was like someone who bloomed at the slightest sunshine, pushing his luck, utterly shameless. Whatever cultivation resources you want, just ask. Her words had barely finished when Ning Chen's cheeky voice rang out. Then Senior, I want a pill that can cultivate me to the Emperor realm in one night. 3 dark lines appeared on Luo Shangwu's jade-like forehead. Boom. The next moment, as expected, Ning Chen was blasted away. Then, a severed finger landed before him. What is this? Looking at the severed finger, Ning Chen paused. That is the severed finger of the Blood Soul disciple. Even if a saint-level powerhouse perishes, their saintly aura will still cover them. You are not yet capable of burying it. Luo Shangwu's clear, cold voice sounded. I see. Hearing this, Ning Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the demonic woman had told him last time that he couldn't bury the Blood Soul disciple within the burial god domain. But still, why was the demonic woman so concerned about his burial matters? Had she already discovered the existence of the burial god coffin? After all, the demonic woman herself had been buried in the burial god coffin when she faked her death. Ning Chen glanced at the demonic woman with a touch of guilt, but said nothing more. Since she hadn't asked further, he wouldn't mention it either. It was fine to let things remain tacitly understood. Although he could only bury a single severed finger, it was at least the finger of a saint-level powerhouse. Thank you, Senior. Ning Chen bowed slightly to the demonic woman. There was no saintly aura on this severed finger. Clearly Luo Shangwu had removed it for him. By the time his strength improved, she would likely hand over the rest of the Blood Soul disciple's remains as well. By the way, at this moment, Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes fell upon him, as though somewhat hesitant. Senior, if you have something to say, just speak. Being so hesitant doesn't suit you. Ning Chen walked over looking at Luo Shangwu with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Shangwu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Will you have time 1 month from now? Oh, senior, are you asking me out? Hearing this, Ning Chen said with a grin. Don't talk nonsense. The demonic woman glared at Ning Chen, then spoke coldly. In 1 month, I need you to accompany me for 7 days. 7 days without leaving my side. 7 days. Never leave your side. Upon hearing the demoness' words, Ning Chen was taken aback, sensing something amiss. What task would require 7 whole days? And must be done without leaving her side? Something was off. Uneasy 9 parts out of 10. Senior, do you mean? Ning Chen asked cautiously, his voice tinged with wariness. Luo Shangwu's voice was cold and clear, and she strove to keep her expression unchanged as she spoke. What I mean is that in a month the Desire Tribulation of my supreme demon art will evolve into the 7 Emotions Tribulation. 7 Emotions Tribulation? Hearing this, Ning Chen was stunned, then a thought struck him. Could it be that kind of matter? Needing him to be by her side constantly. Was it because she required his strength and assistance? But what exactly was the 7 Emotions Tribulation? He then voiced this doubt. However, the demoness did not directly explain, merely fixing her gaze on Ning Chen with a deep, meaningful look. You will understand when the time comes. Ning Chen. Somehow he suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his kidneys. By the way, she added, when the 7 Emotions Tribulation draws near, drink plenty of pure yang tea. The demoness reminded him with great consideration. Ning Chen. It's over. Drink more pure yang tea. Could it be that he was expected to help the demoness for a full 7 days? Without rest. Oh no, your kidneys, brother, might not survive. No time to mourn for the kidneys. Forget waiting until the demoness tribulation. Drink it now, immediately. Not that he was weak, but the demoness was no ordinary woman. Senior, you wouldn't expect me to work for free, would you? Ning Chen gave a light cough. He had freeloaded off the demoness, but he couldn't let her freeload off him. Free. The demoness raised an elegant brow, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes as she looked at him. For a scholar, how can it be called freeloading? Hearing those all too familiar words, Ning Chen's mouth twitched. He knew the boomerang would eventually come back to him. Besides, Luo Shangwu's clear voice rang out at that moment. You also cultivate the supreme demon art, so you will inevitably face the 7 Emotions Tribulation in the future. Helping me is helping yourself. Oh. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow at the demoness' words, unable to resist, asking, Senior means if I help you now, then my 7 Emotions Tribulation will be resolved later. Not exactly, she replied. Then how does that count as helping me? Ning Chen's voice trailed off. His gaze fell on Luo Shangwu, as if a realization had dawned. Just then Luo Shangwu turned her head. Ning Chen's suspicion grew into certainty. The demoness meant that when his own 7 Emotions Tribulation came, she would help him in return. So by helping her now, he was indeed helping himself. That would mean, when his tribulation came, she would be the one making the effort. Hiss. At the thought of the demoness' breathtaking visage and her nearly perfect form swaying above him, Ning Chen's breath quickened. Quite thrilling. Ahem. For you, senior, I will not hesitate. Ning Chen patted his chest. I will come find you when the time comes. Luo Shangwu said indifferently, then walked toward the courtyard exit. It was getting late, and she needed to leave. Senior, how about we do a rehearsal now on how to resolve the 7 Emotions Tribulation? Boom. Ning Chen followed, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying again. When he picked himself up off the ground, the demoness had already vanished. She doesn't even understand the value of a rehearsal. She must not have been a good student. Ning Chen muttered to himself. Then he closed the courtyard gate, returned to his room, and waved his hand. A massive black shinwood coffin appeared before him. Phew. Tomorrow is the trial at the demon burial ground. My opponents will likely be the true disciples of the 7 great peaks. I wonder how strong they are. Let's see how much this finger of a Saint Realm expert can boost me. Ning Chen let out a long breath, then took out the severed finger of the Blood Soul Sun that the demoness had given him. With a thought, he nudged open a corner of the coffin lid, revealing the blood-red chaos within. Immediately, he placed the finger inside the coffin of gods. The entire coffin gave a violent shudder. A surge of funeral chi rushed into the blood-red chaos within. As the coffin absorbed the funeral chi, an immense influx of spiritual energy surged back into Ning Chen's dantian, merging with his golden spiritual sea. The next moment, Ning Chen could feel his aura beginning to break through. As expected of a Saint Realm expert's finger, the breakthrough is already imminent. Sensing the shift in his aura, a flicker of joy crossed Ning Chen's eyes. However, he did not choose to break through immediately. Instead, he activated his reincarnation eye to examine the Blood Soul Sun's final thoughts. Oh, the Righteous Alliance, Emperor of Righteous Heaven. Sure enough, the culprit behind all this is the Righteous Alliance. They truly want the demon sect dead. Could they be planning an early strike? After seeing the Blood Soul Sun's dying thoughts, Ning Chen frowned slightly, a bit worried. But he also noticed something else. The Blood Soul Sun seemed to know the demoness, though he was slain before he could dwell on it. That was to be expected, though. The top experts of the Tianling realm would naturally know one another. After reviewing the final thoughts, Ning Chen sat cross-legged and began absorbing the vast spiritual energy. It took over an hour for that overwhelming momentum to finally subside. Peak of 8-star, sea-breaking realm. Joy sparkled in Ning Chen's eyes. Just a single finger from a Saint Realm expert had allowed him to break through 2 minor realms, and he was only a step away from the 9-star sea-breaking realm. Not bad. Ning Chen was fairly satisfied with this result. After all, he had buried not a full saint, but merely a single severed finger. Edge. Suddenly, he noticed that on the panel before him a plus sign had appeared next to the cultivable martial arts. A single finger could also grant insight into the Blood Soul Sun's former martial arts. This coffin of gods was truly remarkable. Ning Chen focused his mind and began to examine it. Earth-grade high-level martial art soul control technique, cultivable. By cultivating this art, one can command all souls of the world, using them in battle, for travel, and more. An Earth-grade high-level martial art. Just by seeing its grade, Ning Chen knew it was extraordinary. Soul control. It pairs well with the soul suppression melody of the celestial burial song. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. If he encountered unreasonable residual soul clients who couldn't appreciate the grand burial method, he now had some skill in soul control and suppression. Not bad. This Blood Soul Sun was a good man. He gave me both cultivation and martial arts. Ning Chen nodded in satisfaction, then began to practice the soul control technique throughout the night. This concludes the excerpt. The next day, at Zongxing Peak. Greetings, Senior Brother Ning. We pay our respects to Senior Brother Ning. When Ning Chen appeared in the main hall of Zongxing Peak, all the disciples of the peak saluted him in succession, their eyes burning with reverence and admiration. Ever since the disciples from the various peaks of Futu Demon Valley returned a few days ago, Ning Chen's deeds had spread throughout the entire Tianma sect. Senior Brother Ning Chen, with his Swana horn and a funeral melody, had used a black coffin to suppress a soul. What was most crucial was that the soul he suppressed was no ordinary one. It was a blood soul from the 10,000 soul banner of a saint-level powerhouse. Even a saint of the same realm might have found it troublesome. Yet Senior Brother Ning Chen had effortlessly suppressed it with just a funeral melody. In the eyes of the disciples of Zongxing Peak, he had practically become a god. At this moment, an old man's voice sounded from not far away. Ning, my boy. Gu Xian rushed over from a distance. When he saw Ning Chen, he was already grinning from ear to ear. He had thought that after being appointed by the sect leader to take charge of Zongxing Peak, he would inevitably face ridicule from the other peak masters. But unexpectedly, Zongxing Peak had struck gold. They had found a treasure in this boy Ning Chen. Now the other peak masters looked at him with envy. Greetings, Peak Master. Ning Chen returned the smile with a bow. No need to be so formal. Gu Xian stroked his white beard and chuckled, then patted Ning Chen on the shoulder. Today marks the opening of the Demon Burial Ground trial. Are you ready, my boy? I've been ready for a long time. Ning Chen nodded slightly. The ancestors of the Tianma sect were buried in that cold demon burial ground. How pitiful. What ulterior motives could he possibly have? He only wanted to help those senior demon cultivators move to a warmer home. His dantian was quite warm. Then let's go. Follow me. Gu Xian laughed heartily, then turned and gestured for Ning Chen to follow. As Ning Chen walked alongside, he asked, Peak Master, what are the approximate cultivation levels of the true disciples from other peaks participating in the Demon Burial Ground trial? Well, Gu Xian pondered for a moment before answering. Mostly at the peak of the sea-breaking realm, or half-step to the myriad forms realm. Peak of the sea-breaking realm, or half-step to the myriad forms realm. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. The gap wasn't too large. After all, he had only been cultivating for a few months, yet he was already not far behind these true disciples. That meant his talent was somewhat acceptable. Well, at least at the level of barely passable so-so. No, wasn't that the demonist line? Damn, he had been corrupted. Don't be discouraged, Ning, my boy. With your talent, catching up to them in a year is more than enough. Gu Xian said cheerfully to comfort him. A year? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. Then, the two stepped through the air, heading toward the opening site of the Demon Burial Ground. The Tianma sect. The site where the Demon Burial Ground was opened. Even the soil here was charred black, with wisps of faint black qi drifting from the surface. At the very center stood a bronze, ancient gate, dozens of zhang in height. The ancient gate was bound by numerous pitch-black chains, each inscribed with ancient runes. At this moment, before the ancient gate stood several figures, the 6 peak masters. Beside each of them stood a figure, either male or female, all of them true disciples of the 6 peaks. Outside the opening site, many Tianma sect disciples had gathered to observe. The demon burial ground trial was bound to be spectacular. The true disciples of the Six Peaks were already formidable, and this time Zongxing Peak, which had been absent for so many sessions, was participating again. Most importantly, the candidate from Zongxing Peak for this trial was almost certainly senior brother Ning Chen, who had recently risen to fame in the Tianma sect. It was going to be extremely exciting. There was definitely a good show to watch. We're just waiting for that old Gu Xian. This old geezer is always late. Before the Bronze Gate, the Tianma Peak Master folded his arms and, taking advantage of Gu Xian's absence, cursed him heartily. Peak Master. The white-robed youth beside the Tianma Peak Master bowed first, then asked with evident confusion, "In the past, weren't Zongxing Peak slots for the Demon Burial Ground trial always given to our Tianma Peak? Why this time did they return them to Zongxing Peak?" This person was by Yinchuan, a true disciple of Tianma Peak. He was frowning at that moment, his face practically written with the thought that giving the slot to Zongxing Peak was a waste. "Yinchuan, I know you originally planned to enter the Demon Burial Ground with your junior sister. But this time the allocation of slots was personally decided by the sect leader. Put aside your discontent." The Tianma Peak Master saw through by Yinchuan's little scheme at a glance, and said coldly, "The sect leader's decision." By Yinchuan's expression shifted, and his arrogance immediately dissipated. It said that the junior brother from Zongxing Peak participating in this trial is no ordinary person. By Yinchuan, you'd better not underestimate him. Hua Yuexin, a true disciple of Mingyue Peak, glanced at Bai Yinchuan and giggled. Bai Yinchuan said nothing. If he were truly extraordinary, would he be in Zongxing Peak? Everyone's sorry for the wait. Just then Gu Xian's voice rang out, and two figures descended from the sky. It's senior brother Ning Chen from Zongxing Peak. Senior brother Ning Chen is so handsome. When Ning Chen appeared beside Gu Xian, many Tianma sect disciples around the demon burial ground turned their gazes toward him, exclaiming excitedly. Ning Chen touched his nose. When had he become so famous in the Tianma sect? At the same time, the true disciples of the Six Peaks also cast their first glances at him. Before them stood a young man in a pitch-black robe, a swana hanging from his waist, his features handsome, and a kind smile curling at the corner of his lips. The male true disciples felt a pang of inferiority. This junior brother from Zongxing Peak is quite handsome. I want to dual cultivate with him. Hua Yuexin's beautiful eyes lit up, and she stepped forward with graceful steps. Hua Yuexin of Mingyue Peak. May I ask your name, junior brother? Ning Chen. Greetings, senior sister Hua. Ning Chen replied. After the demon burial ground trial, would you have some free time, junior brother Ning? Hua Yuexin continued. What does senior sister wish to discuss? Ning Chen frowned slightly. I find your appearance very pleasing, junior brother. I wish to dual cultivate with you. Hua Yuexin's beautiful eyes rested on Ning Chen as she spoke bluntly without any pretense. Besides being quite taken with junior brother Ning's looks, there was another reason. She always felt an inexplicable attraction to him, a kind of irresistible opposite-sex allure. It was as if he were a warm stove, and she couldn't help but fly into the flame like a moth. Ning Chen's mouth twitched upon hearing Hua Yuexin's words. With so many people around. Did you just say that outright? Truly a demonic sect. Just like the demonists. Ning Chen, you're truly blessed. Yuexin is the strongest among the true disciples of Mingyue Peak, and she has cultivated the yin-yang union technique. Cultivating with her would be quite beneficial, the Mingyue Peak Master said with a smile. No need. I have no interest in dual cultivation. Thank you for your kind offer, senior sister Hua. Ning Chen waved his hand. For some reason, ever since he had dual cultivated with the demonists, he had lost all worldly desires toward other women. Very well. Hua Yuexin did not insist, though she felt a twinge of regret. After all, with junior brother Ning's looks, he would have been the most outstanding among her dozen or so dual cultivation partners. But it was the irresistible allure about him that truly piqued her curiosity. Since everyone has gathered, the demon burial trial can commence. Tianma Peak Master glanced at the other Peak Masters. Only after the Peak Masters nodded in agreement did Tianma Peak Master walk toward the ancient bronze gate locked by pitch black chains, knock lightly, and speak in a deep voice. Greetings, elders Shuiying and Yusha. I am the Peak Master of Tianma Peak. I request the two elders to open the demon burial ground and commence this demon burial trial. As the Tianma Peak Master's words fell, two figures appeared out of thin air, exuding the might of saints. They were the guardian elders of the demon burial ground of the Tianma sect. The demon burial ground trial is about to begin. According to the rules, all inner disciples entering must register their cultivation level. Only those who pass may enter. The blood-robed elder Shuiying looked at them and said calmly. A blood-red jade appeared in his hand. Yes. The Peak Masters showed no surprise and quickly arranged for their sect's inner disciples to begin the test. Indeed, they are at the peak of the sea-breaking realm. But the inner disciples of the top three peaks are all half-step to the myriad manifestations realm. Ning Chen looked over. Bai Yinchuan of Tianma Peak, Lu Xiao of Sword Demon Peak, and Yi Xian of Soul Puppet Peak were all half-step to the myriad manifestations realm, while the other three were at the peak of the sea-breaking realm. Ning Chen, it's your turn. Tianma Peak Master looked over. Yes. Ning Chen walked forward with neither humility nor arrogance. Ning Chen is at the 6-star sea-breaking realm. Although not as good as the disciples of other peaks, it is enough to pass. Gu Xian was quite reassured about Ning Chen. Though he was a bit behind now, Ning Chen's talent was evident. He would surely surpass the inner disciples of the 6 major peaks within a year. At this moment, the inner disciples of the 6 major peaks all turned their gazes toward the youth in black. They had recently emerged from seclusion and had all heard more or less of the deeds of this disciple from Burial Peak. However, hearing is not as good as seeing. Whether this Burial Peak disciple was as extraordinary as the sect's rumors suggested remained to be witnessed. The next moment, as Ning Chen's hand touched the blood-red jade, a dazzling red light soon emitted from it. 8-star sea-breaking realm pass. Elder Shuiying nodded slightly. 8-star sea-breaking realm. When they heard Elder Shuiying's words, the inner disciples were somewhat surprised. This junior brother Ning, though from Burial Peak, was not weak in strength, but compared to them, he was still a bit lacking. What a 8-star sea-breaking realm. However, when they heard Elder Shuiying's words, Gu Xian and the Peak Master's expressions changed drastically, their eyes full of shock, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "My!" Seeing the Peak Masters so flustered, by Yinchuan and the other inner disciples were full of confusion. Isn't it just the 8-star sea-breaking realm? The Peak Masters shouldn't be so agitated, right? Moreover, the lowest among the inner disciples was at the peak of the sea-breaking realm, and 3 were even half-step to the myriad manifestations realm. Why hadn't the Peak Masters been so flustered then? 8-star sea-breaking realm. How could it be 8-star? Gu Xian was dazed, muttering to himself. I remember when the Great Elder returned 2 or 3 days ago, he said Ning Chen had already cultivated to the 6-star sea-breaking realm. But it's only been a few days. Has he jumped to the 8-star sea-breaking realm? Tianma Peak Master was also somewhat flustered. But they couldn't be blamed. In just 2 or 3 days he had broken through again, and in one go 2 minor realms. Could he still be considered normal? Even those monstrous prodigies couldn't achieve this. At this moment the Peak Masters looked at Gu Xian with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Such an extraordinary disciple. Why did he insist on staying at Burial Peak? Could it really be, as the sect rumors said, that Ning Chen had an addiction to burying people? What? 2 or 3 days, breaking through 2 minor realms. Hearing this, Bai Yinchuan and the other inner disciples suddenly understood why the Peak Masters were so flustered. They all stared at Ning Chen as if he were a monster. Even for them, the inner disciples breaking through a minor realm took at least a month or 2, but this junior brother Ning from Burial Peak only needed a few days. Monstrous. What a pity. At this moment Hua Yuexin's eyes lit up, feeling more and more regretful. If she could dual cultivate with junior brother Ning, it would surely be wonderful. Ning Chen, how did you do this? When Ning Chen released the blood-red jade and walked over, Gu Xian couldn't help but ask. Ning Chen chuckled lightly. It came naturally. Now Ning Chen was not deliberately hiding his strength. He had originally worried that exposing his talent in a demonic sect might invite covetousness, but since he discovered that the female demon had a special status in this sect, he wasn't so worried anymore. No kidding. He was the female demon's man. If the demonic sect wanted to touch him, they would have to ask the female demon first. Hee. The female demon's legs were really nice to hug. So white and soft to him. Hearing this, the Peak Masters and inner disciples twitched their mouths. Such a charming, naturally. But isn't your water a bit too much in just 2 or 3 days? These seedlings are not bad. Elder Shuiying's gaze swept over Ning Chen and the others, his voice hoarse and sullen. Ning Chen always felt that Elder Shuiying's gaze was somewhat off. Perhaps because he was in a demonic sect, Ning Chen never let down his guard. All right. You shall explain the rules of the demon burial ground to these little ones. Elder Shuiying put away the blood-red jade and looked at the black-robed old man beside him. Elder Yusha nodded and looked at them. The demon burial ground is where the past powerhouses of our Tianma sect are buried. You may seek the places where the strong fell attempt to sense them, and if recognized, you can obtain their inheritance. Hearing this, the inner disciples' eyes flashed with excitement. If they could obtain an inheritance, their strength could advance further, and even in a few years they could strive for the position of personal disciple. Recognition? How troublesome. From the side, Ning Chen toyed with his soul swana. He didn't care about recognition, he would just shovel them up, pack them away, and bury them first. With the function unlocked at the 3rd level of the burial god coffin, he could still obtain the inheritance. However, at this moment Elder Yusha's voice sounded again. The demon burial ground is not without risks. Because many of our Tianma sect's powerhouses are buried there, the erosion of death energy is very strong. Many inner disciples who enter, even if they manage to come out, may lose their 7 souls and 6 spirits and become idiots. Hearing this, the inner disciples' expressions changed slightly. Bai Yinshuan couldn't help but ask, then, what if they don't come out? Not come out. Elder Yusha laughed sinisterly. If they don't come out, they will naturally sleep alongside our Tianma sect's powerhouses in the demon burial ground. When Elder Yusha finished speaking, the true disciples of the major peaks all grew solemn in expression, though they were well aware that while the risk in the demon burial ground was great, so too was the reward. Risk and reward were proportional. Moments later, once the true disciples of the major peaks had no more doubts, Elders Shui Ying and Yusha were preparing to open the ancient bronze gate leading into the demon burial ground. With demonic energy surging in their hands, both slammed their palms forcefully onto the old gate. Boom! In an instant, the ancient runes upon the chains of the bronze gate erupted with brilliant light, and the dark chains began to fall away as the sealed gate opened on its own. Inside lay only pitch-black chaos radiating an eerie aura. Done. The trial begins. Enter. Elder Shui Ying glanced at the group and said coldly. The true disciples of the major peaks all nodded, took a deep breath, and then walked toward the bronze gate. Ning Chen looked around, but did not see the familiar figure in crimson. It seemed the female demon really had no interest in such matters. He shook his head, turned, and made his way toward the bronze gate. But when his body touched the dark chaos, the surrounding space clearly shifted, indicating that the demon burial ground was indeed its own separate realm. Soon, as the world spun and the scenery before him gradually changed, 3 days from now, when the trial concludes, the demon burial ground will open on its own. Seeing that everyone had entered, Elders Shui Ying and Mo Sha laughed with raspy voices, then their figures dissolved, merging into the demon burial ground and vanishing without a trace. The entire bronze gate locked once more and slammed shut. Now we simply wait, the heavenly demon Peak Master said in a deep voice. The Peak Masters all harbored some worry, for once the demon burial ground opened, no one could predict what would occur within it. Moreover, each time it opened, some true disciples would never return, forever entombed. Thus, they could only silently pray that their peak's true disciples would not come to harm. Although that kid Ning Chen appears weaker than the true disciples of other peaks on the surface, he is likely not as simple as he seems. Gu Xian murmured, and for reasons unknown, despite Ning Chen being the weakest among them, he felt an inexplicable confidence in the young man. As for the source of this confidence, he himself could not say. Just then, Gu Xian seemed to notice something, his expression shifting slightly, as he quickly straightened and bowed in formal salute. We greet the sect leader. Sect leader. Beside him, the heavenly demon Peak Master and the other Peak Masters froze, turning to look. A breathtakingly beautiful figure in a crimson dress had appeared behind them without warning. Seeing this, they immediately bowed in respect. We greet the sect leader. Luo Shanwu gave a slight nod, her luminous eyes glancing at the tightly sealed bronze gate. Sect leader, why have you come? The heavenly demon Peak Master cautiously glanced at Luo Shanwu. After all, such matters should not have drawn the sect leader's attention. As a great emperor-level expert, how could she possibly care about mere true disciples? Am I not allowed to come? At this, Luo Shanwu offered no reply, her beautiful eyes simply resting lightly on the heavenly demon Peak Master. She had no need to explain. I dare not. Cold sweat streamed down the heavenly demon Peak Master's face as he repeatedly shook his head. The sect leader's temperament was truly unfathomable, capricious, and unpredictable. At this moment, Luo Shanwu paid no mind to the awe-stricken Peak Masters. Instead, she crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes resting calmly upon the bronze gate. So this is the demon burial ground. When the spatial fluctuations ceased, Ning Chen finally managed to take in the scene before him. Before him stretched a pitch-black land under a dim, gloomy sky. The entire space was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere thick with death energy, and faintly visible were numerous tombstones standing throughout the demon burial ground. Everyone rely on your own abilities from here on. Bai Yinshuan snorted coldly and darted first into the depths of the demon burial ground. The true disciples Lu Xiao Yixian and others also dispersed in different directions. In the demon burial ground, it was best to keep their distance from one another to avoid interference, lest they have to guard against others stealing the opportunities they had perceived. Junior brother Ning Chen, would you like to form a team with your senior sister? Hua Yuexin giggled, glancing at Ning Chen beside her. Upon seeing his extraordinary talent, her desire to cultivate dual cultivation with him only intensified. However, she turned her head and Ning Chen's figure had already vanished. Within the demon burial ground, a figure clad in dark black robes with a swana hanging at his waist appeared. There seemed to be quite a few tombstones, yet no blood and chi suitable for burial. As Ning Chen had traveled this far, although he had seen many standing tombstones, the burial god coffin had not indicated any suitable life force to entomb. Obviously, these tombstones likely belonged to those who had been eternally at rest here. Not only had their souls dissipated, but even their skeletal remains had vanished naturally, leaving no burial-eligible blood and chi behind. Otherwise, what would there be to bury? I must hurry, Ning Chen murmured to himself. After all, Ning Chen was unsure whether these clients in the demon burial ground would dissipate once the true disciples inherited their legacies, so he had to act swiftly, burying these clients before the inheritors could comprehend the transmissions. Ning Chen took a deep breath, and strands of burial chi gradually surfaced in his eyes. With a light chuckle he murmured, "Time to bury." A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he beheld the threads of burial chi before him. He heard the calls of his clients. A cold glint flickered in Ning Chen's eyes as the burial extermination shovel materialized in his hand. He slung it over his shoulder and set off toward the direction guided by the burial chi. In but a moment, a young man in dark robes appeared before a tomb atop a hill in the demon burial ground. As Ning Chen approached the tomb, a wizened phantom materialized, and an aged voice rang out. "I am the 33rd generation external elder of Sword Demon Peak. Are you here to comprehend my trance?" However, his words were cut short. Before the elder could finish, Ning Chen's voice interjected. "Junior Ning Chen, I asked the elder to enter his burial." The phantom of the 33rd generation external elder was taken aback. Was he not already in his tomb? Yet before he could voice his confusion, 3 incense of rebirth candles were already planted atop his grave. As the funeral dirge resounded, and a black coffin pressed down, the elder was relocated to a new resting place for eternal slumber. Following that, a stream of burial chi surged into the burial god coffin, replenishing Ning Chen's dantian. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. When the burial chi entered the coffin, Ning Chen noticed that this particular client, this Sword Demon Peak elder, was not quite right. Why is there so little burial chi? Ning Chen frowned. Being buried in the demon burial ground implied the individual was no ordinary being, likely a formidable figure within the demon sect. Yet this client yielded only a meager amount of burial chi. After pondering for a while, he concluded he is incomplete. Perhaps it's because he died too long ago, Ning Chen muttered, shaking his head. He hoisted the burial extermination shovel and continued toward the next client, guided by the burial chi. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The lingering spirits in the demon burial ground had all come to know of the black-robed burial god who had arrived. They barely managed to utter an opening phrase before hearing his customary, "I asked the elder to enter his burial," followed by 3 incense candles planted on their graves. It was remarkably swift, leaving them no time to react. In the next instant, they were relocated from one burial site to another. During these 2 days, Ning Chen roamed the demon burial ground with his shovel, gradually uncovering a peculiar truth: the demonic masters buried here were all incomplete, providing only scant burial chi. "How strange," Ning Chen murmured, shaking his head. He then hoisted his shovel, embodying the black-robed burial god of this realm. Though the yield was meager, it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, Bai Yinchuan, a true disciple of Demon Peak, stood frowning with a somber expression. For 2 whole days he had failed to comprehend a single opportunity. He was utterly frustrated. If it were due to his own lack of talent, unable to resonate with the predecessors of the demon sect buried here, he wouldn't be so troubled. That would be his own fault, not anyone else's. But what truly vexed him was the reason he had found no opportunity in 2 days was that he hadn't even encountered a single resonating predecessor. The tombs were utterly silent, as if the dead were truly dead. Damn it! Bai Yinchuan couldn't help but curse aloud. Yet suddenly he heard a sound from the dark woods nearby. His senses sharpened, and his spiritual energy surged. With the aura of half-step myriad phenomena emanating from him, he dashed toward the source of the noise. But when he burst through the thicket, he found 5 figures staring at him in bewilderment. What are you all doing here?" Seeing the true disciples of the 5 major peaks, Bai Yinchuan's eyes flickered with confusion. The demon burial ground was a personal trial, and grouping up offered no benefit whatsoever. "Senior brother, by how many opportunities have you found?" Hua Yuexin raised her beautiful eyes to look at him. Bai Yinchuan frowned slightly before replying coldly, "Well, I have already found 5 opportunities." Though he had found none in the outside world, one's dignity was self-made. "Oh, 5. Hearing this, Hua Yuexin and the others were stunned, a flash of disbelief in their eyes. Seeing their reaction, Bai Yinchuan's heart skipped a beat. Had he understated the number? But then he heard Hua Yuexin exclaim in admiration, as expected of senior brother, to find 5 opportunities. Beside her, Lu Xiao Yixian and the others also sighed in admiration. Hearing this, Bai Yinchuan was startled. He had already tried to downplay the number. "How many have you all found? How many seniors have approved of you?" He looked at them and asked cautiously. At this, Hua Yuexin and the others exchanged awkward glances. If it doesn't embarrass you, senior brother Bai. Actually, in these 2 days we haven't found a single opportunity, Lu Shao sighed helplessly. Hua Yuexin, Yi Xian, and the other true disciples also wore helpless expressions. Hearing this, Bai Yinchuan's mouth twitched. A thought struck him, and swallowing hard he ventured, could it be that the reason you haven't found any opportunity or gained approval from any predecessor is because you haven't even encountered a single one of our sect's predecessors? At this, the true disciples of the major peaks all nodded bitterly. We've spent these days searching for the predecessors in the demon burial ground, but their remnant souls seem to have completely dissipated. No matter how we called, they didn't respond. It seems they are thoroughly dead. This? Bai Yinchuan's mouth twitched again. So it wasn't just him. Everyone was experiencing the same issue. It seemed the demon burial ground had a problem. Oh, and in front of every tomb, there seemed to be 3 burning candles. At that moment, Hua Yuexin seemed to recall something. Her words made the others realize that indeed every tomb they had encountered had these burning candles. Candles! Bai Yinchuan's brow furrowed as he recalled the detail he had overlooked. He murmured the word, trying to discern some clue. Suddenly his gaze shot to a spot not far away, and his expression changed drastically. What's wrong, senior brother Bai? The true disciples beside him, startled by his movement, followed his gaze. They saw a young man in dark robes carrying a burial shovel, expertly planting 3 incense candles before a tomb. Incense of rebirth. For a moment their expressions turned extremely interesting. Was that junior brother Ning Chen from Burial Peak? Did he place those 3 candles? When they saw the young man in black robes skillfully inserting 3 rebirth candles before the tomb, the several core disciples' expressions subtly changed as they instantly recalled the scene they had witnessed. Those candles were Ning Chen's doing. Could it be that the reason they couldn't find any opportunities was that Ning Chen had already beaten them to it? This sly one. Bai Yinchuan's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and then flew over there. Seeing this, the other core disciples from the great peaks hurriedly followed. At this moment, Ning Chen had already completed the burial, skillfully inserting 3 rebirth candles for this client, but just as he stood up, he suddenly sensed several auras rapidly approaching from behind. When he turned around, he saw the core disciples of the 6 great peaks. Ning Chen, what are you doing? Bai Yinchuan frowned and asked coldly. All the senior ancestors of our heavenly demon sect are buried here, so cold and desolate, truly pitiful. I'm just offering some incense for them. Would you all like some? Ning Chen smiled as he looked at the few people in the sky. As a disciple of Burial Peak, isn't it reasonable to carry rebirth candles with me? At these words, the core disciples suddenly found no reason to refute. Humph, how could it be as simple as just offering incense? Bai Yinchuan snorted coldly, staring at Ning Chen with sharp eyes. I ask you, the residual souls of the senior ancestors in the demon burial ground have vanished without a trace. Are you involved? Perhaps. The rebirth candle. Once a flame is lit, those senior souls are liberated and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Isn't that also reasonable? Ning Chen chuckled. At these words, the core disciples' expressions changed. You? Bai Yinchuan's face turned ugly, glaring fiercely at Ning Chen. You sent the senior souls into reincarnation. What about us? What about you? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't the peak masters say that once we enter, everyone relies on their own abilities? Having said that, the smile on his lips deepened. Besides, he added, I haven't stopped any of you from perceiving the opportunities. At these words, the core disciples were speechless. In other words, it was their own incompetence, not Ning Chen's fault, and indeed that was the truth. Nonsense. You must still have some opportunities on you. Hand them over now. Bai Yinchuan snorted coldly, his aura of the half-step myriad phenomena realm bursting forth, and the next moment, he stepped forward, charging fiercely at Ning Chen. Half-step myriad phenomena, huh? Seeing this, Ning Chen showed no fear in his eyes, but rather excitement. He had just practiced the one-sword seal's throat, taught by the female demon lord a few days ago, and this was the perfect chance to test his sword intent on Bai Yinchuan. My, a mere sea-breaking realm 8-star dares not to evade my edge. Bai Yinchuan frowned, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Then he activated the Heavenly Demon Heart Sutra of the Heavenly Demon Peak, and his spiritual energy surged, it transformed into streaks of black light that enveloped his body. That's the Heavenly Demon avatar of the Heavenly Demon Peak. Not far away, the core disciples watched coldly, frowning when they saw the black aura on Bai Yinchuan. It seemed Bai Yinchuan was serious. A mere sea-breaking 8-star, yet he needs to use his full strength. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Junior brother Ning Chen, I do admire your courage, but let me also tell you, this courage is important, but strength is even more important. As Bai Yinchuan's words fell, black light surged around him, power gathered at his fist, and he threw a punch at Ning Chen. Ning Chen remained silent. In his dantian the golden spiritual sea surged. As his aura suddenly rose, the blood-red light of the blood demon blade covered his fist, and he also threw a punch. Bang! The fists clashed. Bai Yinchuan staggered back dozens of steps, while Ning Chen only retreated a few steps. You are a body cultivator. Seeing this, Bai Yinchuan's expression changed. Even the nearby core disciples were stunned. A sea-breaking 8-star cultivator's physical strength was actually stronger than Bai Yinchuan's, who was at the half-step myriad phenomena realm. Such strong physical body. Seeing this, Hua Yuexin's beautiful eyes lit up, and she licked her red lips. Half-step myriad phenomena physical body. Nothing special. Ning Chen glanced at Bai Yinchuan indifferently. Did you think the various nourishing teas the female demon lord gave me were just for nothing? How could the physical body of a mere half-step myriad phenomena strongman compare to his? You? Bai Yinchuan's face was extremely ugly. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly Ning Chen's figure appeared before him like a ghost, and a cold gleam in his hand stabbed at him. Just the sharp and fierce intent easily pierced through his heavenly demon avatar. This is a shovel. When he saw what was in Ning Chen's hand, Bai Yinchuan's pupils contracted sharply. A shovel can unleash such intense sword intent. At this moment, a stabbing pain came from his chest. He lowered his head abruptly, and his expression changed drastically. It turned out that the sword intent had not only broken through his heavenly demon avatar, but it also cut open his clothes and skin, blood seeping out and bringing a slight stinging sensation. Such strong sword intent. He knew that in his heavenly demon avatar form his physical strength and defense were greatly enhanced. But Ning Chen's sword. No shovel easily broke through his proud heavenly demon avatar. Clang, clang, clang. With the continuous sound of sword humming, Ning Chen moved extremely fast, his sword intent on the burial extinction growing ever sharper. However, it was a pity that he had not practiced one sword seal's throat for long, and there was indeed a certain realm gap between him and Bai Yinchuan. Therefore, he could not yet seal the throat with one strike. However, if they were at the same realm, Ning Chen was confident he could do it to Bai Yinchuan. I have to say the female demon lord's sword techniques and sword intent are truly powerful. Relying only on the sword intent and techniques taught by the female demon lord, Ning Chen had easily suppressed Bai Yinchuan, who was 2 minor realms higher, not to mention that he still had other methods he had not used. This is junior brother Ning Chen so strong. When they saw that, Bai Yinchuan had no room to resist. The core disciples' expressions turned serious. No one had expected that Ning Chen, who seemed to be the lowest realm among them, could easily crush the strongest one. Bang! Another shovel swung out, sword intent fierce. Bai Yinchuan flew backward, his body covered with sword wounds of various sizes, and his heavenly demon avatar had already been completely shaved off by Ning Chen. Wait! Bai Yinchuan steadied himself and shouted hurriedly before Ning Chen's next shovel came. I concede. Junior brother Ning Chen. Concede. One can only concede in a competition, but this was not a competition. Ning Chen frowned, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, as if looking at a customer ready to be buried. However, at that moment, suddenly from a tomb in the demon burial ground below, a soul with terrifying death energy shot toward Bai Yinchuan and instantly swallowed him whole. Faced with this sudden scene, the prodigies of the various peaks all changed color, their eyes filled with terror. When the soul mass filled with deathly chi devoured Bai Yinchuan whole, he let out a piercing scream, his eyes rolling upward as if his soul were being drawn out. The screams gradually faded. Then the deathly soul mass dissipated, seeming to retreat into a tomb. The next moment, Bai Yinchuan's lifeless body fell from the sky and no one dared to catch him. The deathly soul mass was so eerie that no one dared to act rashly. His soul has been drained dry. Yi Xian gazed, his eyes filled with shock. As a core disciple of Soul Puppet Peak, he could immediately tell that Bai Yinchuan's soul had been completely drained, no longer existing. What? His soul drained dry? At these words, the core disciples Lu Xiao and Hua Yuexin's expressions drastically changed, a flicker of fear in their eyes. A soul drained dry, left only an empty shell, no different from death. A core disciple, dead just like that. For a moment, the core disciple's eyes were filled with gravity. Then Yi Xian hesitated no more, took a jade slip from his storage ring and crushed it forcefully. However, there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned deeply. Under normal circumstances, crushing this jade slip would teleport one out of the demon burial ground at the cost of forfeiting the trial and being barred from re-entering. But now their lives were at stake. Future matters could be dealt with later. Survival came first. What's happening? It's failed. The other core disciples likewise took out their jade slips and crushed them, yet nothing happened. Nearby, Ning Chen silently glanced at Bai Yinchuan's lifeless corpse. As an excellent undertaker, he must give equal farewell to every client, and Bai Yinchuan was no exception. He also had a jade slip given by Gu Xian in his storage ring, but seeing the others crush theirs with no effect, he vaguely guessed what was going on. As expected of a demon sect, Ning Chen sighed. The demon sect was indeed treacherous. Stop trying. This space has long been sealed by the two elders Blood Shadow and Nether Fiend. Even crushing 100 jade slips would be useless. Ning Chen glanced indifferently at the core disciples. Sealed by the two elders. The core disciples were stunned. Junior brother Ning Chen, what do you know? Hua Yuexin's beautiful eyes turned to him. The core disciples also fixed their gazes on Ning Chen, for they had already realized that this junior brother Ning Chen of Burial Peak was not simple ever since he suppressed by Yinchuan. Ning Chen said nothing. Or rather, he had no interest in sharing more information with them. From the start, he had noticed something off about the gazes of the two elders Blood Shadow and Nether Fiend. Then after entering and burying so many heavenly demon sect elders, he found their chi and blood pitifully scarce, which tipped him off. Then now seeing the dreadfully terrifying deathly soul mass devoured by Yinchuan's soul, a bold guess formed in his mind. These two elders Blood Shadow and Nether Fiend had guarded the demon burial ground for so many years. Likely they were nurturing a soul. It was very possible that a former heavenly demon sect leader had fallen here. That soul had seduced the two guarding elders of the demon burial ground, making them help it devour the remnant souls of the powerful deceased in this ground. Thus the clients Ning Chen buried had so little chi and blood. And among the trial takers who entered the demon burial ground over the years, some had fallen here, while others left missing their souls. Because their souls had been devoured. Now that it dares to appear so blatantly, that means its plan is nearly complete. Ning Chen murmured. He couldn't help but frown. It seems none of us can escape. Boom. The moment Ning Chen's murmur faded, a skeletal giant hand suddenly reached out from a tomb in the demon burial ground, grabbing at him. At the same time, from other tombs, several deathly carried skeletal hands shot toward the core disciples so fast they had no chance to react, instantly seizing them tightly. At the same time, a hoarse, puzzled voice suddenly rang out. A skeleton figure emerged, its body coalescing with powerful soul force, and faintly visible, its frame was branded with one ghastly face after another. And on its chest a face looked very familiar to the trapped core disciples. It was by Yinchuan. His soul had evidently been devoured by this skeleton. And now the skeleton was looking at one of its skeletal hands, which was empty, as if it had grabbed only an afterimage. Then it raised its head, gazing at the black-robed youth in the sky. Such speed. The moment the skeletal giant hand struck, Ning Chen had keenly sensed it. He immediately activated the ghostly shadow step, dodging in an instant. Which generation of heavenly demon sect leader are you? Ning Chen looked at the skeleton and asked calmly. Oh, you can guess this old man's identity. A hoarse, sinister voice came from the skeleton. It seemed somewhat puzzled, then fixed its eerie gaze on Ning Chen. No wonder Blood Shadow and Nether Fiend said you were the strongest among this batch of blood meals. Blood meals. Hearing this, the core disciples' faces drastically changed, while Ning Chen remained calm, for he had already guessed that the demon burial ground itself harbored some conspiracy. This old man is the 10th generation sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, the Bloodwrath ancestor. Now that my blood soul has matured, I urgently need a new fleshly body. He let you become this old ancestor's vessel. As the Bloodwrath ancestor's sinister voice fell, the ghastly faces branded on his skeleton twisted in agony, and countless blood souls surged around him, pouring into his bones. Then the power of the blood soul continued to manifest. Bloodwrath ancestor. Though not one of the strongest heavenly demon sect leaders, his strength is at least the sage realm. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others, tightly gripped by the skeleton, turned pale. They were all doomed here. Even if the heavenly demon sect discovered the truth, they probably wouldn't avenge them. After all, a few core disciples in exchange for the return of an old ancestor. The deal was definitely worth it. You just said blood soul power. However, at that moment, Ning Chen's voice, carrying a hint of mockery, rang out. He slowly pulled the pitch-black swona from his waist. Sorry, I am the natural counter to blood souls. As Ning Chen toyed with the pitch-black swona, the blood resentment old ancestor froze for a moment, then could not help but sneer. A mere swona. Do you think I'd be afraid of it? Yet before the words had fully fallen, a dirge resounded through the air. The blood resentment old ancestor could clearly feel the blood soul power within him being suppressed. His expression shifted, the sneer vanishing from his face as it turned solemn. This kid swona is not right. The first movement seems to be lacking something. Ning Chen frowned and lowered the swona. This blood resentment old ancestor had devoured many remnant souls in the demon burial ground. The first movement alone might not be enough to suppress him. It seemed he would have to resort to the second movement. But the second movement demanded an extremely high level of soul strength. Soul strength, huh? My current soul strength is indeed insufficient. But I can borrow some for now. Ning Chen murmured, his gaze suddenly falling upon the blood resentment old ancestor. Without the slightest hesitation, he shifted the melody. The original soul-stilling tune now brimmed with murderous intent. With one hand, he played the swana, and with the other he suddenly raised it toward the blood resentment old ancestor. Soul-controlling art. Instantly the blood resentment old ancestor felt the power of the countless souls he had devoured begin to drain away. What? The blood resentment old ancestor's face changed drastically. Never had he imagined that the souls he had already refined and absorbed could be forcibly taken away by that brat. As a bit of soul power flowed into Ning Chen, he took a deep breath. Then he stepped into the sky, floating high above his black robe, rustling violently in the aura he exuded. And then a dirge rang out across the heavens. Heaven and earth burial life, tune 10 chords play in unison. As the silent incantation faded, the entire demon burial ground was filled not only with the sound of the swana, but also faintly with the sounds of other instruments. Flute, pipa, eru, guzhing, and many more, all intertwined with the swana's melody. Look, what is that behind Ning Chen? At the same time, the 5 trapped core disciples' expressions suddenly changed, as if they had discovered something, and they stared in terror at the space behind Ning Chen. Somehow several dozen pitch-black figures, each dozens of zhang tall, had appeared behind Ning Chen. Each held a different musical instrument, and when they counted there were exactly 10. These are. The core disciples' pupils constricted. Don't you think? These 10 figures all look like junior brother Ning Chen. Suddenly Hua Yuexin's stunned voice rang out. What? At those words, Yi Xian and the others' faces turned pale. They saw that although the 10 dark figures in the sky had indistinguishable faces from their clothing and forms, they were almost identical to Ning Chen. This was the second movement of the heaven and earth burial life, tune 10 chords play in unison. When the second movement played, Ning Chen himself transformed into the 10 Yama Kings, suppressing all souls between heaven and earth. That was why it demanded a higher level of soul strength. If Ning Chen's soul were strong enough, these 10 Yama Kings would not be mere dozens of zhang tall, but could reach thousands or even tens of thousands of zhang standing between heaven and earth. What? Why can't I move? At this moment, under the 10 chords play in unison, the blood resentment old ancestor found himself completely unable to stir, suppress. At the same time as Ning Chen's voice fell, his swana melody abruptly ceased. Then the 10 Yama Kings he had manifested also stopped their movements and struck a palm down toward the blood resentment old ancestor to suppress him. Boom. In an instant the palm strike descended. The blood resentment old ancestor's face changed drastically, but being a blood soul himself, all his means had already been suppressed by the dirge, leaving him utterly powerless. In an instant he was completely sealed. So strong. Seeing this, the core disciples' faces changed, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. As the sky returned to calm, Ning Chen put away his swana, and in the eyes of the core disciples was about to walk toward the suppressed blood resentment old ancestor. But at that moment, everything around them seemed to freeze. The expressions of the core disciples remained fixed in shock, as if time itself had stopped. What's happening? Seeing this, Ning Chen was startled, his eyes filled with vigilance as he looked around. Could it be that the demon burial ground still held danger? Just then the space before him was suddenly torn open, and a red-dressed silhouette appeared before him. My! When he recognized the figure, a look of surprise flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Senior, why are you here? The red-dressed silhouette that had torn through space to appear before him was the demoness. Odd. Hadn't she said she wouldn't come? Why was she here? Truly a woman of contradictions, Ning Chen muttered inwardly. Ning Chen silently grumbled in his heart. Luo Shangwu ignored him, instead lifting her beautiful eyes to gaze at the remnant soul of the blood resentment old ancestor, which Ning Chen had suppressed with the 10 chords play in unison. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. Although once the demon burial ground was sealed, the outside world could not sense what happened inside. Who was she? With her cultivation, perceiving it was effortless. Moreover, she had left some means on this fellow. She just hadn't expected him to be able to suppress the blood resentment old ancestor using his own abilities. You've cultivated to the second movement. Luo Shangwu raised her eyes and fixed her gaze on Ning Chen. This heaven and earth burial life tune was a forbidden martial art in the Demon Sound sect. Over the years, countless prodigies of the sect had failed to comprehend it, yet this fellow had managed to grasp the second burial tune in less than a month. Ning Chen smiled and nodded. Senior, how is it? Just barely passable. Luo Shangwu snorted coldly. Used to such evaluation, Ning Chen teased the demoness. Senior, didn't you say you weren't coming? Just passing by. Luo Shangwu said coldly. Is that so? Ning Chen gave a non-committal smile, then chuckled lightly. Yes. Passing by, then coincidentally sensing danger in the demon burial ground, then coincidentally tearing space to save me. Oh, what a coincidence. Hearing this, Luo Shangwu looked at him coldly, without a word. Ahem. Feeling a bit unnerved under her gaze, Ning Chen coughed lightly and fell silent, to avoid the woman's wrath turning into a sword strike. Senior, what should we do with this blood resentment old ancestor? He was once the sect leader. Should we report this to the patriarch? He coughed again, changing the subject. But then with a clang, the red-dressed demoness suddenly drew her Xingjin sword and slashed it toward him. Senior, wait. When the sword was only 0.01 centimeters from his throat, Ning Chen finally reacted and hurriedly shouted at the demoness. It truly was a demoness. Just teasing her a few words, and she draws her sword to cut someone. Who could withstand that? However, as Ning Chen's words fell, Luo Shangwu's sword showed no pause at all. In fact, it moved even faster. Ning Chen was bewildered. Senior, although we lack the title of husband and wife, we do share the reality of it. Are you trying to slay your own husband? At these words, the demoness' breath seemed to falter slightly. Then she raised her beautiful eyes and glared fiercely at Ning Chen. Shut up. As her words fell, her sword had already landed on Ning Chen. However, the pain he had imagined did not come. The demoness' sword seemed to pass through his body and strike somewhere else. Somewhere. Ning Chen was stunned, then quickly looked down. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. It's still there. Seeing this small gesture, Luo Shangwu glared at him in exasperation. What was this guy thinking? At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from within Ning Chen's body. Then streams of black aura emerged from inside him, condensing into a figure of an old man. Shuyu, an old ancestor. When did he enter my body? When he saw that pitch-black old man's figure, Ning Chen's expression changed, a flash of shock in his eyes. Hadn't he just suppressed the Shuyu, an old ancestor, with his 10 Hall's resonance technique? How could he have entered his body? This is one of his techniques. Your move just now suppressed 90% of his blood soul, but the remaining 10% desperately entered your body. Nearby, Luo Shangwu's voice rang out cold and seemingly devoid of any emotion. And at this moment, on that remnant soul of the Shuyan old ancestor, there was a vicious sword scar. It was obvious that her sword just now was not aimed at Ning Chen, but at the Shuyuan old ancestor inside him. 10% entered my body. Hearing the demoness' words, Ning Chen frowned deeply. As expected, the older ginger is spicier. Truly, one cannot let one's guard down in the demon sect. Even with his caution, the Shuyuan old ancestor still managed to find a loophole, nearly taking over his body. Thank you, Senior. Fortunately, you passed by and saved me, otherwise the consequences would be unthinkable. Ning Chen bowed to the demoness in the red dress, deliberately emphasizing the word passed by. Luo Shangwu knew he was teasing her, so she glared at him in exasperation. I am the 10th patriarch of the heavenly demon sect, and you are. The Shuyuan old ancestor stopped his agonized screams and immediately looked at Luo Shangwu in terror. He could clearly sense that the aura of the woman in the red dress was terrifying. Even at his peak, he would be no match for her. Luo Shangwu merely looked at him indifferently. Since you can appear here, you must be a member of my heavenly demon sect. How about helping me take over this brat's body? A mere disciple in exchange for an old ancestor is quite a... However, before the Shuyuan old ancestor could finish his words, a sword light suddenly flashed, and instantly his remnant soul was directly slain, his soul annihilated under the incredibly sharp sword intent. Seeing this, Ning Chen inwardly lamented the waste. At least leave me a little. He was a high-quality customer after all. But seeing the demoness' decisive manner, it seemed he was quite important in her heart. Thinking this, Ning Chen's lips curled into a small, smug smile. Then he chuckled slyly. Thank you, Senior. In the 7 days after 1 month, I will surely work like a beast of burden and serve you well. Before Ning Chen could finish, a jade foot suddenly extended from the red dress, and with a kick to his buttocks, Ning Chen was sent flying. Nonsense. Luo Shangwu glared fiercely at Ning Chen, then turned and hurriedly left. As her figure stepped into the void and disappeared, everything that had been frozen around them returned to normal. This woman, even telling the truth, makes her furious. Ning Chen rubbed his backside, muttering as he stood up. Ning Chen Jr. brother. At the same time, Hua Yuexin and other core disciples also came to their senses, looking around in confusion. Now, besides Ning Chen, the Shuyuan old ancestor was nowhere to be seen. Where is the Shuyuan old ancestor? I suppressed him. Ning Chen flicked his sleeves. Even though he had nearly been possessed, he merely brushed off a corner of his robe and said indifferently, just a bit dusty. At these words, Hua Yuexin and the other core disciples' expressions changed. Were they not all core-level disciples? How could you suppress him? We don't even have the ability to resist. Everyone, there's no need to be so surprised. Looking at the astonished crowd, Ning Chen, with the burial reaper on his shoulder, smiled. The Shuyuan old ancestor is already a dead man. As a funeral undertaker, isn't it reasonable that I can suppress him? Hearing this, the core disciples' mouths twitched. Was that human language? And at this moment, outside the demon burial ground, Sect Master, what are you? When they saw the graceful figure in the red dress suddenly emerge from the void, the peak masters were all stunned. Luo Shangwu paid them no heed, merely casting a cold glance at the tightly shut bronze ancient gate of the demon burial ground. Then her voice rang out, utterly cold and devoid of any emotion. Yusha Shuiying. Get out here. My Sect Master is. The Peak Masters didn't dare to breathe a word, drenched in cold sweat under the terrifying aura. But without a doubt, they sensed a trace of anger in the Sect Master's emotionless, cold voice. Was the Sect Master angry? As Luo Shangwu's words fell, two extremely flustered auras emerged from the bronze ancient gate, and then the two guarding elders, Shuiying and Yusha, immediately appeared. Greetings, Sect Master. We wonder what the Sect Master has summoned us for. The two were extremely terrified and hurriedly bowed to the figure in the red dress. However, before their words fully ended, boom, a terrifying imperial might emerged, instantly suppressing the two. Even though these two guarding elders were at the Saint Realm under Luo Shangwu's imperial might, they had no room to resist and were pressed firmly to the ground. Meanwhile, the Peak Masters dared not utter a word, completely clueless about what was happening. Sect Master. The two elders, Shuiying and Yusha, looked greatly alarmed. Speak or not. Luo Shangwu's cold voice rang out. You secretly resurrected Xu Yuan and didn't tell me the Sect Master. Do you have any respect for me as your Sect Master? These words fell, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. What? They are secretly resurrecting the blood resentment ancestor. Upon hearing Luo Shangwu's words, the faces of the several Peak Masters turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror, utterly unable to imagine that the two guardian elders, Shuiying and Yusha, would dare to commit such an act. Most crucially, they dared not inform the sect leader. Isn't that courting death? Sect leader. We did it for the sake of the Demon Heaven sect. The two elders, Shuiying and Yusha, trembled and hastily explained in a quavering voice. Is that so? Luo Shangwu sneered, and without further ado, she raised a palm and struck toward them. Boom. Under the terrifying pressure, the two guardian elders immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, their auras withered. The Emperor will not kill you. I will confine you to the Demon Heaven blood prison to reflect deeply. As that red-dressed figure departed with the two severely injured guardian elders, the Peak Masters finally dared to take a deep breath, their eyes filled with profound terror. I never expected these two guardian elders to be so derelict in their duty. The Demon Heaven Peak Master couldn't help but shake his head. If they had secretly resurrected a powerful figure of the demon sect, it would naturally benefit the entire sect. But these two deliberately failed to report to the sect leader. Who knows what they intended by resurrecting the former sect leader? Isn't that courting death? Wait. If that's the case, then within the demon burial ground, Gu Xian quickly realized, his face drastically changing as he turned sharply to look at the tightly shut bronze ancient gate. Hastily he said, quick, open the demon burial ground and let those little ones out. It's useless. The Demon Heaven Peak Master sighed and shook his head slightly. Once the demon burial ground is sealed, it can only be opened after 3 days. Only 2.5 days have passed. Whether they live or die depends on their own fate. Hearing this, Gu Xian's expression gradually turned grave. His burial peak had finally produced such a monstrous disciple, he could not afford to lose him like this. Finally, after half a day passed, the 3-day period arrived. As the bronze ancient gate slowly opened, Gu Xian immediately looked over with intense anxiety, and the other Peak Masters also gazed in that direction. After all, nurturing a true disciple was no easy feat. To have one fall like this was a loss to any peak. Soon with the gate opened, a youth in dark black robes with a swana hanging at his waist stepped out. However, on his back, he carried a coffin, which gave off an eerie sense of oppression. Ning Chen, lad. It's good that you're safe. When Gu Xian saw that Ning Chen was unharmed, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But when he noticed the coffin on his back, he was momentarily stunned and asked in surprise, you carried out the ancestor buried in the demon burial ground. Meanwhile, the other Peak Masters saw that the true disciples of their respective peaks had all emerged unharmed, and they also sighed with relief. Could it be that the sect leader had discovered and stopped it? Otherwise, even if they were true disciples, they should not have escaped the clutches of the blood resentment ancestor. Where is Yinchuan? The Demon Heaven Peak Master frowned, looking behind the group, but did not see by Yinchuan's figure. That lad was named Yinchuan, not invisible. He's right here. Ning Chen set down the coffin he was carrying and opened it. Inside, by Yinchuan lay peacefully. This was not the burial god coffin, but an ordinary coffin. After all, as a disciple of Burial Peak, it was standard practice to carry a reincarnation candle in a burial coffin. What? The Demon Heaven Peak Master's face changed. He quickly stepped forward to examine the corpse and found that there was no longer any breath, and even the soul had dissipated, leaving only an empty shell. How did this happen? Even as the master of the foremost peak of the Demon Heaven sect, the loss of a true disciple pained him deeply. After all, a true disciple, barring unforeseen circumstances, would surely become a sage within 1,000 years. Peak Master, the matter is like this. Then, the group of true disciples recounted what had happened in the demon burial ground. When they mentioned that the blood resentment ancestor intended to devour souls to revive, some of them felt uneasy. After all, that was an ancestor of the sect. If he could be revived, he would be far more powerful than a few true disciples. We understand this matter. There is no need to mention it further. The demon heaven Peak Master waved his hand. He only wanted to know why under the blood resentment ancestor's attack only his Peak's disciple had died. Could it be that his Peak's true disciple was the strongest, and the blood resentment ancestor had only targeted by Yinchuan's soul? Though that was indeed the truth. However, Hua Yuexin's next words slapped the demon heaven Peak Master's face directly. Because, after the blood resentment ancestor devoured senior brother Bai's soul, before he could attack us he was suppressed by junior brother Ning Chen. When she said this, Hua Yuexin and the other true disciples all found it hard to believe. This statement plunged the surroundings into a dead silence. Then swish. A dozen astonished gazes from the Peak Masters fell upon Ning Chen. You mean Ning Chen suppressed the blood resentment ancestor? The Peak Masters were all incredulous. They knew that even though the blood resentment ancestor had been dead for countless years and his soul was extremely weak, the two elders, Shui Ying and Mo Sha, had secretly fed him souls. How could he possibly be suppressed by a mere Broken Sea Realm junior cultivator? After all, even by Yinchuan, a half-step myriad phenomena cultivator had died at the blood resentment ancestor's hand. Yet someone of a lower realm managed to suppress him without injury. Was that reasonable? Peak Masters, there is no need for such astonishment. I am a disciple of Burial Peak in charge of the deceased. Isn't that only natural? Ning Chen glanced calmly at the stunned Peak Masters and said with a light smile. The Peak Masters were taken aback. You are indeed a Burial Peak disciple, but you are not the god of death in charge of life and death. That's right. I, a Burial Peak disciple, am in charge of the deceased. How natural is that? Oh dear, it's all standard procedure. Gu Xian was grinning so widely that the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. Every time he witnessed Ning Chen's monstrous feats, he couldn't help but marvel that Burial Peak had truly struck gold. Seeing Gu Xian's smugness, the other Peak Masters' mouths twitched. This old codger had done it again. Then they reluctantly cast a glance at their own true disciples. This made Hua Yuexin, Yi Xian, and the other true disciples feel utterly wronged. Junior brother Ning Chen could not be judged by ordinary monstrous standards. How could they compare? Demon Heaven Peak Master, I am deeply sorry that I could not save senior brother Bai. At this moment, Ning Chen once again hoisted the ancient coffin onto his back, walked toward the Demon Heaven Peak Master, bowed, and then continued, so why not entrust senior brother Bai to me? I will bury him and ensure he departs in grand style. The Demon Heaven Peak Master hesitated for a moment before nodding. Fine, but Yinchuan's body must first be sent back to Demon Heaven Peak. After the arrangements are complete, it will be delivered to Burial Peak. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He had gained another high-quality customer. The matter of the burial ground of demons thus subsided. Due to the blood resentment patriarch, the true disciples who participated in this trial failed to comprehend any inheritance returning empty-handed. It seemed everyone had drawn a blank, yet in truth one person had reaped a bountiful harvest. Several days later, the demon Heavenly Peak sent over by Yinchuan's processed corpse. At Zongxing Peak, in the rear mountain, Ning Chen skillfully buried by Yinchuan, then adeptly lit 3 incense candles for the departed, and sat cross-legged to absorb the dense spiritual energy that refluxed into his dantian. After a moment, his aura suddenly surged. 9-star of the sea-breaking realm. Ning Chen slowly opened his tightly shut eyes and let out a long breath. If he had buried a half-step Yintian powerhouse before, he would surely have advanced several minor realms. But now the gap between himself and the half-step Yintian realm was not significant. Indeed, there was almost no gap. Moreover, he discovered that the further he progressed, the slower his cultivation speed became. Yet this was normal. The path of cultivation naturally grew more difficult as one advanced. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. It was the notification from the 3rd layer of the burial god coffin, indicating that he could learn the martial arts and techniques of the deceased. Ning Chen looked up to see. Mysterious grade advanced martial art, Heavenly Demon Incarnation, available for cultivation. Heavenly Demon Incarnation. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. He had seen Bai Yinchuan use this Heavenly Demon Incarnation before. Although it had been easily broken by a few swings of his shovel, that was not because the technique was weak, but because his own sword intent was too formidable. Helplessly, his sword intent was inherited from the demoness. How could it not be strong? More body-refining techniques like this would be fine. I'll visit the scripture library in the next few days to learn more. Ning Chen murmured to himself. After all, 1 month later, he had an appointment with the demoness for a fierce battle that would last a full 7 days. Learning more body-strengthening martial arts would naturally keep him from falling behind. Not only body-strengthening techniques, but also all kinds of nourishing elixirs should be prepared. This battle concerned his dignity as a man. Whether he could suppress the demoness hinged on those crucial 7 days. Suppress was not important, subdue was what truly mattered. After comprehending the heavenly demon incarnation, a panel visible only to himself appeared before Ning Chen's eyes. Name: Ning Chen, Realm 9-star, of the Sea-Breaking Realm Technique, Supreme Demon, Art Mortal Transcending Stage, Grand Completion, Martial Arts, Heaven and Earth, Burial Song, Heavenly Demon Incarnation, etc. Burial Divine Abilities, Eye of the Departed, Burial God Domain. Currently unlocked layers 39. Burial Blood Chi 25100. The Burial God Coffin's requirement for Burial Blood Chi is becoming increasingly demanding. Seeing the panel, Ning Chen frowned. Well, higher requirements mean that the functions unlocked later will be more powerful. He could only comfort himself with this reasoning. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During these days, Ning Chen diligently buried people at Zhangxing Peak while keeping an eye on the peak's tasks. The quality of the clients sent to Zhangxing Peak could no longer keep up with his cultivation pace. He needed to find better clients. But after searching for a while, the tasks at Zhangxing Peak were utterly disappointing. Far too weak for him now. Gu Xian expressed it thus. Who told you to exceed the standards so ridiculously? Ordinary Zhangxing disciples consider it extremely difficult to reach the condensation pill realm, and that's considered decent talent. But you've already reached the sea-breaking realm. To this, Ning Chen just waved his hand and said with a straight face, Peak Master, you're mistaken. I'm almost at the Vientiane realm. At these words, Gu Xian's mouth twitched, and he squeezed out the word monster between his teeth before falling silent. However, before leaving the peak, Gu Xian offered advice. Given his special situation, although he was a Zhangxing Peak disciple, he was already fully on par with the true disciples of the other peaks. Thus, he could now take on sect missions within the Demon Heavenly Sect. Ning Chen found this reasonable and decided to finish tonight's cultivation and go tomorrow night. After a few days of settling, I've finally cultivated to the peak of the sea-breaking realm. In the small courtyard, Ning Chen let out a long breath and slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Only one step away from the Vientiane realm. I wonder what one should pay attention to in the Vientiane realm, Ning Chen murmured. Previously, when he had questions about cultivation, he could ask his little brother Zhou Yuan. But now his cultivation had probably far surpassed Zhou Yuan's, so even asking him would be futile. Vientiane, you can condense your own dharma aspect to attack with the body. Just then a pleasant cold female voice suddenly sounded from outside the small courtyard. My. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ning Chen slowly stood up and walked out of the courtyard. There he saw the graceful figure in a red dress sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Senior, when did you arrive? Ning Chen was already accustomed to the demoness' mysterious comings and goings. Luo Shangwu did not answer his question. Instead, she sipped her tea and glanced indifferently at the sky-mending stone chain on his wrist. Though it appeared to be a bracelet, it was actually her ankle chain. You seem to like this sky-mending stone chain quite a bit. Of course, since it was given by you, Senior. Ning Chen grinned. Smooth talker. Luo Shangwu gave him a cold look and mercilessly saw through his true thoughts. She sneered, I'm afraid it's only because it helps you with your cultivation. Exposed, Ning Chen smiled and plopped down beside the demoness. He casually poured himself a cup of tea. Senior, what brings you to my place? These past few days he had been cultivating and burying people, not seeing the demoness figure. 7 days. Luo Shangwu did not reply directly, but suddenly said this. 7 days. Hearing this, Ning Chen paused in the middle of raising his teacup, looking at the demoness in confusion. Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand. At Ning Chen's words, Luo Shangwu's delicate brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes stared at him intently. Yet Ning Chen still played dumb, indicating he knew nothing. Seeing this, Luo Shangwu gritted her silver teeth and said, Isn't your space on a 7-day cooldown? Now that 7 days have passed, why haven't you opened that space? The two had agreed that every 7 days when the Burial God Domain activated, Ning Chen would open it, so they could enter and cultivate together. But clearly 7 days had passed, and this guy hadn't shown up at all. She waited an hour. This guy didn't appear. She waited 2 hours. This dead man still didn't show. She waited 3 hours. She couldn't sit still any longer. It wasn't that she wanted to see someone in particular. She simply wanted to cultivate. After all, half an hour inside was equivalent to a full 6 hours outside. So she came. But this fellow was pretending to be clueless. Oh, so you've entered the couple's space, Senior. Upon hearing Luo Shangwu's words, Ning Chen looked as if suddenly enlightened and slapped his thigh. So soft. Cough, I slapped the wrong thigh. Under the demoness' murderous gaze, Ning Chen silently withdrew his hand from her long leg. Cough. Senior, if you wanted to enter the couple's space, why didn't you say so earlier? Couple space. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Luo Shangwu froze for a moment, her delicate brows furrowing as her icy gaze fell upon him, dangerously sharp. When the demonist's dangerous gaze fell upon him, Ning Chen finally realized he had spoken too casually. And also, you knew exactly what I meant just now, and you were deliberately teasing me, weren't you? At that moment, the demonist's icy voice rang out again. Cough, Senior, is that true? Ning Chen coughed lightly, attempting to weasel out. The demonist rejected his attempt and lifted her jade foot beneath her red dress, giving him a kick on the rear. A moment later, Ning Chen finally opened this self-contained space, known as the Burial God Domain, which was in fact a couple's space. Senior, what shall we practice today? Ning Chen rubbed his backside and looked at the demonist. Sword practice, Luo Shangwu said calmly. Sword practice again. Ning Chen frowned, then took out his Zongju and prepared to practice as usual, but the demonist's icy voice rang out again. No, this time I'll practice with you. With me, eh? Ning Chen was stunned. But before he could react, the demonist drew her dowry sword and launched a fierce assault of sword intent at him. Seeing this, Ning Chen dared not be careless, hurriedly wielding his Zongju to parry defensively. The demonist's sword intent was extraordinary. Her swordplay was graceful like a startled swan or a swimming dragon, her figure beautiful. But Ning Chen under her sword did not think so. He had no chance to admire her stunning form. The demonist's sword was too powerful. He was under immense pressure. Beneath her sword intent, Ning Chen could only defend passively with no chance to counterattack. After all, the gap in their strength was immense. Even if Luo Shangwu wasn't using her full power, the current Ning Chen was utterly unable to withstand it. Soon he was defeated under the demonist's sword, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Ning Chen strongly suspected the demonist was getting back at him for his earlier teasing. After all, this woman held grudges. Senior, does your father know you're using your dowry to chop people? Ning Chen glanced at Luo Shangwu. Clang. Sword intent surged, and a blade pressed against Ning Chen's throat. Shut up. Also, today's sword practice ends here. The demonist gave Ning Chen a cold glance, then sheathed her sword, turned, and was about to sit in meditation nearby. Also, your sword intent is still an eyesore. The demonist's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Ning Chen's temper flared, and he leaped up from the ground with a carp flip. He had trained his sword intent for days, yet the demonist still deemed it an eyesore. He was deeply unconvinced. Shouldn't it at least be rated as barely passable? Wait. Since when did barely passable count as a good review? At least in the demonist's eyes. Senior again. Hearing Ning Chen's defiant voice, Luo Shangwu's beautiful eyes looked over calmly, then she picked up her sword and came over. Clang, clang. For a moment within the Burial God Domain's sword intent surged endlessly. You lost. Again. 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 After a long while, Ning Chen lay on the ground drenched in sweat. He couldn't win. He absolutely couldn't win. This demonist was inhumanly strong. He hadn't even gotten close to her, and she hadn't even shed a drop of sweat. Clang. At that moment, the demonist tossed her dowry sword over. Ning Chen was startled, hastily catching it. The blade carried its owner's unique, faint fragrance. Then her cold, clear voice rang out. Your sword intent should be able to break through now. Hold it, and comprehend it yourself. My sword intent can break through. Ning Chen was stunned, a flash of joy in his eyes. So being tormented wasn't in vain. Any improvement was good. Senior, what level is my sword intent now, eh? He asked, holding the demonist's sword. You can break through from first glimpse of the path to entering the hall. Luo Shangwu said calmly. First glimpse of the path, entering the hall. Ning Chen was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that sword intent had such classifications. Then he humbly asked, Senior, how are these realms divided? Luo Shangwu explained. There are 7 major realms: first glimpse of the path, entering the hall, complete mastery, perfected skill, peak achievement, return to simplicity, and divine transformation. I see. Ning Chen was enlightened, then looked at the demonist with curiosity. May I ask what realm you have reached, Senior? Luo Shangwu glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to sit in meditation. Fine, don't tell me. Ning Chen pouted, then hugged the fragrant sword, began to comprehend its sword intent, and attempted to break through his own sword intent to reach the realm of entering the hall. After a while, as the time in the couple's space was about to expire, suddenly Ning Chen's sword intent soared upward, undergoing a qualitative leap, as if he had entered a grand hall filled with sword intent, clearly sensing his own sword intent had deepened. So this is the realm of entering the hall. A hint of joy flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He stepped forward and returned the Shungjin sword to the demoness. Senior, your dowry. Hearing this, Luo Shangwu's forehead creased with 3 dark lines. She suddenly regretted telling this guy the origin of Xingjin, whose dowry gets passed around like that. Soon the Burial God Domain faded away, and the two returned to the small courtyard. Ning Chen gulped down the demonist's teeth, thinking he might as well freeload something from her. Luo Shangwu glanced at him indifferently, and couldn't be bothered. She rose to leave. Senior, let me see you off. Seeing this, Ning Chen stood up to escort her. However, at that moment the demoness suddenly stopped, turned around, and raised her eyes to look at him. You're about to reach the myriad phenomena realm, right? In the myriad phenomena realm, you condense your own Dharma image. You probably don't know how to condense it right. Moreover, the Dharma image is crucial to one's cultivation path, so it cannot be condensed hastily. Tomorrow come find me at Demon Heaven Peak. Come find me at Tianma Peak tomorrow. Yes, senior. Hearing the female demon head's words, a flash of joy crossed Ning Chen's eyes. Her cultivation realm far exceeded his own, and having her guide him in condensing his own Dharma avatar would certainly be far more effective than figuring it out on his own. By the way, when exactly should I come to Tianma Peak to find you? Just as the female demon head was about to depart, Ning Chen seemed to remember something and hurriedly caught up to ask. Whenever you come, I will see you. As Luo Shangwu's voice faded, her figure draped in crimson silk vanished without a trace. Perfect. I was planning to head to Tianma Peak tomorrow anyway to take on more challenging missions, so there's no conflict at all. After seeing the female demon head off, Ning Chen made his arrangements and headed toward the stream outside the courtyard, planning to take a bath and go to sleep. Greetings, sect leader. Late at night. Tianma sect. Inside the main hall, the great elder appeared, reverently bowing toward the red-robed figure upon the throne. Just minutes earlier, he had been earnestly studying a newly published cultivation manual from the Tianling realm. Or rather, he had been diligently cultivating. Upon receiving the sect leader's mental summons, he immediately set aside his cultivation and rushed to the main hall of Tianma Peak. I wonder what the sect leader requires of this old one. The great elder glanced at Luo Shanwu in confusion. Starting tomorrow, reopen the Wanjian Zhaohua Tower. From the throne above the hall, Luo Shangwu's cold voice rang out. My, reopen the Wanjian Zhaohua Tower. At these words, the great elder paused, a look of astonishment flashing across his eyes. Sect leader, the Wanjian Zhaohua Tower has been sealed for decades. Why reopen it now? Within Tianma Peak stood a tower known as the Wanjian Zhaohua Tower, 9 stories tall, each floor housing various Dharma avatar spirits and principles. Cultivators who entered could attempt to comprehend and condense their own Dharma avatar through deep insight. However, due to the exorbitant resource costs and the fact that most disciples who entered were unable to grasp the totems within, wasting precious materials, the Tianma sect had sealed the Wanjian Zhaohua Tower decades ago. Unbelievable. Could the sect leader really be reopening that money-burning establishment now? My. A spark of realization struck the great elder's mind, and he blurted out, could it be because of Ning? What Ning? Before his words could finish falling, Luo Shangwu's indifferent, icy gaze settled upon the great elder. Instantly, cold sweat poured down his face. He scratched his head with an awkward grin. Huh. Sect leader, this old one said nothing. Huh. Go and handle it. Within the main hall, Luo Shangwu waved her hand dismissively. Yes. The great elder dared not ask further, and hastily withdrew to carry out the order. In his heart, doubts about the relationship between the two only deepened. What exactly was the relationship between that kid Ning Chen and the sect leader? How could the sect leader go so far as to reopen the entire Wanjian Zhaohua Tower for his sake? Never mind, never mind. This is not something this old one should ponder. The great elder shook his head. Rather than wasting brain power on speculation, he might as well study a few more cultivation manuals to enrich his knowledge. The next morning at dawn, Ning Chen set out early. Since the female demon head had said she would see him whenever he came, departing now should mean he wouldn't miss her. Half an hour later, Ning Chen arrived at Tianma Peak. As he appeared, numerous disciples of Tianma Peak turned to look at him with curiosity, mainly because his current attire was extraordinarily eye-catching. A jet-black robe, a swana horn hanging at his waist. If his strength were greater, he might even strap the Zongxing coffin onto his back in the future. It's senior brother Ning Chen from Zongxing Peak. I've heard that senior brother Ning Chen's strength now rivals the direct disciples of the major peaks. Soon disciples of Tianma Peak recognized Ning Chen's identity and cast reverent glances his way. Ning Chen was already somewhat well known among the disciples of the Tianma sect, and combined with his highly distinctive appearance, it was only natural that he was recognized. As for Ning Chen, upon entering Tianma Peak, his gaze swept across the surroundings, as if searching for that familiar crimson silhouette. Didn't the female demon head say she'd see me whenever I arrived? Could that woman still be sound asleep? Ning Chen muttered, looking around. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from nowhere. Come find me at the West Bamboo Forest. My, senior. Hearing the female demon head's voice, Ning Chen paused, looking around, only to realize the sound wasn't coming from anywhere nearby, but rather resonating directly within his mind. This must be a telepathic transmission technique. I'll take advantage of this free ride. Ning Chen made up his mind and began making his way toward the West Bamboo Forest of Tianma Peak. Tianma Peak was not only the foremost peak of the Tianma sect, but also the main peak of the entire sect, rich in spiritual energy, and its geographical area was considerably larger than that of Zhangxing Peak. Unfortunately, there was no client Ning Chen had been longing for. As he continued walking westward, the disciples of Tianma Peak around him grew increasingly sparse, until finally not a single figure could be seen. Yet the spiritual energy here grew ever denser. Soon, a bamboo forest appeared before Ning Chen's eyes. This must be the female demon head's secluded cultivation grounds. Otherwise, why would such spiritually rich land remain unclaimed by any Tianma Peak disciple? Ning Chen murmured to himself and entered the bamboo forest. The bamboo stood lush and towering, thick and sturdy. Within the forest lay a courtyard where the red-robed female demon head sat leisurely sipping tea. "Senior, I've arrived." Ning Chen greeted her and walked over, plopping down beside her with practiced ease, then helpfully poured himself a cup of tea. A beautiful day begins with freeloaded tea from the female demon head. No wonder it's senior's tea. It truly is fragrant. Fragrant. Luo Shangwu's gaze fell lightly upon Ning Chen, a hint of playful amusement flashing in her beautiful eyes as her crimson lips parted. "This is plain water." Ning Chen. Huh. He gave a thumbs up. Even the plain water brewed by senior is this fragrant. Truly worthy of being senior. Smooth talker. Luo Shangwu withdrew her somewhat uninterested gaze from Ning Chen. She had intended to see him flustered, but had greatly underestimated his thick-skinned audacity. "Senior, when shall we begin condensing the Dharma body of the Wanjian realm?" Ning Chen drank the plain water with a straight face. As long as it was free, even water tasted fragrant. "Now." Luo Shangwu rose gracefully, her lotus step strides carrying her toward the deeper parts of the bamboo forest. "Follow." Hearing this, Ning Chen trotted behind her, silently admiring the graceful figure draped in crimson. He murmured to himself, This is only fair. After being thoroughly dominated by the female demon head yesterday, it's only right to relax body and mind now." Soon, the two passed through a stretch of bamboo forest and arrived at its deepest reaches. Before their eyes stood a towering 9-story pagoda reaching toward the heavens. "Senior, this is..." Ning Chen looked at it in surprise, never expecting that a towering pagoda lay hidden within this bamboo grove. "The Vientiane Creation Tower." Luo Shangwu offered no further explanation, nor did she mention that the tower had remained sealed for decades. She simply introduced the name of the celestial pagoda and then led the way inside. Ning Chen quickly followed. As the tower door swung open, a wave of ancient air rushed toward them. Luo Shangwu shielded herself with spiritual energy, but Ning Chen, who stayed close beside her, was not so fortunate. He took a full faceful of dust. Cough. "Senior, this tower seems quite old. How long has it been since it was opened?" Ning Chen brushed off the dust and surveyed his surroundings. As the two entered, the door of the Vientiane Creation Tower closed behind them. "Not long," Luo Shangwu said, shaking her head slightly. "This is the Vientiane Creation Tower, 9 floors in total. Each floor contains various Dharma form spirits and the essence of Dharma forms. You may attempt to comprehend and gain enlightenment of your own Dharma form." Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded slightly. Just as he was about to look around, he noticed that the demoness remained close by his side, never leaving. "Senior, are you going to follow me?" Ning Chen paused, having assumed that the demoness would leave after bringing him into the tower. "After all, the master leads you in, but the cultivation is your own." "Can I?" Luo Shangwu looked at him coolly. "Cough. Of course you can." Ning Chen shook his head, saying no more, and turned his gaze to the first floor of the Vientiane Creation Tower. The array was in operation, causing the entire floor to gleam with light, illuminating the tower walls. On the walls, faint patterns could be seen. "This is a beast. The crouching tiger Dharma form. Condensing this form greatly enhances destructive power. When the form manifests, it follows the body in attack, and with one claw mountains can be shattered. The divine phoenix Dharma form. Condensing this form greatly enhances movement speed, coming without shadow and leaving without trace." "This is..." Ning Chen murmured, looking at the various totems on the first floor, furrowing his brow slightly, as if dissatisfied. Beside him, Luo Shangwu stood with her arms crossed, watching the young man who was earnestly studying the totems on the wall. A flicker of brilliant light shone in her beautiful eyes. Could he truly grasp the essence of the Dharma form condensed in the totem with just a single glance? This fellow's talent is indeed remarkable. "No. Passable, just barely adequate." "Yes, that's it." What Ning Chen murmured was not the text inscribed on the wall, but the information he had comprehended from viewing the totems. After surveying the area, Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and said to Luo Shangwu, "Senior, the Dharma forms on the first floor don't seem to suit me. Then go to the second floor." Luo Shangwu tossed her hair and walked gracefully toward the second floor. Ning Chen followed. A few minutes earlier, on Tianma Peak. Boom. When Ning Chen and Luo Shanwu entered the Vientiane Creation Tower, a thunderous roar echoed across the entire peak, followed by a mysterious suction force erupting from the western side of Tianma Peak. Then the spiritual energy of the entire Tianma Peak was visibly devoured entirely. Many disciples and elders who were in seclusion for cultivation looked up in shock. Huh, where's my spiritual energy? In just a moment, the spiritual energy of the entire Tianma Peak was drained completely. The disciples of Tianma Peak were utterly bewildered. Had Tianma Peak run out of qi? This Vientiane Creation Tower really burns through resources, the great elder muttered, sensing the peak devoid of spiritual energy. He shook his head and murmured, I wonder which floor of Dharma forms that young Ning Chen can comprehend. Oh well. Cultivation. He shook his head. Though there was no spiritual energy, he still had the lady's chart, which could open another form of cultivation. At that moment, the disciples of Tianma Peak also noticed the towering pagoda on the western bamboo grove blazing with brilliant light. The once sealed tower was now open once more. That's the Vientiane Creation Tower. Wasn't the Vientiane Creation Tower closed decades ago? It is said that this tower consumes immense resources, and although it contains various Dharma form totems, very few can comprehend them. To reach the peak of the sea-breaking realm, one must at least be a core disciple, and even with such talent, they cannot comprehend the totems. One can only imagine how difficult those Dharma form totems are to grasp. Yet now it has opened again. For a moment, many disciples of Tianma Peak who knew the origin of the Vientiane Creation Tower were stunned. A question arose in their hearts: who was the one entering the tower? I think I saw senior brother Ning Chen from Burial Peak heading that way. At this moment, a disciple from Tianma Peak spoke weakly from the crowd. What? Senior brother Ning Chen. The one entering the tower is senior brother Ning Chen. At these words, the faces of those around them changed. Huh, it's brother Ning. He's the Holy Sun's sworn brother. From the crowd, Zhou Yuan's loud laughter rang out. Senior brother Ning Chen is a virgin. Hearing this, many of the more attractive junior and senior sisters of Tianma Peak began to plan to find an opportunity to discuss dual cultivation with senior brother Ning Chen. I hear that if one comprehends a Dharma form totem, it will manifest. I wonder what Dharma form senior brother Ning Chen will comprehend. For a moment, everyone was filled with curiosity. Boom. The next moment, a tiger's roar resounded and a 100-foot crouching tiger Dharma form manifested. Huh, what Dharma form is that? The crowd looked in confusion. But before they could study it closely, a phoenix cry rang out, and another Dharma form totem manifested. 2. Indeed. Given senior brother Ning Chen's monstrous talent, comprehending 2 is only reasonable. The crowd was startled, then consoled themselves. However, the next moment, boom, 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 boom. With the Vientiane Creation Tower rumbling without cease, totem after totem manifested. At this moment, the people of Tianma Peak could no longer remain calm. No. Is this even reasonable?